Grandpa, Grandpa, don't die. Wake up, Grandpa. In a dimly lit side room, a teenager of about 15 or 16 was lying on the bed, eyes closed, face pale, his body twitching as if enduring unbearable pain. Obviously, he was dreaming. Suddenly, the young man shot up from the bed, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his temples. His wide eyes were filled with confusion. Where am I? How did I get here? What place is this? He looked around the room, taking in the furnishings. In an instant, disbelief and a hint of fear appeared on his face. He quickly got up, leapt from the bed, not even bothering to put on shoes, and rushed outside. Outside, a large red pine tree stood in the spacious courtyard. A massive stone incense burner faced the main entrance of the hall. Above the doorway hung a plaque with 4 large characters. Ling Xiao Bao Dian, the Hall of Supreme Emptiness. A couplet adorned the door. Upper, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all things under heaven. Lower, earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao follows nature. Though the couplet remained, it was now worn and faded. Inside the hall, the statues of the 3 pure ones were missing heads and limbs, stripped of their former dignity and sanctity. This is the Taoist temple I grew up in? He looked down at his clothes, then ran back to the side room and stared into a mirror. A very young face stared back at him. This is me when I was younger? Did I reincarnate? He murmured to himself. In an instant, memories flooded his mind like a rushing river. The young man's name was Wang Dashan. Since childhood, he had lived alone with his grandfather. His grandfather was a Taoist priest, Wang Zhengfeng, Taoist named Qingshun, the 23 regeneration inheritor of Qingfeng Temple of the Zhengyi sect. Back in the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, the Wang family had once been disciples of Tao Zhongwen, the imperial master. But fearing the karmic consequences of alchemy and immortality practices used to please the emperor, they left Tao Zhongwen's service and instead devoted themselves to the Zhengyi Taoist tradition, establishing a hereditary temple deep in the mountains of the northeast, known as Qingfeng Temple. From father to son, son to grandson, generation after generation, the Wang family became Taoist priests. By the time of Wang Zhengfeng, the 23 regeneration inheritor, Qingfeng Temple had not spread Taoism widely, but had become renowned for its medical skills. Villagers for miles around came seeking cures for their ailments. The Wang family's ancestral medical knowledge had saved countless lives, earning them great respect in the region. After the Mukden incident, Wang Zhengfeng's father, the 22nd-generation master Huachen Taoist, followed the sect's ancient rule: retire in times of peace, heal the world in times of chaos. He descended from the mountain with his 2 younger brothers and son, joining the armed resistance against the invaders. By 1940, Wang Zhengfeng's father and uncles had sacrificed themselves heroically, leading their unit in a fierce battle against the Guangdong army in order to cover the retreat of the main force. Heartbroken, Wang Zhengfeng returned to the temple in Bailonggo, the White Dragon Valley, with his newlywed wife. He resumed the Taoist life, surviving through fishing, hunting, gathering herbs, and treating villagers, earning their deep respect. The following year, he and his wife gave birth to a son, Wang Shengli, who would become Wang Dashan's father. Wang Shengli was an extraordinary man. With sharp eyes, broad shoulders, and a heroic posture, he trained from childhood in the family's 5 spirits, Xingyi martial arts, studied Taoist scriptures, and mastered the ancestral medical arts. His presence exuded a refined, almost otherworldly aura, far beyond that of ordinary villagers. 20 years later, at age 21, Wang Shengli was collecting herbs in the mountains when he encountered a young woman who had slipped and broken her ankle on the way down the mountain. She was in a panic, helpless and in tears, her face pale with fear and pain. Despite her disheveled state, she was beautiful, fair-skinned, delicate, and graceful. Wang Shengli was momentarily stunned, then quickly set her broken ankle, applied medicine, and carried her back to the temple for recovery. Later, he learned her name was Lin Meifeng from Beijing. A recent high school graduate, she had volunteered to join the frontier reclamation efforts at age 19. Lost and desperate in the forest, she thought her life was over until Wang Shengli rescued her. His gentle manners and noble bearing were unlike any rural man she had ever known. As he carried her down the mountain, she felt the warmth of his broad back, and her heart fluttered with emotion. During her months of recovery at the temple, the two grew close, eventually falling in love. Soon after, they married, and a year later, Wang Dashan was born. At the time, Lin Meifeng had not yet told her parents about the marriage or the birth of her son. She knew they would never approve of her marrying a rural youth. To win her parents' acceptance of Wang Shengli, She honestly told him about her family background and her parents' likely resistance. Her parents were high-ranking military officers and would never allow their daughter to marry a simple country boy. Lin Meifeng had come to the frontier without her parents' permission, running away from home. Now, having married and given birth, she feared what would happen if they found out. Upon hearing her story, Wang Shengli was silent for a moment, then said firmly, "I'll join the army. If I can earn merit and become an officer, your parents will accept me." Seeing a glimmer of hope in her eyes, he added, "You take care of the child. Wait for me to come back." And so, Wang Shengli left to enlist. With the help of old comrades, Wang Zhengfeng arranged for his son to enter the military. After basic training, Wang Shengli was assigned to a reconnaissance unit. But before he could earn a promotion, Lin Meifeng's parents tracked her down. When they learned she had married a rural youth and already had a child, her mother flew into a rage. She had wanted to introduce her daughter to a well-matched, high-status suitor, only to find out she had already married and given birth. Her hopes shattered. She had her daughter bound and taken back home, forbidding her from ever leaving again. From that day on, Wang Dashan never saw his mother again, and all contact was lost. Wang Shengli was devastated when he learned his wife had been taken by her mother. He wanted to search for her, but military discipline was strict. He decided to wait until he was promoted before making his move. By the late 1960s, border conflicts erupted. By then, Wang Shengli had risen to the rank of deputy company commander in the reconnaissance unit. He entered the battlefield, but was killed by a mortar shell. He died still clutching a photo of Lin Meifeng. At that time, Wang Dashan was already 4 years old. Over the next 11 years, he and his grandfather lived together until Wang Dashan turned 15. Wang Dashan would never forget that day, May 8th of the year of the monkey Gongtion. That was the day his grandfather went down the mountain to treat a villager. The village wasn't far, just an hour's walk from the temple. But on that day, Grandpa never came back. Now, just awakened, Wang Dashan froze. What day is it today? Could be the day Grandpa died? At that thought, he rushed to the right side room where his grandfather had lived. Inside, an old almanac hung on the wall, nearly half torn through. Wang Dashan stared at the date, June 20th, lunar May 8th of Gongtion year of the monkey. Auspicious for nothing. Inauspicious for major events, marriage, surgery, moving, starting a business, traveling, taking office, funerals. Oh no, Wang Dashan broke into a cold sweat. No time to waste. He had to save Grandpa immediately. He glanced at the old wall clock in his grandfather's room. 10:50 a.m. There was still time. Chapter 2. Rescuing Grandfather. On that day at 10 in the morning, Grandfather had already prepared lunch and left it simmering in the pot, neglecting to awaken Wang Dashan, who was indulging in a morning nap. Typically, Wang Dashan rose at 4:30 to practice martial arts and recite medical texts before enjoying breakfast. After his meal, he would engage in various chores, such as chopping firewood and tending to the garden. Once his tasks were complete, he would take another brief nap, rising again by 11 to assist Grandfather in preparing lunch, after which they would dine together, followed by reading or collecting herbs on the mountain. However, on that particular day, Grandfather needed to descend the mountain to attend to the villagers' ailments, so he had prepared the meal by 10. After having his lunch, he set off down the mountain. By the time he reached the village, it was already noon, and most households were gathered for their meals. Grandfather first approached a residence at the west end of the village to deliver medicine. This household belonged to a man named Li, known as Li Laowai, who had long suffered from severe rheumatism due to years of hunting in the mountains. The household consisted solely of the elderly couple and their daughter-in-law, who was caring for a 1.5-year-old child. Their son worked as a railway guard in a neighboring county, returning home only once a month. Upon arriving at Li Laowai's doorstep, Grandfather noticed the gate was tightly shut, an unusual sight indicating no one was home. This struck Wang Zhengfeng as odd, for it had become routine to deliver medicine to Li Laowai every fortnight, and Li was well aware of Grandfather's visit that day. Reasoning that Li should have been waiting at home, he pushed the door, only to find it unyielding. He then called out, Li Laowai, are you at home? I have come to deliver your medicine." Yet, the silence persisted. Sensing something amiss, Wang Zhengfeng hastily found a stone, placed it against the wall, and stood on tiptoe to peer into the courtyard. To his horror, he beheld dark red blood flowing from the main room, large pools of it already congealed. Just as he was about to shout for help, a sudden pain shot through his waist as a hard object pressed against him. It was a gun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Zhengfeng's heart sank. He had stumbled upon a bandit. A voice whispered menacingly from behind, "Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot you. Step forward and enter the courtyard." With that, the assailant nudged Wang Zhengfeng toward the entrance. Upon reaching the gate, the man knocked twice, and with a creak, the door swung open to reveal a disheveled middle-aged man, his face obscured by a tangled beard, holding a knife. He ushered them into the courtyard and then closed the gate with a resounding click. Despite the urgency of the moment, Wang Dashan's mind remained clear. He swiftly turned to the kitchen, seized a knife, and tucked it into his waistband before sprinting down the mountain towards Li's village. What typically took an hour, he accomplished in a mere 30 minutes. He recalled from his previous life how grandfather had been captured and bound to a chair in Li Laowai's home by the ruthless bandits. As later confessions revealed, 2 of these brigands had stealthily followed Li Laowai's daughter-in-law back to the village from her family home in a neighboring village, ultimately deceiving their way into Li's house. The ruthless bandits brandished firearms, threatening Li Laowai's family to remain silent. When Li Laowai attempted to resist, one of the assailants viciously slashed his throat. The remaining members, a solitary mother, her child, and an elderly woman, were paralyzed with fear. The 2 bandits, fearing that the child's cries might attract the attention of neighbors, heartlessly drowned the innocent in a water vat. They then bound the elderly woman and gagged her, discarding her in the woodshed. In a brutal twist, the bandits spared Li Laowai's wife and daughter-in-law, not out of mercy, but rather to continue their reign of terror. These 2 villains had traveled from Fengtian, having committed a massacre that claimed the lives of an entire family of 6, which had already drawn the ire of the authorities. They had come to Dabatian seeking refuge before attempting to illegally cross the border. However, their brief respite was interrupted when Wang Zhengfeng, delivering medicine, discovered them. Upon overhearing Wang Zhengfeng's conversation, the bandits learned that he was a physician, having escaped from Fengtian while bearing wounds from skirmishes with the military. They contemplated enlisting the doctor's services for their injuries, which spared him from immediate death. This fortunate circumstance provided Wang Dashan an opportunity to save his grandfather. Once in the village, Wang Dashan stealthily approached Li Laowai's home, making nary a sound. He peered through a gap in the courtyard wall and was relieved to see his grandfather tied to a chair in the living room, momentarily unharmed. One bandit kept watch over Li Laowai and his daughter-in-law while the other was preoccupied with cooking, indicating that the meal was still some time from completion. Wang Dashan felt fortunate that the bandits would require a while longer to prepare their food, as he recalled that Wang Zhengfeng had managed to free himself from his bindings during a similar moment, only to meet a tragic end when he attempted to seize a weapon from one of the assailants. With this in mind, Wang Dashan quietly retreated from Li Laowai's home and hurried to the village party secretary's residence. He meticulously relayed all he had witnessed, persuading the skeptical secretary to discreetly organize a militia to assist Li Laowai. Although the secretary harbored doubts, the gravity of the situation compelled him to act, leading him to recruit several robust villagers, arm them with firearms, and stealthily surround Li Laowai's home. At this juncture, Wang Dashan had returned to Li Laowai's residence, concocting a plan to infiltrate the house. For someone who had once been a soldier in the Eastern Divine Sword Special Forces, this posed no challenge. Despite being just 15 years old, he retained his reconnaissance skills from a past life and was physically capable. As he circled the walls of Li Laowai's home, he soon discovered a suitable point of entry beside the outdoor toilet, an area often avoided due to its unpleasant odor. Choosing this location, Wang Dashan leaped gracefully over the wall, making not a sound. At this moment, one of the bandits was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, while another stood with his back against the courtyard wall. Wang Dashan quietly slid down the wall and discreetly took refuge beside the toilet, biding his time for an opportunity to rescue. Less than 5 minutes later, the bandit cooking had finished his task, and the one guarding Wang Zhengfeng moved a Western-style table into the courtyard, setting the dishes on it and beginning to eat. The 2 ruffians devoured their food with a ferocity akin to starving beasts, indulging as if they had not eaten in days. In the span of half a tea's worth of time, one of the bandits had already polished off a full bowl of sorghum rice and was heading back to the kitchen for more. The other bandit remained engrossed in his meal, a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle resting casually on the table, within arm's reach. At that moment, Wang Zhengfeng, bound and gagged in the living room, suddenly stood up from his chair and rushed towards the bandit still eating, reaching for the rifle on the table. The bandit, startled by the commotion, scrambled to seize the weapon and shouted, "Erzi, come quick, kill him." Upon witnessing this, Wang Dashan immediately dashed towards the kitchen entrance, drawing the knife concealed at his lower back, and hid behind the wall, awaiting the emergence of Erzi. He swiftly covered Erzi's mouth and delivered a lethal strike to his neck. Blood spurted forth as Erzi convulsed in Wang Dashan's grasp, his head lolling to the side as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Having dealt with one, Wang Dashan hurried toward the other bandit. At that moment, Wang Zhengfeng was engaged in a struggle with the armed ruffian, both grappling for the rifle held high above their heads. Wang Dashan approached, raising the back of his knife, and delivered a decisive blow to the neck of the bandit leader, who fell without uttering a sound. Wang Zhengfeng, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, gasped in astonishment and, panting, exclaimed, "Dashan, how did you come here? It's so dangerous. Are you hurt?" Wang Dashan sighed with relief. His grandfather was safe at last. He quickly reassured Wang Zhengfeng, saying, "Grandfather, I'm fine. I woke up today and noticed you were missing. So I thought I would come down the mountain and search for you. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Afterward, Wang Zhengfeng, holding the gun and eyeing the unconscious bandit, instructed Wang Dashan to find a rope to securely bind the bandit leader. Just as they finished this task, a loud crash resounded from outside as the door was forcefully breached. The village party secretary burst in, accompanied by a dozen armed youths. Upon seeing Wang Zhengfeng and his grandson present, the secretary inquired for an account of the situation. Wang Zhengfeng recounted the events in detail, earning the party secretary's trust. Rescue operations followed, liberating Li Laowai's wife and daughter-in-law from the woodshed and side room. Li Laowai's wife wailed in despair, while his daughter-in-law emerged, disheveled and vacant-eyed, as if her soul had been snatched away. Observing her condition, Wang Zhengfeng sighed softly. It was clear that Li Laowai's daughter-in-law had lost all vitality and would not endure much longer. Given the gravity of the day's events, Wang Zhengfeng was unable to tend to the villagers' ailments. The party secretary promptly dispatched individuals to report the incident to the commune, and after approximately 3 hours, law enforcement from the commune and county arrived, accompanied by a contingent of armed soldiers. The public security forces secured the scene, loading 3 corpses into a vehicle, along with the notorious bandit leader in handcuffs. Under the escort of the People's Liberation Army, they arrived at the brigade headquarters. After recording statements, the accounts of Wang Zhengfeng, Wang Dashan, and Li Laowai's wife were found to be consistent, corroborated by the brigade secretary, and thus the police allowed Wang Zhengfeng and his grandson to return home. As they made their way back, Wang Zhengfeng looked on with pride at the silhouette of Wang Dashan, reflecting on how his grandson had grown up to be capable of saving him. Yet, a flicker of dread crossed his mind. Should anything happen to him, what would become of the child? Wang Dashan remained silent, feeling a mix of relief and deep gratitude, thankful that fate had returned his grandfather to him. In a past life, it was the murder of his grandfather by bandits that had driven Wang Dashan to enlist in the military. At that time, a comrade of his father's had taken him down from the mountains and arranged for him to join the army. With a solid foundation in martial arts, keen intelligence, and a fierce determination born from having lost his loved ones, Wang Dashan excelled, gaining admission to a military academy at the tender age of 18. Specializing in special operations reconnaissance and command at the Institute of International Relations. 5 years later, he graduated with a master's degree, coinciding with the establishment of special forces in the New China, and was subsequently assigned to the Eastern Divine Swords Special Brigade, becoming one of the nation's first elite soldiers. Over a distinguished 35-year military career, Wang Dashan participated in 2 mountain rotations, safeguarded prominent figures, represented the country in the Elna Assault International Reconnaissance Competition, engaged in peacekeeping missions abroad, and executed numerous border and counter-terrorism operations, ultimately being promoted to general due to his military accomplishments. However, his dedication to duty left no room for marriage or family. A once beloved partner drifted away due to their prolonged separation. In his quest to find his mother, he exhausted every spare moment, yet hope eluded him. Then, on the day he was promoted to general at the age of 58, memories of the past flooded back: his grandfather's death, the father he had never met, and the mother whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Overcome with melancholy, he sought solace in alcohol, only to unexpectedly find himself back in the Taoist temple of his 15-year-old life in 1980. This was a divine opportunity to amend the regrets of his previous existence, allowing him to care for his grandfather and search for his mother. In his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to his country, leaving him without a single family member. This time, he vowed to rectify that regret, transforming the temple into a complete and comfortable home, reuniting with his mother, and ensuring a fulfilling life for his loved ones, complete with a wife and children. Chapter 3. Into the mountains. Upon returning to the temple, the pair arrived just in time for dinner. Wang Dashan, having rushed to save Wang Zhengfeng and neglected to eat lunch, felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. The pot still held the remnants of 4 dishes and some cornmeal buns from earlier, alongside a small plate of pickled vegetables, insufficient for the two of them. They quickly washed their hands and set about preparing a meal. Wang Dashan first ventured to the outdoor kitchen, peering into the rice bins, discovering 2 large jars filled with a modest amount of cornmeal and sorghum flour. A further search revealed little else, save for a few sweet potatoes and some small potatoes in the corner of the kitchen. It was evident that life was proving to be a struggle for the duo. As Wang Zhengfeng aged, his vigor for venturing into the mountains for hunting waned, leaving him only capable of setting a few traps nearby the temple, relying on the whims of nature, with meager rewards that were indeed hard to articulate. Furthermore, the old man treated villagers without charging consultation fees, often accepting merely a small amount for medicine, rendering his earnings quite scant. Wang Dashan, being a growing youth, required ample sustenance, consuming at least 2.5 times as much as a typical individual. It was evident that should he not embark on hunting, starvation would soon be his companion. Quietly murmuring to himself, Wang Dashan felt a flicker of excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. He first scooped half a ladle of coarse cornmeal from the storage jar, adding 2 ladles of water into a pot, and ignited a fire to simmer a large pot of thick corn porridge. Next, he moved the griddle outside, placing it upon the brick stove in the backyard, igniting a fire beneath it. Subsequently, he scooped 2 large ladles of sorghum flour into a ceramic basin, mixing in half a ladle of water to achieve a thin batter, which he carried outside. With a brush of bean oil across the griddle, he poured a ladle of the sorghum batter onto it, spreading it evenly with a spatula. Moments later, a delicate yellow sorghum pancake emerged. Gently lifting the edges with a spatula, he transferred it to a prepared mat beside him. Wang Dashan repeatedly crafted over 20 pancakes, exhausting the batter in the ceramic basin. At this juncture, Wang Zhengfeng had also stir-fried a bowl of shredded potatoes at the kitchen stove. The pair brought a Western-style table into the courtyard, setting forth the pancakes, steamed buns, potato shreds, pickled vegetables, and freshly washed green onions from the garden, each filling their bowls with thick corn porridge and beginning their meal. Though this youthful body was accustomed to such plain fare, the soul of Wang Dashan, reborn, yearned for the flavors of home, and after a day of labor, he was undeniably famished. He rolled the pancakes with shredded potatoes and green onions, accompanied by pickles, savoring each bite of pancake alongside the thick corn porridge. Relishing the delightful flavors, he slurped down 3 large bowls of porridge, consumed 6 pancakes, and 2 steamed buns, before setting down his utensils, contentedly releasing a satisfied burp. Once they finished their meal and tidied up, darkness enveloped the sky. The temple had no electricity, the wires yet to be installed, and the oil lamps cast a dim glow, making all activities cumbersome, which made Wang Dashan long for the technological advancements of his previous life. The day had also brought a measure of fright. Although both had witnessed much bloodshed on the battlefield, it was never a comfortable experience, unless absolutely necessary. Who would desire to take a life? The two could only wash up and retire to bed early, gradually digesting the unease in their hearts. Lying in bed, Wang Dashan contemplated what game he might pursue in the mountains the following day. Large animals were surely out of the question. There was no firearm in the temple to hunt big game. Previously, there had been a Springfield rifle, manufactured by Americans in the 1920s, but after nearly 60 years, it had long since become unusable, akin to scrap metal. It seemed necessary to find a way to acquire a firearm, preferably a semi-automatic one. Otherwise, should they encounter large carnivorous beasts like bears, Siberian tigers, or leopards, their only option would be to flee. Some would question, aren't you a special forces soldier? Can't you hunt with a bow and arrow? One must not place blind faith in special forces. They are mere mortals, not deities. They too can be injured, bleed, and perish. A bow and arrow lacks the range of a firearm and is heavily influenced by external conditions. Hitting a moving target from 50 meters away is a daunting task. Imagine facing a leopard. If one fails to strike within 50 meters, the creature can close the distance in a mere 2 seconds, its sharp claws capable of tearing one apart. And then, there would be no further narrative. If fortune smiles, the entire village might enjoy a feast. If misfortune strikes, you would merely become a meal for the wild beast. Without firearms, one can only hunt smaller game. Fortunately, a hunting bow, a dozen arrows, and a slingshot are within reach, suitable for catching small animals such as wild chickens and squirrels. The fur of the squirrel can be exchanged for money at the commune. While not particularly valuable in this era, a discerning buyer may offer a price far superior to that of the supply and marketing cooperative. Contemplating these matters, Wang Dashan drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence, and at the break of dawn, his biological clock awakened him promptly. He rolled out of bed, donned his attire, and secured his mixed bun hairstyle. Indeed, dear benefactors, you read that correctly. The young Wang Dashan wore his hair bound, a tradition inherent to Taoist heritage. Although Qingfeng Temple adheres to the orthodox Taoist path, the Wang family also comprises fire-living Taoists, those who practice within their homes. Qingshan Taoist Wang Zhengfeng insisted that Wang Dashan uphold the customs of Taoism by binding his hair. At the tender age of 10, Wang Zhengfeng had performed the initiation rite for Wang Dashan. Signifying his recognition as a Taoist, the initiation certificate serves as identification for monks and Taoists, established since the Northern Song dynasty. Since that moment, Wang Dashan had been acknowledged as a Taoist by the sect, albeit without a Taoist name, as per the temple's regulations, which bestow names only upon disciples upon reaching adulthood. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed Wang Zhengfeng practicing the 8 brocade qigong. Wang Dashan promptly joined in, adopting a stance and executing a sequence of 5 spirits form intent boxing, demonstrating the techniques of chopping, drilling, bursting, kanoniying, and horizontal movements with remarkable vigor. After completing the set, he was already slightly perspiring. Not resting, he strapped sandbags to his legs and began to gather his energy for leaps. He jumped 100 times in succession, thoroughly drenched in sweat. At this juncture, the sky began to brighten. The grandfather and grandson, having finished their martial practice, seated themselves on the meditation cushions in the main hall of Lingxiao Temple to commence their morning prayers. Wang Zhengfeng struck a bronze bell, and the chanting commenced. They began with the Scripture of Tranquility, followed by the Heart Seal Sutra, then the Disaster Repelling and Life Protecting Sutra, and concluded with the Disaster Dispelling and Calamity Exorcising Sutra. Upon the completion of the Western Tao scriptures, daylight had fully arrived. After washing up and partaking in a simple breakfast, Wang Dashan addressed Wang Zhengfeng, saying, "Grandfather, our supply of rice is dwindling. I shall venture into the mountains to procure some game and trade it at the supply and marketing cooperative for provisions." Initially, Wang Zhengfeng felt a tinge of concern, as Wang Dashan had never hunted alone in the mountains before. His previous attempts at capturing hares and wild chickens had been near the temple, never straying far. However, recalling Wang Dashan's prowess in dispatching the bandit known as Old Two the day before and observing the eagerness in his eyes, he could not bring himself to dissuade him. He simply cautioned, "Do not wander too far and return promptly. Whether you succeed in your hunt is of little consequence. Your safety is paramount." With a reassuring nod, he set about preparing his gear for the ascent into the mountains. Wang Dashan first slung his hunting bow over his shoulder, secured a quiver of arrows at his waist, and tucked a slingshot into his belt. He then hoisted a basket filled with matches, salt, a water flask, beast traps, ropes, and more. Grasping a machete and a carving knife, he embarked on his journey. Following the path behind the Taoist temple along the Bailong stream, he collected several smooth pebbles, each approximately 1 centimeter in diameter, to use as ammunition for his slingshot. After an hour of hiking, he arrived at a cool valley known as Erdeaguzi. This secluded glen, thick with underbrush, was particularly favored by wild boars during the summer, leading to frequent encounters with these creatures. Wang Dashan paused to examine the ground for signs of boar activity, and upon spotting some tracks, he set a few traps before continuing onward. After traversing 2 more hilltops, he entered a red pine forest, home to majestic trees over a century old. This was a favored nesting ground for squirrels, promising a bountiful harvest. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a wild chickeness call. It flew past him and landed near a shrub, within 20 meters of his position. Swiftly, he retrieved the slingshot from his waist, loaded it with a pebble, took aim, and with a sharp crack, the wild chicken fell to the ground. Approaching the fallen bird, he quickly dispatched it by twisting its neck and placed it into his basket, a promising start to his venture. Resuming his trek, he soon reached the red pine forest. Wang Dashan slowed his pace, treading carefully so as not to startle the squirrels. Indeed, the number of squirrels was remarkable. One must not underestimate these creatures. They are remarkably alert. Upon sensing any presence of humans or other animals, they swiftly retreat, either seeking refuge in tree hollows or fleeing to distant locales to conceal their nests. Squirrels are known for their diligent food storage habits, often filling their nests with an impressive array of provisions, including pine nuts, walnuts, and chestnuts. A single squirrel's nest can hold a staggering amount of food, sometimes exceeding 100 pounds, which is quite extraordinary. For squirrels, a well-stocked larder provides a sense of security. As a rodent, while squirrels have numerous predators, most find it challenging to capture them due to their agility. Squirrels are adept at evading danger, even from snakes, making them rather elusive prey. However, for Wang Dashan, none of this posed a significant challenge. Truth be told, when armed with a slingshot, he could hit a stationary target from 30 meters with unwavering precision. Thus, he concealed himself behind a thicket, raising his slingshot as he sought out the squirrels among the red pines. Once a squirrel peeked out, it was met with a well-aimed pebble. In this red pine forest, the squirrels were plentiful. Within 2 hours, his basket already held over 20 squirrels, each one dispatched with a single shot, filling him with great pride. He had initially contemplated raiding a couple of squirrel nests, but decided against it due to a lack of bags. With the day's mission nearly accomplished, he had gathered a substantial haul, 20 sizable squirrels that could fetch nearly 60 yuan if he found the right buyer. Without further delay, Wang Dashan began his journey back. Upon reaching the lower clasp, Wang Dashan observed the stillness and chose to disregard it, deciding to return in a couple of days to collect the catch. Reflecting on this, he retraced his steps to a small pond beside a waterfall in Bailong Creek. Although modest in size, the pond was teeming with catfish, visible to the naked eye. Wang Dashan skillfully fashioned a wooden spear and, with precision, plunged it into the water, successfully hauling up a catfish weighing over 2 pounds. With another thrust, he retrieved a second fish, also exceeding a pound. The 3-pound catch would suffice for a hearty meal for him and his grandson. The wild catfish from the streams of Changbai Mountain lacked any muddy flavor, and when stewed with eggplant, the dish was nothing short of exquisite. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. Even for someone like Wang Dashan, who had dined at state banquets in his previous life, the mere recollection of wild catfish stewed with eggplant was enough to make him swallow in anticipation. Continuing towards the Taoist temple, Wang Dashan paused when he was half an hour's walk from home. Using rudimentary tools, he fashioned several traps, planning to return the next day to check them, certain that they would yield more meat. His youthful body craved sustenance. Without further delay, he hastened back to the temple. Before he could reach the entrance, he spotted Wang Zhengfeng anxiously peering towards the west. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief. The affection of a grandfather stirred deep emotions within Wang Dashan. Back already? Did you encounter any wild beasts? Wang Zhengfeng inquired, scanning Wang Dashan from head to toe. Rest assured, Grandpa, nothing of concern occurred. Today's haul was quite substantial, Wang Dashan replied, lowering the bamboo basket to showcase his catch. Grandpa, I hunted 26 squirrels, 1 pheasant, and caught 2 catfish. We shall prepare the catfish stewed with eggplant for dinner, and afterward, I'll head to the commune to sell the squirrels for some grain. Excellent. I will start cooking right away. Just wait for me, Wang Zhengfeng responded, carrying the bamboo basket towards the backyard. The meal was extraordinarily gratifying. Wild catfish stewed with eggplant and spicy stir-fried pheasant. Wang Dashan felt that he had never tasted a more delightful meal in his life. How sweet is the water of my homeland. How beautiful are its people. It is the flavors of home that bring the greatest joy. After finishing their meal, Wang Dashan and Wang Zhengfeng skinned and gutted the squirrels they had hunted, separating the fur from the flesh and placing the remnants back into the bamboo basket. Wang Dashan then shouldered the basket and descended the mountain towards the commune. Chapter 4. Selling the pelts. The commune associated with Bailong Valley was known as Hongqi Township Commune. Though referred to as a commune, it essentially functioned as the headquarters of the forestry farm. In the late 1950s, in response to the People's Commune movement and to enhance socialist rural development, Hongqi Township was reformed into the Hongqi Township People's Commune. This commune encompassed 12 brigades and 108 production teams, serving more than 600 households and employing over 150,000 workers. A decade later, the Debation Administrative Office transferred the management of the Hongqi Forestry Farm to the county, thus establishing a dual administration model where the Township Party Committee of Hongqi Commune and Hongqi Forestry Farm operated under a unified leadership with separate titles. maintaining an administrative level equivalent to a deputy division. Wang Dashan had no established channels for sales. Entering the commune felt akin to a naive chess player, taking each step without foresight. In those times, farmers seeking to sell goods had but one legitimate avenue: to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative. As for illegal avenues, any transaction involving selling to others is inherently unlawful. After all, engaging in speculation while exploiting the socialist framework renders one a public enemy. Yet, now that we are in the third year of reform and opening up, with less than 4 years until the private economy is fully liberated, an increasing number of small merchants and vendors have begun to take to the streets, improving their livelihoods through trade, and the emergence of affluent households is quietly beginning. The commune has become increasingly lenient towards small transactions. As long as there are no reports, no one meddles in affairs. Wang Dashan first arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. He had no intention of selling squirrel pelts to the cooperative, as their prices were too low. He merely wished to inquire about the pricing. Upon entering, he found 2 middle-aged women at the counter, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, a mere boy of 15 or 16, they paid him no mind and continued their chatter. With no other option, Wang Dashan approached and asked, "Comrades, I wish to sell some gray squirrel meat and pelts. What price could you offer?" Upon hearing Wang Dashan's intent to sell, one of the clerks turned and shouted, "Director, there is someone selling goods." Within moments, a bald, portly man in his 40s hurried out from the office. The director had a friendly demeanor, yet his smile bore a hint of shrewdness. He looked at Wang Dashan and asked, "Little brother, what do you wish to sell? Show me what you have." "I have some gray squirrel meat and pelts," Wang Dashan replied, setting down his bamboo basket. The director rummaged through the contents, selecting and inspecting. "Your gray squirrels are relatively fresh, and the pelts are intact. How about this? I'll offer you 50 cents for each squirrel and 1 yuan for each pelt. What do you think?" He smiled broadly at Wang Dashan. After hearing the offer, Wang Dashan shouldered his basket and turned to leave without a word. Just as he stepped out of the cooperative, the director rushed after him, grasping his arm. Hey, little brother, don't go. We can negotiate, we can discuss this." Wang Dashan replied, "I cannot accept this price." He attempted to walk away again. The director quickly detained him once more, saying, "Little brother, would you like to sell your pelts at a better price? If so, let us talk over there." He gestured towards the wall beside the cooperative, unsure of the director's intentions. Wang Dashan regarded him with skepticism, but ultimately followed him to the side. The director, seeing that Wang Dashan had complied, said, "Little brother, I want to keep anything from you. If the cooperative buys your items, this is the price they will offer. However, if you wish to sell at a higher price, I can guide you to a better opportunity." "What opportunity?" Wang Dashan inquired. "I have a nephew who specializes in purchasing such pelts. He can offer you a premium price of 2 yuan and 50 cents for each. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan felt a surge of excitement within, recognizing the fortune that had come his way. Though internally elated, he maintained his composure and replied, "In the black market of the provincial capital, a gray squirrel pelt can fetch up to 8 yuan. Your offer of 2 yuan and 50 cents is far too low. I cannot sell at that price." In truth, Wang Dashan was unaware of the actual market price for gray squirrel pelts in the provincial capital, and the figure of 8 yuan was merely a casual assertion. However, these words bore a different significance in the ears of Director Bai, who was not easily deceived. In truth, Director Bai's nephew engaged in the collection of pelts, which were then sold in the provincial capital. There were brokers in the provincial capital who specialized in acquiring various types of pelts, subsequently selling them to state-owned leather factories in Jiangnan or Beijing, where a single pelt could yield profits thrice the purchase price. The business conducted by his nephew was, in essence, a partnership with Director Bai. Noticing Wang Dashan's dissatisfaction with the offered price, Director Bai resolutely declared, 3 yuan, no more. Any higher, and it wouldn't be profitable even if sold in the provincial capital. After deliberating for a while, Wang Dashan agreed, recognizing that 3 yuan was a fair price. At present, he lacked the means to sell the pelts in the provincial capital, and even if he could, he had no idea to whom he would sell them. Moreover, the squirrel pelts were too small. Making a trip to the provincial capital solely for them would be unwise. Thus, he decided to sell them directly to Director Bai's nephew for convenience's sake. Seeing Wang Dashan's acceptance, Director Bai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Young man, follow me." He led Wang Dashan through a couple of alleys to a small courtyard. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of pelts hanging everywhere: mink, fox, squirrel, wolf, and more. Wang Dashan even spotted a bear pelt. Though small, it was a rare find. In the courtyard, a burly man in his 30s was cleaning a pelt. Upon noticing Director Bai, the man's face broke into a smile as he exclaimed, "Ah, uncle has come. Who is this young brother?" The man had thick eyebrows, a square face, and a rugged appearance, with a 5-centimeter scar on his left cheek that appeared to be from a wild beast. Director Bai introduced. "This young man has over 20 intact gray squirrel pelts, and I have helped him acquire them at 3 yuan each. I brought him here for you to transact." The burly man chuckled. "Ah, gray squirrel pelts are not easily obtained. One cannot use a gun, or it would be ruined. It seems this young brother is quite the hunter." He then began inspecting Wang Dashan's basket. After a thorough examination, pleased with the quality and condition of the pelts, he said, "These are excellent. 3 yuan it is, I will take them." He then went inside to retrieve the payment. Wang Dashan carefully laid out the pelts on the ground, totaling 26 gray squirrel pelts, and the burly man handed him 78 yuan. "Young brother, I am Su Jiangwo, and I buy pelts here. Feel free to come to me whenever you have good pelts," he offered. Wang Dashan quickly replied, "Thank you, brother Jiangwo. My name is Wang Dashan, and I will definitely seek you out when I have pelts." Su Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. Director Bai then addressed Wang Dashan, "Young man, I shall call you Dasha from now on. I am Lu, the director of our commune's supply and marketing cooperative. In the future, if you have quality goods, you can come to me. For pelts, you can first approach Jiangwo, but for other quality items, seek me out, and I will arrange for someone to purchase them at a high price." "Understood. Thank you, Director Lu. I will certainly come to you for quality goods." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "What about this gray squirrel meat?" Director Lu laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall extend my kindness to the fullest and introduce you to a buyer. Come along." With that, he exchanged a greeting with Su Jiangwo and led Wang Dashan out. Director Lu led Wang Dashan towards the forestry station's headquarters. Upon arrival, he navigated with familiarity to the logistics department of the station. There, he brought Wang Dashan to the entrance of one of the modest bungalows, and before stepping inside, he called out, Old Lin, I have some business to introduce to you." Chapter 5. The First Pot of Gold. Hearing this, Director Lin of the logistics department emerged with a smile, exclaiming, "What brings Director Lu here? Please come in." He gestured for the 2 men to enter his office. With a grin, Director Lu pointed at Wang Dashan and said, "This young man is Wang Dashan, an excellent hunter. He just caught over 20 gray rats today, and I thought they looked quite fresh, so I brought him over to you." Director Lin's face lit up with delight, as it was indeed a fortuitous moment. In these times of scarcity and rising prices, finding good food was a challenge. The logistics department managed the sustenance for over 30,000 people at the forestry station. Ensuring the workers were fed was no small feat, let alone providing for the leaders. Given that the forestry station was a significant establishment in the region, it faced incessant inspections and visits from higher authorities. It was a daunting task to prepare something delectable for these visiting officials to ensure their satisfaction. Eagerly, Director Lin turned to Wang Dashan, saying, "So, Dashan, let me see your gray rat meat. If it's fresh, I will certainly offer you a good price." Wang Dashan promptly placed the bamboo basket on the ground, allowing Director Lin to inspect the contents. There was little to scrutinize. Director Lin picked up one of the gray rats, took a whiff, nodded in satisfaction, and said to Wang Dashan, "The meat is good. I'll take it. How many do you have?" Wang Dashan quickly replied, "There are 20 in total." In truth, he had caught 26 squirrels, sold the pelts, and kept 6 at home for his own consumption. "All right, 20 it is. How does $1.50 per rat sound?" This price was quite favorable. A mature squirrel weighed around a pound, and after skinning, it would yield approximately 7 ounces, equating to $2 per pound of meat. It was noteworthy that at that time, farm pork was selling for about 68 cents per pound, while wild boar meat was only 30 cents. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dashan agreed. Following this, Director Lin took the squirrels to the adjacent canteen, and Wang Dashan accepted the $30 handed over by Director Lin, then turned to both directors, saying, "Director Lin, Director Lu, it's nearly mealtime. I would like to treat you both to a meal at the state-run restaurant as a token of gratitude for your assistance in securing a good price for my gray rats." The 2 directors exchanged glances, each recognizing the mutual desire in the other's eyes. Director Lu chuckled, "All right then, let us allow you to treat us." The trio left the forestry headquarters, laughing and chatting, and arrived at the state-run restaurant. Wang Dashan sought their opinions, glancing at the menu displayed on a small blackboard. He ordered 5 dishes and a soup: stewed wild chicken with hazelnuts, braised ribbon fish, fish-flavored shredded pork, sauced pig estrotters, and cold mixed noodles, along with a winter melon and shrimp meatball soup. He also ordered a bottle of baijiu and a box of cigarettes, and the three began their meal. Wang Dashan, having lived 2 lives, was nearing the venerable age of 80. In his previous incarnation, he served as a high-ranking military officer, possessing social skills that were unparalleled by most. With the intention of fostering a good rapport with the 2 gentlemen before him, he adopted a humble demeanor, swiftly winning their favor. They insisted on addressing him as an uncle, rather than by his title. After several rounds of toasts, Director Lin raised a glass and said to Wang Dashan, "My dear Dashan, allow your uncle to toast you. In the future, should you hunt any game in the mountains, feel free to bring it to your Uncle Lin. I assure you, I shall not let you suffer any loss." Delighted by this offer, Wang Dashan eagerly raised his glass, clinking it with Director Lin's before downing its contents in one go. Afterward, he refilled the glasses for both Lin and himself, then turned to Director Lu, stating, "Today, I must express my gratitude to you, Uncle Lu. Not only did you help me sell my gray squirrels for a good price, but you also introduced me to Director Lin. I owe you another toast." He clinked glasses with Lu once more. Both Lin and Lu were overjoyed, feeling an affinity for this newly acquainted nephew. Wang Dashan's unique demeanor, marked by a serene confidence, set him apart from the other villagers. Furthermore, the gray squirrels he brought were unblemished, indicating a remarkable hunting skill that piqued their interest in forming a connection. They resolved that any future mountain goods they wished to sell would first be offered to him. Seeing that the atmosphere was favorable, Wang Dashan then said, "Uncle Lu, I wish to purchase some grain and daily necessities from the supply and marketing cooperative in substantial quantities, but I lack grain tickets. Could you assist me?" As the director of the cooperative, Lu was certainly familiar with the grain station's manager, and if he were willing to help, it would likely pose no problem. "Is that all? Dashan, since you call me uncle, I shall assist you with this matter. Just prepare a list and an address, and tomorrow I will send someone to deliver it to you." Wang Dashan was overjoyed at this response and quickly requested the waiter to bring him pen and paper to compile his list. Upon reviewing it, Director Lu noted 200 jin of rice, 200 jin of flour, and 20 jin of soybean oil to be delivered to Qingfeng Temple in Bilangu, adjacent to the mountains. The quantities were not excessive, and since he lacked grain tickets, the prices would be slightly higher. For the rice, I can offer you 5 jiao per jin. For the flour 3 jiao, and for the soybean oil 7 jiao per jin. How does that sound? If agreeable, I will arrange for a mule cart to deliver it tomorrow, and you can add 2 yuan for the transportation fee. Wang Dashan calculated silently and realized that the prices were indeed higher than those with grain tickets, but only marginally so. An additional 2 fun for rice and flour, and 1 jiao for the oil. Considering that over 400 jin of grain would require 2 hours for transport to the temple, the 2 yuan fee was quite reasonable. With this in mind, he responded, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Director Lu then instructed the waiter to fetch an abacus, and with a flurry of clicking sounds, he calculated the total to be 72 yuan. As Wang Dashan reached for his money, Lu halted him. "The payment will be made upon delivery tomorrow to the person bringing the goods." Wang Dashan agreed. Having concluded his business, Wang Dashan raised his glass in a toast. In no time, both hosts and guests were indulged in merriment, engaging in spirited exchanges, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. After a while, the feast came to a close. Wang Dashan settled the bill, which amounted to a mere 6 yuan. Having accomplished his business, he felt no regret. After bidding farewell to Lin and Lu, he made his way to Qingfeng Temple at Bilangu. He had earned a total of 108 yuan today, which was equivalent to the salary of a commune cadre at level 23 for 2 months, not an insignificant sum. However, he had also expended 79 yuan on purchasing grain, an essential expense, for otherwise, he and his grandfather would have to endure hunger. Having lived a hard life, Wang Dashan felt a profound responsibility and duty to provide a better existence for his grandfather. Spending on fine grains was inconsequential. In the future, when fortune smiled upon him, they would indulge in the finest provisions, ensuring a life of comfort for the 2 of them. Upon returning to Qingfeng Temple, the sky had darkened. Wang Jingfeng was anxiously waiting at the temple gate, and upon seeing Wang Dashan return, his expression relaxed. He promptly inquired why Wang Dashan had returned so late. Wang Dashan recounted the events of the afternoon, and then presented 100 yuan to his grandfather for purchasing grain. Upon learning that Wang Dashan had bought 400 jin of fine grain, Wang Zhengfeng chided him for his extravagant spending, questioning the necessity of consuming only fine grains. Wang Dashan quickly reassured him, "Grandfather, simply enjoy your meals. In the future, I will often venture into the mountains to hunt. We will undoubtedly lead a prosperous life." Hearing this, Wang Zhengfeng felt a twinge of regret for his inability to provide for Wang Dashan. Yet he was relieved that Wang Dashan could now hunt and earn a living. With the grain already purchased, he decided to let it be. After a night of silence, the following morning, Wang Dashan continued his routine with martial arts practice and morning lessons, followed by a brief study of medical texts. By 10 a.m., the mule cart from the supply and marketing cooperative arrived at the temple gate. Wang Dashan assisted in unloading the cart, handed over the payment to his grandfather, and after sending off the grain delivery person, he shared lunch with his grandfather before heading back into the mountains. Today, he intended to check the traps he had set yesterday, without venturing too far, even opting not to inspect the animal traps. Allowing the traps to remain for another couple of days would reduce the risk of alerting any caught animals, as they would be exhausted rather than dead. As he had yet to acquire a gun, safety was paramount in his hunting endeavors. Wang Dashan strolled along Bailong Creek towards the location of his traps, foraging for any edible plants along the way. Before long, his bamboo basket was half filled with young willow shoots, and he had discovered several wild chicken eggs nestled in a grassy nest. Upon returning, he sought the willow shoots, creating a delectable dish, a true delight of the earthly realm. Arriving at the site of his traps, he discovered a plump wild rabbit ensnared. Its head was caught in the trap, and its hind legs were frantically kicking. Clearly, it was a fresh catch. After removing the rabbit and swiftly breaking its neck, he placed it in his bamboo basket. He then inspected the other traps, finding nothing ensnared. Consequently, he relocated several traps, adding some corn kernels as bait, and resumed his wait for potential quarry. Noticing that time was still on his side, Wang Dashan prepared to ascend the mountain to gather mushrooms. This area is a sunlit slope, but Wang Dashan must make his way to the shaded side of the mountain. The foothills of Changbai Mountain are not particularly high, nor is the distance great. After approximately an hour of walking, Wang Dashan arrived at a shaded spot. This location rarely sees the sun's first rays, making it an ideal habitat for fungal growth. Slowly, he began to gather some common mushrooms, porcini, hazel mushrooms, and purple mushrooms. In no time, he filled half a basket. He even stumbled upon a small patch of matsutake mushrooms, characterized by their stout heads and long necks, each one vividly distinct. Although their appearance might seem somewhat unrefined, their flavor is exquisite. Matsutake simmered with dragon chicken broth is so fresh, it could make one wish to savor it with every bite. It is indeed a splendid era, brimming with such treasures. Were this to occur 40 years hence, a pound of such quality matsutake would command at least 400 yuan. Yet now, they can be found with little effort. Wang Dashan, without hesitation, dug them all up with his knife. Nature's bounty is a stroke of luck for those fortunate enough to encounter it. Once he finished harvesting the matsutake, Wang Dashan rose, preparing to return to the temple. After taking a few steps, beneath a towering linden tree, he spotted a cluster of bright red berries, numbering over a dozen. Beneath the fruit, several short stems emerged, each adorned with a few pointed leaves. Counting the leafy stems, he found 5 in total. Goodness, 5-leaf ginseng! Wang Dashan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. In Chapter 6, The Ginseng Discovery, Wang Dashan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly dancing with delight. The discovery of ginseng signified that his luck was extraordinarily favorable. According to the old mountain folk, ginseng is the essence of the earth's and sky's spiritual energies combined. Historical records of ginseng's medicinal use date back to the southern and northern dynasties. By the Sui and Tang dynasties, ginseng was referred to as grass demon or earth spirit. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, its medicinal properties had been fully mythologized. It was believed that those on the brink of death could extend their lives by consuming ginseng broth. Furthermore, ginseng is known for its ability to replenish vital energy, restore circulation, fortify the spleen and lungs, and nourish blood. The older the ginseng, the greater its efficacy. A century-old ginseng may not resurrect the dead, but folklore surrounds it with an almost mythical reverence, making it a rare find, often only passed down through royal courts. In truth, such century-old wild mountain ginseng is exceedingly rare. For a ginseng root to reach a century in age is no small feat. Setting aside threats from birds and insects, the gatherers in Changbai Mountain annually scour the area for ginseng, leaving little behind. Even if future generations could ascertain the ideal growing conditions for wild ginseng in Changbai Mountain, not every location that fits the criteria necessarily yields ginseng. Where does ginseng truly thrive? According to superstitious beliefs, places where ginseng grows are often said to be infused with purple energy above and earth energy below. Only where these energies intertwine can ginseng flourish. However, who can truly comprehend the essence of earth energy? After all, the Taoist arts of feng shui and the techniques of seeking dragon veins and atmospheric energies have long been lost to time. Let us set aside idle chatter and return to Wang Dashan. He swiftly approached the ginseng, carefully examining this 5-leaf specimen, pondering how best to excavate it. Today, it is certainly too late to dig. The day has grown old, and it is likely past 4 in the afternoon. To venture out now, not to mention the uncertainty of when one might unearth anything, is imprudent, especially given the absence of any tools for harvesting ginseng. Should an error occur and the delicate roots be harmed, not only would the price diminish, but the ginseng could also succumb to decay, leading to profound regret. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dashan carefully removed a copper coin from the red cord around his neck and gently tied it to the ginseng. This coin, a relic from the 5 emperors, specifically the Kangxi Tongbao, served as a talisman carried by the masters of the Qingfeng Temple throughout the ages, utilized for divination and seeking celestial insights. Following the establishment of the nation, with the advent of various movements, the myriad of superstitions and charlatans were eradicated, leaving only a few remnants. Who would dare promote feudal superstition now? Even the orthodox Taoist Qingfeng Temple of the Wang family faced destruction at the hands of the Red Guards. Had it not been for Wang Zhengfeng's background in the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army and the presence of several old comrades ensuring the safety of his family, along with the temple's secluded location in the mountains, he might have been dragged out to face all manner of ideological struggles. Nonetheless, even the sacred statues within the temple had suffered damage. Tying the red cord to the ginseng serves to prevent it from vanishing. Though this may be regarded as a superstition, it is a tradition upheld by generations of ginseng harvesters. It is said that ginseng is a mystical being, drawn to absorb the essence of the earth and sky. Once the vitality of one location is depleted, it will migrate to another to continue its sustenance. Binding the ginseng with red string is believed to confine its movement, thus allowing the harvester to extract it with ease. While Wang Dashan may not subscribe to such beliefs, he understands that to be a true ginseng harvester, adherence to tradition is paramount. With the red string securely fastened, he then took his hatchet and stripped a section of bark from a nearby linden tree, inscribing upon it, "On the 10th day of the 5th month of the Gongxin year, Wang Dashan, the mountain traveler, discovered a 5-leaf ginseng." Humbly thanking the mountain deity for this gift, after carving the inscription, he slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder and made his way back without a glance behind. The sun was already dipping low. If he delayed any longer, his father would surely worry. Upon returning to the temple, he found Wang Zhengfeng deep in meditation. With his hair styled in a traditional bun, his long beard flowing, and donned in a simple white robe, he exuded an ethereal presence. Wang Dashan, seeing this, chose not to disturb him and instead retreated to the kitchen. He rinsed rice, kindled a fire, and set a pot of rice to steam. Next, he prepared a rabbit from the bamboo basket, skinning it, draining the blood, cleaning the innards, and chopping it into small pieces, while also washing some ginger, scallions, and garlic. Once the oil in the pan was hot, he added the ginger and garlic, followed by the rabbit meat, stirring vigorously. As the meat changed color, he added star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, continuing to stir before pouring in a generous amount of soy sauce, a spoonful of yellow bean paste, a splash of white wine, and a few pieces of rock sugar, then covering the meat with water and allowing it to simmer gently. While the rabbit meat continued to stew, Wang Dashan ventured to the vegetable garden behind the temple, unearthing 2 roots of yam, which he cleaned and peeled, chopping them into segments. He also retrieved the young shoots of willow herb from the basket, rinsing and chopping them as well, setting them aside for later use. When the rabbit meat was nearly cooked, he added a handful of coarse salt in the yam, allowing it to continue simmering on low heat for a while longer. As the time drew near, Wang Dashan added 2 more pieces of firewood and lifted the lid of the pot, allowing the flames to reduce the broth. At this moment, the aroma of rabbit meat had permeated the entire house, and merely inhaling it was enough to make one's mouth water. Wang Dashan's mouth watered profusely, and he swallowed repeatedly, yearning for a hearty bowl of rabbit meat mixed with rice. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he extracted a piece of rabbit meat from the pot and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, only to find it scalding hot, causing him to hiss and blow on it incessantly. However, it was utterly delicious. By now, the broth of the rabbit stew had thickened to a velvety consistency. After ladling out the rabbit meat, Wang Dashan washed the pot and stir-fried a dish of young willow sprouts with eggs. He then carried the dishes to the courtyard, serving 2 bowls of rice for his grandfather. This meal was consumed by Wang Dashan with the voracity of a ravenous beast, as if he were a starving soul reborn. He devoured 3 large bowls in one go, finally setting down his chopsticks with a sense of satisfaction. It was no wonder that the two of them had previously endured a life of hardship, with an appetite like Wang Dashan's. It would be a challenge for even a robust man in his 30s, let alone his elderly grandfather, Wang Jingfeng, to provide for him. After all, hunters relied on the whims of nature, and no matter how skilled one was, a lack of game rendered their talents futile. Fortunately, Wang Dashan was now a reincarnated version of himself, possessing not only remarkable abilities, but also the skills for tracking and hunting. Although he did not yet own a firearm, his skills would ensure that the two of them would be well fed. That night, as he lay in bed, Wang Dashan found himself unable to sleep, excitement coursing through him at the thought of discovering a 5th-grade ginseng. He tossed and turned, contemplating how much he could sell this treasure for, and what he should purchase with the proceeds. First, he would buy a gun and perhaps raise a few good hunting dogs. He envisioned renovating the Taoist temple and resculpting the statues of the 3 pure ones. No, that wouldn't do. The money from a single 5th-grade ginseng might not suffice. It would be wiser to wait until he had more funds and then rebuild the temple from the ground up, devising ways to ensure its prosperity. It was not merely about profit. After all, his ancestors had been Taoists, and he himself was a practitioner. Faith should never be abandoned. He dreamed of taking on disciples, imparting the wisdom of Taoist health practices and physical fitness, promoting traditional culture, and spreading the spirit of Taoism. He even envisioned acquiring the surrounding mountains for cultivating medicinal herbs and raising game, as hunting restrictions would tighten over the coming years, driving up the prices of Chinese medicinal herbs. These were all paths to prosperity. Though he did not aspire to immense wealth, he envisioned a life of abundance for himself and his grandfather, where both spiritual and material well-being flourished. And then, he would marry a beautiful wife and have 2 adorable children. Just thinking about it filled him with joy. In a haze of delightful daydreams, Wang Dashan eventually drifted off to sleep. The following day, he awoke as usual, practicing his martial arts, reciting scriptures, and enjoying breakfast. After finishing breakfast, I ventured into the storeroom to retrieve the tools my grandfather had previously used, the digging stick, the hoe, and a quick draw pouch filled with essential items for ginseng harvesting, including deer bone markers, small curved knives, scissors, and a small saw. Today's objective was to excavate the sizable ginseng root. Extracting ginseng is a meticulous task that allows for no errors. Should a single root be severed, the ginseng's appearance and potency would be compromised, rendering it worthless. Wang Dashan wielded the digging stick, rhythmically tapping it along the ground, the copper coins affixed to it ringing with a crisp sound. The digging stick, an indispensable tool for ginseng harvesters in Changbai Mountain, measures approximately 5 feet 2 inches, symbolizing the quest for ginseng. At one end, a red cord is tied, adorned with several coins from the 5 emperors, preferably from the Kangxi or Qianlong eras, as ginseng harvesters believe these coins can attract good fortune and ward off misfortune. If 5 emperors' coins are unavailable, ordinary copper coins may suffice, but they must not bear the inscriptions of Daoguang or Guangxiu, as the character Guang is considered inauspicious. The tapping of the digging stick serves to startle snakes, rodents, and venomous insects while also signaling the presence of ginseng, making it an essential companion for those who traverse the mountains. Consequently, ginseng harvesters seldom replace their digging sticks. Some use the same stick throughout their lives, passing it down through generations until it is utterly worn out. Wang Dashan moved quickly, reaching the location where he had discovered the ginseng root the previous day in just over an hour. Upon arrival, he was relieved to find the ginseng still intact, the red cord adorned with 5 emperors' coins securely tied to the leaves. Following tradition, he recognized the necessity of offering a prayer to the mountain deity before harvesting ginseng. Seeking blessings for a successful endeavor, He calculated a suitable orientation, noting the date as the 11th day of the 5th month in the year of ginseng, and retrieved a piece of red cloth from his pouch, laying several fruits upon it. Lighting 3 incense sticks, he silently recited his prayer, "May the mountain deity bless me, and I express my gratitude for the treasures bestowed." After 3 bows to the ground, he concluded the ritual and commenced the harvest. Wang Dashan began by using the hoe to clear the surrounding vegetation, gently loosening the soil nearby. He then employed the deer bone marker to meticulously separate the earth from the ginseng roots, ensuring a cautious and gradual extraction. Harvesting ginseng is no trivial task. A gathering of no fewer than 3 and no more than 5 individuals is typically required. There is a cook responsible for meals, an assistant to the head harvester, and the head harvester himself, who leads the group in both observation and extraction. The act of harvesting ginseng is akin to a sacred ritual. Typically, only the head harvester is permitted to extract the ginseng, underscoring its preciousness and the considerable skill required to unearth it without blemish. Ginseng cannot be excavated using any tool other than the deer bone marker, as its durable material remains cool in summer and warm in winter, and most crucially, it does not harbor mold or decay over centuries. Thus, the deer bone marker ensures that no harmful spores contaminate the ginseng, preserving its integrity. Should the skin of a ginseng root be damaged by an iron tool during extraction, it would soon decay, rendering it unsaleable at a fair price. Conversely, using a deer bone pick, even if it grazes the ginseng skin, would not result in harm. Wang Dashan meticulously excavated and cleared the soil, exercising utmost caution. After laboring for the better part of the day, he finally unearthed this 5th-grade ginseng. Glancing at the sun, he realized it was already afternoon. He cut a piece of birch bark, gathered some moist moss, and used the native soil he had dug up as a cushion atop the bark, layering it with moss before placing the ginseng on top. He then carefully rolled the bark and placed it in a bamboo basket, successfully completing the extraction of the 5th-grade ginseng. Chapter 7. The parchment scroll. Wang Dashan was overwhelmingly exhilarated. The joy of unearthing a 5th-grade ginseng was unparalleled. His excitement stemmed not only from discovering the prized root, but also from the fact that this was the first time he had single-handedly extracted a ginseng. In both his past and present lives, he had never truly hunted in the mountains, nor had he ever independently brought back ginseng. His grandfather, after all, was quite advanced in age. Born during the reign of the Qing dynasty, his grandfather was already 53 years old when Wang Dashan was born. At such an age, a hunter accustomed to the rugged wilderness of northeast China lacked the physical stamina to venture into the mountains for hunting. Moreover, when Wang Dashan was just over 2 years old, his mother was taken back to the capital by family arrangements, disappearing without a trace. Wang Zhengfeng had to juggle the roles of both father and grandfather, leaving him no time to hunt or to take young Wang Dashan into the mountains. Thus, before the age of 15, Wang Dashan possessed little experience in the art of ginseng hunting. Now, however, he was capable of both hunting and successfully extracting a 5th-grade ginseng, a testament to his burgeoning skills in this craft, which instilled in him a newfound confidence. He firmly believed that with his abilities, he could earn enough money to provide a prosperous life for himself and his grandfather. Upon returning to the Taoist temple, Wang Dashan remained in high spirits, presenting the ginseng to Wang Zhengfeng. "Grandfather, look, I unearthed a 5th-grade ginseng today. Quite impressive, isn't it? Did you really extract this by yourself?" Wang Zhengfeng asked, astonished as he examined the root closely. "Indeed, I discovered it yesterday and only just managed to extract it today. You have no idea how much effort it took," Wang Dashan replied, brimming with pride. Wang Zhengfeng scrutinized the ginseng, finding no signs of damage. Very good, very good. This ginseng should fetch a handsome price," he remarked. Looking at Wang Dashan with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. "Grandfather, I plan to sell this ginseng to buy a 56 caliber rifle for easier hunting, and perhaps a few good dogs, so I can hunt larger game. Then, our lives will surely improve," Wang Dashan declared. "Very well, you may take charge of this matter," Wang Zhengfeng replied, casting another glance at Wang Dashan. "My boy, you have grown. I see you can hunt, extract ginseng, and earn money. This brings me great joy. I sincerely apologize for not being able to provide you with a comfortable life. From now on, this household is yours to manage, whatever you decide. Your grandfather will wholeheartedly support you." Upon concluding his words, he gently wiped the corners of his moist eyes with his sleeve. "I wish to cultivate a few more acres of land on the hillside behind our home, to grow some medicinal herbs. While I still possess the strength to do so, I can prepare some medicinal pills and earn a bit of income, Wang Dashan continued. Wang Dashan pondered this for a moment. In his vision for the future, he too intended to engage in the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Moreover, their ancestors had bequeathed numerous prescriptions for healing ailments and recipes for wellness, all of which he aspired to bring to fruition. He envisioned establishing a traditional Chinese medicine brand, which would not only benefit the community but also generate considerable wealth, truly a win-win situation. With this in mind, he refrained from opposing his grandfather's plans, merely advising, "Grandfather, while it is commendable for you to work, please do not overexert yourself. Take it easy. It would be counterproductive to strain your health. I am capable of earning a living now, so consider this a hobby. Engage in it if you wish, or take a break to recite scriptures and cultivate your spirit. At your age, you deserve to enjoy some peace and comfort." "Very well, very well, very well. I shall heed your words," Wang Dashan replied, his face radiating satisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed Wang Dashan, "Follow me." With that, he led Wang Dashan towards the main hall of Lingxiao Palace. Upon entering the hall, Wang Dashan first invited Wang Dashan to kneel with him on the mat and pay 3 respectful bows to the 3 purities ancestor. Then, he guided Wang Dashan to assist in shifting the statue of the supreme, pure Lingbao deity slightly aside. Subsequently, he pried open a section of the blue brick beneath, revealing a wooden box hidden within. He then carefully returned the Lingbao deity statue to its original position. The wooden box was clearly no ordinary item, though covered in dust. Its material appeared to be rosewood. The intricate patterns adorned on the box featured swirling cloud motifs at the corners and a prominent double fish design at the center, with engravings of the 8 immortals from the Western Zhou period. The box exuded an aura of ancient mystique. Wang Dashan retrieved a cloth and meticulously wiped the box, and after some exploration, it opened with a satisfying click. He then extracted a piece of sheepskin scroll from within. Wang Dashan, intrigued, wondered what it could be. Could it be a secret manual for cultivating immortality passed down from their ancestors? Or perhaps a treasure map compiled by generations of forebears? The thought filled him with excitement. Before he could fully revel in his anticipation, Wang Dashan spoke. "Our Wang family, since the 40th year of the Jiajing era, has journeyed from the city of Beijing to this land of pristine mountains and dark waters, establishing Qingfeng Temple. Our ancestors foresaw that this would be the place where the descendants would replace the Ming dynasty and assume control of the Central Plains. After establishing the temple here, our ancestors did not disseminate teachings, but instead dedicated themselves to healing through medicine, both to withdraw from the world and to accumulate virtue through good deeds. However, the income from practicing medicine was meager, and the Wang family had to rely on hunting and foraging for herbs to make a living. This sheepskin scroll records the discovery of ginseng of the 6th grade leaf and above by our ancestors from the Xuanji to the Republic era. They believed that ginseng is the essence of heaven and earth, a treasure among herbs, especially ginseng of the 6th grade leaf and above, which, having attained spiritual essence, should only be harvested in dire circumstances. Consequently, our family's prescriptions predominantly utilized ginseng of the 5th grade leaf and below, unless it was for sustaining life. We would never employ wild ginseng of the 6th grade leaf and above. Moreover, the ancestors of the Wang family had an ulterior motive, regardless of what legacy they bequeathed to future generations, be it a fortune or vast wealth. It could easily be squandered by unworthy descendants, or coveted by those in power. By leaving ginseng in the wild, should misfortune befall their progeny and they find themselves destitute, these ginseng roots could serve as a means for resurgence. Yet now, in this new era, the old customs have become obsolete. The Wang family has dwindled in numbers, leaving only you and me. What need is there to adhere to ancestral traditions? It would be better to excavate these roots to improve our lives, thereby expressing gratitude for the blessings bestowed by heaven." The sheepskin scroll recorded ginseng nests from a time long past. Some had already been unearthed by the Wang ancestors for medicinal purposes, while others had undoubtedly been taken by mountain gatherers. You may wish to investigate. They are concealed deep within the mountains and are not easily discovered. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan was overjoyed. At that moment, all thoughts of cultivating immortality or treasure maps were cast aside. Furthermore, since the establishment of the nation, the existence of mystical beings has been prohibited. If such beings ever existed, they might have long since perished. As for treasure maps, Any treasures unearthed from the ground belonged to the state. To hoard even a little would result in confiscation and imprisonment, or worse, a life sentence or execution. This map of ginseng nests is indeed advantageous. Once located, it can fetch a handsome price without any risk. Contemplating this, Wang Dashan could not help but marvel at the foresight of his ancestors, whose wisdom was as vast and profound as the boundless sky. Wang Zhengfeng handed the sheepskin scroll along with its case to Wang Dashan. Upon careful inspection, he observed that the map depicted a series of mountain ranges, inscribed with various place names. Each ginseng nest had detailed annotations, including the date of discovery, the number of ginseng roots, and their respective leaf grades. The scroll provided references for each nest, instructions on how to reach them, and notable landmarks along the way, all meticulously documented. Thus, he solemnly secured the sheepskin scroll and vowed, "Rest assured, Grandpa, I shall safeguard this diligently and will not reveal it to anyone. I will wait for the opportune moment to harvest the ginseng." Wang Zhengfeng nodded in approval and added, "Do not venture to gather ginseng without proper protection. The deep mountains can be perilous, and some places are even inaccessible to deities. Be cautious in your journey." After patting Wang Dashan on the shoulder, he said, "Now go. I will prepare a meal for you." As Wang Zhengfeng went to cook, Wang Dashan returned to his room and carefully examined the sheepskin scroll. It detailed over 20 ginseng nests, the oldest being a single 8-leaf ginseng root, along with 6 7-leaf and 17 6-leaf roots. This discovery could lead to immense wealth. Should all be unearthed, Wang Zhengfeng would instantly become a titan in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. One must ponder which family of traditional medicine possesses such a treasure. Of course, not all the ginseng nests would still exist. Some may have been harvested by others or consumed by animals. Yet, even if only half of the ginseng could be extracted, it would still be a remarkable achievement. One must understand that an 8-leaf ginseng root signifies 5 centuries of growth, while a 7-leaf root indicates 3 centuries, and a 6-leaf root starts at a minimum of 100 years. Who, in this day and age, could present even a single 7-leaf ginseng root? It was indeed a matter of great significance. Wang Dashan diligently committed the contents of the sheepskin scroll to memory, determined to retain every detail without the slightest forgetfulness. This knowledge would serve as his lifeline, even if he lost everything else. He would fear nothing with it in his possession. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, he was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. Curiosity piqued. Wang Dashan approached to open it, wondering if perhaps someone had come to seek healing at this hour. Upon opening the door, he was met by a disheveled man, gaunt and haggard, standing outside. The man appeared to be in his 20s, yet he bore the weariness of someone much older. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, the man fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head repeatedly as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Wang the young divine physician, for saving my dear mother alongside the Taoist priest." With that, he began to weep uncontrollably. Wang Dashan, taken aback, hurried to assist him in rising. At that moment, Wang Zhengfeng emerged from the kitchen, and upon recognizing the man, his heart sank. It was none other than Li Laowai's son. Wang Zhengfeng quickly joined Wang Dashan in helping the young man to his feet, offering words of solace. Death is an inevitable part of life. The deceased cannot return, and the living must carry on. Your father would not wish to see you in such despair. Despite the comfort, Li Laowai's son could not suppress his sobs, replying, "Taoist priest, I have come not only to express my gratitude to you and Wang the young divine physician, but also to seek your assistance." He then haltingly conveyed his request. Chapter 8. Selling ginseng and buying guns. It turned out that Li Laowai had but one son, named Li Yuanchao, who had taken a job 3 years prior at the Debation railway section as a track worker. During the recent calamity that befell the Li family, Li Yuanchao was away at work, leaving his home unprotected. Tragically, Li Laowai was murdered on the spot, and his grandson was drowned by the assailants in a water vat. Li Yuanchao's wife was also violated by 2 criminals, and having lost her son, she succumbed to despair, resolved to end her own life. That very night, before Li Yuanchao's return, she hung herself from the rafters with a hemp rope. When Li Laowai's elderly wife discovered her, it was too late. She was already cold to the touch. In the Northeast, it is believed that those who die violently cannot be mourned within the village, as it is considered inauspicious. Instead, the villagers must construct a mourning shelter outside the village. Li Yuanchao had come to request Wang Zhengfeng to perform a ritual of transcendence on the 7th day after Li Laowai's passing. hoping to ensure that the souls of the three deceased could find peace and be reborn swiftly, while also assuaging the fears of the villagers in Lijiaoan. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zhengfeng agreed. Although societal norms were gradually liberalizing, remnants of superstition lingered, yet some brave villagers dared to venerate the five immortals or sought out shamans when their children fell ill. The faith in shamanism was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Dabashan, a region historically significant to the Manchu. As long as one did not attract the attention of the authorities, they would remain untroubled. Furthermore, given the increasingly open societal climate, conducting a simple ritual would likely pose no significant issues. Having set the date for the ritual, Wang Zhengfeng provided Li Yuanchao with a list of materials needed and bade him farewell as he exited the mountain gate. The ceremony would require both grandfather and grandson to participate actively. For Wang Dashan, this was not a daunting task. From a young age, he had accompanied his grandfather to perform various rituals, prayers for blessings, expressions of gratitude, healing the sick, dispelling misfortunes, celebrating longevity, invoking spirits, purifying and crossing bridges, breaking prisons and lakes, and preparing offerings. In truth, he was well acquainted with the entire process of these ceremonies. However, in recent years, the villagers had refrained from openly conducting rituals. They would discreetly request them and secretly hold gatherings, keeping outsiders in the dark. After bidding farewell to Li Yuanchao, Wang Dashan lost interest in perusing the sheepskin scrolls. Glancing at the clock, it was still not quite 3 p.m., not too late. He hastily consumed 2 bowls of hand-pulled noodles made by Wang Zhengfeng before retrieving the ginseng to begin his preparation. The ginseng freshly unearthed from the mountains was still vibrant. If not properly processed, fresh ginseng could not be preserved for long. Although the ginseng was temporarily wrapped in its native soil and moss, which could keep it fresh for a short duration, the soil and moss contained bacteria that would eventually hasten the ginseng's decay. Thus, it was essential to process and dry the ginseng promptly after harvesting. Wang Dashan fetched a basin of clean water from the well in the backyard and immersed the ginseng in it. After approximately 15 minutes, he retrieved a soft brush and delicately cleaned the ginseng of its soil, from the tip to the root and down to the fine hairs, ensuring there was no damage, just as he had done when harvesting the ginseng. Once the soil was thoroughly removed, he filled another basin with water for a final rinse, completing the first step of the ginseng preparation. The next step involved laying the ginseng roots flat and placing them on the stone table in the backyard to sun-dry for 2 hours. During this time, he periodically turned the ginseng to ensure all parts received ample sunlight. After 1 hour, as the sun began to set, Wang Dashan gathered the ginseng, concluding today's efforts, knowing he would need to continue the drying process until the ginseng was completely dehydrated. On the following day, Wang Dashan remained at home to continue drying the ginseng from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. Upon seeing that the ginseng had thoroughly dried, he nodded in satisfaction. He found a wooden box and carefully placed the ginseng inside, preparing to sell it at the commune the next day. If there were no buyers there, he would venture to the county, and if still unsuccessful, to Dabashan. He was determined to sell the ginseng. However, Wang Dashan had a premonition that he would find a buyer at the commune. He trusted that Director Liu and Director Lin would assist him in this endeavor. Director Liu, as the head of the commune's supply and marketing cooperative, and Director Lin, overseeing logistics at the forest farm, though their positions were not lofty, were undoubtedly trusted confidants of the commune and forest leadership. Holding such roles, they must have been well-versed and knowledgeable. Otherwise, how could a low-ranking official like himself navigate the demands of superiors? A night passed in silence, and soon it was the 3rd day. Wang Dashan practiced his martial arts, washed up, and had breakfast. The entire routine took no more than until 7 a.m. Just in time to head to the commune, as Director Liu commenced his workday. With the ginseng in hand, Wang Dashan set off. A little over an hour later, Wang Dashan arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. He observed Director Liu directing the sales staff in cleaning the counters and sweeping the floor. Upon noticing Wang Dashan, Director Liu's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, "Ah, Dashan has arrived. Come in and take a seat." He ushered Wang Dashan into his office without hesitation. Wang Dashan, feeling comfortable, followed Director Liu into the inner office. The office was divided into 2 rooms. Director Liu occupied the inner room, while several procurement staff and the accountant from the cooperative worked in the outer area. Once inside the inner room, Wang Dashan closed the door behind him. Director Liu invited him to sit down and poured him a cup of hot water, cheerfully saying, "I'm out of tea, so please make do with some hot water." He placed the cup before Wang Dashan and inquired, "Have you had breakfast? If not, I can send someone to fetch you some buns." Wang Dashan quickly replied that he had already eaten and did not want to trouble Uncle Lu. Director Lu chuckled and continued, "Dashan, you wouldn't come here without a purpose. What brings you here today?" Wang Dashan smiled back, saying, "Uncle Lu, I came to see you, and also because you mentioned before that I should come to you when I have good goods. I happen to have a 5-grade ginseng stick that I just unearthed. I wonder if you might be interested." With that, he pulled out a wooden box containing ginseng from his pocket and placed it before Director Lu. Upon hearing about the 5-grade ginseng stick, Director Lu's eyes brightened with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Really? Is it truly 5-grade?" "Absolutely genuine," Wang Dashan replied, locking eyes with Director Lu. It was no surprise that Director Lu was so inquisitive. In these times, 5-grade ginseng was exceedingly rare. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, merely surviving was akin to a blessing from one's ancestors. To supplement their families and endure the lean seasons, many had taken to mountain hunting and ginseng gathering, akin to a prolific litter of wild boars. Forget about 6-grade or 5-grade. Even the more common varieties were on the brink of extinction. Those with inherited knowledge still tried to preserve some traditions for the sake of the ginseng. Yet the majority of starving villagers saw no room for tradition. They simply dug up whatever they found. Consequently, within a 20-mile radius of the mountains, ginseng was virtually non-existent. Thus, when Director Lu heard that it was 5-grade ginseng, he displayed a mixture of excitement and disbelief. "Let me see it." Wang Dashan nodded towards the wooden box, indicating that Director Lu should open it. Eagerly, Director Lu opened the box, revealing a ginseng root the size of a thumb, neatly nestled within. While the ginseng was not particularly large, wild mountain ginseng does not grow as large as cultivated varieties. It was indeed a fine specimen, with its roots sprawling abundantly. The root that Wang Dashan presented was intricate and twisted, resembling a coiled dragon. What a remarkable ginseng! Director Lu thought to himself, silently admiring it. He examined it for a considerable time, growing increasingly satisfied, already contemplating whom to gift this precious root to in hopes of advancing his own position. However, to speak candidly, given his position, his rank is regrettably too low. It is not particularly advantageous to part with a 5th-grade ginseng merely for the sake of a promotion. Nevertheless, one must take risks. Without sacrificing something valuable, one cannot achieve their desires. The current investment is for the promise of future gains. In a fleeting moment, Director Lu contemplated numerous possibilities. Upon reaching this conclusion, he smiled at Wang Dashan and said, "Dashan, I shall take this ginseng. Name your price, and rest assured, I shall not shortchange you." After uttering this, he fell silent, gazing intently at Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan pondered for a moment before replying, "Uncle Lu, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I have inquired about the price through various channels. While a 5th-grade ginseng may not hold significant value in our small locality, it can fetch at least 30,000 yuan in the capital. If you are truly interested, I can let it go for 15,000. However, I have a stipulation. You must assist me in acquiring a Type 54 firearm with 300 rounds of ammunition. If you find that agreeable, the ginseng shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Director Lu deliberated carefully. He had the 15,000 yuan, having earned a considerable amount in just under 2 years of partnership with his nephew. And if necessary, he could easily gather the funds together. The challenge lay with the firearm. In this era, gun control is relatively lax. While villagers who hunt for sustenance are permitted to possess firearms and ammunition, rural leaders and militia organizations are required to store weapons securely, adhering strictly to usage regulations. Moreover, the purchase and sale of firearms and ammunition are prohibited. Where, then, could he procure a firearm? Director Lu mused. The commune's armed department? That won't do. They maintain stringent control over firearms, and because they seldom utilize them, even the occasional military drills are tightly regulated to prevent any leakage of weapons. If the armed department was out of the question, then perhaps the Forest Protection Division would suffice. Yes, the Forest Protection Division. Their routine duties involve safeguarding the woods and protecting lumberjacks from wild beasts, which necessitates the use of firearms. He could enlist someone to help him acquire a couple of lost or scrap guns without raising suspicion. Having resolved this in his mind, Director Lu donned a cheerful demeanor. No longer hesitating, he turned to Wang Dashan and declared, "Very well, I shall take the ginseng." After taking a sip of water, he continued, "You may take the ginseng back for now. I will return home to gather the funds, and at noon, when you come to the restaurant, I will arrange a meal and assist you with the firearm. After we dine, we shall proceed with our transaction." Wang Dashan nodded in agreement. "Uncle Lu, I trust you. I will leave the ginseng here and be punctual at the restaurant at noon." Director Lu's face lit up with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he patted Wang Dashan on the shoulder, saying, "Excellent. You can rely on your uncle. I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, and I shall not stand idly by." Wang Dashan expressed his gratitude with a smile. He was untroubled by the thought that Director Lu might abscond with his ginseng, as he believed that even if the monk runs away, the temple remains. Furthermore, the barefoot are unafraid of those in shoes. Director Lu is bound to find himself alone at times. After discussing matters of importance with Director Lu, Wang Dashan rose to take his leave, and Director Lu made no effort to retain him. He escorted Wang Dashan to the door and, after a brief exchange at the supply and marketing cooperative, hurriedly departed. With the day still young and no pressing engagements, Wang Dashan meandered leisurely through the commune. After over an hour of wandering, having nearly explored the entire area, he paused to purchase a candied hawthorn skewer, contemplating where to spend the remaining 2 hours. After some deliberation, he found no appealing destination and decided to head towards Hongqi Primary and Secondary School, his alma mater. Though Wang Dashan was a Taoist, he had attended school as well. At the tender age of 6, he had joined a group of children from Kaohsiung to study at Hongqi. Although the circumstances were quite chaotic at the time, classes for both primary and junior high school had not been suspended. They merely operated sporadically, as the school was frequently commandeered for various commune matters, leaving students little opportunity for serious study. Nevertheless, Wang Dashan felt compelled to revisit the school, having not attended since his graduation from junior high the previous year. The prospect of high school required traveling to the county, which was beyond his family's means, and he himself had lost the desire to continue his education. To reach the school, he had to pass through the family quarters of the logging site. As he walked along the street flanked by 2 rows of residences, he suddenly spotted a group of young men, around 17 or 18, engaged in a scuffle. To call it a fight was somewhat misleading. Rather, several individuals were surrounding and beating one person. The one being assaulted was also a young man. Wang Dashan shook his head, not intending to intervene. Such occurrences were commonplace on the streets, where adolescents often proclaimed their prowess and squandered their aimless youth through such displays. He had long since grown accustomed to it. However, just as Wang Dashan was about to move on, he caught a clearer glimpse of the young man being attacked. Goodness, is that not Li Hongjun? Li Hongjun was a classmate of Wang Dashan's. Coming from an impoverished background, he often faced hunger and wore tattered clothes that made him resemble a beggar. His poverty made him a target for ridicule and bullying. Older students found him to be an easy mark, and even his classmates tended to shun him. Except for Wang Dashan, who treated him with normalcy. In truth, there was a time when Li Hongjun's family was not destitute. His father worked as a lumberjack at the logging site, earning a decent wage and sufficient allowances to support the family. However, fate is often unpredictable. When Li Hongjun was in the 5th grade, tragedy struck. His father was killed on the job when a fallen tree struck him. Li Hongjun's mother, a homemaker with no particular skills, struggled to make ends meet through mending clothes. Throughout their years in primary and junior high, Wang Dashan remained steadfast in his support of Li Hongjun, as he too understood the pangs of poverty, albeit not to the same extent. His upbringing instilled in him a sense of humility that prevented him from looking down on others. Thus, Wang Dashan became the closest friend of Li Hongjun. Wang Dashan, hailing from a respectable family with a solid upbringing, maintained amicable relationships with nearly all his classmates. Now, witnessing his good friend Li Hongjun being assaulted, he felt compelled to intervene. Wang Dashan rushed over, delivering a swift kick to one of the youths who was attacking Li Hongjun, while simultaneously seizing another youth by the hair, yanking him closer to deliver a sharp knee strike. In just 2 blows, blood began to flow from the assailant's head. Upon witnessing this, Wang Dashan pushed him aside, ceasing his assault. The assailants were momentarily stunned. Wang Dashan halted his actions, his gaze icy, glaring at the group of youths. Having committed acts of violence before, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable, instilling fear in the hearts of the young men, rendering them immobile. In truth, Wang Dashan intended merely to intimidate. He did not genuinely wish to inflict harm, mindful that they were living in a society governed by law. Nevertheless, He had to project an air of ruthlessness to deter any rash movements from the youths. Firstly, Wang Dashan, being younger than them, feared they might band together against him. After all, these youths were not gentle in their attacks, and he worried that retaliating could result in injuries, leading to troublesome consequences. Secondly, he aimed for a swift resolution. With a stern expression, Wang Dashan commanded, "Get lost. If I catch you bullying anyone again, I will ensure you are all sent to the security department of the forestry station." The youths, intimidated by Wang Dashan's words, exchanged glances before assisting their injured companion as they departed. Only then did Wang Dashan approach Li Hongjun, helping him to his feet and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. "Hongjun, what happened? Why did they beat you?" he inquired. Li Hongjun sighed deeply. "What else could they do? They simply bullied me." He then recounted the circumstances that led to his beating. It turned out that after graduating from junior high, Li Hongjun had engaged in small-scale trading to improve his family's financial situation. He would collect chickens, ducks, wild boar meat, and eggs from nearby villages and sell them at the commune, earning modest profits. Although his earnings were meager, they did contribute to enhancing his family's living conditions. However, one day, a fellow villager from the riverbank sent word through an intermediary that he had caught a wild boar and asked Li Hongjun to collect it. Fearing that others would seize the opportunity if he delayed, he borrowed a bicycle from a neighbor and set off. Unfortunately, upon returning to sell the boar meat, he discovered that his bicycle had been stolen. With no alternative, Li Hongjun had to compensate the neighbor for the loss with all the money he had earned. But it was still insufficient. They agreed that he would repay a portion monthly, with added interest. However, having lost his initial capital, he found himself unable to make the payment due this month and sought to negotiate a delay. Yet, the neighbor was unwilling to relent. A bicycle was a rare commodity and required an industrial voucher to purchase in those times. With the bike gone, acquiring a replacement would necessitate exorbitant expenses. Seeing the situation, the neighbor's son gathered a group to confront Li Hongjun, and they cornered him, resulting in the beating that Wang Dashan had witnessed. Understanding the situation, Wang Dashan thought of the impending acquisition of a firearm, confident in his ability to confront larger adversaries, particularly wild boars and deer, which would be plentiful. When the time comes and the large beast cannot be transported alone, assistance will be imperative. Moreover, Wang Dashan is reluctant to make repeated trips to the forest farm to sell meat. With Li Hongjun's involvement, he need not labor alone. Furthermore, despite Li Hongjun's impoverished background and frequent mistreatment, he possesses an undeniable acumen for business. The hardships he has endured have instilled in him a habit of speaking kindly to everyone, a reflection of his high emotional intelligence, as we might term it today. Additionally, he is willing to endure hardship. With his eloquence and strong work ethic, success in business is all but assured. In due time, if he executes the ideas proposed by Wang Dashan, it will undoubtedly alleviate a considerable burden for him. Moreover, with their established rapport and Li Hongjun's gratitude, there is little chance of deceit. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dashan turned to Li Hongjun and said, "Hongjun, I have a business proposition that should be profitable. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? I will ensure you receive a salary that is certainly no less than what you would earn on your own." Li Hongjun inquired eagerly about the nature of the business. Wang Dashan glanced at the sky, noting that the hour was growing late, nearly noon, and replied, "It's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. Let us discuss this in detail tomorrow at my home. Rest assured, Hongjun, I will not treat you poorly." Recognizing Wang Dashan's sincere demeanor, Li Hongjun, not wishing to rush, replied, "Very well, Dashan. I will come to find you tomorrow. Please await my arrival." After they agreed upon a time to meet the following day, they bid each other farewell. Having parted ways with Li Hongjun, Wang Dashan noticed the time and proceeded towards the state-run restaurant. Upon arrival, he reserved a private room and then stepped out to a general store to purchase 2 boxes of Peony brand cigarettes and 2 bottles of Baishan liquor before returning to wait at the restaurant entrance. Before long, Director Liu and Director Lin approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man of about 40. Director Liu carried a synthetic leather travel bag emblazoned with the image of a skyscraper and a location name. Wang Dashan hurried to greet them, exclaiming, "Uncle Liu, Uncle Lin, you have arrived. Please, come in. The private room is ready." Director Lin glanced at Wang Dashan and chuckled. "Ah, Dashan has come. Lead the way." Upon entering the restaurant, neither Director Liu nor Director Lin introduced the middle-aged man to Wang Dashan. Once settled in the private room and having ordered their dishes, Director Liu turned to the man, saying, "Old Huang, allow me to introduce you. This young man is my nephew, Wang Dashan. You may call him Dashan. He is quite an adept hunter. Old Huang nodded towards Wang Dashan without uttering a word. His demeanor was one of indifference, exuding an air of superiority that hinted at his influential connections. Having been invited to lunch by Director Liu, he suspected ulterior motives behind the invitation and considered declining, yet felt compelled by social obligation to attend. Recently, he had received numerous invitations to dine, primarily because the security department of the forest farm was preparing to recruit several officers with formal positions. Old Huang assumed that Director Liu intended to secure a position for his nephew within the security department, a matter he was reluctant to accommodate. After his introduction, Director Liu turned to Wang Dashan and said, "Dashan, this is Uncle Huang. You should get acquainted." Only Wang Dashan's surname was introduced, with no mention of his identity, indicating that Director Liu did not wish for Wang Dashan to be recognized. Wang Dashan did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he stood up respectfully and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Huang." After this salutation, Old Huang remained silent, rendering the atmosphere somewhat chilly. Observing this, Director Lin quickly intervened, addressing Wang Dashan, "Dashan, I noticed you brought Bai Shan to chew. Aren't you going to pour some for your Uncle Huang?" Wang Dashan promptly rose to pour wine for Old Huang, then filled the glasses of the others, and opened a pack of cigarettes to distribute to everyone. By this time, the dishes had already been served, and Director Liu urged Old Huang to eat, clinking glasses for a few rounds, which slightly enlivened the atmosphere. Director Liu raised his glass and said, "Old Huang, Dashan is my nephew, residing in Kaoshan village. He is an excellent hunter, but unfortunately, he lacks the necessary equipment. Today, I invited you here to seek your assistance in obtaining a couple of firearms, a long one and a short one. If you can procure them, I will host a feast in your honor and toast you 5 times." While Director Liu spoke of wine, he indeed meant more than just that. He was conveying to Old Huang that Wang Dashan was his nephew, living in close proximity, assuring him that there would be no complications. He sought assistance in acquiring 2 guns, 1 semi-automatic and 1 handgun, promising a banquet and an additional payment of 500 yuan. Upon hearing this, Old Huang's expression relaxed considerably. As long as it was not a challenging task, it was manageable. In this era, the Forest Protection Department was quite prestigious. Each commune had only 1 public security commissioner, and the Forest Protection Department was essentially the equivalent of the police. Recruitment was typically stringent, and gaining entry was not something Old Huang could facilitate. Learning that Wang Dashan merely sought to acquire 2 firearms rather than join the Forest Protection Department made Old Huang chuckle. He raised his glass and clinked it with Director Liu's, stating, "Old Liu, you know that things are not like they used to be. Nowadays, firearms are strictly regulated. Not only is there centralized management, but all entries and exits must be logged. It truly is a challenge." Director Liu downed his glass of liquor and replied, "For others, this may be a difficult task, but for you, it is a mere trifle. If you accomplish this, you can name your reward in toasts." Director Lin chimed in, "Old Huang, not only is Dashan the nephew of Old Liu, but he is also my nephew. Please lend a hand. My nephew is indeed a skilled hunter. And should you require anything, he will be more than willing to assist." Wang Dashan quickly raised his glass, saying, "Uncle Huang, if you need any mountain goods, just let me know, and I will ensure it is taken care of." Upon hearing this, Old Huang's smile widened, and he remarked, "Since you, Old Liu, have vouched for him, then there is no further discussion. I shall assist you. However, since I am helping you with this, do not be stingy when the time comes. You must treat me to a good bottle of wine. Agreed? Fine, I will retrieve the equipment for you this afternoon." A bottle of wine costs 1,000 yuan, implying that Old Huang priced the 2 firearms at 1,000 yuan. While not insignificant, it was not exorbitant either. After all, purchasing a firearm outside would cost no less than 1,500 for a 56 type, not to mention a handgun. Director Liu pondered for a moment and decided not to dwell on it further. "Fine, just 1 bottle will suffice. But you must also procure for me 300 rounds of rifle ammunition and 300 rounds of handgun ammunition." "Not a problem," Old Huang exclaimed, downing his drink and suppressing a grin at the corners of his mouth. For him, acquiring 2 guns was a trivial matter, and he would also net an extra 1,000 yuan. Although he had to share 200 yuan with others who assisted, 800 yuan was still a substantial sum, equivalent to over a year's salary. Where else could one find such a remarkable deal? The gathering continued in high spirits, with lively exchanges between the host and guests. By 2 p.m., the banquet concluded, and it was agreed that Wang Dashan would retrieve the firearms at 4 p.m. with a reminder to bring a bag. Wang Dashan and Director Liu escorted Old Huang and Director Lin out of the restaurant before returning to their private room. Upon their return, Director Liu handed Wang Dashan a travel bag. "Take a look," he suggested. Wang Dashan unzipped it and saw neatly stacked bundles of 10 yuan notes. "No need to count. Uncle Liu, I trust you." "Thank you for your tremendous help today," Wang Dashan replied, zipping up the bag. "All right, since you trust me, I won't let you down. Just go get the goods this afternoon. I'll handle everything else. Now, off you go to work." With that, he stood and exited the private room. Wang Dashan packed up his bag and followed suit, intending to settle the bill, only to be informed that Director Liu had already taken care of it. After leaving the restaurant, he first purchased a burlap sack and then found a spot to wait until 4 p.m. before heading to the designated location. After a brief wait, he spotted Old Huang arriving with 2 individuals carrying firearms. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, Old Huang instructed his companions to hand over 2 brand-new guns and ammunition. Watching Wang Dashan stow them into the bag, he reiterated the importance of not violating any laws regarding firearm possession, and then allowed Wang Dashan to depart. Old Huang certainly had a sense of propriety, ensuring he did not offer Wang Dashan outdated or defective weapons. What he provided were pristine 56 type and 5 style firearms, still glistening with oil. As Wang Dashan exited the logging camp headquarters, he trembled with excitement. He was finally able to handle a gun again. For a seasoned Special Forces veteran who had spent a lifetime with firearms, they were his treasured possessions, his most trusted comrades. He sang joyfully as he made his way back to the Taoist temple. Chapter 10. A surprise from ancestry. Upon returning to the temple, Wang Zhengfeng was preparing a meal. Seeing Wang Dashan enter, he paused his work and said, "You're back. The food will be ready soon. You can rest for a moment." Wang Dashan eagerly grasped Wang Zhengfeng's arm and pulled him toward the side room, exclaiming, "Grandfather, guess what monumental event transpired today?" Wang Zhengfeng looked on with a puzzled expression, unsure of what to make of it, and was thus dragged into the side room by Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan closed the door and placed the burlap sack on the Kong bed. He first retrieved a leather bag, unzipped it, and pushed it toward Wang Zhengfeng. Wang Zhengfeng peered inside and could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Where did all this come from? How much is this?" Wang Dashan replied, "Grandfather, this is the money I earned from selling ginseng today, 15,000 yuan in total, and 2 guns." As he spoke, he retrieved 2 firearms and several boxes of ammunition from the sack. Wang Zhengfeng remained incredulous, exclaiming, "How could you sell so many? Over 10,000. Who would be foolish enough to give you that much money?" Consequently, Wang Dashan recounted the entire process of today's ginseng sale and gun purchase to Wang Zhengfeng in detail. He added, "Since Director Liu is willing to spend such a considerable sum on my ginseng, it indicates that he values it at that price. Director Liu, being the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, is a person of experience. He is not easily deceived." Wang Zhengfeng opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. It was no wonder he found it hard to accept. In his memory, a 5th-grade ginseng root was worth at most 3,000 yuan. Just 2 years ago, an old leader from Yushitan had unearthed a 5th-grade root in the mountains and sold it to a young man from the capital who was seeking relatives for 3,000 yuan. This incident had become widely known within the commune, and everyone envied the old leader's windfall. Who could have imagined that, in just 2 years, the price of 5th-grade ginseng would quintuple, especially when it was sold by one's own grandson? If this were to be shared, who would believe it? Regaining his composure, Wang Zhengfeng said with gravity, "This money must not be left out in the open. It needs to be secured. Follow me." With that, he rose and walked toward the backyard. The Wang family's temple was, in fact, a 2-courtyard layout. The front courtyard housed a Lingxiao hall and 2 side rooms where the grandfather and grandson lived. There were 2 wing rooms on either side. The west wing enshrined the great Emperor Jinwu and the great Emperor of Longevity, while the east wing housed the statue of the Supreme Old Lord and the God of Wealth, Zhao Gongming. A small room was partitioned off in the east wing, serving as Wang Zhengfeng's clinic and pharmacy. As for the backyard, it was originally the residence of a family during the anti-Japanese war. After Wang Zhengfeng and his wife returned, the family had grown smaller, so the couple moved into the front courtyard, allowing the back house to gradually fall into disuse. The backyard not only contained 3 main rooms, but also 2 wing rooms, a kitchen, a toilet, a cellar, and a well. Wang Zhengfeng first fetched an oil lamp and then led Wang Dashan to the cellar, lifting the wooden lid and descending the steps. Wang Dashan followed him down. It was summer, and in the corner of the cellar lay only a few sacks of rice and flour, which Wang Dashan had purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative a couple of days prior. There was nothing else. Wang Zhengfeng approached the rice and flour, set the oil lamp aside, and gestured for Wang Dashan to move the sacks. Wang Dashan complied. Once the sacks were removed, Wang Zhengfeng brushed away the dust with his hand, dug a couple of times at the ground, and with a firm push, lifted a 1-meter square lid. Wang Dashan was astonished. There was another cellar within the cellar. Surely, it would contain treasures. Sensing Wang Dashan's surprise, Wang Zhengfeng explained, this cellar was excavated before the Republic of China era. At that time, chaos reigned outside. The Japanese had just entered northeast China, and the Russians were still in conflict with them. To safeguard a few family possessions from being looted, your great-grandfather dug this cellar as a means of protecting our heritage. What treasures lie within, grandfather? Wang Dashan inquired. There are no treasures, merely some old relics. There are no gold, silver, or jewels, Wang Zhengfeng replied. After a brief pause, a breath of air entered the second cellar, prompting the two to descend with an oil lamp in hand. This cellar, though modest in size, measuring no more than 3 meters square, contained 3 neatly stacked boxes, each approximately 60 centimeters in size, and none of which were locked. You may examine the contents of these boxes. I will ascend to retrieve another, declared Wang Zhengfeng before exiting. Wang Dashan opened the first box, revealing an array of Taoist artifacts. Several bronze censers of varying sizes were present, alongside various bronze mirrors. A 3 pure one's bell, a yanggong plate, a lightning-struck jujube wood sword, a wooden fish, a ritual ruler, and a 3 pure one seal. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were all antiquities of considerable age. Wang Dashan picked up a censer, scrutinizing it from every angle. Its ancient form radiated a subtle, yet vibrant sheen. The censer was adorned with tiger head handles, and upon examining the base, he discovered an inscription in Zizikai script from the Xuanda era. To his astonishment, there were 4 additional censers of similar stature within the box. Fortune smiles upon us. If these censers were preserved for 30 years, they would undoubtedly fetch a fortune exceeding $1 billion. Next, he opened the second box, which held an exquisite collection of porcelain, large jars, wide-mouthed vases, plum vases, substantial bowls, and platters, as well as a complete set of scholarly treasures. Some items were in pairs, while others stood alone. The majority of the porcelain was blue and white, with a few pieces of colored glaze. Most dated back to the late Ming dynasty, with a small number from the early Ming, and only one large jar and bowl traced back to the Yuan dynasty's Zhijing period. Most importantly, they were all from official kills, priceless treasures indeed. Upon opening the third box, he found it filled with books and paintings. Ancient medical texts comprised the bulk of its contents, with several paintings carefully encased in wooden boxes. Wang Dashan gently opened one, recognizing from the title and inscription that it was a work by Huang Gongwang, depicting Laozi amidst pines and stones. Though not well-versed in art, the number of inscriptions and seals indicated its considerable value. He then opened another, revealing a work by Xiao Ying, a noted Ming dynasty artist from the esteemed Wu school. We have struck gold. We are truly prosperous. With these antiques and artworks, I need not lift a finger. In 20 years, I shall be a man of wealth. His heart raced with exhilaration. This was a delightful surprise. Who would have thought that his ancestors had left behind such treasures? Truly, the heavens have bestowed their favor upon us. Just then, Wang Zhengfeng re-entered, cradling a camphor wood box. Observing Wang Dashan's stunned expression, he spoke. All these are heirlooms from our ancestors, neither consumable nor potable. Your great-grandfather and grandfather wished to safeguard these from foreign hands, so they concealed them here. Some Taoist artifacts were placed here by your great-grandfather, while others were contributed by myself. In times of upheaval, we had to exercise utmost caution. At this moment, Wang Dashan regained his composure, swallowing hard as he inquired, Grandfather, what other treasures have our ancestors bequeathed to us? Please, share it all at once. Do not present me with a jumble of images today and a trove of antiques tomorrow. My heart can scarcely bear it. Wang Zhengfeng chuckled softly. Foolish boy, there is nothing else. This is all there is. From now on, all of this shall belong to you. Make good use of it. With that, he opened the camphorwood chest. Come, put the money inside. Wang Dashan retrieved the currency from his satchel and placed it into the chest. As he neared completion, He hesitated, withdrew 2 handfuls, and returned them to his satchel for daily expenses. Once the money was secured, the two restored the cellar and returned to the courtyard. The events of the day left Wang Dashan profoundly shaken. He felt as though, after his rebirth, he had unlocked the meridians of fortune, with all manner of good luck cascading upon him, permeating his very being, as if his bones had become several pounds lighter, enveloping him in an unparalleled sense of ease. This surpasses even the ecstasy of immortality. I trust in science and oppose the notion of asceticism. Chapter 11. The rescue of the local hero amidst excitement and joy. Wang Dashan and Wang Zhengfeng enjoyed their evening meal. In northeast China, night falls early. After the summer solstice, the sun has entirely set by 7 o'clock. With little in the way of nighttime entertainment in the countryside, the grandfather and grandson retired early. That night, Wang Dashan felt as if he had traversed into a fantastical realm, dreaming at one moment that he had become a gallant hero, robbing the rich to aid the poor, and distributing boxes of ancient treasures among the populace. In another dream, he envisioned himself as a celestial being, revered and worshipped by all. Yet again, he dreamt of frolicking with the goddess of the heavens, delighting in joyous revelry. Indeed, it was a night of marvels. Upon awakening the following day, he found himself languid and weary, his knees aching, and his whole body feeling weak, a sign of growth. Rising earlier than usual, Wang Dashan practiced his martial arts, then fetched a bucket of well water, pouring it over himself for a refreshing bath, instantly dispelling any lingering fatigue. After his morning exercises and breakfast, noticing the hour was still early and that Li Hongjun would not arrive promptly, Wang Dashan retrieved 2 firearms, swiftly disassembling them to clean meticulously. After scrubbing away the grease, he reassembled them and tested the empty guns with satisfaction. They were fine weapons, and he felt fearless about hunting in the mountains henceforth. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. It must be Li Hongjun's arrival. As he prepared to rise, a voice called out, "Dashan, Dashan, I'm here. Open the door. I'm parched." Wang Dashan secured the firearms and opened the courtyard gate to welcome Li Hongjun inside. At that moment, Wang Zhengfeng was absent, tending to the hillside to cultivate land for planting medicinal herbs. Wang Dashan poured a bowl of water for Li Hongjun, who gulped it down eagerly, then set the bowl aside, impatiently inquiring, "Dashan, tell me, what is this business, and how much can we earn?" Wang Dashan refilled Li Hongjun's bowl and replied, "Hold on, Hongjun, let me explain. Currently, how much do you earn from collecting chickens, ducks, and eggs from various villages to sell at the commune?" Li Hongjun pondered for a moment before responding, "Not much. I typically earn 3 to 5 yuan per trip, and it's not something I can do daily. Collecting once or twice a week is already quite good, averaging about 20 yuan a month." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan remarked, "I have just acquired a 56 caliber rifle and am preparing to venture into the mountains for hunting. With the ancestral skills passed down in my family, I anticipate a fruitful endeavor. However, there is one concern. Should I successfully hunt a large beast, if the quantity is minimal, it is manageable. Yet, if there are many, transporting them from the mountains could prove challenging. Additionally, I have negotiated with Director Lin of the logistics department at the forestry station. Should I procure any game, the station will purchase it at a premium price. I was contemplating that you could assist me. Firstly, by helping me transport the game, and secondly, by selling it at the forestry station. In return, I would offer you a 10% share of the proceeds. What do you think?" After this, he fell silent, gazing intently at Li Hongjun. The decision now rested with Li Hongjun. Should he place his trust in Wang Dashan, he would agree, and Wang would be delighted to partner with him in this venture. Conversely, if Li Hongjun harbored doubts, he would not be coerced. After all, one cannot predict whether a forcibly picked fruit is sweet, and wise counsel often fails to sway the obstinate. Li Hongjun pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth before responding. "All right, Dashan, I accept your proposal. Not for any other reason, but because of your loyalty, I will join you." In truth, Li Hongjun harbored skepticism regarding the financial gains from hunting. Many seasoned hunters in the Great White Mountain often returned empty-handed after days in the wilderness, and Wang Dashan, like himself, was merely a youth. Yet, belief was secondary. What truly mattered was that Wang Dashan was his sole friend since childhood, someone who had never looked down upon him or bullied him. At his core, Li Hongjun was a person who valued loyalty and yearned for friendship. Thus, any invitation from Wang Dashan was one he would gladly accept. "Rest assured, Hongjun, you won't regret this. We will definitely make money. Just wait and see. Inspired by Wang Dashan's confidence, Li Hongjun felt a surge of enthusiasm and replied, "All right, I trust you. When do we begin?" "Patience, my friend. I have some other matters to attend to over the next few days. Come to my home in a few days, and from then on, you will have your meals at my place. When I head into the mountains, you can wait for my return, and if there is game, you shall transport it to sell." With that, he did not wait for Li Hongjun's response, but rose to retrieve 500 yuan from his bag, handing it to Li Hongjun. "Take this money. First, settle your debts, then purchase a mule cart. Use the remainder to improve your living conditions. When the time comes, you will use the cart for transporting goods." Li Hongjun, taken aback, struggled to find his voice and, after a long pause, with reddened eyes, protested, "Dashan, this isn't necessary. We haven't made any money yet. Why would you give me this? This money is not for you personally. It is for you to acquire livestock. Accept it. I want to relieve you of your burdens. If you are constantly worried about repaying debts and facing beatings, how can you focus on assisting me? Stop refusing and take it." With that, he pressed the money into Li Hongjun's pocket. At a loss for words, Li Hongjun wiped his eyes and eventually accepted the money. Unbeknownst to Wang Dashan, this single act of kindness would earn him Li Hongjun's unwavering loyalty for a lifetime. At noon, Wang Zhengfeng returned to the Taoist temple, while Li Hongjun stayed behind to partake in a meal. Wang Dashan brought out the squirrel meat that had not been sold previously and ventured into the vegetable garden to gather a handful of green beans. Preparing a large pot of squirrel stew with beans, Li Hongjun savored the dish with great delight, exclaiming in pleasure. After the meal, Li Hongjun took his leave. Once the dishes were cleared, Wang Dashan pondered the newly acquired gun that had yet to be thoroughly enjoyed and recalled the traps he had set earlier, prompting him to gather his belongings and venture into the mountains. As he made his way to the location of the traps, he passed by a spot where he had set snares the day before and was pleased to find 2 flying dragons and a rabbit, a most fortuitous start to the day. After bleeding the wild chicken and rabbit, he discarded the entrails by the roadside and continued on his way. There exists a notion among hunters of Debation that the entrails of prey should be hung in trees as an offering to the mountain deities. However, this is not the case. It suffices to simply discard them by the roadside, as there is no necessity to hang them up. One must consider that the beasts of the mountains belong to the mountain spirits, who can partake of whatever they desire without the need for hunters to provide sustenance. The entrails are cast aside primarily because most prey, after being slain, must be bled to ensure the meat does not spoil. Once gutted, the entrails are difficult to preserve. Aside from a portion fed to hunting dogs, the remainder is usually discarded. As for tossing them by the roadside, what roads are there in the deep woods? The entrails are simply left where the bloodletting occurs. Nature's law of the survival of the fittest dictates that hunters are but a part of the food chain, occupying the apex of it. When a hunter takes down a prey, other animals are deprived of a meal. Thus, conscientious hunters will leave the entrails behind for other creatures to consume, ensuring the availability of food for the wildlife. After all, prey is a gift from nature, but that does not imply that nature is obliged to bestow it upon you. Wang Dashan pressed onward and soon approached the vicinity of his traps. Suddenly, he slowed his pace, having already disengaged the safety on his gun and assumed a standard tactical alert stance. A chill surged from his feet, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Danger lurked nearby. Wang Dashan cautiously advanced toward the traps, maintaining unwavering focus. Upon reaching approximately 50 meters from the traps, he unexpectedly spotted a leopard lying motionless ahead. The leopard, known as the Persian leopard or northeast leopard, is colloquially referred to as a local leopard by the inhabitants of Debation. An adult local leopard can weigh between 80 to 100 kilograms and is remarkably agile. Adept at hunting in the jungle, Wang Dashan carefully crouched down, observing intently. 50 meters is neither too close nor too distant. Although he held absolute confidence in his ability to dispatch the leopard with a single shot, one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. It is important to recognize that a leopard can sprint at speeds of up to 110 kilometers per hour. At a distance of 50 meters, it could cover that ground in less than 2 seconds. Had he been using a single-shot bolt-action rifle for hunting, missing the first shot at such a range would mean that there would be no opportunity for a second shot, as one's neck would likely have already been severed. Since ancient times, hunting has been an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Within the jungle, one could scarcely discern who the hunter was and who the prey. At this moment, Wang Dashan was observing with utmost caution. He noted that the leopard remained utterly still, its posture remarkably peculiar, with what appeared to be dark red stains of blood on its forelegs. Glancing further, he spotted a small wild boar, motionless and seemingly lifeless, situated over 20 meters away from the leopard. After approximately 10 minutes of careful observation, Wang Dashan rose, maintaining a vigilant stance as he gradually approached the leopard. Throughout his approach, the leopard exhibited no signs of movement. Upon reaching within 20 meters, Wang Dashan halted and scrutinized the scene once more. This time, clarity dawned upon him. The leopard was ensnared by a trap he had previously set. It had likely been trapped for at least 2 days. The wild boar, too, was similarly caught, its leg ensnared by the same contraption. It appeared that the leopard had discovered the trapped boar, intending to hunt it, only to fall victim to the trap itself. Wang Dashan holstered his rifle and drew his pistol, disengaging the safety as he cautiously approached the leopard. Upon reaching its side, he found the creature barely clinging to life, its eyes opening momentarily to regard him before letting out a mournful cry and closing its eyes once more. Clearly, this leopard was utterly exhausted and nearing its end. In that fleeting moment, Wang Dashan resolved to save it. After all, for decades hence, the population of wild northeast leopards in the Xiao Xing'an Mountains dwindled to fewer than 50. Wang Dashan bent down and gently stroked the leopard's abdomen. Realizing that it was pregnant, with parturition imminent, his hand glided along its belly to its back, soothing its fur as he whispered, "Do not fear. I am here to rescue you. Remain calm, and I shall ensure both you and your unborn cub survive." At his words, the leopard slightly flicked its tail. With determination, Wang Dashan pried open the trap, freeing the leopard's foreleg, which was already fractured. The jagged edges of the broken bone were visible through the wound, where dark red blood had congealed. This injury was a testament to the leopard's desperate struggle against the trap. Yet, how could a creature escape such a human-made device? Seeing the extent of the leopard's wound, Wang Dashan stood and ventured into the forest. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a handful of medicinal herbs. Among them were white mustard greens, known for their hemostatic and tissue-repairing qualities, as well as bone fragment remedy for strengthening bones, and herbs like dragoness blood and chuanqiu, renowned for their ability to alleviate bruising, halt bleeding, and promote tissue regeneration. Wang Dashan first supported the leopard's foreleg, carefully realigning the fractured bone, which elicited a tremor from the leopard in response to the intense pain. However, it refrained from violent struggle, as if it understood that this man was there to save it. Once the bone was realigned, he crushed the herbs and applied them to the injured leg, tearing a strip from his garment to create a makeshift bandage. He then fashioned 2 splints from branches, tenderly wrapping the leopard's leg. After attending to the leopard, Wang Dashan approached the small wild boar, dispatched it, and bled it out. He then cut a sizable piece of meat and offered it to the leopard, placing it gently by its mouth. The leopard seemed to have caught the scent of blood, gently licking the meat at the corner of its mouth before opening its eyes to gaze at Wang Dashan. "Go ahead, eat well, it will help you recover swiftly," Wang Dashan softly encouraged. The leopard appeared to comprehend his words, opening its mouth to consume the meat bite by bite. Wang Dashan tenderly stroked the leopard's head, allowing it to sense his benign presence and gestures. After a few bites, the leopard ceased eating. Observing this, Wang Dashan retrieved his water flask and poured some near the leopard's mouth. The leopard extended its tongue, gradually lapping up the water. Once quenched, the leopard struggled to rise, but its injured and weary body rendered it incapable of standing. Seeing its plight, Wang Dashan gently reassured, "Little leopard, I will take you home. Do not be afraid. And remain still." With that, he placed the remaining wild boar meat into a bamboo basket and slung it over his shoulder, then approached the leopard, lifting it with great care onto his back. This leopard, being a female, was not excessively large, weighing approximately 80 pounds, making her manageable for Wang Dashan to carry. Thus, he proceeded toward the Taoist temple, pausing only once before returning before sunset. Upon his return, Wang Jingfeng was startled to see Wang Dashan cradling a leopard and promptly inquired about the situation. Wang Dashan recounted the events truthfully. After hearing this, Wang Jingfeng returned to his room, emerging with 2 pills, a jar of ointment, and a piece of gauze. He instructed Wang Dashan to hold the leopard steady while he unwrapped the makeshift bandages, removing the herbs, and crushed the pills to reapply them, followed by a layer of healing ointment and fresh bandaging. Once this was completed, Wang Dashan found a ceramic basin, filled it with clean water, and placed it beside the leopard, which sipped delicately. He then turned to retrieve the remaining wild boar meat, cutting a piece into chunks the size of a child's fist, placing them in a pot with fresh water and igniting a fire to boil it. After 20 minutes, he added a pinch of salt and continued to cook for another 10 minutes before using a slotted spoon to transfer the morsels into another ceramic basin, placing it beside the leopard. At this point, the leopard had regained some strength and, upon catching the scent of the cooked meat, seemed to find it distinctively appealing. As Wang Dashan brought the meat to its mouth, it devoured it eagerly, finishing in no time. Afterward, the leopard cast a grateful glance at Wang Dashan, its tail swaying gently in appreciation. In that moment, Wang Dashan felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, having tended to an injured, pregnant leopard and forged a bond with it. He mused that perhaps the leopard could remain at the temple, and if it bore cubs, they could be raised as pets. Why bother with hunting dogs when one could have a leopard? Others might hunt with dogs, but he would hunt with a leopard. Who else could claim such a thing? Is there no law, no order? Chapter 12. A chilling breeze in the blink of an eye. It was the following day, Li Lao's 7th day of mourning. Although referred to as the 7th day, it actually marked the 6th day after a person's passing, for according to tradition, the day of death is counted as the first. On this particular morning, the grandfather and grandson arose, breaking from their usual ritual of morning lessons, opting instead to engage in physical exercise before each taking a cleansing bath and donning fresh garments. The act of bathing and changing attire prior to the ritual serves as a sign of reverence towards the spirits and respect towards the ancestors. Wang Dashan adorned himself in a flowing blue ceremonial robe, topped with a black 9-peak cap and clad in traditional shoes, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur, embodying the essence of a descendant of the celestial masters. In contrast, Wang Zhengfeng was attired in a purple robe, crowned with a yellow 5-elder cap, suitable for nocturnal ceremonies or soul-releasing rites, and donned black Taoist boots, presenting an image both ethereal and dignified. Indeed, Wang Zhengfeng was deserving of the purple robe, as the Taoist tradition places great emphasis on lineage. The Wang family's forebears had served as masters of the Great Cave during the Jiajing era and had been granted the 2nd grade talisman, thus qualifying them to wear purple garments. Once both were fully attired, they partook in a simple vegetarian meal before descending the mountain towards the village of Li. Upon reaching the village's entrance, they encountered a white spirit pavilion erected by the roadside, within which lay 3 coffins, 2 large and 1 small. The coffins were not sealed, but left slightly ajar, allowing friends and relatives a final glimpse of the departed. In front of the coffins stood an offering table, adorned with 2 memorial tablets, one in blue, inscribed with the name of the deceased Li Gong, and the other in yellow, honoring the late matron Lu, known by her maiden name, Xiao Jun. According to custom, stillborn infants do not receive memorial tablets. If both mother and child perish, they must be interred together in a single grave, barred from the family ancestral tomb. Similarly, those who die untimely deaths cannot be buried in the family plot. Thus, the Li family's 3 members could only be laid to rest in the mountains, away from their ancestral lands. Before the memorial tablets, fresh flowers and fruits were offered, along with 3 cups of tea, wine, and a variety of dishes both meat and vegetarian, along with fragrant candles, rice, and steamed buns, as well as paper money intended for burning. Hanging above the pavilion were spirit-calling banners, while Li Yuanchao and his mother donned mourning attire, engaged in the act of burning paper offerings before the shrine. Upon noticing the arrival of Wang Zhengfeng and his grandson, they promptly expressed their grief vocally. The pair approached, lit 3 incense sticks, circled the coffins, and offered their condolences to Li Yuanchao and his mother. In response, Li Yuanchao bowed 3 times in reverence, beseeching Wang Zhengfeng to officiate the ritual. Observing the time, which was nearing 6 o'clock, and seeing that guests were beginning to arrive for the funeral, Wang Zhengfeng deemed it appropriate to commence the ceremony. The soul-releasing rite, traditionally referred to as the Huanglu Zhai, or the alchemical Taoist assembly, serves to facilitate the transition of the deceased into the realm of the immortals. The Huanglu is a ledger recording the names of the immortals, and the Huanglu Zhai signifies the intent to elevate the departed to a higher existence. Typically, the rituals of soul releasing vary according to the nature of the deceased. The first type involves the elevation of wandering souls from all directions, gathering various spirits and lost souls to the altar, allowing them to escape suffering and attain bliss in the Pure Land. The second type focuses on honoring ancestral relatives, invoking the spirits of forebears, as the fate of future generations is often influenced by the stability and well-being of their ancestors. The third type concerns the release of vengeful spirits and debtors, recognizing that the cyclical nature of cause and effect is perpetually influenced by human actions and their consequences. The so-called movement of a single thought can lead to calamity. All karmic connections and tribulations, ailments, treachery, malevolence, and unpredictable disasters arise from the grievances and debts of past lives or the present. Hence, the act of liberating these grievances is a noble path to cultivate benevolence and auspicious connections, severing malevolent ties and dispelling afflictions that cling to the body. The second type pertains to the liberation of infant spirits who have departed without fulfilling their destined lives. These spirits, resulting from abortions, stillbirths, or early deaths, linger in the world due to a lack of assistance from their parents in their liberation, harboring endless resentment and animosity. Consequently, they are drawn to their blood relatives, causing disturbances that may lead to harm, accidents, or even loss of life, resulting in familial unrest and societal fear. The primary impact on the paternal side manifests as instability in wealth and career, while on the maternal side, it often leads to health issues, particularly gynecological ailments and insomnia. Wang Dashan, accompanied by Wang Dashan, established a ritual altar, dividing it into yin and yang. The yin altar, prepared by Li Yuanchao, served as a tribute to the deceased. Wang Dashan and Wang Dashan merely needed to set up the yang altar, designated for the master to perform rituals and draw symbols. Wang Dashan first retrieved a portrait of the great compassionate deity, approximately 1 meter tall and 60 centimeters wide, hanging it on one side of the altar. He then arranged an 8 immortals table, draped in yellow cloth and surrounded by curtains. On the table, he placed an incense burner, a stack of talisman papers, a bowl of cinnabar, a talisman brush, a wooden sword, 3 pure bells, and a 3 pure seal. Beneath the table lay a cushion. As the auspicious time approached, Wang Dashan and Wang Dashan knelt thrice and bowed 9 times before the great compassionate deity, offering 3 sticks of incense. Wang Dashan rose and knelt on the cushion beside him. Wang Dashan held the 3 pure bells in his left hand and the wooden sword in his right, performing the ritual of the universe with incantations. Thus, the ritual of liberation commenced. They first honored the king of ghosts. Beginning with the step into the void scripture, liberation from the 3 realms is challenging. The 5 torments of hell are alleviated. All return to the supreme scriptures with silent reverence and devotion. Then they transition to the hanging of offering scripture. The great compassionate deity resides in the east, holding a willow branch to sprinkle nectar, riding a 9-headed blue lion, liberating lost souls for rebirth. Subsequently, they invoked the supreme ancestor, the eminent master Xiao, who embodies compassion and descends to the mystical altar, affirming the pact of liberation, as the faithful humbly offered their prayers. Once Wang Dashan concluded his recitation, Wang Dashan began. The altar holds the 8 trigrams, aligned with the celestial bodies, the 28 constellations, forming a protective circle, opening the gates of heaven above and sealing the earth below, first leaving the door for the living, then connecting to the path of the dead, dispelling impurities, spreading the essence of the way, in accordance with the mystical teachings, as we tread upon the sacred grounds. At this moment, Wang Dashan shook the bells in his hands, forming hand gestures while chanting. To the left is the azure dragon, to the right is the white tiger. In front is the vermilion bird, and behind is the black tortoise. With a canopy above and grounding below, the divine radiance shines, illuminating all paths. Wang Dashan chanted the name of the great compassionate deity, offering incense. The incense praise proclaimed, with sincere thoughts, we reach the heavens, gazing upon the celestial flowers and honoring the Jade Emperor. Tonight, we commence the pine blossom ceremony, first presenting a bowl of incense. Wang Dashan picked up the talisman brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and with swift strokes, inscribed 3 talisman papers in one breath. Holding the new talismans, he seated himself on the cushion, ringing the 3 pure bells. As the chant resonated, this seat is extraordinary, for it has been graced by the great compassionate deity. Tonight, we expound the teachings to the departed, liberating all from the torments of hell. In the golden furnace, the incense of soul-reviving fragrance is added. The celestial sounds resonate in the air, echoing long. The sacred name has already been heard beneath the golden threshold, and the ethereal realms bear witness to the jade-like radiance. From the 3 paths of suffering and the 5 torments, the long night departs, and the solitary souls of 10 categories arrive at the sacred grounds. Partaking in this boundless nectar, one naturally transforms fervent anguish into serene coolness. Approximately after a quarter of an hour, Wang Zhengfeng and Wang Dashan completed their recitations. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Zhengfeng caused the talisman paper in his hand to ignite spontaneously, burning without wind. Once the paper was consumed, it was cast into the fire basin, marking the completion of the ceremony of transcendence. Wang Dashan shouted, "Seal the coffin." Due to the sparse attendance of Li Laowai's family, many of his relatives arrived, draping mourning cloths upon him. The members of the Li family united to close the coffin lid. Li Yuanchao, holding a coffin nail in one hand and a hammer in the other, drove a nail into Li Laowai's coffin with a series of firm strikes. Subsequently, his relatives followed suit, securing additional nails. After Li Yuanchao had driven in one nail, he moved to the coffin of Lu Xiaojuan to affix nails there as well. As he aimed the nail at the designated spot and raised the hammer to strike, an unexpected gust of wind swept through. The fierce winds howled, causing everyone to squint against the onslaught, while the soul-calling flag fluttered ominously. In that moment, Li Yuanchao struck his own hand, causing blood to flow forth, and the nail and hammer clattered to the ground. Clutching his injured hand, he hopped in pain, gasping for breath and breaking into a cold sweat. Witnessing this, the attendees were taken aback, engaging in fervent speculation. What is happening? One questioned. Could it be that Lu Xiaojuan does not wish to be reborn? Another pondered. Even if she does not wish for rebirth, it cannot be that she harms her husband. Yet another remarked. This is a manifestation of her unwillingness, a desire for vengeance. In this manner, as the crowd's murmurs grew, an unsettling chill enveloped them, as if Lu Xiaojuan's spirit lingered nearby. Chapter 13. The burial. The villagers of Dabashan revere shamanism and have grown up hearing tales of spirits and supernatural beings. From fox spirits to skeletal apparitions, they were often frightened by such tales spun by the elders. If you cry, the Yellow Emperor will carry you away, or if you do not sleep, the skeletal specter will come to steal you, were just a few of the many warnings. The more one contemplated these tales, the more fear they instilled, ultimately leading to self-frightenment. Wang Dashan tended to Li Yuanchao's injured hand, and upon witnessing his inability to continue nailing, the Li relatives realized they must find a replacement. However, as none among them were suitable, they turned to Lu Xiaojuan's brother. He took up the hammer and struck the nails repeatedly. Strangely enough, regardless of the force exerted, the nails would not penetrate. They either bent or broke. In a state of panic, Li Yuanchao and his mother knelt before Lu Xiaojuan's coffin, continuously bowing in supplication. Through tears, Li Yuanchao cried out, "Xiaojuan, what is the matter? What must happen for you to peacefully depart? Please, tell me." Yet, his pleas proved futile. Several attempts were made with different individuals, but none succeeded in driving the nails into the coffin. By this time, it was already 7:30 in the morning. If they delayed any longer, they would not be able to commence the burial and dig the grave in time, risking a postponement of the interment. The coffin must be laid to rest before noon, the hour when the sun's energy is most potent, to avoid the overwhelming presence of yin energy during the burial. As the sun passed its zenith, the vitality of the day began to wane, and the souls of the departed may be influenced by the encroaching shadows, potentially affecting their cycle of reincarnation. Observing this scene, Wang Zhengfeng approached Li Yuanzhao and inquired, "Yuanzhao, ponder for a moment. Are there any unfulfilled wishes your wife harbored? Or have you made any promises to her?" Li Yuanzhao, after much contemplation, found himself at a loss. As for vengeance, one of the two ruffians had met his demise at the hands of Wang Dashan, while the other faced apprehension by the authorities, awaiting trial and inevitable execution. This could indeed be deemed a form of retribution. His wife had always been dutiful at home, honoring her in-laws and tending to her husband and children. Although she may not have been exceptionally virtuous, she adhered to societal norms, leaving little room for reproach. Seeing Li Yuanzhao's confusion, Wang Zhengfeng realized he could not rely on him, and thus returned to the altar to commence his rituals. Practitioners of Taoism cultivate the laws of heaven and earth, the principles of the heart, philosophies of existence, and the understanding of self. As for ghostly rituals, talismans, and spells, do they truly exist? Even if they do, such practices have long been lost in this modern era. The existence of spirits remains a mystery, with no one having truly encountered a ghost. Admittedly, There are phenomena that elude scientific explanation, yet it is conceivable that humanity's comprehension of the universe remains in its infancy. Take space exploration as an example. Humanity has only ventured into 5% of the cosmos, suggesting that our scientific understanding is similarly limited. Furthermore, numerous scientists contend that the ultimate frontier of science lies in metaphysics, which is precisely the domain explored by Taoism. Even Wang Dashan found himself at a loss today, unable to elucidate the cause of the current events. Thus, he did not engage in any exorcisms or talismanic rituals. Instead, he retrieved 3 copper coins and casually cast them upon the incense altar. Taoist divination encompasses various methods such as I Ching divination, dream interpretation, character analysis, astrological readings, auspicious date selection, and more, with the Wang family particularly excelling in the Wang divination method. Wang divination, a form of I Ching divination, utilizes coins to generate hexagrams, often departing from literal interpretations of the lines, focusing instead on the interactions of the 5 elements and the auspiciousness of the day. Compared to the plum blossom divination, Wang divination offers a more detailed analysis. For instance, if a divination master were to assess your fortune for the day using plum blossom divination, they could merely determine whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, and what direction to consider. However, employing Wang divination would allow them to discern not only your fortune, but also the individuals and events you might encounter, along with any connections to you. While it may not pinpoint exact encounters or occurrences, the general circumstances would be quite accurate. Once the coin settled, yielding 2 yin and 1 yang, Wang Dashan tossed them again, this time revealing all 3 coins showing the yang side. This corresponded to the water and heaven need hexagram. A pearl emerges from the sea. The notion of need implies that one must act at the right moment. Hence the imagery of the pearl surfacing. The interpretation is as follows. The pearl, buried deep in the earth, remains dull and unremarkable until a strong wind blows away the soil, revealing it anew. The judgment suggests that the pearl will emerge from the earth, disputes will dissipate, lost individuals will reunite, and transactions will proceed without calamity. With aspirations realized, marriage consummated, and financial fortune attained, joy abounds. The lost traveler is destined to meet once more, and joy prevails. Upon observing this omen, Wang Dashan contemplated briefly before calling out to Li Yuanchao. Yuanchao, instruct someone to open the small coffin and place your son beside your daughter-in-law. Be mindful, when your son is taken from the coffin, his head and face must be covered with a red cloth, and he should be positioned near your wife's hand. Noticing that Li Yuanchao remained in a daze, Wang Dashan approached and gave him a gentle nudge. Hurry, do not delay the auspicious time for burial. Li Yuanchao finally came to his senses, quickly summoning his cousin's sons to retrieve a piece of red cloth. Together, they exerted their strength to pry open the lids of both coffins. Li Yuanchao carefully draped the red cloth over his son's face, tenderly lifted him from the coffin, and gently placed him in his wife's casket, positioning him by her hand. At the moment his son entered the coffin, the wind began to calm. Meanwhile, Wang Dashan inscribed 2 talismans and instructed Li Yuanchao to place them within the embrace of each corpse. Then, he shouted, "Cover the coffins." When Li Yuanchao raised the hammer again to drive in the nails, the coffin nails miraculously penetrated the wood. Seeing this, Li Yuanchao let out a sigh of relief. Had he been unable to secure the coffin lid, it would have been an immense disgrace, casting doubt on his acceptance within the community. After all, such extraordinary occurrences were unheard of in any village. Next came the process of lifting the coffins, which adhered to established customs. First, the bearers of the coffin must be married individuals, as their diminished yang energy exerts the least influence upon the deceased, preventing a clash of yin and yang that could result in the soul becoming disoriented. Furthermore, the bearers must not be kin to the deceased, for relatives are expected to support the coffin and lead the funeral procession, ensuring that descendants fulfill their filial duties without delay. Additionally, when carrying the coffin through the door, one must not touch the door frame or utter the word heavy. This precaution is taken to safeguard the prosperity and fortune of future generations. The more one speaks of weight during the lifting, the heavier the coffin seems, making it increasingly difficult to carry, potentially leading to a mishap. Most crucially, the coffin must not touch the ground during the process. Should it fall, it signifies that the spirit of the departed is destined to remain there. 3 coffins were borne by over 60 individuals in succession toward the back mountain. The path was treacherous and arduous, yet fortunately, it was not overly distant, and they reached the site in under 2 hours. Upon arriving at the chosen ground, a firecracker was set off, and with a commanding shout from Wang Dashan, Li Yuanshao took up a shovel and dug thrice, with his relatives assisting in the excavation. An hour later, the 2 graves were completed. By then, it was 11 o'clock, and the coffins were lowered into the graves, followed by another round of firecrackers signaling the commencement of filling in the earth. As those who met untimely ends cannot have gravestones, the 3 deceased were instead honored with trees. Li Yuanshao planted 2 locust trees in front of the mounds, inserting spirit banners and mourning rods, then bowed several times in respect. With that, the funeral rites concluded, and with a minute to spare before noon, everyone returned to the village for the feast. Upon returning, the villagers aided in dismantling the mourning tent, while the master chef and his apprentices arranged the tables and chairs, beginning to serve the dishes. The atmosphere had shifted from the somber solemnity of the morning to a more relaxed and casual demeanor, making it entirely natural for laughter and light-hearted conversation to fill the air during the meal. After all, one finds solace in the embrace of the earth. The completion of the burial rites signifies a sense of fulfillment. A shared achievement brings forth genuine joy, evident on the faces of all present, and none would cast aspersions upon it. Wang Dashan and Wang Dashan also took their seats to partake in the meal, which they soon concluded, preparing to return to the temple. On this day, Wang Dashan had no intention of requesting any monetary offerings from the bereaved family, as the sorrowful occasion demanded respect and should not be compounded by further disturbances. Once the funeral rites were concluded, the family would undoubtedly prepare a gift of cash, enclosed in yellow paper, to be delivered to their door. Upon their return to the temple, the grandfather and grandson first entered the main hall to meditate and recite purification incantations, dispelling any lingering negativity, before proceeding to the backyard. There, they found the leopard lounging beneath the eaves, eyes half closed, occasionally flicking its tail. Wang Dashan approached cautiously, extending his hand to tentatively stroke the leopard's back, to which the creature offered no resistance. Thus reassured, Wang Dashan began to caress the leopard affectionately. Observing the creature's enjoyment, he inquired, "Are you feeling more comfortable today?" The leopard responded with a flick of its tail, prompting Wang Dashan to continue, "Rest well here. Once you recover fully, we shall venture into the woods to hunt wild boar." He then declared, "Let us bestow upon you a name. You are a female leopard, adorned with splendid spots. From now on, I shall call you Dahu." The leopard emitted a soft sound, leaving Wang Dashan uncertain whether it was an approval or discontent. Rising, he fetched a basin of water and placed it before Dahu, then descended to the cellar to procure a piece of wild boar meat, which he sliced into smaller portions and set to simmer in the kitchen. He ladled a generous amount of sorghum flour into a vessel, added water to form a dough, and set it to steam. A pinch of salt was added to the meat pot before he sought out his grandfather. Requesting some medicinal herbs to strengthen bones and promote recovery, Wang Dashan found a mortar and ground the herbs into a fine powder. By this time, the meat was thoroughly cooked, and the sorghum cakes had finished steaming. He poured the meat into Dahu's ceramic bowl, tore the sorghum cakes into pieces, and mixed them with the meat, finally adding the ground herbs and stirring the concoction before presenting it to Dahu. The leopard, now able to move with greater ease, had significantly regained its strength after a day of recovery, though it still struggled with its right front paw. Upon seeing the food that Wang Dashan brought, Dahu raised her head and eagerly dipped her muzzle into the bowl, devouring the contents voraciously. In mere moments, the large bowl of meat and cakes was emptied, and she subsequently leaned into the water basin, lapping up the refreshing liquid. It seemed Dahu had fully adapted to the Wang family's culinary offerings. Indeed, the combination of cakes and meat was delightful. Chapter 14. Contemplating Li Yuanshao's scheme throughout the afternoon, Wang Dashan diligently followed Wang Dashan, absorbing the teachings of Taoist practices. As he was destined to inherit a temple and had chosen a life akin to that of a carefree wanderer amidst the countryside, he recognized the necessity of possessing substantial skills. Fortunately, Wang Dashan held no aversion to the esoteric knowledge of the Taoist tradition. The 5 arts of mountains, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination have been widely disseminated and employed throughout history, both in the realms of the common folk and the imperial court, undoubtedly possessing their own intrinsic wisdom. To illustrate, consider traditional Chinese medicine. It has evolved since the time of Shennong, who tasted a myriad of herbs, During the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, physicians began employing diagnostic methods such as observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation, alongside treatments including herbal medicine, acupuncture, and surgery. From the Warring States to the Qin and Han periods, remarkable figures like Bian Ke, Zhang Zhongjing, Chun Yue, Hua Tuo, and Dong Feng emerged as legendary healers. Even today, traditional Chinese medicine continues to play a vital role in rural areas and among the elderly in impoverished regions. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine possesses the power to heal. Yet why has it waned in prominence? This decline can be traced back to the late Qing dynasty, when the influx of Western knowledge and the adoption of foreign techniques to combat foreign threats led to a cultural invasion of China by the West. Tragically, this cultural infiltration was welcomed through the opening of the nation's doors. Even more disheartening, some individuals conflate traditional culture and metaphysics with decay, assuming that anything traditional is obsolete and anything that deviates from scientific theory is futile. Such attitudes inevitably contribute to the decline of traditional Chinese medicine. Over the course of 5 millennia, Chinese medicine has already lost many critical elements. Contemporary practice often knows only the superficial without understanding the underlying principles. What is the essence of the balance of yin and yang, the interplay of meridians, and the interactions of the 5 elements? We lack understanding of these concepts, which have vanished irretrievably into the annals of history. Wang Dashan's ancestors were all Taoist priests, and the traditions of Taoism are ingrained in his very being. He has never consulted a Western doctor, spending his days immersed in the I Ching, Taoist health practices, and sacred texts. Some of these teachings may lack empirical validation, yet this does not diminish his acceptance and appreciation of Taoism. Although he carries memories from a past life spanning 45 years, this does not affect his present. One day passed in earnest study for Wang Dashan. The following morning, he rose punctually, adhering to his usual routine, and continued his studies. Today, Wang Dashan would remain indoors, as Li Hongjun was scheduled to visit. Wang Zhengfeng also chose to stay home, as he had consultations to conduct at the clinic that morning. At 8 o'clock, a knock resounded at the door. Wang Dashan assumed it was Li Hongjun and hurried to open it. To his surprise, he found Li Yuanchao and his mother, Zhang, entering unsteadily. After a few days apart, Zhang appeared significantly aged, her hair now streaked with gray, her face etched with sorrow, and her eyes red and hollow. The mother and son followed Wang Dashan into the courtyard, arriving at the room where Wang Zhengfeng was seeing patients. Upon seeing Wang Zhengfeng, Li Yuanchao fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly as he pleaded, "Oh, venerable sage, please save my mother. Since my father's passing, she has been unable to eat or sleep, weeping incessantly. At this rate, I fear for her very life." He broke into sobs. Wang Zhengfeng quickly urged Wang Dashan to help Li Yuanchao to his feet, saying, "Rise, do not rush. Let me take your mother's pulse." He gestured for Zhang to sit before the pulse diagnosis table and extended his hand to check her pulse. After a moment, Wang Zhengfeng inquired, "Madam Li, have you been having trouble sleeping lately?" Even in slumber, she is plagued by numerous dreams, often awakening in fright. Li Shi remained silent, while Li Yuanchao nudges the tower and eventually nods slightly. "Do you often feel a pain in your heart? An intermittent ache?" Wang Zhengfeng inquires again. Li Shi nods once more. "Your mother is suffering from fright, the sudden loss of a loved one, coupled with excessive worry, resulting in a depletion of both qi and blood. Worry injures the spleen. When the spleen suffers, it leads to stagnation, which in turn causes distress, resulting in palpitations and sharp pain." "Oh, wise sage, can my mother's ailment be cured?" Li Yuanchao asks urgently. "Ultimately, your mother's condition is a heart ailment, which can only be alleviated with medicine but cannot be fundamentally cured. For true healing, one must administer a remedy to the heart. I will prescribe a concoction for your mother. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. Take 1 dose per day for 7 consecutive days, and return for a follow-up consultation afterward." He then writes down the prescription. The Gui Pai decoction includes 9 grams of atractylodes, 12 grams of astragalus, 12 grams of longan flesh, 9 grams of poria, 12 grams of sour jujube seeds, and 6 grams each of angelica and polygala, along with 6 grams of ginseng, 6 grams of costus, 3 grams of licorice, 5 grams of ginger, and 10 grams of jujube. This formulation is intended to replenish qi and nourish blood, strengthen the spleen, and support the heart, treating ailments stemming from excessive worry, heart-spleen exhaustion, and forgetfulness. He hands the prescription to Wang Dashan, saying, "Dashan, prepare the medicine." Wang Dashan takes the prescription to gather the ingredients. Wang Jingfeng then turns to Li Yuanchao, stating, "Your mother's condition stems from the trauma of your father's demise. She is constantly reminded of him at home. How could she not miss him? Over time, this will undoubtedly lead to excessive worry. Moreover, your home is where your father and wife met their end, and your mother, being a direct witness, must relive that day's horrors daily. For the time being, it would be best to relocate to another place. Keep your mother away from familiar sights, change the environment, and engage in various activities. With time, she will naturally begin to let go, and only then can her heart ailment be cured." At this moment, Wang Dashan has prepared the medicine and hands it to Li Yuanchao, who hurriedly accepts it. He then retrieves a yellow paper pouch from his pocket, presenting it to Wang Zhengfeng with both hands. "Wise sage, this is the offering for yesterday's ritual. Please accept it. If it weren't for you, who knows what might have happened yesterday? Now the village is abuzz with tales of your divine abilities, and many wish to come to your temple to light incense and pray for peace." Wang Zhengfeng chuckles softly, stroking his long beard. "I dare not claim such powers. There are no deities here, merely methods to heal and save lives. Villagers with minor ailments are welcome to seek treatment at the temple, if I am unavailable. Dashan can also provide care. As for other matters, it is best not to mention them. We cannot let others accuse us of promoting feudal superstition." Wang Jingfeng is wary of having villagers flocking to burn incense and make wishes, fearing they might label him as a remnant of feudalism and report him. After all, in this era, people's thoughts are still quite conservative. Only in 2 years will there be some loosening of religious beliefs. In summary, religion is still viewed as a feudal remnant. In 2 years, there will be freedom of belief. Yet, Wang Zhengfeng underestimates the villagers' fervor. That day, he cast coins for divination and predicted that the Liu family would be buried together with their son, ultimately ensuring the smooth completion of the funeral rites. The villagers, having witnessed the remarkable skills of Wang Zhengfeng, regarded him as a celestial being, truly a master of divine techniques. Soon, the local residents desired to pay homage at Qingfeng Temple, seeking Wang Zhengfeng's medical advice and divination, hoping to select auspicious dates for their endeavors. Gradually, the temple became a hub of spiritual activity, and both Wang Zhengfeng and Wang Dashan gained renown as local luminaries, living legends. But that is a tale for another time. So let us set it aside for now. As Li Yuanchao saw that all matters had been resolved, he expressed his gratitude to Wang Zhengfeng once more and prepared to take his leave. Supporting his mother, he was just about to turn when Wang Dashan spoke to him, saying, "Brother Yuanchao, what are your plans for the future?" Li Yuanchao feigned a smile, responding with a hint of melancholy. "What plans could I possibly have? I had intended to take my mother to Lin County for work, without any thought of returning. However, now that the funeral is over, I have depleted all our savings. The mechanics' dormitory is a collective, and my mother has nowhere to stay. Renting a house incurs additional expenses. Thus, I am contemplating resigning from my job on the railway and tending to the fields at home to support my mother." Wang Dashan pondered for a moment, then spoke without consulting Wang Zhengfeng. "Brother Yuanchao, I have an idea I would like to discuss with you. What do you think?" Li Yuanchao, slightly misunderstanding, responded earnestly, "Whatever it is, Brother Dashan, if there's anything you need me to do, please just say it. I will not shirk from any task I can manage." "Brother Yuanchao, you misunderstand me," Wang Dashan clarified. "I believe that you and your mother would benefit from a change of environment. Otherwise, it may hinder your mother's recovery. My grandfather is preparing to cultivate a patch of barren land on the back mountain for growing medicinal herbs, and he is somewhat overwhelmed. How about this? I will fund the construction of 2 houses at the foot of the mountain, and I will hire you and your mother to assist my grandfather in cultivating the herbs, tending to livestock, and managing the temple and our daily lives. I can offer you both 100 yuan a month, covering all your food and drink. You may gather vegetables from my garden, and I will provide the meat and grains, ensuring you both have ample sustenance. What do you think?" Wang Dashan had contemplated the offer of 100 yuan for Li Yuanchao and his mother carefully. Li Yuanchao, working on the railway, earned about 40 yuan a month, which, while not insignificant, was hardly substantial. However, as a robust laborer capable of enduring hardship, Wang Dashan believed that compensating him with 80 yuan a month for his work would be a worthwhile investment, as Li Yuanchao's capabilities were undoubtedly worth that amount. Moreover, the primary motivation behind providing such financial support to Li Yuanchao and his mother was not merely to employ him, but rather to offer hope to a woman who might otherwise have lost her will to live. If she could not see a glimmer of hope, who could say whether she might follow the tragic path of her daughter-in-law? If she were to pass away, it was hard to fathom how Li Yuanchao would cope. Would he too lose his attachment to this world? Such uncertainties loomed large. Thus, Wang Dashan chose to hire them at a generous rate. As a healer himself, he understood that sometimes the best medicine is not merely the application of herbs and remedies, but rather the gift of hope. In the future, he could entrust all manner of tasks at the temple to Li Yuanchao, such as clearing land for cultivation, caring for livestock, maintaining the grounds, and even accompanying him on business ventures. In the future, he aspires to raise some roe deer and similar animals. Once his mother's health improves, he can also harvest some forage to care for the livestock, and he can tend to the needs of Wang Dashan and his family. With a total of 100 yuan for both mother and son, it is indeed quite a bargain. Wang Dashan turned to Li Yuanchao and remarked, "My grandfather believes it would be best for your mother to find some work. Keeping busy will help her gradually let go of the past. However, she shouldn't be overburdened. Just overseeing the medicinal fields, doing some cleaning, and keeping things tidy will suffice. You can assist my grandfather in cultivating herbs, and if I happen to hunt a large quantity or a sizable game, you can help transport it back. In the meantime, you could lease out your land to others for cultivation, which would also generate some income. What do you think, Yuanchao?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuanchao felt quite tempted. Yet he also thought it unfair to take advantage of the Wang family. A monthly payment of 100 yuan was equivalent to 3 months of his salary at the machinery department. The notion that he could earn such a sum merely by farming and transporting game from the mountains seemed almost unbelievable. He first glanced at his mother, whose gaze was vacant and who offered no words. Then he looked at Wang Zhengfeng, who smiled and nodded in encouragement. After some contemplation, Li Yuanchao replied to Wang Dashan, "Brother Dashan, I am inclined to accept your offer, but I cannot accept your money. If you could provide my mother and me with shelter and sustenance, that would suffice. I do not require any payment. You and the old immortal have already done so much for my family. Without your assistance, my mother might not have survived. To ask for money now would be ungrateful. A matter is a matter. Brother Yuanchao, if I employ you, I must pay you. If you refuse payment, then we shouldn't discuss it. Otherwise, I would feel guilty alongside my grandfather. If you agree, select a spot at the foot of the back mountain, and tomorrow, find a few masons to come and build a house. I shall cover the expenses." Just then, a voice called out from outside the courtyard, "Dashan, Dashan, I have arrived. I bought a mule." Chapter 15. A hero has 3 helpers. Li Hongjun entered the courtyard, greeted by Wang Zhengfeng and Wang Dashan. Li Yuanchao and his mother also made their way into the yard. Li Hongjun first called out to Wang Zhengfeng, "Grandpa Wang," and then excitedly addressed Wang Dashan, "Dashan, I bought the mule cart from Yeshitan. Previously, while I was collecting mountain goods over there, I learned that old Guo from the Yeshitan was selling a mule. This mule, about 8 years old, is in its prime. Old Guo was demanding a high price, and he hadn't sold it yet. Yesterday, I went to his home and purchased not only the mule and cart, but also his sled. I figured it would come in handy in winter for hauling livestock. The total cost was 350 yuan. Initially, he was reluctant to sell to me, but after a day of persistence, he finally agreed just to be rid of me. Indeed, it was Li Hongjun who possessed a keen business acumen. An 8-year-old mule, along with the cart and sled, for 350 yuan was quite a reasonable deal. In these times, large livestock are precious. Not only is there a reluctance to sell, but many also cannot afford to buy. Most families purchase a young colt to raise. And although it cannot work for the first 3 years, once it reaches the age of 3, it can carry a substantial load and prove to be quite helpful around the household. Currently, Li Hongjun has acquired an 8-year-old mule, fully grown and capable of pulling 500 to 600 pounds, which has pleased Wang Dashan immensely. Afterward, Li Hongjun took out the remaining money and handed it to Wang Dashan, saying, "Here is the leftover money. I shall give it to you." Wang Dashan hurriedly pushed Li Hongjun's hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? We agreed yesterday that you should take the remaining money to pay off your bicycle and improve conditions for your mother at home. Why are you trying to give it back? Keep it for yourself." The two exchanged protests, until Wang Zhengfeng interjected, "Hongjun, just accept it. Your brother, and you will surely earn more in the future. If you refuse to take it now, it will seem as if you are ungrateful." Li Hongjun, feeling helpless, reluctantly tucked the money back into his pocket and assured Wang Zhengfeng, "Grandpa Wang, rest assured, I will certainly work diligently alongside Dashan." Wang Zhengfeng smiled and nodded in silence. As a Taoist priest, he possessed some skills in physiognomy. Li Hongjun had broad and thick earlobes, a large nose, slightly visible nostrils, gentle eyes, an upward curve at the corners of his mouth, and thick lips, traits that clearly indicated a loyal and honest character. He would not harbor ill feelings over unequal distribution when working alongside Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan affirmed, "Indeed, Hongjun, have faith. We will earn a great deal of money. And in due time, your mother and sister will enjoy a good life." Li Yuanchao, observing from the side, could not help but marvel. He discerned that Wang Dashan had indeed instructed Li Hongjun to purchase a mule cart and was generously refusing to take the remaining money, which amounted to at least 100 pieces. Wang Dashan truly was magnanimous. Hearing the two speak of grand ambitions to earn wealth stirred excitement within Li Yuanchao, further solidifying his resolve to assist at the Taoist temple, especially since he received a fixed salary. At that moment, Wang Dashan introduced Li Hongjun, saying, "Hongjun, let me introduce you to Brother Yuanchao, who, like you, shares the surname Li. This lady is Brother Yuanchao's mother. In the future, Brother Yuanchao will reside at the foot of the mountain behind the temple to assist my grandfather in cultivating medicinal herbs and will accompany us in transporting wild livestock." Upon hearing this, Li Hongjun promptly shook hands with Li Yuanchao, greeting him and the lady warmly. He then said, "Brother Yuanchao, my name is Li Hongjun, and I will be selling wild livestock alongside Dashan from now on. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I come from the commune daily, and purchasing goods is quite convenient." Li Yuanchao quickly expressed his gratitude. Once their pleasantries concluded, Wang Dashan suggested, "Brother Yuanchao, if you have no pressing matters, let us explore the back mountain together and determine the best location to build a house, allowing the lady to stay at the temple to converse with my grandfather." The notion of merely keeping her company was a misrepresentation. Given her current state, it would be a blessing if she could respond at all, let alone engage in conversation with Wang Zhengfeng. Wang Dashan's proposal was, in truth, an attempt to reassure Li Yuanchao. Li Yuanchao pondered for a moment before addressing his mother. "Mother, please remain here at the temple. I will accompany Brother Dashan to inspect the site for the house, and I shall return shortly. Wait for me here." His mother nodded, urging him to return swiftly, and then fell silent. The trio, Wang Dashan and his companions, exited the temple, secured their mule, and made their way up the hillside. As they conversed, they learned that Wang Dashan intended to venture into the mountains for a hunt the following day. Li Hongjun eagerly interjected, "Dashan, may I join you? I have yet to experience mountain hunting. Hunting in the mountains is a laborious endeavor, requiring an early departure at 5 o'clock the next morning. Can you endure such hardship?" Wang Dashan queried. I can. I am certain I can," Li Hongjun replied with urgency, his enthusiasm for joining Wang Dashan evident. He sought not only the thrill of the hunt, but also to witness Wang Dashan's prowess firsthand. "The mountains can be perilous. Once we are in, will you heed my commands without question? If I direct you east, you must not stray west. If you can abide by this, then I shall take you along." Li Hongjun understood the gravity of hunting. Each year, the commune mourned the loss of hunters, with a significant majority falling victim to their quarry. He solemnly affirmed, "Dashan, rest assured, I will follow your instructions in the mountains. Whatever you say, I shall do." "Very well," Wang Dashan replied. "Arrive at the temple by 5 tomorrow morning. We shall strive to hunt several large beasts." Li Yuanchao also yearned to accompany Wang Dashan on the hunt. Unlike Li Hongjun, Li Yuanchao had grown up in a hunting family, his father being a hunter from Lijiaten. Influenced by this heritage, he had accompanied his father on hunts since the age of 16 or 17, though his hunting endeavors had waned after he began working in the machinery department at 22. Contemplating his decision, Li Yuanchao said to Wang Dashan, "Dashan, you plan to hunt tomorrow? Might I join as well? My family possesses a firearm, and I could be of assistance." Wang Dashan considered this and replied, "That sounds reasonable. The house construction is not urgent for just one day. Brother Yuanchao, you may accompany us. You can first take your mother to stay with relatives for a few days, so she does not have to stay at your house. Once the house is completed in a few days, you can all move in." "All right, I will return home and take my mother to my second uncle's house, where my aunt can look after her. After that, I will consult with the local masons regarding the house construction. I will be at your temple by 5 tomorrow." Li Yuanchao responded after hearing Wang Dashan's words. "Agreed, it is settled," Wang Dashan declared decisively. As they conversed, they reached the foot of the back mountain. where Wang Zhengfeng's medicinal herb field lay on the northern slope. After surveying the area and designating a plot of roughly 200 square meters, conveniently located near the Bailong stream, merely 30 meters away for easy access to water, the trio proceeded to establish the boundaries using thick branches, marking their territory. Upon returning to the temple, Wang Dashan invited Li Yuanchao and his mother, along with Li Hongjun, to share a meal. However, Li Yuanchao politely declined, eager to finalize the arrangements for the house without delay. Though he was enveloped in sorrow these past few days, the thought of his elderly mother compelled him to muster strength. As a man, he understood that one must swallow their pain and sorrow and present a facade of resilience to the world. Li Hongjun decided to stay for dinner, still reminiscing about the gray rat stew with potatoes he had savored last time. Wang Dashan was in high spirits today, as not only did Li Hongjun come to assist him, but even Li Yuanchao, undeterred by his youth, was willing to lend a hand. There is a saying that a good man has 3 helpers, akin to how a fence is supported by 3 posts. Wang Dashan was no exception. With the support of Wang Zhengfeng and the assistance of outsiders, he believed that expanding the Taoist temple was not an impossibility, albeit a formidable challenge. Wang Zhengfeng, now advanced in years, was unable to offer much help, relying instead on the goodwill of others. However, with Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun at his side, he was confident that they would indeed elevate the temple to new heights. Chapter 16. Before ascending the mountain after bidding farewell to Li Yuanchao and his mother, Wang Dashan proceeded to the backyard to prepare a meal, with Li Hongjun naturally following him. Upon reaching the backyard, Li Hongjun was startled by the sight of the leopard, Da Huang, lounging beneath the eaves. Suddenly recalling something, he hesitated, slowly retreating and seeking refuge behind Wang Dashan, trembling as he pointed at Da Huang, exclaiming, "D Dashan, a leopard, a leopard." Seeing Li Hongjun's fearful demeanor, Wang Dashan burst into laughter, teasing, "And you want to accompany me hunting in the mountains? You turn weak at the sight of a leopard." He then approached Da Huang, crouching down to stroke the fur on its back, and reassured Li Hongjun, "This is a leopard I saved in the mountains, named Da Huang. It has an injured leg and cannot move yet, so there is no need to be afraid." He then addressed Da Huang, saying, "From now on, you must not bite anyone who comes to the house. Do you understand?" Da Huang wagged its tail, licking Wang Dashan's hand. "I'll prepare your meal now, Da Huang. So please don't frighten Li Hongjun," he said before rising to cook for the leopard. Generally speaking, an adult male northeast leopard in the wild requires at least 10 to 15 kilograms of food at a time, primarily due to the challenges of survival. Leopards do not always succeed in their hunts. On average, they succeed only twice out of 10 attempts. Therefore, it is common for wild northeast leopards to experience hunger. When they do catch prey, they must consume more to store sufficient energy for the potential days of hunger that may follow. However, if they are fed daily, such quantities become unnecessary. For Da Huang, a female northeast leopard currently pregnant, a daily intake of 2 kilograms of meat combined with 2 kilograms of coarse grain would adequately meet her nutritional needs. Thus, Da Huang was indeed fortunate. Wang Dashan prepared a meal for Da Huang that included not only meat, but also some bones, which he chopped into small pieces to prevent choking. He also gathered a handful of spinach from the garden, blanched it in hot water, chopped it finely, and mixed it with the meat, bones, and pancakes, adding a touch of traditional medicine to complete Da Huang's meal. As soon as the earthenware bowl was placed in front of her, Da Huang eagerly devoured the food. For her, this must be an unprecedentedly comfortable existence. Not only did she enjoy a full meal at each sitting, but the flavors were far superior to what she had previously experienced. What was once mere survival had transformed into a life of enjoyment. Aside from her impaired leg, everything else was splendid. Certainly, the large flower does not comprehend the essence of survival or enjoyment, yet it understands that the inhabitants of this place pose no threat. In fact, they have saved its life. This engenders a profound dependency on Wang Dashan. Indeed, animals possess emotions, though they are often obscured by the ruthless laws of the jungle and the relentless survival of the fittest dictated by nature. In the wilderness, injury signifies death. No creature would come to its aid, but rather would seize the opportunity to exploit its vulnerability. Wang Dashan observed the large flower finishing its meal before pouring it some water and then proceeding to prepare dinner. Today's menu included matsutake dragon soup, boiled wild boar ribs, and stir-fried cabbage, accompanied by a pot of steamed rice. "What should I do?" asked Li Hongjun from the kitchen. "Just tend to the fire for me," responded Wang Dashan as he exited the kitchen. Li Hongjun gathered firewood, ignited the flames, and fetched water from the tank, pouring it into the 2 pots on the stove to prevent scorching. Wang Dashan re-entered, holding a piece of rib weighing approximately 5 pounds, which he placed on the cutting board and chopped into small pieces. He scooped boiling water from the pot, dried the iron wok, heated oil, and sauteed ginger, garlic, and scallions, releasing a tantalizing aroma. He then added the ribs, stirring vigorously until they changed color. He tossed in several star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, poured in soy sauce and fermented bean paste, and continued to stir before adding generous ladles of boiling water. To achieve tenderness quickly, a vigorous flame was essential. Ample water would prevent the pot from drying out before the meat was adequately cooked. He instructed Li Hongjun to increase the heat while he covered the pot. Seizing the moment, he began preparing the dragon soup. The hallmark of Matsutake dragon soup is its freshness. Thus, no oil was required for salt ing. He placed the dragon head into the pot, added cold water, and brought it to a boil, then incorporated a few slices of astragalus and angelica, allowing it to simmer gently before adding the matsutake mushrooms. After a quarter of an hour, the wild boar ribs and matsutake dragon soup were ready, their rich fragrances enticing Li Hongjun, who could hardly contain his salivation. He vowed that the most delectable meals he had ever tasted were these 2 dishes at Wang Dashan's home. It is no wonder he felt this way. Since his father's passing, he had scarcely known a full meal. Wang Dashan also stir-fried the cabbage, and the 3 of them began their feast. With little else to occupy the afternoon, Wang Dashan suggested they indulge in some wine. Li Hongjun abstained, as he needed to drive home. But while he could forego the wine, he could not neglect his meal. He consumed 3 substantial bowls of rice, while Wang Jingfeng watched with a smile as Li Hongjun devoured his food, glancing at his grandson Wang Dashan, who sipped his wine and nibbled on meat. Periodically, he savored a sip of wine, overwhelmed by an indescribable joy and satisfaction, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. After the meal, Li Hongjun hastily gathered the dishes in preparation to descend the mountain and return home. Wang Dashan called out to him, producing a 100 yuan note and handing it to Li Hongjun. "Hongjun, take this money. When you return to the commune, please buy me 20 pounds of eggs, 20 pounds of pork fat, 1 pound of sugar, and 2 cans of malted milk extract. The temple lacks eggs, and it is frustrating not to have them when one craves them. Let us buy a larger quantity this time, so that we can enjoy 2 for breakfast each day. It's essential to supplement protein while growing. We also have no lard at home. I find that cooking with soybean oil lacks the fragrant richness of lard. So let us purchase some fat to render more lard." Another thing, he enjoys adding a touch of sugar to his stir-fried dishes just before serving. So he purchased some white sugar. Furthermore, when guests arrive, he can also offer them a refreshing sugar water. As for the malt extract, it was simply due to his craving for it. "All right, I will bring it to you tomorrow morning. There is no need for you to pay me. I have enough money on me," Li Hongjun said as he pushed the money away. "You keep it. Your money is yours. But this money is for you to help me buy supplies. You must take it and return the rest to me," Wang Dashan insisted, pushing the money back into Li Hongjun's hands. The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, but Li Hongjun, unable to maintain his stance, ultimately accepted the money. Afterward, he prepared to head out to catch a ride home. Wang Dashan called out after him, "Hongjun, are you equipped for hunting in the mountains tomorrow? Are you referring to a gun?" "I don't have one," Li Hongjun replied, shaking his head. "Never mind, I have a machete. You can take it for now. Bring a water bottle and a few more sacks when you come tomorrow." Initially, Wang Dashan considered lending Li Hongjun a bow and arrow, but upon reflection, he deemed it unsafe for someone inexperienced to handle them, so he opted against it. After saying this, he let Li Hongjun return home. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing to attend to, Wang Jingfeng ventured to the medicinal fields to clear the land, while Wang Dashan sat in the clinic, attending to patients and reading. Throughout the entire afternoon, not a single patient came to seek treatment. By 5 p.m., Wang Jingfeng returned, and Wang Dashan boiled some noodles. The grandfather and grandson made do with the leftover dishes from lunch, and afterward, they washed up and retired to their rooms to rest. Chapter 17. Encountering a wild boar herd with no events to recount through the night. The next morning, Wang Dashan rose early, practicing his martial arts and freshening up. As they were to hunt in the mountains today, he skipped his morning exercises and prepared breakfast in anticipation of the arrival of Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun. Shortly before 5 a.m., both Li Hongjun and Li Yuanchao arrived at the temple. Wang Jingfeng was still engaged in his morning exercises, so Wang Dashan did not disturb him. After they had breakfast, which comprised simple porridge, large steamed buns, and pickled vegetables, the three young men enjoyed their meal heartily. After breakfast, the trio checked their gear. Wang Dashan equipped himself with a long rifle and a handgun, and he had a knife sheathed at his waist. Li Yuanchao carried a Mosin-Nagant rifle, along with a knife. And he also brought a machete to clear their path. Li Hongjun had no equipment, so Wang Dashan handed him a kitchen knife for self-defense. After some thought, he also gave him a slingshot, just in case they encountered wild chickens or squirrels, allowing him to practice his aim. The three of them strapped on bamboo baskets and packed essentials such as fire starters, seasonings, large steamed buns, a water flask, and a first aid kit. It is essential to carry some staple foods in the wild. One cannot subsist solely on roasted meat, given their limited time outside. If they were to hunt for more than 2 consecutive days, they would need to bring along a cast iron pot as well. The first aid kit was also an indispensable piece of equipment in the event of an injury in the wilderness. An inability to stop the bleeding would essentially equate to a death sentence. Once they had completed their gear check, the trio set off. Wang Dashan intended to head to a location known as Wild Boar Ridge, thanks to the blessings of his ancestors. The sheepskin scroll not only indicated the locations of ginseng nests, but also clearly mapped out the various peaks and valleys of the Daba mountain range, effectively providing Wang Dashan with a map of the entire region. With the specialized knowledge of unconventional warfare that Wang Dashan acquired in his previous life, the risk of losing one's way in these mountains is virtually non-existent. Ascending along the path of Bailong Creek, Li Yuanchao wielded a machete, forging the way ahead, while Li Hongjun, enchanted by the novelty of the mountain surroundings, intermittently plucked sour jujubes and blueberries, indulging himself by popping them into his mouth. "How long must we walk, Dashan?" inquired Li Hongjun. "We shall walk for at least 4 hours," replied Wang Dashan. "The mountain trails are arduous and winding. While one could traverse 20 kilometers on flat terrain in 4 hours, covering a mere 12 or 13 kilometers in the mountains would be considered commendable. Yet, do not underestimate this distance. In the vast expanse of the Daba Mountains, a mere 10 kilometers away from human habitation transforms into a sanctuary for wild beasts." Leading the way, Wang Dashan guided the trio unceasingly toward the Wild Boar Hollow. In this era, the populace often traversed mountains and valleys, relying largely on foot for transportation. As there were few expedient means available, communication was primarily conducted through shouts, rendering the journey less burdensome. Along the way, they encountered numerous signs of small animals, but Wang instructed the others to disregard them. Their primary target today was the wild boar. Aside from creatures larger than the wild boar, nothing else was of interest. After nearly 5 hours of trekking, Wang Dashan finally spotted a landmark denoted on the parchment at the mouth of the Wild Boar Hollow, a colossal rock, approximately 2 stories high, standing sentinel at the hollow's entrance. Upon sighting this stone, Wang instructed his companions to halt, saying, "We have arrived. Ahead lies the Wild Boar Hollow. You both rest and have a bite to eat while I search for signs of wild boar." Though still over 500 meters from the hollow's mouth, Wang meticulously scoured the ground for any traces of wild boar, looking for thickets the boars might have traversed, their droppings, and trees they might have rubbed against. Discovering such signs would indicate that this area was frequented by wild boars. Indeed, fortune favors the diligent. Beneath a red pine, Wang found wild boar droppings. Despite their unkempt appearance, wild boars possess an instinct to avoid defecating near their nests. They tend to forage in the early morning and late evening, resting during the heat of midday. Sensitive to temperature, wild boars seek the cool shade of dense forests in summer and retreat to wind-sheltered valleys in winter. Typically, a sounder of wild boars comprises about 620 individuals, with a territory spanning approximately 812 square kilometers. This is in the absence of a wild boar king. Should one arise in the region, the dynamics shift. The boar population would cease internal strife as the king rallies the sounder together. However, the wild boar king is a solitary creature, rarely seen among the group. Having identified the signs of wild boar, Wang Dashan addressed Li Hongjun and Li Yuanchao, saying, "In a moment, we shall make our way to the left ridge, advancing cautiously so as not to disturb the wild boars within. It is summer, and with it being midday, I suspect the boars are nestled in the woods beyond the hollow. Follow my lead." With that, he proceeded up the ridge. The group ascended slowly, striving to make not a sound. Fortunately, with little wind, There was less concern about the boars detecting their scent. The wild boar is an animal with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, highly sensitive to metallic scents. If positioned downwind, the wild boar can detect the aroma of food from over 11 kilometers away. As a few individuals ascended the ridge, they gazed toward the west and heard Li Hongjun tugging at Wang Dashan's sleeve, eagerly exclaiming, "Dashan, Dashan, look over there." Upon glancing in that direction, Wang Dashan was astonished to see a group of wild boars approximately 300 meters away. Some were sleeping, others leisurely foraging for food on the ground, while a few were vigorously rubbing against trees. A rough count estimated the group to comprise around 30 to 40 boars, a substantial gathering indeed. The number of wild boars is not fixed. If conditions are favorable and the habitat is secure, they can congregate in large numbers, as was the case at that moment. The sight of the wild boars exhilarated everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dashan inquired, "Brother Yuanchao, how proficient are you with your firearm? Do you think you could hit anything from here?" "Almost," replied Li Yuanchao. "Then follow me. Let's get a bit closer before taking the shot. Hongjun, you stay here and keep watch. Once we finish, we will call for you." "Just return swiftly," Li Hongjun responded. Wang Dashan and Li Yuanchao set down their bamboo baskets and stealthily made their way toward another ridge. Upon reaching a vantage point less than 200 meters from the wild boar group, Wang Dashan turned to Li Yuanchao and said, "Let us shoot from here. Try to take down as many as we can." The two selected their positions and readied their firearms. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed as Wang Dashan managed to take down 2 wild boars with 3 shots. However, the boars' tough hides often allowed them to continue fleeing even after being struck. Li Yuanchao, on the other hand, struggled, though the Mosin Nagant possessed good penetration and stability. Its recoil was formidable. He managed to fire only 1 shot after exhausting 3 rounds in single-shot mode, hitting a boar but failing to kill it. At that moment, the wild boars reacted, bolting frantically towards the mountainside. Wang Dashan turned to Li Yuanchao and instructed, "You reload while I chase down a few more boars. Once you've reloaded, call Hongjun to meet up with you. The 2 of you can start bleeding them out." Without looking back, he pursued the fleeing wild boars. They were indeed swift, especially when startled, charging forward with reckless abandon. Yet, from his elevated position, Wang Dashan could easily observe their path. He paused intermittently to take aim and, in no time, managed to bring down another boar. Ignoring the fallen animal, he continued the chase. After approximately half an hour, he found himself deep in the forest. Suddenly, a massive wild boar, estimated to weigh around 400 pounds, burst forth from the thicket, charging directly at Wang Dashan. With its pronounced arched back, elongated snout, and sharp tusks adorned with dark bristles, it resembled a small calf. Wang Dashan did not dare to be careless. He swiftly raised his firearm and aimed, firing with a loud bang as the bullet struck the boar's cheek. However, the wild boar did not succumb. Instead, it abruptly turned and charged backward. Suddenly, a black bear emerged from the thicket behind, a true bear of formidable stature. Upon spotting the boar rushing towards it, the bear immediately raised its bristled neck hair and stood upright. Its chest, adorned with a patch of white fur, quivered as it unleashed an enormous roar that reverberated through the forest. This black bear, towering at least 1.8 meters, weighed approximately the same as the wild boar. It appeared intent on tearing the boar apart, seeking to punish the intruder that had trespassed into its territory. Yet, the boar paid no heed to this threat. Having been pursued by Wang Dashan, it had inadvertently wandered into the bear's domain, inciting the bear's wrath. However, the boar had no desire to confront the bear. It quickly turned to flee. Little did it know that Wang Dashan was close behind, firing another shot. The boar, sensitive to the metallic sound of the gun, hesitated to charge at Wang Dashan and instead bolted back towards the bear's territory. At this moment, the bear stood tall, and the wild boar charged directly at it. Upon reaching the bear pounced with both paws aimed at the boar. In a desperate move to evade the boar darted beneath the bear's legs. Consequently, the bear landed squarely on the boar's back, its paws pressing down firmly. With the bear now riding on its back, the boar sprinted away, momentarily stunned. After running roughly 20 meters, burdened by the weight of the bear, which weighed around 400 pounds, and having been shot by Wang Dashan, the boar faltered and collapsed by the roadside. The bear immediately lunged at the boar, attempting to bite its neck. However, this hefty boar, having grown to over 400 pounds, had surely weathered many storms, and its legend echoed through the woods of Daba Mountain. With a sudden thrust, it hurled the bear aside, its tusks grazing the bear's neck, inflicting pain. In that instant, the boar sprang up, confronting the bear once more. It appeared that the boar was prepared to fight for its life. The bear, now enraged, swung its massive paw, the size of a small basin, toward the boar's head. But the boar was not an easy opponent. Observing the bear's paw descending, it charged headlong into the bear. The bear stumbled but quickly regained its balance. Lunging once again at the boar, this time, the bear successfully pinned the boar down. Despite its injuries, the boar refused to surrender. It understood that yielding would mean certain death. Thus, even while pressed to the ground, it vigorously shook its head, striving to evade the bear's jaws from seizing its neck. This struggle resembled a match between professional wrestlers, one pinning the other to the mat while the latter fought fiercely to avoid defeat. What a spectacle it was! Wang Dashan stood by, transfixed, astonished by the brutal ferocity of the beast's battle, a clash of survival. Ultimately, the bear gained the upper hand, managing to pin the boar down, its gaping maw sinking into the boar's neck. At that moment, Wang Dashan recognized a prime opportunity. He swiftly maneuvered to a position 50 meters in front of the bear, raising his weapon with intent. In truth, had he wished to kill the bear, it would have been a simple matter. Merely pulling the trigger would suffice. However, such an act would mar the bear's valuable pelt. For a bear, the most prized possession is its gallbladder, followed by its fur, with its paws being of least significance. Therefore, Wang Dashan refrained from shooting the black bear. At this moment, the bear had already subdued the wild boar, intending, for precautionary measures, to sever the boar's cervical spine, ensuring its demise. Just then, a sharp crack pierced the air as Wang Dashan fired his gun, a bullet piercing through the space between the bear's eyes. The 7.62 millimeters projectile entered its brain, turning its insides into a gruesome pulp. The bear collapsed forward onto the wild boar, silenced forever. Wang Dashan approached, delivering a finishing shot to both the bear and the boar to confirm their deaths before he heaved a sigh of relief. This marked Wang Dashan's inaugural triumph over both a wild boar and a bear. One must not underestimate these creatures. A 400-pound wild boar is considered large by any standard, and a 400-pound bear in the Daba Mountains undoubtedly ranks among the largest. Initially, had both beasts charged at Wang Dashan, he would have found himself in dire straits. Though he might escape injury, it would have demanded considerable effort. Yet, the outcome was fortuitous. Not only had he captured a wild boar exceeding 400 pounds, but he also secured a bear of the same weight, delivering a profound sense of accomplishment. Wang Dashan did not linger, but hastened back to inform Li Yuanzhao and Li Hongjun to promptly assist in transporting the boar and bear. After a while, upon returning to the site where he had felled the boar, he found Li Yuanzhao already eviscerating the two boars, their entrails lying nearby. Upon seeing Wang Dashan's return, Li Hongjun exclaimed joyfully, "Dashan, you're back. Look at these two boars you've taken down. Together they weigh over 500 pounds. Today we strike it rich." Li Yuanzhao inquired, "Dashan, how did your pursuit go? Did you manage to get another boar?" Wang Dashan replied calmly, "Yes, I bagged 2 more boars and a bear." "Oh, you got 2 more boars and what? A bear?" Li Yuanzhao leaped up in excitement. "Did you really catch a bear?" Both Li Yuanzhao and Li Hongjun asked in unison. "Yes, fortune smiled upon me as I stumbled upon a bear engaged with a wild boar, allowing me to seize the opportunity," Wang Dashan explained. "Where's the bear? Take us to see it," Li Hongjun urged eagerly. "Everyone lend a hand. Let us carry the 2 boars over to the nearby woods, cover them with branches, and then we shall proceed," Wang Dashan instructed as he began to work. The 3 men prepared the 2 boars and made their way toward the bear's remains. Along the way, they eviscerated the wild boar they had struck earlier, gathered several branches, and fashioned a makeshift litter, securing the boar upon it as they carried it onward. Upon reaching the site of the bear's corpse, they beheld the 2 hefty creatures with concern. Ultimately, the trio conferred, deciding that Wang Dashan would handle the evisceration, while Li Yuanzhao would return to summon help for transporting the beasts. Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun remained behind to eviscerate the bear and wild boar. Wang Dashan pierced the belly of the black bear and, after rummaging within, extracted a bear gallbladder. Remarkably, it was a golden gallbladder, the highest grade of all. Generally, bear gallbladders are classified into 3 categories: golden, iron, and vegetable. A gallbladder that is golden, transparent, and gleaming like amber is deemed a golden gallbladder. If it is black, firm and brittle or has a viscous consistency. It is classified as an iron gallbladder, while a gallbladder that is yellow-green, lacking in luster, and also brittle is the least desirable, known as a vegetable gallbladder. Naturally, golden gallbladders command the highest price, typically costing twice as much as iron gallbladders, which in turn are double the price of vegetable gallbladders. No one can predict which bears might yield golden gallbladders or when they might appear. There is no discernible pattern, and the extraction of bear gallbladders relies entirely on chance. Today, fortune smiled upon Wang Dashan. While Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun were occupied with the bear, let us turn our attention to Li Yuanchao, who was making his solitary way back. He forged ahead, unperturbed by the prospect of losing his way. Upon returning to the temple, it was already 4 p.m. Li Yuanchao quickly relayed the news of Wang Dashan's success to Wang Zhengfeng, urging him to gather a team to transport the wild boar and the bear. Wang Zhengfeng sprang into action, and within an hour, he had organized a 20-person retrieval team at Kaoshan village, promising each member 10 pounds of wild boar meat upon their return. With torches in hand and carrying makeshift poles, the group, led by Li Yuanchao, set forth into the mountains. The determination of these villagers was truly admirable. For the sake of 10 pounds of pork, they were willing to traverse the arduous mountain paths for over 8 hours, all while bearing the weight of their quarry. This was not only a reflection of the dire poverty of the time, as families struggled to afford pork, but also a testament to the genuine warmth and simplicity of rural folk, always eager to lend a hand in times of need. Chapter 19. Dividing the meat and skinning. The mountain paths were treacherous, particularly at night. Fortunately, the large number of people ascending, armed with torches, mitigated the risk of animal attacks. The only peril was the chance of losing their way. However, Li Yuanchao marked their path, ensuring they stayed oriented. Thus, by 11 p.m., they spotted the flickering campfire lit by Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun. While awaiting the villagers' arrival, Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun had gathered the scattered wild boars around the carcass of the bear. At this moment, they were grilling meat. Fresh wild boar was cut into small pieces, skewered on sharpened branches, and roasted over the fire. When the meat began to sizzle and release its juices, they sprinkled it with cumin, chili powder, and salt, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. They took out the steamed buns they had brought in the morning, split them open, and with a firm motion, placed the meat skewer between the two halves of the bun. Closing it up, they took a hearty bite, their cheeks bulging with satisfaction, instantly alleviating the weariness of a long day's toil. Just as they were relishing their feast, a distant glimmer caught their eye, resembling a moving fire dragon. Wang Dashan recognized that Li Yuanchao had arrived with the others. Li Hongjun also spotted the torches, and his excitement was palpable. "Dashi, look! The torches! They have arrived!" he exclaimed with fervor. The two quickly finished the remaining skewers of meat and rose to greet the newcomers. The arrivals were young men from various families in the nearby village, robust and ready to work. Wang Dashan promptly assigned tasks. 6 strong men were to carry the bear. Another 6 were to transport the wild boar, while the remaining 8 would handle 3 smaller wild boars. Although they were referred to as smaller, their combined weight exceeded 600 pounds. With the tasks allocated, the young men sprang into action. Each group first fashioned a square frame with their poles, then secured the prey onto the frame, ensuring a comfortable lifting position for both 6 and 8 bearers. Once the prey was properly bound, Li Yuanchao counted the participants, perfectly even. Not a soul more or less. He nodded at Wang Dashan, who, with a sweep of his machete, commanded, "Let us set off." The procession gradually began to move. Wang Dashan led the way, while Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun assisted various groups in lifting the prey across difficult terrain, also taking on the responsibility of illumination. The entire operation unfolded harmoniously, devoid of any complaints. By dawn at 6 o'clock, the sun had risen, and the group finally reached Qingfengguan. At that moment, Wang Zhengfeng had already finished breakfast. Upon seeing the haul the men had brought, he couldn't help but express astonishment. "This grandson of mine is extraordinary. On his first venture into the mountains, he has captured a bear and several wild boars. Such prowess in hunting is unparalleled in the entire Dabatian region. It is noteworthy that in the northeastern forest area, 2 hunters without hounds would consider it a significant achievement to bring down a single wild boar. These creatures, when startled, are known for their singular instinct to flee. A wild boar can sprint for dozens of kilometers without pause, and once a shot is fired, they vanish. Without hunting dogs to encircle them, How many could one hope to catch? One should not be misled by the marksmanship of special forces. Unless armed with a high-caliber sniper rifle and an 8-power scope, and in a prepared prone position, waiting for the perfect moment to shoot, the chances of a clean kill are minimal. Most often, before one even spots their quarry, it has already sensed their presence and bolted away. Imagine trying to hit a target that is rapidly moving hundreds of meters away. What are the odds of scoring a headshot? It is laughable. Thus, a hunter deemed a sharpshooter is not measured by the quantity of their kills, but rather by their consistent success in returning with game, often of greater value than that of their peers. Over time, this reputation naturally solidifies. Now, with Wang Dashan's impressive catch, Wang Zhongfeng felt genuine joy for his grandson. However, this was not the time for celebration. 20 villagers awaited their share of meat. These villagers had worked tirelessly throughout the night, lifting and transporting, without even a morsel to eat, all for this moment. Wang Zhongfeng wasted no time, summoning Wang Dashan to bring forth an 8 immortals table, along with a chopping board. To prepare the hefty wild boar weighing over 100 pounds, a knife was sharpened against the bottom of a bowl, and with a swift motion, it plunged into the belly of the wild boar. Each individual portion comprised 5 pounds of fat and 5 pounds of lean meat. The fat of a wild boar is rather scarce. For a boar weighing over 100 pounds, having 100 pounds of fat is considered quite remarkable. Wang Zhongfeng was responsible for butchering the meat, while Li Yuanchao weighed it, and Li Hongjun bound it. Wang Dashan prepared the meal, and together they efficiently divided the meat, ultimately processing half of a 400-pound wild boar. After distributing the pork, they had breakfast, but their work was not yet complete, as the bear skin remained to be removed. Wang Dashan and his companions hoisted the bear upside down, and the task of skinning fell to Wang Zhongfeng. Aside from Li Yuanchao, the other two observed intently. Eager to learn the art of bear skinning, Wang Zhongfeng produced a small curved knife and commenced his work at the bear's legs, carefully making a circular incision around the lower leg before creating a vertical slit. He then delicately separated the bear's skin from its fat with meticulous precision. Though the process seemed straightforward, it required considerable skill. In a short while, he had successfully removed an intact bear skin without inflicting any damage. Wang Zhongfeng, an experienced hunter, displayed no decline in his technique due to age, much to the admiration of his companions. The skin was indeed smooth and flawless. However, the task was not finished. They still needed to carve the bear's chest meat. Every part of a bear is valuable, aside from its skin and gallbladder, which are highly sought after in the city. The bear paws are particularly favored by connoisseurs. Bear oil, a traditional remedy, is effective for treating scalp conditions and spleen deficiency, and it is also delicious for cooking. The chest meat is considered a delicacy, renowned for its tender texture and exquisite flavor. Even the bear bones can alleviate rheumatic arthritis. Wang Dashan reserved the bear oil and cut 2 substantial pieces of bear meat, each weighing around 20 pounds, which he handed to Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun. Here, take these home and let your family savor the taste of bear meat. I will keep 2 paws for us to stew together later, while we will sell the remaining 2 at the logging camp for a handsome price. As for the wild boar, we will keep 1 and sell the rest. Dashan, there's no need for so much. A few pounds of bear meat for each of us will suffice. You can keep the rest or sell it all. We can each take 20 pounds of boar meat. There will be more opportunities to hunt in the mountains, so no need to reserve too much for us. Li Yuanchao remarked after some contemplation, declining the meat offered by Wang Dashan. Indeed, once he and his mother completed their house, they would be well taken care of by Wang Dashan, making it unnecessary to be overly concerned about the meat. Selling his share of over 150 pounds to Wang Dashan would suffice. Right, Dashan. We don't need so much meat. We will return to the mountains and surely hunt more wild boars, Li Hongjun affirmed, giving a thumbs up. In fact, you should set aside more wild boar meat. Dawa, who is recovering, particularly needs the nourishment. Li Yuanchao was puzzled. Dawa? Who is that? Upon observing the perplexed expression on Li Yuanchao's face, Li Hongjun eagerly interjected, Brother Yuanchao. Dahuang is a leopard that Dashan rescued from the wild. It has sustained an injury to its leg and is currently recuperating in the backyard. Li Yuanchao still appeared incredulous. What Hongjun says is indeed true. Dahuang is right in the backyard. In a moment, I shall take you to see it. For now, please take the meat. As you mentioned, take as much as you desire. There is more than enough meat in our vicinity. The 2 men did not hesitate, each carving off 2 pieces of bear meat, roughly 5 to 6 pounds, and around 20 pounds of wild boar meat, along with a portion of fat. After the three of them finished their tasks, they ventured into the backyard to check on Da Huang before each fetching a bucket of water for a wash. Realizing the hour was growing late, Li Yuanchao decided to return home, as he needed to contact the mason to assess the materials needed for his place. Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun, however, were not yet ready for rest, as they still needed to descend the mountain to sell meat. Being the inaugural day of their venture, Wang Dashan was required to accompany Li Hongjun to familiarize himself with the route. Chapter 20. The popular Wang Dashan presented the bear gallbladder to his grandfather, requesting him to concoct something from it. He placed the bear fat in the kitchen and transferred approximately 50 pounds of bear meat and 100 pounds of wild boar meat to the cellar. After some contemplation, he retrieved the bear skin and placed it into a burlap sack. Li Hongjun drove the mule cart, cracking the whip with great swiftness, while Wang Dashan sat on the yoke. Before long, they arrived at the logging station. The elderly gatekeeper, upon seeing the cart laden with pork, inquired, "What is this for?" "Delivering meat to the cafeteria," Wang Dashan replied. The old man waved his hand, granting them passage. Without needing Wang Dashan's direction, Li Hongjun guided the mule cart to the logistics department. Wang Dashan dismounted from the cart and approached the door of Director Lin's office, which was ajar. Peeking inside, he saw Director Lin hunched over his desk, engrossed in writing. Wang Dashan knocked on the doorframe, prompting Director Lin to lift his gaze, and, upon recognizing Wang Dashan, he capped his pen and smiled. "Dashan, what brings you here? Come in for a glass of water." "Uncle Lin, I've returned from the mountains with a cart of meat, bear and wild boar. I came to inquire if you would like some." "What? Bear meat? Show me where it is," Director Lin exclaimed, swiftly emerging from behind his desk, nearly toppling his chair in the process. Wang Dashan pointed to the mule cart. "There it is." Director Lin hurried to the cart, poking and prodding at the contents with his fingers, then turned back to Wang Dashan, joy radiating from his expression. "Dashan, you have truly come to my aid." It turned out that with the approach of July 1st, the higher-ups had mandated that on this day, certain benefits be distributed to all personnel within the organization. Furthermore, leaders above the branch level were to gather for a meal. One of the benefits for the internal personnel was to receive a pound of pork. But the logging yard's meat processing plant had not received a sufficient supply of live pigs from the countryside, leaving the logistics department unable to procure enough pork, which had left Director Lin in a state of dismay. The document he had been drafting was a request to substitute pork with soybean oil. Just as Director Lin was feeling overwhelmed, Wang Dashan arrived, bringing with him a cart full of pork. How could this not elate Director Lin beyond measure? At this moment, Director Lin was exceedingly pleased to see Wang Dashan and promptly inquired, "Dashan, how many pounds of pork do we have? And how much bear meat?" "Approximately 700 pounds of pork and about 300 pounds of bear meat. I haven't weighed them, but you can rely on your scales if you wish to purchase." Wang Dashan replied, scratching his nose. "Very well, I will take all of it. Just tell me the price," Director Lin urged eagerly. At this juncture, that truckload of meat felt as dear to him as kin, and he was resolute that no one could take it away. "Uncle Lin, whatever price you said is acceptable. I trust you will not shortchange me," Wang Dashan replied cunningly. Director Lin chuckled, "Let's do this. Currently, wild boar meat is selling for 50 cents per pound. Though it's not available every day, I will offer you 70 cents per pound for the pork, and as bear meat is mostly unavailable, I will give you $3 per pound. Does that sound fair?" Director Lin had already devised a plan for distributing the meat during the welfare distribution. Higher-ranking personnel would receive bear meat, those of mid-level would get domestic pork, and the lower ranks would receive wild boar meat. In this manner, the meat would be perfectly apportioned among all members of the organization, with some bear meat remaining for future gatherings of the leadership. Everything is arranged just perfectly. I am quite the clever one, Director Lin thought with excitement. "All right, let us proceed as Uncle Lin suggested," Wang Dashan agreed. The prices Director Lin offered were indeed quite generous, not only for wild boar meat, but also for bear meat, which was fairly priced. It wasn't that bear meat was not valuable at $3 per pound. The issue was that if the price were set too high, few could afford it. Were it not for the forestry station being such a willing buyer, who would dare spend $3 for a pound of meat? At that moment, Wang Dashan pulled over Li Hongjun, who had been observing the commotion, and said to Director Lin, "Director Lin, this is my classmate Li Hongjun. He partners with me in selling meat and is also from the forestry station. I reside in the mountains and cannot come often, so he will handle future transactions with you. Please ensure he receives a fair price." Director Lin laughed heartily and said, "Ah, Dashan, you are giving me a heads up. Very well, I understand. The price will remain the same for Hongjun as well. Wang Dashan hurriedly replied, Uncle Lin, I would never dare give you a warning. I am merely introducing my partner. Then he added, Uncle Lin, I also have a pair of bear paws. Would you like them? If not, I shall seek Uncle Lu. Boy, why are you wasting words? Hurry and bring them out. I was wondering why there were no paws with the bear, Director Lin retorted. Wang Dashan extracted the bear paws from the sack, and upon seeing the bear skin, Director Lin quickly said, Dashan, I want that bear skin as well. I will give you $800 for it, and $500 for the pair of bear paws. This is a private purchase, so I can only offer you this price. What do you say? Wang Dashan replied, Uncle Lin, it's not that I am unwilling to sell you the bear skin. It's just that I promised Director Lu's nephew I would find him a skin first. I must honor that commitment and sell it to him. I will bring you another skin next time. As for the bear paws, let us settle on your proposed price. Does that work for you? Director Lin, looking at the bear skin and then at the bear paws, could only nod in disappointment and acquiesce. He casually remarked, Remember, next time you hunt a bear, be sure to save some of the pelt for me. Wang Dashan nodded in agreement. The next task involved weighing the meat, with Li Hongjun busily attending to the matter. The wild boar meat weighed 720 jin, priced at 0.7 yuan per jin, totaling 504 yuan. The bear meat weighed 288 jin, at 3 yuan per jin, amounting to 864 yuan. The bear paws fetched 500 yuan for a pair, bringing the total to 1,868 yuan. While Director Lin retrieved the funds from the treasurer, Wang Dashan instructed Li Hongjun to purchase 2 packs of peony cigarettes and 2 bottles of Baishan Daku, which he placed beneath Director Lin's desk. Moments later, Director Lin handed the money to Wang Dashan, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, What is there to count? Do I not trust Uncle Lin? Director Lin escorted Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun to the door, and Wang Dashan quietly informed him, Lin Shu, I've left some cigarettes and liquor for you under your desk. Do remember to take them when you return. Director Lin chuckled, replying, You little rascal. Trying to bribe me? Since you've made some money today, I'll accept it as your way of showing respect. With a playful pat on Wang Dashan's back, he added, Now off you go. After Wang Dashan departed, Director Lin leisurely returned to his office. Upon retrieving the items from beneath his desk, he realized that they were indeed 2 packs of peony cigarettes and 2 bottles of Baishan Daku, which were rather pricey, totaling nearly 18 yuan. Director Lin's impression of Wang Dashan improved significantly, feeling reassured that he had not misjudged the young man, and his spirits lifted further. Chapter 21. Let us sell pelts. Upon exiting the gate of the logging station, Wang Dashan instructed Li Hongjun to drive the mule cart to the supply and marketing cooperative, asking him to wait a moment before entering the cooperative himself. Shortly after, Wang Dashan emerged, carrying 2 bags of white rabbit candy, 2 jars of canned peaches, and 2 bottles of milk powder, all contained within a net bag. He then informed Li Hongjun, Hongjun, let us head to your home first to drop off the meat. Li Hongjun acknowledged and continued driving. Before long, they reached Li Hongjun's doorstep. Li Hongjun's residence was situated in the central area of the family quarters at the logging station, where the 3 of them lived in a modest courtyard comprising 2 rooms, a main room and a side room, adjacent to which was a kitchen, also serving as a heated area for winter. Li Hongjun occupied the side room, while his mother and younger sister resided in the main room. His sister, aged 11, was in the 5th grade and had not yet returned from school. At that moment, Li Hongjun's mother was in the main room, sewing. She wore a work uniform issued to lumberjacks, its fabric patched and frayed, clearly worn over many years. Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun carried the meat into the main room, and upon seeing her son return with a young man, Li Hongjun's mother eagerly inquired, Hongjun, have you eaten yet? I'll prepare something for you. Then, noticing Wang Dashan, she exclaimed, Is that you, Dashan? You've grown so tall, I hardly recognized you. Indeed, Wang Dashan was familiar with Li Hongjun's mother. As the best friend of Li Hongjun would naturally bring his companion home, Wang Dashan promptly replied, Auntie, we already had breakfast at my house. We just came to handle some business at the commune and brought you some goodies. With that, he and Li Hongjun set down the meat and the net bag of provisions. Dear Aunt, yesterday, I accompanied Hongjun to the mountains, where we successfully hunted a wild boar. I have reserved some meat for you. Please enjoy it without reservation. Additionally, I purchased some canned snacks for my sister, which you can keep for her return. Li Hongjun's mother quickly interjected, Dashan, you need not bring anything. You already provided him with so much money. How can I accept more gifts? Not at all, Aunt. Please accept it. Hongjun and I are now engaged in business together, and I assure you that we will earn substantial profits in the future. Your days will undoubtedly improve. I reassured her. In truth, Li Hongjun was quite bewildered, unaware that the items I had bought were intended for his family. At that moment, he could not voice his thoughts. He could not dismiss me, as he planned to follow me in the future, considering us as one family. Thus, he encouraged his mother. Mother, Dashan is not an outsider. Please accept his kindness. After much hesitation, Li Hongjun's mother finally accepted the offerings. She busily prepared a meal, hoping to invite me to stay, but I declined, citing my responsibilities in selling hides, and I left with Li Hongjun. Guided by memory, I led Li Hongjun to Su Jiangwo's residence. The courtyard was still filled with skins, and Su Jiangwo was busy washing them. Brother Jiangwo, are you occupied? I called out. Su Jiangwo looked up and recognized me as the one who had previously sold him gray rat skins. He smiled and stood, wiping his damp hands on his white apron. I wondered who was making such a racket. It's Brother Dashan. What brings you here today? I chuckled. Brother Jiangwo, I hunted a bear yesterday and obtained a fine hide. I wanted to see if you were interested. What? A bear hide? Show me. Su Jiangwo exclaimed eagerly. I retrieved the hide from the sack and spread it on the ground. Su Jiangwo crouched down, examining it closely while murmuring, "This is indeed a splendid hide, shiny fur. Ample size and no damage. An exceptional specimen." He stood, addressing me. "This bear must weigh around 400 pounds. Otherwise, the hide wouldn't be so large." "Indeed. It weighed over 400 pounds, I replied. "Impressive, Brother Dashan. You've hunted a bear of such weight. You are quite the man." Su Jiangwo praised, giving me a thumbs up. "I will take this bear hide. Name your price." "Brother Jiangwo, you are the expert in purchasing hides. You should set the price," I suggested, hesitant to quote a figure. "Well then, for this hide, I will offer you 1,000 yuan. What do you think?" Su Jiangwo pondered. To be honest, I felt that 1,000 yuan was already quite generous. However, in business, one always hopes to earn a bit more. Moreover, I did not share a close relationship with Su Jiangwo. After some contemplation, I proposed 1,200, Brother Jiangwo. If you can raise it to 1,200, I will sell it to you. It was no easy feat to acquire this hide. Su Jiangwo indeed yearned for this bear skin. In the black market for furs in the provincial capital, such an immaculate and intact bear skin could fetch around 1,600 yuan. If transported to Jiangnan or the capital, it could at least double in value. And with a stroke of luck, it might even triple. However, Su Jiangwo could only sell the skin in the provincial capital, and the higher prices in Jiangnan or the capital were of no concern to him. Although it did not meet his expectations, the skin was simply too exquisite. In previous years, he had encountered bear skins of similar size, but those were riddled with bullet holes, often more than one. The skin that Wang Dashan brought was remarkably flawless, and he was certain it could command a higher price in the provincial capital. With this thought in mind, Su Jiangwo relented, saying, "All right, Brother Dashan, this skin is indeed exceptional. 1,200 it is. I'll take it. Wait a moment while I fetch the money." With that, he turned and entered the house. Li Hongjun, who stood by, was astounded. It seemed Wang Dashan had made an easy fortune. He anticipated that the bear skin would yield some profit, but he could never have imagined it could sell for 1,200 yuan. That was 1,200 yuan. In this era, a marshal's monthly salary was barely over 500 yuan, and rural folk might never see that amount in their entire lives. Though Li Hongjun was typically boisterous, he was cautious at critical moments and refrained from asking too many questions. A moment later, Su Jiangwo emerged from the house, a stack of bills in hand, which he handed to Wang Dashan, saying, "Brother Dashan, please count it." Wang Dashan accepted the money, checked the amount, and after ensuring it was correct, tucked it into his pocket before bidding farewell to Su Jiangwo. Once they exited Su Jiangwo's courtyard, Li Hongjun could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Dashan, selling bear skins is incredibly lucrative. 1,200, that is a staggering sum." Earlier, while they were selling meat, he had been quietly astonished. But considering the meat prices were somewhat predictable and Wang Dashan had indeed procured an abundance of pork, selling for 1,868 yuan seemed reasonable. However, bear skins were an entirely different matter. The prospect of selling a bear skin for 1,200 yuan had completely shattered his previous understanding. What does this mean? The bear skin we just sold could, with a stroke of luck, Fetch 2,000 yuan in the provincial capital, and in Jiangnan or the capital. It could at least double, Wang Dashan elaborated. Dashan, we should also start collecting skins. Instead of selling them in the provincial capital, let us sell them in the capital. Li Hongjun said, his face alight with aspiration. Don't be naive. Selling skins 1T yields substantial profits. Small skins aren't worth the effort. And large ones depend on luck. Besides, we would need to process the skins initially, which is a hassle. The earnings would merely be hard-earned money. If you are truly interested, I'll think it over, and we can explore other ventures that would surely be more profitable than selling skins. Fine, but you must give it serious thought, Li Hongjun replied, now utterly convinced by Wang Dashan. The two of them drove the mule cart back to the supply and marketing cooperative. Wang Dashan turned to Li Hongjun and said, Hongjun, let us buy a few sets of clothes. Now that we've made some money, we should reward ourselves. You can also get 2 sets for your mother and sister. Without waiting for Li Hongjun's response, he entered the cooperative. Wang Dashan was in a growth spurt. His stature had shot up remarkably in just a few days, and his clothes had long since become too small. Recently, my appetite has improved, and I have begun to gain some weight, which will inevitably render my clothes unwearable in no time. Furthermore, he wishes to purchase a couple of outfits for his grandfather as well. Li Hongjun quickly followed and grasped Wang Dashan's arm, saying, Dashan, I think I'd better refrain. I've just earned a bit of money, and I shouldn't squander it. Besides, I didn't contribute much to this venture, so I'd prefer not to take my share. Having grown accustomed to hardship since childhood, each of his garments bore numerous patches, and the thought of spending money instinctively filled him with reluctance. Additionally, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Believing he hadn't been of much assistance during the hunting trip, with Wang Dashan's connections facilitating the sale of the meat. This time, consider it my gift to you, a token of our partnership. Please do not decline, Wang Dashan insisted, firmly believing that money earned should be spent to enhance one's life. If we earn money without improving our living conditions, what is the point of making it? Why let your mother and sister subsist on meager fare when you have the means to provide them with abundant meals? Upon reflection, Li Hongjun acquiesced and ceased his objections. Director Liu was not present at the counter that day, and Wang Dashan, not wishing to trouble him, opted for the attendant to fetch the clothing. The attendant recognized Wang Dashan as the youth who had been brought into the office by Director Liu a few days prior, and she exhibited a warm demeanor, showing no signs of disdain despite the humble attire worn by Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun. Wang Dashan purchased 3 sets of clothing for himself, 2 crisp cotton shirts, 2 pairs of polyester trousers, a Zhongshan suit, and a set of military attire, even acquiring 3 cotton undergarments. At this time, crisp cotton shirts and polyester trousers were all the rage, with a single shirt costing 15 yuan and a pair of trousers 13 yuan, which was certainly not inexpensive. However, Wang Dashan remained unconcerned. After all, money that is not spent does not yield returns. He also bought 2 outfits for his grandfather, each complete with inner and outer garments. After selecting clothing for himself and his grandfather, he asked the attendant to assist in choosing outfits for Li Hongjun's family. Li Hongjun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. The attendant, astonished by the sheer quantity of clothing Wang Dashan had purchased, felt a mix of surprise and annoyance. It was unusual for anyone, especially a young man, to buy so many garments at once, which significantly increased her workload. In those days, the employees at state-run supply and marketing cooperatives were formal staff members, possessing a strong sense of superiority. They were on fixed salaries and did not receive sales commissions, leading them to treat customers as if they were class enemies, often displaying little kindness. Consequently, many cooperatives posted notices stating, "This store strictly prohibits the mistreatment of customers." It is evident that the service quality was notoriously poor at the time. Thus, the patience displayed by this attendant in serving Wang Dashan was indeed remarkable, likely due to his affluence and his acquaintance with Director Liu. After Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun completed their purchases, the total came to 182 yuan, causing Li Hongjun to gasp in dismay at the expense. Having completed their purchases, Li Hongjun inquired further with the attendant, "How much is a permanent bicycle?" 185 yuan. The attendant replied, "Please push one over for me. I'll take it," Wang Dashan declared. In truth, Wang Dashan also desired a watch. But considering how extravagant it would appear in Li Hongjun's eyes, he ultimately relinquished that thought. Nonetheless, this decision elicited a grimace from Li Hongjun, who regarded Wang Dashan as a spendthrift, buying several sets of clothing at once. In his opinion, was nothing short of reckless extravagance. Chapter 22. Dividing the money after they had finished their shopping, the two made their way to the Taoist temple. Wang Dashan did not ride the bicycle, but instead placed it on the mule cart, sitting on the yoke while Li Hongjun drove. Upon returning to the temple, Wang Dashan presented his new clothes to his grandfather, prompting a cascade of light-hearted complaints from Wang Zhongfeng regarding Wang Dashan's reckless spending. Claiming that money was as fleeting as a hot pancake in a doghouse, Wang Dashan hastily diverted the conversation, suggesting they go tend to Dahu in the backyard. After feeding Dahu, he prepared a meal for the three of them. Once they had finished, Li Hongjun, with a sly grin, expressed his eagerness to return home. He was impatient to show his mother and sister the new clothes. It's best to head back. I haven't slept since last night, and I need a good rest. I'll come back tomorrow morning, and when Brother Yuan Shao arrives, we can divide the money, Wang Dashan remarked while clearing the dishes. You needn't worry about dividing the money with me. I haven't contributed much, and besides, you've already bought so many clothes for my family, Li Hongjun said, somewhat embarrassed. As he declined the offer. One thing is one thing, gifts are gifts. The money that is yours must still be divided. This is a matter of principle. Enough talk, let's be off, Wang Dashan insisted, gently pushing Li Hongjun towards the exit. With no other option, Li Hongjun reluctantly returned to the mule cart. After tidying up the dishes, Wang Dashan returned to his room and sank into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident, and soon morning arrived. Having completed his daily tasks, it was still before 7 a.m. when Li Yuanshao arrived. He had already contacted a mason who was surveying land on the back mountain and had come to inquire when Wang Zhongfeng would begin clearing the medicinal fields so that he could join him. After all, he couldn't allow his monthly wage of 100 yuan, which he received for caring for his mother, to go to waste. With his mother unable to work, he needed to do more to avoid disapproval from his employer. Brother Yuanshao, you're here just in time. Hold off on going to the back mountain with grandfather for now. Wait a moment for Li Hongjun. We have other matters to attend to, Wang Dashan said upon seeing Li Yuanshao enter. Li Yuanshao nodded in acknowledgement, offering only a brief response. Since his family had fallen on hard times, he had grown somewhat taciturn. Villagers often whispered behind his back, making him even less inclined to speak. He found it easier to converse only when he was with Wang Dashan and his grandfather. Noticing that Wang Dashan needed to speak with Li Yuanshao, Wang Zhongfeng said to him, Yuanshao, since Dashan has business with you, you two should attend to your matters. When you're done, come find me at the back. Today, we will clear more land together. He then turned to Wang Dashan, adding, Today, you will be in charge of the clinic. Don't wander off. Wang Dashan nodded in agreement, and Wang Zhongfeng took his hoe and departed. Wang Dashan and Li Yuanshao entered the consultation room. Noticing Li Yuanshao's silence, Wang Dashan initiated a conversation. Brother Yuanshao, how has my aunt been faring these past few days? Quite well, replied Li Yuanshao. Has the mason come to inspect the land today? Wang Dashan inquired further. Yes, he has, came the response. Once the mason has completed his assessment, let them estimate a price, and you can collect the payment from me. Brother Yuanshao, please consider planning wisely. Determine how many houses we should build, Wang Dashan advised. 2 houses will suffice, along with a kitchen and a latrine, stated Li Yuanshao. Very well, you can decide. I'll cover the expenses. You and your mother should focus on ensuring my aunt's swift recovery, Wang Dashan reassured him. Just then, the sound of someone calling for a mule echoed from outside. Li Hongjun had arrived. Upon seeing both men present, Wang Dashan proclaimed, Now that everyone is here, let us begin the distribution of funds. Hearing this, Li Hongjun remained indifferent, but Li Yuanshao expressed confusion. Distribution? What money are we dividing? Observing Li Yuanshao's bewilderment, Wang Dashan explained, The day before yesterday, we hunted a bear and a wild boar. Aside from what we retained, I sold the rest at the commune yesterday. Today, we shall divide the proceeds. Upon learning this, Li Yuanshao quickly protested, How can that be? I hardly contributed to the hunt. All the game was brought down by you. Dashan, it would be inappropriate for me to take a share. Besides, I am working for your family, and you are paying me. Assisting you in the hunt is merely part of my duties. I cannot accept any money. Hearing Li Yuanshao's stance, Li Hongjun quickly supported him. Exactly, Dashan. I too do not wish to take any money. There is no need to divide it. Nonsense. A fair account must be kept. Those who exert effort deserve their due. Even among brothers, clarity in financial matters is essential. This money must be shared, Wang Dashan asserted firmly. Without allowing Li Yuanshao or Li Hongjun to respond, he continued. On our trip to the supply and marketing cooperative, we sold the bear meat and wild boar meat for a total of 1,868 yuan, and the bear skin fetched 1,200 yuan, amounting to 3,068 yuan in total. After spending 18 yuan on cigarettes and liquor for Director Lin, we are left with 3,050 yuan. Hongjun, as we agreed earlier, you are entitled to 10%, which amounts to 305 yuan. He promptly counted out 305 yuan and placed it before Li Hongjun. Before Li Hongjun could speak, Wang Dashan added, Brother Yuan Xiao, your situation differs. You receive a fixed salary of 100 yuan from me each month. Therefore, I will allocate you half of the profits, which totals 152 yuan. I shall give you this month's salary up front, amounting to 252 yuan. Brother Yuan Xiao, do you have any objections? Wang Dashan looked at Li Yuan Xiao and reiterated, no objections allowed. He added before Li Yuan Xiao could respond. I have no objections. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yuan Xiao could not articulate his thoughts. He had intended to voice his concerns, but seeing Wang Dashan's resolute demeanor and not being particularly eloquent, he swallowed his words and simply stated that he had no objections. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Wang Dashan counted out 252 yuan and pushed it towards Li Yuan Xiao, saying, Take this, it is your rightful share. Do not be modest. At that moment, Li Yuan Xiao's heart swelled with emotion, his eyes brimming with gratitude. 252 yuan. He worked as a railway guard in the maintenance department, earning merely 38 yuan a month. Now, he had made in one go what would take him over 6 months to earn. How could he not feel exhilarated? He silently vowed to himself that he must work diligently at the Wang family temple and refrain from any laziness, to repay the Wang family for their kindness. Seeing the two men put away the money, Wang Dashan spoke again. All right, Brother Yuan Xiao. You can head to the back mountain to help my grandfather with the land clearing. Also, check on how the bricklayer is doing. Once they are done, have him come find me. Hongjun, if you have nothing else to do, you may also assist my grandfather with the land clearing. I will be attending to patients today and cannot accompany you. Return for lunch. Sure, I'll head to Grandpa Wang's right away. Li Hongjun interjected before Li Yuan Xiao could respond. Li Hongjun felt somewhat embarrassed having received such a large sum of money and wished to contribute more by working harder. Li Yuan Xiao remained silent, simply nodding at Wang Dashan before beckoning Li Hongjun to join him. Once they left, Wang Dashan took out a volume of The Secret of Divination by Cheng Sheng from the early Qing dynasty and began to read. Just as he became engrossed in the text, he suddenly heard someone calling from outside. Is anyone there? Is Taoist Qingchen present? Wang Dashan hurried outside to check. There stood a middle-aged man, approximately 45 years of age, with a fair complexion and a slicked-back hairstyle. He wore a crisp white shirt and navy blue khaki trousers, complemented by a pair of nearly new leather shoes. His face was adorned with black-framed tortoiseshell glasses, presenting the image of a standard bureaucrat. However, at that moment, he bore an anxious expression, with a hint of sorrow shadowing his features. Wang Dashan noted the man's distinguished appearance, which seemed atypical for a villager. And with some suspicion, he inquired, May I ask whom you are looking for? Oh, please come in. He gestured for the man to enter the consultation room. I wish to see Taoist Qingchen, the middle-aged man stated, hesitating slightly upon noticing that the person before him was a mere adolescent. However, upon seeing Wang Dashan's tied hair, he appeared somewhat reassured. Oh, you seek my grandfather? Is it for a consultation? My grandfather is not here today. If you require medical attention, I can assist you instead. I do not seek medical attention, the middle-aged man replied. Then what is it that you seek? Wang Dashan inquired with curiosity. The man hesitated for a long moment before finally whispering, I came to see Taoist Qingchen to ask for a divination. I wonder if it would be possible to have an audience with him? Chapter 23. Divination. Wang Dashan felt a bit bewildered. This man was not here for medical help, but rather for fortune-telling. After a while, he finally responded, Our temple does not engage in divination. We only provide medical services. I must kindly ask you to leave. We do not entertain superstitions here. Little Taoist, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to explain. The middle-aged man urged, his anxiety palpable. I have heard that Taoist Qingchen, during a funeral, casually performed a divination that revealed the reason why the coffin nail would not penetrate the casket. His divinatory skills are indeed remarkable. Villagers from far and wide have witnessed it, and all proclaim Taoist Qingchen to be an extraordinary figure, akin to a living deity. Currently, I find myself in a predicament and wished to request the Taoist's guidance through divination, seeking merely some psychological solace. Regardless of whether the results are favorable or unfavorable, I shall offer a generous reward once the matter is resolved. Today, I implore you to keep this matter a secret from any third party. I kindly request that you summon Master Xing'an for me, whether to divine or not. I shall personally appeal to the master. The middle-aged man, in a show of respect, spoke with an air of formality. At that moment, Wang Dashan's heart raced like 1,000 wild stallions, filling him with unease. What was going on? Within just a few days, the events of the funeral had already spread throughout the entire Hongqi Township commune. If it were to catch the attention of those with ulterior motives, it could spell trouble. Remaining composed, Wang Dashan slowly replied, "Please do not say such things. Those are merely the fanciful tales of rustic villagers, exaggerated and distorted, unworthy of belief. My grandfather was merely a wandering doctor, possessing a rudimentary understanding of local customs. Presiding over funerals for the villagers, he knows nothing of divination or fortune-telling. We cannot heed such hearsay. If someone were to report us, we would face dire consequences. It would be best for you to take your leave. There is no one here with the knowledge of fortune-telling you seek. Perhaps you should search elsewhere." "My young friend," the middle-aged man interjected, "you must understand, I am not an ignorant peasant. I have studied the I Ching and the 8 trigrams for some time and possess a modicum of understanding regarding its principles. If I am not mistaken, the elder used the One Wang divination method during the funeral. The I Ching and the 8 trigrams are the crystallization of our ancestors' wisdom, an invaluable cultural heritage passed down through generations. How can this be dismissed as mere feudal superstition? I assure you, I am not one to rely on hearsay. I believe Master Xing'an is a highly enlightened individual, well-versed in the I Ching and the 8 trigrams. I kindly ask you to introduce me to the master. Once I have exited this place, I shall not utter a word in vain," the middle-aged man earnestly pleaded, attempting to establish a closer rapport by referring to Wang Dashan as young brother. Yet Wang Dashan remained steadfast in his denial, saying, "Uncle, as you can see, I am alone today. My grandfather is not here. He has gone to visit friends, and I do not know when he will return. It would be prudent for you to head back." Having said this, he picked up a book to read, disregarding the middle-aged man entirely. However, by coincidence, the book Wang Dashan was reading was titled The Secrets of Character Divination, with the bold characters prominently displayed on the cover. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up upon seeing it. How could one claim ignorance of divination when this mere boy of 15 or 16 was engrossed in a book about character divination? Was this merely an act? Thus, the middle-aged man continued to plead, growing impatient with the persistent man and fearing that his grandfather might return to find him there. Knowing his grandfather's character, it was quite possible he would offer a reading. Wang Dashan finally relented. "I say, Uncle, my grandfather is truly not here. If you are so eager for a reading, then I shall provide one for you. You can also divine?" the middle-aged man asked, astonished at Wang Dashan's willingness. "Not precisely. I can only engage in a word game. If you are willing, let us play a game of character divination," Wang Dashan replied with a sigh. "Very well, let us proceed with the character divination. I have faith that, given the master's abilities, you too must be remarkable. Shall I write a character?" Wang Dashan slid a piece of prescription paper toward the middle-aged man, saying, "Go ahead and write. But do not hold me accountable if it does not yield accurate results. I have already mentioned, it is merely a game, nothing serious." The middle-aged man retrieved a pen from his pocket, gazing into the distance for a moment before writing the character, "Peek," and pushing it back toward Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan glanced at the character and inquired, "What do you seek?" "I seek guidance for my future," replied the middle-aged man without hesitation. After scrutinizing the character for a moment longer, Wang Dashan remarked, "The character signifies a peak, which suggests a convergence of mountains on the left and right. The ancient meaning pertains to vegetation reaching its zenith, embodying the notion of encounters. To meet towering flora amidst the mountains indicates that your work is indeed related to the forests." "You are correct," the man affirmed. "I work in a forestry station, so I am indeed surrounded by the woods." "You are quite impressive. With just one character, you discern my profession." Upon hearing Wang Dashan accurately unveil his occupation, the middle-aged man ceased addressing him as young brother and instead referred to him as Master Wang with excitement. Wang Dashan continued, "The character you inscribed denotes the pinnacle of a mountain and symbolizes a pillar. It illustrates that you possess outstanding abilities in your work, akin to a keystone in your field, and you have already reached a distinguished level. However, now that you seek guidance for your future, the lofty peak is fraught with challenges. Have you encountered obstacles on your ascent? Indeed, I have, the man admitted. He then confided, Master, I shall not conceal the truth. My superior is poised for promotion. And within our unit, there is only one individual capable of rivaling my abilities. Although I am highly regarded and recommended by the organizational department, my leader seems to favor another candidate. Now, I wish to compete but find myself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. I humbly request your enlightenment. Wang Dashan observed him and then glanced at the character on the prescription paper, saying, the character consists of above and below, implies a coming from behind, signifying the notion of surpassing others who arrived first. The addition of to forms, indicating an encounter with the past. In the end, the path will twist and turn, allowing you to achieve a bountiful harvest. Based on the character you wrote, though there may be some perils on your ascent, it does not affect the overall outcome. The result will be favorable. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's previously troubled expression transformed into one of joy. He then inquired, Master, how might I turn my fortunes around? There is no need for a deliberate effort, Wang Dashan replied. Simply engage in more social interactions. After all, it is through encounters that opportunities arise. Anyone you meet could potentially be your benefactor, and sometimes, a single remark may lead to a turning point in your endeavors. As the saying goes, in times of misfortune, one often finds themselves facing great obstacles. Yet, when the path twists back, the darkness gives way to light. There is no need for undue haste. Patience will yield a good conclusion. The middle-aged man exhaled deeply, as if the burdens he had carried for days were lifted. Thank you, Master, for your wise words. Should I achieve my aspirations in the future, I shall return to express my gratitude. However, I wonder, what is the fee for your divination today? It is merely a game. Why discuss money? Wang Dashan replied nonchalantly, like a sage from a distant realm. That cannot be, Master. You have divined my fate and predicted the heavenly mysteries. I have heard that neglecting to accept offerings can lead to dire consequences. Although it may be mere hearsay, it fills me with trepidation. I hope for future opportunities to hear your wisdom again. It is imperative that I provide a fee today, or my heart will remain unsettled. The middle-aged man insisted, concerned that Wang Dashan might refuse payment and thus compromise the accuracy of the divination. You are merely a flawed being, and so is your entire family. I shall interpret your fortune, and yet you dare to curse me. Wang Dashan, in a fit of anger, thought this to himself, though his outward demeanor remained composed. He replied, Since you insist on offering money, I shall not stop you. He gestured towards the merit box in the Lingxiao Hall, and continued, You may donate some incense to the 3 pure ones as a fee for the divination. Consider it a way to accumulate merit. The amount is up to you. There is no compulsion. Does that sound agreeable? That is precisely how it should be, replied the middle-aged man, who then approached the merit box to make his donation. Wang Dashan was indifferent to the sum the man contributed. For him, divining for this middle-aged individual was merely a game, a light-hearted exercise to validate his skills in fortune-telling. However, the middle-aged man held a different perspective. Initially, he had looked down upon Wang Dashan, believing that a mere boy of 15 or 16, even if knowledgeable in the art of divination, would only possess a superficial understanding. Yet, he was taken aback when Wang Dashan spoke, not only identifying his profession with clarity, but also articulating the challenges he faced in vivid detail and offering solutions. He mused that even the teachings of Taoist Qingqian on the divination of King one could not surpass this. As the conversation progressed, his condescension waned, and he felt compelled to give generously for the divination. In the realm of fortune-telling, one must pay to validate the reading, otherwise, what incentive would one have to take risks associated with the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies? After all, practitioners of destiny emphasize this principle for the lonely and the destitute. The fate of wealth and power, if one's birth chart is weak, do not conclude the reading. The middle-aged man unhesitatingly withdrew 5 large bills from his pocket and placed them in the merit box. He then knelt on the mat, performing the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 bows before the 3 pure ones. Wang Dashan observed quietly, developing a certain admiration for the middle-aged man. It was not merely the generosity of his donation that impressed him, but rather the rarity of true faith in the 3 pure ones in this day and age, especially among those who dare to show such reverence. Though the middle-aged man was clearly a figure of authority, driven by ambition, he also demonstrated a commendable sense of accountability. Wang Dashan found this quality gratifying. if one were to provide divination for someone who neither believed nor adhered to the rules. Even an accurate reading would be met with skepticism and deceit over a mere few coins. Such individuals are destined for retribution. Yet, regardless of their fate, the potential to disrupt one's peace of mind is a profound sin. After the middle-aged man completed his homage to the three pure ones, he bid farewell to Wang Dashan and departed. Wang Dashan watched his retreating figure and shook his head quietly. We are all beings of the mundane world, harboring an almost pathological thirst for power. Yet, power can either elevate a person or lead to their downfall. In his past life, Wang Dashan had harbored a similar obsession with authority, only to find himself bereft of the joys of marital bliss and familial love, ultimately living a life akin to a fleeting dream. He hoped that this middle-aged man would embody the former rather than the latter. Chapter 24. Building the house. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Wang Dashan paid little heed and resumed his reading. Shortly thereafter, there came a series of loud knocks at the door. Upon stepping out of the consultation room, Wang Dashan discovered it was the bricklayer Li Damo, who was tasked with constructing a house for Li Yuanshao. Li Damo was merely a nickname. Wang Dashan was unaware of his true name. He only knew that Li Damo hailed from the same village as Li Yuanshao and was somewhat related to him. Renowned for his craftsmanship, Li Damo was famous throughout the region not only for his reliable work ethic, but also for his unparalleled skill in plastering. The walls he plastered were smooth and even, earning him accolades from every homeowner who employed his services, thus securing his moniker. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, Li Damo initiated the conversation. Master, Yuanshao mentioned that you would handle the payment for the house on the back mountain. I am here to discuss the material and labor costs with you. Uncle Li, please proceed. I am all ears. My only stipulation is that the house must not only be sturdy but also aesthetically pleasing, preserving the traditional architectural characteristics of our rural locale. We should utilize the appropriate materials and ensure proper plastering, Wang Dashan replied. Wang Dashan envisioned an expansion of the Taoist temple, integrating medicinal herb cultivation, game farming, winemaking, health product production, goose houses, and agritourism to create a serene retreat known as Qingfeng Mountain Villa, situated in a hot spring belt. He planned to drill a well to channel the hot spring water into the guest house, thus forming a comprehensive tourism industry that encompassed sightseeing, herbal cultivation, game farming, and health product manufacturing. His goal was to attract visitors and stimulate the development of the entire Dabashan region. After all, having been reborn, he felt compelled to contribute to the growth of his hometown. Of course, this grand vision could not be realized in a short span. Wang Dashan intended to dedicate 20 years to transform Qingfeng Temple and its surroundings into a distinctive mountain resort, fostering a popular tourist industry. Indeed, the journey ahead is arduous, he reflected. Thus, he insisted that the current construction must be beautiful and retain the architectural essence of the local countryside. The house for Li Yuanshao would serve as a base for herbal cultivation and be a part of the tourism experience, demanding meticulous attention. Li Damo, after listening, assured him, "Rest assured, master. While I might not be adept at constructing other types of houses, I am certainly proficient in building our rural homes." He continued. Yuanshao stated that the project includes a west wing, 2 main rooms, a kitchen, a toilet, and a cellar. I have calculated that if I were to take charge of both labor and materials, the total would amount to 200 yuan. A deposit of 30 is required for purchasing materials, followed by 50 once the main structure is completed, and the final 20 upon satisfactory inspection after completion. If you handle the materials and carpentry, I would only require labor costs, calculated at 2 yuan per person per day, with 10 workers expected to finish in approximately 20 days. Payment is only for work performed and no payment for idle time, regardless of the arrangement. You would need to provide 2 meals a day for the workers. Wang Dashan, upon hearing this, was pleasantly surprised by the affordability, especially in comparison to the unscrupulous real estate developers of later times. He replied, "Uncle Li, I trust you completely. Let us proceed with the full package. I will provide 2 hearty meals daily, with meat at every meal." Wang Dashan firmly believed that when one engages others to work for them, the compensation must exceed the individual's expectations. Only then will employees possess the motivation and sense of responsibility to perform their duties. If one seeks to economize by relentlessly cutting labor costs and reducing employee benefits, leading to a situation where earnings fall short of expectations, perhaps significantly so, then such employees will certainly lack the incentive to work diligently, let alone exhibit enthusiasm or accountability. In essence, if one does not allow others to earn adequately, why should they labor for you? In later times, many so-called entrepreneurs fail to grasp this fundamental truth, often attempting to extract surplus labor from their employees. When the compensation does not meet expectations, some employees will dismiss the boss, others will take advantage of the company, and yet others will engage in unscrupulous practices for personal gain, resorting to kickbacks and side deals. This mutual harm between employers and employees ultimately leads to the downfall of the company, a phenomenon observed across various industries. Each company aspires to emulate the business deity Inamori Kazuo, revering his words as sacred, while crafting so-called corporate cultures, visions, and missions. However, this so-called corporate culture lacks true substance, consisting merely of rules imposed on employees, followed by the audacious claim that the meaning of life lies in soul cultivation and deriving the essence of life through hard work. Such rhetoric is nothing short of deceitful. In a previous life, Wang Dashan served as a soldier, engaged in military management for an extended period. Military management is characterized by authority and strictness, emphasizing absolute obedience and adherence to orders. Yet, the military is straightforward in its dealings. In contrast, most enterprises treat capable and thoughtful individuals as fools, creating value for the boss while receiving little respect in return, often under the guise of benevolence, claiming it is for their own spiritual growth. Such pretenses are absurd. Thus, in his future endeavors, Wang Dashan was determined to establish a company where employees could meet their expected earnings while receiving ample respect and enjoying support in their lives. At the very least, he aimed for his employees to cherish the establishment as if it were their own home. Returning to the matter at hand, Wang Dashan went back to his room and retrieved 400 yuan for Li Dazi, inquiring, "Uncle Li, when can we commence work?" "Tomorrow will suffice. The weather is ideal for starting. If we are not particular, we can begin excavating tomorrow. If we are discerning, we should choose an auspicious day." How could we not be particular? The Wang family has a tradition in this line of work. It would be unbecoming to claim proficiency in construction without selecting a propitious date. Wang Dashan calculated and noted that tomorrow is July 1st, an organizational birthday, a day devoid of taboos. Furthermore, it is suitable for traveling, moving, weddings, engagements, relocating to a new residence, forming alliances, breaking ground, offering prayers, erecting houses, installing doors, and performing sacrifices. Very well, tomorrow is indeed an auspicious day. Thus, we shall commence work at the hour of the monkey, precisely at 2 p.m. Uncle Li, aside from ensuring quality and aesthetics, it is imperative to work swiftly. Please accelerate the pace and strive to complete the project ahead of schedule. You have estimated the time frame to be 20 days. If we can finish earlier, rest assured, you will not be treated unjustly. It is summer now, and I have instructed everyone to work a little longer each day, striving to advance our progress. You need not worry, Li Damo confidently proclaimed before taking his leave. As Wang Dashan glanced at the sky, he noted that noon was fast approaching, so he made his way to the backyard. First, he prepared a meal for Dahua and fed her. After several days of recuperation, Dahua had greatly improved. She was no longer as listless as before and could now hop around the yard on her 3 good legs. She had learned to distance herself from the eaves when relieving herself, running all the way to the outhouse. After feeding Dahua, Wang Dashan gave her a gentle stroke and then proceeded to prepare lunch. With 4 young men at the table, excluding the elderly gentleman, it was clear that their appetites would be considerable. Wang Dashan scooped out 4 bowls of rice, washed it, and cooked an entire large pot. Once steamed, the substantial bowl could hold at least 10 servings. He also made a hearty stew of cabbage and pork with vermicelli, alongside a stir-fry of the 3 vegetables, all filling a large earthenware dish. Just as the stir-fry was completed, Wang Jingfeng returned with Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun. The 3 of them went to the well to wash their hands and faces before sitting down to eat. At this meal, even Wang Jingfeng found the food particularly delectable today, indulging in an extra bowl of rice, not to mention the 3 young men. When dining in a group, the food always seems more appetizing. Li Yuanshao, feeling a bit shy, hesitated to dig in, while Li Hongjun, having worked hard all morning, wasted no time and dove straight into the feast. With the rapid flick of his chopsticks, Li Hongjun devoured large mouthfuls of both vegetables and rice, his mouth agape as he relished the meal. The clattering of chopsticks against the bowl created a lively symphony that added to the satisfaction of the moment. Seeing Li Hongjun's enthusiasm, Wang Dashan would not be outdone. He returned to the kitchen, wielding the cooking ladle, and scooped a generous portion of the cabbage and pork stew over his rice, slurping up the vermicelli with gusto. Li Yuanchao, observing this, cast aside his reservations and joined in the fervor, reveling in the liberation of appetite. For a time, the table fell silent, save for the sounds of their hearty eating, reminiscent of a symphonic performance unfolding in the air. In less than 20 minutes, the entire pot of rice had vanished, with the last remnants of the vegetables being eagerly consumed by Li Hongjun and washed down with soup. Sated, they could hardly muster the energy to move. After the meal, Li Yuanchao took it upon himself to wash the dishes, while Wang Jingfeng and the others lingered in the yard, engaged in light conversation. Today, a person came to the temple. He seemed like an official, seeking your fortune. I sent him on his way, Wang Dashan said leisurely. A fortune teller? Who would come here for such a thing? Wang Jingfeng inquired, taken aback. Well, it seems word has spread since you used the WNW-ing divination at the funeral. Now the entire Hongqi township is saying you are a sage, a terrestrial deity. It is not surprising that someone would seek your counsel, Wang Dashan replied, picking his teeth nonchalantly. Oh, and how did you send him away? Wang Jingfeng asked, intrigued. I simply measured a character for him, Wang Dashan said, and with each word, Wang Jingfeng grew increasingly pleased. Originally, Wang Dashan was somewhat reluctant to learn these things, showing interest only in medical skills. However, unexpectedly, he has now developed a fascination for the intricacies of fate and the 8 trigrams. The Wang family's scholarly tradition is thus assured of a promising successor. Wang Jingfeng has devoted his entire life to the Taoist temple and has engaged in lifelong study. The family's esoteric knowledge is profound and eclectic. Without diligent exploration and prolonged immersion, mastery remains elusive. He is unwilling to see the family's inherited wisdom fade away after his passing. So now that Wang Dashan is eager to learn, his joy is palpable. With this in mind, he said to Wang Dashan, our family's knowledge is unfathomable and extraordinary. If you wish to learn, you must apply yourself diligently. You possess talent. Do not squander your gifts. I understand, grandfather. My aspiration is to elevate our ancestral temple. Rest assured, I shall study earnestly. Wang Jingfeng nodded in satisfaction before retiring for the night. At that moment, Li Yuanchao had also cleared the dishes and stepped into the courtyard. Wang Dashan remarked, Brother Yuanchao, Li Damo and the others will begin work on the back mountain tomorrow. When you have time, do pay them a visit. There will be a groundbreaking ceremony. You and Hongjun should attend. I will venture into the forest to procure some game, as the workers will need hearty meals to sustain their strength. He then addressed Li Hongjun. Hongjun, return to the commune early this afternoon. Purchase 2 strings of 3,000 firecrackers, along with pots, bowls, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and tea. Bring them back tomorrow morning. We must ensure ample provisions for cooking, and there should be plenty of tobacco and alcohol. After counting out 200 yuan from his pocket, he handed it to Li Hongjun, who initially refused, but Wang Dashan insisted. He continued, take this money, keep a record of your purchases, and when you run low, come to me for more. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. We must keep them distinct. With no other choice, Li Hongjun reluctantly tucked the money away. Wang Dashan then turned to Li Yuanchao, Brother Yuanchao. Tomorrow instruct Li Damo to set up a stove at the construction site and gather some firewood from the mountain. From now on, the workers' meals will be prepared on the back mountain. Whatever vegetables are needed can be picked from the garden. There is still plenty of wild boar meat in the cellar. I will have my grandfather take you to retrieve it. Whatever is required daily, let Hongjun bring it back from the commune. Do not hesitate to spend money. If spending a little extra can expedite the completion of the work, it is indeed a worthwhile investment. Moreover, tonight, return to the village and find a good cook who can prepare 2 meals daily for the workers, paying her 1 yuan per day. Should she require additional funds, let her consult Hongjun. Wang Dashan did not elaborate further, as the medicinal fields on the back mountain are not far from the construction site. He would check on the work while overseeing the plowing and planting. Furthermore, Li Damo is quite adept at his tasks. He is building a house for a distant nephew in the village, and if he does not apply himself, he risks being criticized by the villagers. After a brief rest, everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs, while Wang Dashan returned to the consultation room to continue his reading. Chapter 25. For young deer the next day, Wang Dashan ventured into the mountains alone. There were no particular game to hunt. He aimed to shoot whatever he could find, such as mountain chickens, roe deer, and wild boar, primarily to provide additional provisions for the bricklayers involved in the construction. Wang Dashan ascended the White Dragon stream, soon securing 3 mountain chickens, 2 rabbits, and a flying dragon, all neatly stowed in his bamboo basket, which was now half full. However, this modest haul would barely suffice for the meat consumption of 10 bricklayers over a single day, as each man required at least half a pound of meat per meal. Reflecting on this, Wang Dashan realized he would need to hunt a wild boar to meet their needs. A wild boar weighing between 100 and 200 pounds, once skinned and gutted, could sustain 10 individuals for a fortnight. Noticing that the hour was still early, he pressed further into the mountains. Upon summiting a hill, he was greeted by the grunting sounds of a nearby wild boar, which was foraging for mushrooms beneath a tree. Not one to overlook such an opportunity, Wang Dashan raised his gun, and with a single shot, the boar collapsed. Upon approaching the creature to examine his kill, he found that the bullet had entered through the left ear and exited through the right cheek, leaving a gaping hole, a gruesome testament to the power of a 7.62mm round. After opening the boar to drain its blood, he gauged its weight to be over 200 pounds, which posed a dilemma. While he could carry it back, it was still early in the morning, not yet 10 o'clock, making the endeavor less than practical. Contemplating his options, he decided to conceal the boar beneath a large rock, covering it with pine branches for protection. With this completed, he ventured deeper into the forest, determined to secure additional game to later summon Li Hongjun and Li Yuanzhao for assistance in transporting his bounty. As he ambled through the woods, pausing intermittently, Wang Dashan acquired various smaller creatures, including squirrels, sand grouse, and field chickens, totaling 6 or 7, some of which he could scarcely name. After dispatching them and draining their blood, he placed them in his already full bamboo basket. Approaching noon, Wang Dashan discovered a small stream. He retrieved 2 of the sand grouse, plucked them, and cleaned them thoroughly before marinating them with the seasonings he carried. He set the marinated birds aside on a clean stone to absorb the flavors while he dug a small pit just large enough to accommodate both. Afterward, he gathered 2 large banana leaves, washed them, and wrapped the seasoned birds before burying them in the pit. Finally, he placed some dry twigs over the pit and set them alight. Approximately an hour later, he used a stick to excavate the steaming earth, tearing open the banana leaves to reveal the tender, golden chicken meat, exuding an irresistible aroma, with juices flowing from the leaves. Wang Dashan, unable to resist, tore into a chicken leg, devouring it with fervor. The taste was exquisite, a delight that transported him back to his days in the military when such a meal would have been a cause for celebration. He mused that with a dish like this, not only would he have secured victory in any competition, but he would have also dared to stand tall before even the commanding officer. As he savored his meal, his thoughts wandered freely. After finishing the chicken, Wang Dashan meticulously extinguished the fire and doused it with water from the nearby stream before he deemed the task complete. Reflecting for a moment, he began his journey back. It was now noon. Although the day's bounty was not abundant, it would suffice. A wild boar, a few wild chickens, and 2 rabbits would provide enough sustenance for the bricklayers and Wang Dashan's family for at least 8 to 10 days. Wang Dashan strolled leisurely, but as he traversed a patch of forest sloping towards the Yin Mountains, he suddenly noticed something moving amid the trees. Instantly on alert, he deduced that there were indeed animals present, but their distance rendered them indistinguishable. Cautiously, he approached and, upon reaching the forest's edge, discovered a group of approximately 10 sika deer leisurely strolling and resting. The lead deer was a magnificent stag with impressive antlers, measuring over a meter in width and weighing at least 200 pounds. Among the herd were 7 or 8 does, accompanied by a single fawn. Sika deer typically mate in autumn and give birth roughly 9 months later. Thus, the fawn was barely a month old and likely still nursing. Wang Dashan stealthily maneuvered closer, remaining utterly silent as he assessed the terrain. He then circled to the top of the slope, finding an optimal position and angle for shooting. With a series of sharp cracks, he discharged his firearm. In the pursuit of hunting, one must prioritize larger game to preserve the ecological balance of the forest. Wang Dashan's aim was true, focusing solely on the largest of the sika deer. In mere moments, he had fired 7 rounds, each shot hitting its mark with precision at a distance of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, 7 sika deer lay lifeless on the forest floor, while the remaining deer scattered in a panic. As Wang Dashan ambled over to the fallen deer, he noticed that one fawn had not fled. Instead, It knelt beside several deceased does. A wave of remorse washed over him at the sight. While hunting is a natural aspect of survival, an embodiment of nature's ruthless selection, witnessing the plight of the fawn, bleeding in distress at the loss of its mother, inevitably stirred feelings of regret within him. This was not a matter of naive sentimentality, but rather a manifestation of empathy inherent in higher beings. Contemplating the situation, Wang Dashan recognized he could not simply release the fawn. Doing so would surely lead to its demise, for in such a remote wilderness, it would likely not survive the night. He took out several lengths of rope, fashioned a simple noose, and gently ensnared the fawn, securing it nearby. Subsequently, he gathered the 7 fallen Sika deer, eviscerated them to let the blood drain, and covered them with pine branches before leading the fawn back to the temple. Upon returning to the temple, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. The fawn was brought to the backyard, where it trembled in fear at the sight of the large dog, a remnant of its leopard lineage. Yet, Wang Dashan guided the fawn closer to the dog, saying, "Big Flower, you mustn't bite them, do you understand? From now on, they will be part of our family too." Big Flower sniffed the fawn and wagged its tail. Wang Dashan harbored fears of the feral nature of the great flower beast. Thus he led the little deer to the front yard, tethering it beneath the red pine tree. With no time to spare, he hurried to the back mountain to seek out his grandfather, urging him to gather the villagers from Kaoshantan to assist in transporting the game. Upon reaching the hillside, he found Wang Zhengfeng, elucidated the circumstances, and instructed his grandfather, "Grandfather, this time, please inform the villagers that the meat will not be distributed. Instead, each one who comes to help shall receive 2 yuan." Wang Zhengfeng nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Wang Dashan then called back Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun, seizing the remaining time to prepare a pot of porridge. Enriching it with some malted milk powder, he turned to Li Yuanchao, saying, "Brother Yuanchao, you shall not join us in the forest to transport the game. Remain at home and watch over the pot. Once the porridge is ready, you shall feed it to the little deer in the front yard. We will nurture the deer, allowing it to bear young, and when we have an abundance, we can sell the antlers, venison, and even deer blood wine. Please instruct Li Damo to construct another deer pen at the foot of the back mountain, designed as a warm shelter, so they do not perish in the winter. If more hands are needed, let him recruit additional help. Assure them that the payment shall be ample." "Understood," Li Yuanchao replied with a nod. After a while, Wang Zhengfeng returned with the able-bodied men from Kaoshantan, the settlement closest to Qingfeng Temple, merely half an hour away. Technically, Qingfeng Temple falls within the administrative jurisdiction of Kaoshantan, and both Wang Zhengfeng and Wang Dashan are considered villagers of Kaoshantan. Wang Dashan surveyed the group. It was the same crew as last time, which boded well for their cooperation. "Let us depart," he declared. This time, they moved swiftly, and in just over 6 hours, Wang Dashan led the young men back with 7 Sika deer and a wild boar to the temple. True to his word, Wang Dashan instructed Li Hongjun to distribute 40 yuan to the leader of the villagers, allowing them to divide it amongst themselves. The young men, witnessing the payment, descended the mountain back to their village, enviously discussing Wang Dashan's fortune. Who could possibly hunt 7 Sika deer and a wild boar all at once? It must certainly be attributed to Wang Dashan's good luck. None thought to credit his skill. They were all young and believed themselves as equals. Yes, it was undoubtedly just good fortune. That night, Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun returned from the mountain, hastily consuming a meal before dedicating themselves to the labor of skinning the deer, working by lantern light until the clock struck 2 in the morning. They quickly washed up and retired to bed. Li Hongjun did not return home, but chose to sleep alongside Wang Dashan, preparing to sell the Sika deer at the forest farm the following day. At dawn, Wang Dashan rose promptly to practice his morning exercises, and after breakfast, he indulged in a brief return to slumber. However, Li Hongjun slept until 9 in the morning before awakening. After rising, he took 6 Sika deer to the commune, seeking out the director of the forest. As for why there were 6, it was because Wang Dashan had retained 1 for himself to make jerky. The forest director was overjoyed upon seeing the Sika deer, particularly because, during these times, acquiring meat was exceedingly difficult. The dining hall could not always serve watery broth. Just yesterday, on July 1st, the organization celebrated a birthday, and only members received pork. Those outside the organization had not partaken in any meat. The cafeteria's meat supply was rather meager, scarcely sufficient for the needs of the patrons. Today, Wang Dashan delivered a truckload of venison, a gesture that surely delighted Director Lin. Director Lin allocated 1.5 yuan per kilogram to Li Hongjun for a total of 850 kilograms of venison, culminating in a sum of 275 yuan. He also instructed Li Hongjun to convey a message to Wang Dashan, requesting that he visit the forestry station at his convenience, as there was a matter to discuss with him. After selling the pork, Li Hongjun took the deer hides to Su Jiangwo, who purchased each hide for 150 yuan, totaling 900 yuan for 6. Once all the goods were sold, Li Hongjun returned home for a meal before hastening to the Taoist temple with his mule cart. Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun divided the proceeds. However, since Li Yuanchao had not ventured into the mountains, he did not receive any share this time. Li Hongjun received 218 yuan, while the remaining 957 yuan belonged to Wang Dashan. Although Li Hongjun felt he had not exerted much effort and was reluctant to accept the money, a mere glance from Wang Dashan, whose gaze inherently commanded authority, dissuaded him from refusing. After the distribution of funds, Wang Dashan recalled the deer in the front yard, which needed to be nurtured. However, the pressing issue was that the land on the back mountain was not owned by them. Even the land designated for constructing Li Yuanchao's house was not theirs. Despite the current encouragement for land reclamation, which stipulates that whoever cultivates the land claims ownership, the mountain forest of Belongu predominantly belonged to Kaoshan village. It was imperative to devise a strategy to acquire the land. Otherwise, purchasing land for future expansion of the mountain lodge would be unfeasible. Careful planning was essential to consolidate the land at minimal cost. Conveniently, Director Lin had requested Wang Dashan to seek him out, at which point he could gather Director Lin and Director Liu for a thorough consultation. Chapter 26. Inquiring about land acquisition in the ensuing days. Wang Dashan refrained from entering the mountains or visiting the commune to meet with Director Lin. After all, there was no urgency on Director Lin's part, and Wang Dashan preferred to wait before approaching him. The matter of land acquisition necessitated consultation with the elder party secretary of Kaoshan village to ascertain the required regulations. During these days, Wang Dashan often visited the construction site of Li Yuanchao's house on the back mountain, discussing with Li Damo about the location and design of the deer enclosure. Upon returning, he tended to Dahu and the little deer, sat down to read, and occasionally accompanied his grandfather and others to the back mountain to clear land, leading a life of great contentment. Yet, Wang Dashan's contemplation did not cease. He unraveled the relationship between Qingfeng Temple and Kaoshan village. Qingfeng Temple belonged to Kaoshan village. Despite the considerable distance between the two, Qingfeng Temple was indeed part of the household registry of Kaoshan village, with both Wang Zhengfeng and Wang Dashan registered there. However, a conundrum arose. Kaoshan village had a significant amount of arable land. While the village was nestled against the mountain, it faced the expansive Guangdong Plain, providing ample farmland. According to regulations at the time, each household was entitled to a plot of land ranging from 5 to 7% of the total area for personal use, a provision that remained unchanged for the long term to support family-side enterprises. Given that Qingfeng Temple was situated in the mountains, Wang Zhengfeng's family voluntarily relinquished their arable land. The distance made cultivation cumbersome, and Wang Dashan, being in the prime of his youth, was able to sustain his livelihood through hunting and practicing medicine. The village had merely allocated a small patch of forest near the Qingfeng Temple to Wang Zhengfeng for the purpose of cultivating vegetables. However, in the 1960s, with the establishment of the National State Forestry Bureau, all forest land was appropriated for state-run forestry enterprises, leading to the founding of the Dabatian Forestry Farm that very year. Consequently, it could be said that from that point onward, the Wang family's private land had effectively ceased to exist. Legally, it belonged to the forestry farm, and the villagers had no say in the matter. It was indeed a perplexing and chaotic situation. What could be done? Yet, upon careful consideration, Wang Dashan realized there was still a glimmer of opportunity. The household contract responsibility system was being piloted, gradually allowing farmers to lease land. Moreover, there was a prevailing trend of liberal thinking from top to bottom. Overall, the momentum seemed favorable. Perhaps this matter could be resolved. Thus, Wang Dashan asked his grandfather to invite the old village secretary from Kaoshan Tuan for a meal at the temple, hoping to gauge the village's stance. Wang Zhengfeng was unaware of his grandson's intentions and questioned with some confusion, why invite the old secretary for a meal? Wang Dashan pondered for a moment and replied, "Grandfather, didn't you want to cultivate medicinal herbs? If we are to grow them, let us cultivate them on a grand scale and sell them to pharmaceutical companies in the future. Once we have the means, I even wish to expand our family's temple to further its prominence. But since we do not currently possess the land, should the forestry farm reclaim it, our efforts in growing herbs would be in vain. Therefore, we must secure the land first. As long as the land usage is lawful, no one can encroach upon us. You wish to expand the temple? Are you not afraid of being labeled as counter-revolutionary? Although Wang Zhengfeng felt a flicker of excitement, he remained deeply concerned and inquired. If the temple could be expanded during his lifetime, it would certainly be a way to honor their ancestors, and he was indeed tempted, yet apprehensive about potential policy restrictions. Grandfather, the times have changed. It has been 2 years since the reforms began, and policies from above are becoming increasingly lenient. There will no longer be accusations of counter-revolution. Over in Anhui province, the household contract responsibility system has already been implemented. Just wait and see, in 2 years. Even religious beliefs will be free. Wang Zhengfeng shook his head, somewhat perplexed. He did not fully comprehend, but since his grandson was eager to take action, he decided to let him proceed. At worst, it would mean he would depart this world a little earlier to reunite with his son. Contemplating this, Wang Zhengfeng descended the mountain to invite the old secretary. As he needed to host the secretary for dinner that evening, he hurriedly called upon Li Hongjun, instructing him to ride his bicycle down to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase cigarettes and alcohol. The wine should be of good quality, specifically the Baishan Daku priced at 2 yuan a bottle, and the cigarettes should be the filter-tipped Muden brand, costing 50 cents a box. Wang Dashan took it upon himself to prepare the meal, first procuring a cleaned and plucked pig's head, and then preparing various dishes featuring wild chicken, rabbits, and more. After a busy afternoon, he managed to create 6 dishes and a soup: braised pig's head, sweet and sour ribs, stewed wild chicken with rabbit, spicy scrambled eggs, fried peanuts, smashed cucumbers, and matsutake chicken soup. In this era, these dishes were undoubtedly of provincial and ministerial standard, ample to entertain the old secretary. By around 5 p.m., the old secretary arrived. His surname was Xiong, and his name was Xiong Baoshan. You are younger than Wang Zhengfeng by a few years. In his youth, he was known as heir at home, and in the village, those of a younger generation referred to him as heir de yi. However, Wang Dashan could not address him in such a manner, as Xiong, the village secretary, was of the same generation as Wang Zhengfeng. Wang Dashan had to respectfully call him heir yi. Heir yi, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. The meal will be ready shortly. Have a smoke and a cup of tea in the meantime, Wang Dashan said, promptly serving tea and offering cigarettes to the elder. The old secretary accepted a cigarette, glanced down, and remarked to Wang Dashan, Young Dashan, I hear you've been quite prosperous lately? They say you've ventured into the mountains twice and brought back nearly 3,000 pounds of game, selling it for several thousand yuan. Is it true that you now indulge in filtered cigarettes? Ah, you flatter me. I've merely earned a modest sum. And besides, the game was not solely my doing. I had 2 friends assisting me, Wang Dashan replied smoothly. This tobacco and wine were specially purchased to honor you. My grandfather and I do not smoke. His words flowed with charm and grace. Haha, I do enjoy your way of speaking. Now, go on and attend to your tasks. I wish to converse with your grandfather, the old secretary said, taking a puff from his cigarette. Wang Dashan nodded and hurried to the kitchen to continue his preparations. Before long, he had served all the dishes and set the table in the courtyard, inviting the old secretary and his grandfather to join him for the meal. The table was occupied by Wang Zhengfeng, Wang Dashan, and the old secretary. Knowing that Wang Dashan had serious matters to discuss, Li Hongjun had returned home, while Li Yuanchao was still at the construction site dining with the bricklayers. Upon seeing the spread of 6 dishes and a soup, the old secretary chuckled. Today's feast is quite impressive. No wonder, with young Dashan's newfound fortune, he hasn't forgotten his heir yi. He then turned to Wang Zhengfeng in jest, Old Taoist. You shall enjoy the fruits of your grandson's success. Now that he has made something of himself, you can finally relax and consider your own affairs. I believe Widow Wu in our village would be a fine match. Shall I inquire on your behalf? Wang Zhengfeng retorted with a laugh. Oh, go away with your nonsense. You old codger, you can never resist a good meal. With that, the 2 old men erupted into hearty laughter. Though they lived quite far apart, having grown up in the same village, their camaraderie allowed for such playful banter. Over the years, without the care of Xiong Lair's father, Wang Zhengfeng's family might have faced even harsher hardships. As the 2 old friends exchanged stories over cigarettes and wine, reminiscing about the past, Wang Dashan busily poured drinks and served the elder, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a few rounds of drinks, the old secretary took the initiative to steer the conversation. Young Dashan, your grandfather mentioned that you wish to acquire land. What are your thoughts? Please, share them with your heir. With that, the old secretary took a sip from his glass and munched on a piece of cucumber. Heir, here's the situation. I have heard that our village will be dividing the land. When will this occur? Wang Dashan poured another glass of wine and inquired. Oh, you are quite well informed. According to the commune's intentions, our village should be dividing soon. This year, it is certain. It could be within the next 2 to 3 months, or at the very least, by the end of the year. What are your thoughts on this? The old secretary set down his chopsticks, lit a cigarette, and asked, considering you are the secretary of our village, have we discussed how much land each person will receive upon division? Wang Dashan pressed further. This is quite simple. Ever since the educated youth arrived in our village, the existing farmland, combined with the newly cultivated land, totals over 6,000 mu. Including the educated youth who have not yet departed. The population of the village has reached over 600 individuals. When the time comes, the government will not retain any arable land. It will be distributed evenly among the population, with each person likely to receive more than 10 mu of land. Secretary Xiong clinked glasses with Wang Jingfeng and said, Old Wang, if land distribution occurs, and our family opts out of arable land, could we possibly acquire the mountainous forest land surrounding the temple for ourselves? Wang Dashan, with a glimmer in his eyes, responded eagerly. Have you lost your senses? Why would you forsake fertile land for forested areas? After saying this, he turned back to Wang Zhengfeng and remarked, This child is being foolish. Can't you intervene? Wang Zhengfeng chuckled softly and replied, It's beyond my control now. I no longer wish to intervene. This child has his own ambitions, and as long as the ancestral temple remains intact, I shall support him. Noticing that the Wang grandfather and grandson genuinely did not desire arable land, Secretary Xiong pondered for a moment and said, logically, there shouldn't be any issue. Provided you inform the production team's leaders in advance, you could exchange the arable land allocated to your family for forest land, even if it's a bit more. It shouldn't pose a significant problem, considering that forest land cannot be cultivated, is of no use to the village, and cannot be logged. He took another drag from his cigarette and continued, However, there are 2 questions. How much forest land do you wish to acquire in exchange for your family's 20 mu of arable land? Furthermore, since the establishment of the forestry station, the forest land near your temple has been designated for their use, and the village may not have the authority to decide. Although the forestry station has not come to requisition it, the county has issued relevant notices. I fear that if the village grants you the land, the forestry station may not recognize it. He paused and asked, By the way, how much forest land do you actually want? What do you intend to do with it? Wang Dashan raised his glass and offered another toast to Secretary Xiong, saying, Old Wang, after discussing with my grandfather, we wish to enclose some land to cultivate ginseng and various herbal medicines, while also raising some wild livestock. Eventually, our family will sustain ourselves through the sale of herbs and livestock. The temple is in a dilapidated state, and we also wish to renovate and expand it, ensuring I have a larger home when I marry. Thus, we desire a bit more land, at least 3,000 mu, to acquire the nearby hills surrounding the temple. How much? 3,000 mu. Your ambitions are quite grand for someone so young. Have you even reached maturity? Already contemplating marriage? Secretary Xiong exclaimed, taken aback by Wang Dashan's bold aspirations. He then turned to Wang Jingfeng and said, Old Taoist, is this plan mutually agreed upon by you two? I shall not interfere in this matter. Let the boy pursue his endeavors. Wang Jingfeng raised his glass and toasted Secretary Xiong, saying, Young man, your 20 mu of land cannot be exchanged for 3,000 mu of forest land. At most, you might manage to trade for 100 mu. Beyond that, the village will have no say. If you desire more land, you must approach the forestry station. Old Wang, I intend to secure this 3,000 mu, and I shall not demand it without compensation. I can rent it from the village for a minimum of 100 years. After all, this forest land is close to the village, cannot be logged, and is of little use to the forestry station. However, I can find value in it. Without indiscriminate logging, I can cultivate medicinal herbs and raise livestock. Dear Second Master, I kindly ask you to communicate with the commune on my behalf. I am willing to lease between 3,000 to 5,000 acres of forest land for the cultivation of medicinal herbs and the rearing of livestock. As for the rental price per acre, I trust your judgment entirely. Furthermore, the land I exchanged for arable land in the village should serve as my family's homestead and private land, allowing for the expansion of our ancestral temple or the construction of a new house. Once you and the brigade office submit the report and advocate for us with the commune leadership, you need not concern yourself further. If you can successfully facilitate this matter, my family will prioritize hiring local labor for herb cultivation and livestock rearing, ensuring a prosperous life for everyone in our village. What do you think? Listening to Wang Dashan's words, Secretary Xiong fell into deep contemplation. Setting aside the uncertainty of success, it would not adversely affect him, Xiong Baoshan, regardless of the outcome. Moreover, given the inevitable division of production teams, the current state of affairs indicates that the state encourages farmers to contract land for cultivation and livestock breeding. Should Wang Dashan succeed in leasing the forest land with his assistance, would he not become another exemplary figure? Such a development could elevate Xiong Baoshan's status as village secretary. Although he is already 64 years old and nearing retirement, achieving a significant accomplishment before his retirement would ensure that villagers remember his contributions, thereby enhancing his influence in the village and easing the transition for his son when he takes over. With these thoughts in mind, Secretary Xiong addressed Wang Dashan. I agree to this matter, but I cannot guarantee its success. You must be prepared for that. It is agreed that, upon success, when you cultivate herbs and raise livestock, you must prioritize hiring from our village. Rest assured, Second Master, when the time comes, I will rely on your assistance to gather workers. Whether this succeeds or fails, I am immensely grateful to you, and I shall raise a toast in your honor. Secretary Xiong nodded in satisfaction, reveling in the joyous meal. Although he held the position of brigade secretary, his family did not enjoy the luxury of feasting on meat at every meal. Today, dining at Wang's home allowed him to indulge freely, sharing hearty conversations with old friends, which greatly pleased him. They savored the flavors of wild game, enjoyed bottled spirits, and reminisced about past glories. What a delightful experience. Chapter 27. Wang Dashan's grand plan. Around 7 p.m., Wang Dashan rode his bicycle to escort Secretary Xiong back to Kaoshan village. Upon returning to the ancestral temple, Wang Jingfeng was still awake, seemingly burdened with questions he wished to ask. Are you truly intent on leasing 3,000 acres? Wang Jingfeng inquired. Indeed, grandfather. I aim to lease at least 3,000 acres. What on earth will you do with so much land? Even if I, along with Yuan Chao and Hong Jun, were to cultivate medicinal herbs, I would be overwhelmed, Wang Jingfeng remarked. Grandfather, whether it is farming or livestock raising, you need not personally oversee it. We can hire workers. Appointing brother Yuan Chao as the supervisor. You have dedicated your life to the study of medicinal herbs. Your role will be to teach them how to cultivate, guiding them through any challenges they may encounter. As I mentioned to Secretary Xiong, we shall rely on herb cultivation and livestock rearing for our livelihood. With the improving policies, we are certain to profit, and you can look forward to us expanding the ancestral temple. Wang Zhongfeng contemplated for a moment. Although he felt somewhat skeptical, he refrained from asking further questions. He acknowledged that he was growing old and could no longer keep pace with the changing times. The future belonged to the younger generation. With this thought, he retired to his room to sleep. The next morning, Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun arrived early at the temple. It was a daily routine, mandated by Wang Dashan, for the team to convene each morning. They would share updates on their individual tasks and discuss the day's agenda, identifying areas where assistance was needed and how they might be supported. Wang Dashan aimed to establish a formal management structure from the outset, encouraging collaborative brainstorming so that everyone could assume responsibility for their respective duties. In Wang Dashan's vision, Qingfeng Temple and its affiliated enterprises were destined for substantial growth. With Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun, who had initially crossed paths with him in humble circumstances, serving as his trusted aides. Despite their limited education and lack of worldly experience, their willingness to learn would allow them to cultivate their abilities through work. After several days of diligent effort, the foundation for Li Yuanchao's house had been excavated, and construction of the main structure was underway. In no more than 3 days, the primary building would be completed, at which point the second payment for construction would be due. Yuanchao instruct Li Damo to engage a carpenter to commence work on the woodwork, windows, doors, and furniture. We must not delay until the entire project is finished to begin carpentry, as that would waste time, Wang Dashan advised. Tell Li Damo that the original timeline is 20 days, and for every day we finish early, I will grant them an additional 20 yuan. However, quality must be ensured. We cannot compromise on that. Understood. I will relay the message, Li Yuanchao affirmed with a nod. Wang Dashan then produced 1,000 yuan and handed it to Li Hongjun, saying, Hongjun, take this 1,000 yuan and record it in your ledger. When the time comes to pay Li Damo, you will handle it. But remember, payment must only be made after joint inspection and approval. If it does not pass, no payment will be rendered. Do you understand? I understand, Li Hongjun replied earnestly, feeling a profound sense of trust in that moment. And regarding the incentive for early completion, if Li Damo and his crew finish ahead of schedule and the work is satisfactory, they shall receive their due rewards. Just keep accurate records. And we will reconcile the accounts at the end of the month, Wang Dashan added. Got it. I will ensure it is done as you instructed, Li Hongjun confirmed. Observing Li Hongjun's compliance, Wang Dashan turned to Li Yuanchao and remarked, Brother Yuanchao, this lad, Hongjun, has always been sharp-witted and adept in mathematics, having previously engaged in business. He is better suited to handle finances than either of us. Do you have any objections? Wang Dashan felt no need to seek approval. But since he was newly acquainted with Li Yuanchao, he wished to gauge his character, mindful that some individuals might be driven by greed. None at all. Li Yuanchao replied solemnly. Very well, Brother Yuanchao. In addition to regularly checking on the progress of Li Damo's construction, your primary responsibility will be the cultivation of the medicinal fields. I plan to lease the forested land surrounding our temple, aiming for at least 3,000 to 5,000 mu, with the intention of planting medicinal herbs in over half of that area. Your current endeavors encompass two primary aspects. Firstly, accompanying my grandfather to explore the surrounding woodlands, identifying suitable locales for cultivating medicinal herbs, and subsequently leasing the forested areas that meet our criteria. Secondly, once we commence the cultivation of these herbs, we must devise an efficient irrigation system, determining the sources of water, whether through well drilling or drawing from the Bailong Creek, and consider the construction of water channels as necessary. I have already informed my grandfather that we shall refrain from land clearing for the time being, awaiting our acquisition of the land before proceeding. At that juncture, we will employ the villagers from the foothills to assist us. You, Brother Yuanchao, along with my grandfather, can oversee and guide the operations without needing to engage in manual labor. After sharing this, Wang Dashan took a sip of water and added, To be candid with you both, the current policies are becoming increasingly lenient and favorable, and I firmly believe they will continue to improve. I have devised a plan. Once I secure the land surrounding the Taoist temple, I intend to expand Qingfeng Temple into Qingfeng Mountain Villa. This will evolve into more than merely a temple. It will encompass the cultivation of traditional Chinese herbs, the rearing of livestock, and the processing of health products. In a decade's time, we could even venture into tourism, hospitality, agritourism, and wellness resorts. Together, we shall endeavor to elevate the villa to great prominence. By then, you both will be shareholders in the villa, and the three of us will be its founders, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards, allowing us all to lead lives of prosperity. Thus, we must now each take charge of our respective responsibilities, learning as we go to lay a solid foundation for the future. Brother Yuanchao will oversee the herb cultivation, while Red Army will manage the financial and sales aspects. I shall focus on profit generation. I am confident that we will achieve success and substantial wealth in due course. Do we all concur? Wang Dashan concluded. Surveying the two men, Li Hongjun and Li Yuanchao were momentarily taken aback. They had never envisioned Wang Dashan harboring such grand ambitions. From the outset, Li Hongjun had joined Wang Dashan not for the prospect of riches, but rather out of loyalty to his best friend, having endured bullying throughout his childhood. He felt unable to decline Wang Dashan's proposal. Initially, he doubted that hunting would yield significant income, yet after they had successfully hunted and shared 305 yuan, he began to recognize the potential for earnings in this venture. Nevertheless, his aspirations were limited, as he harbored a restless spirit. His experiences of being bullied instilled in him a desire to rise above, to instill fear and admiration in those who once tormented him. Deep down, he perceived Wang Dashan as someone who would be content with modest prosperity, given that many rural folk, after enduring numerous hardships, consider mere sustenance a considerable achievement, let alone dreams and aspirations. However, Li Hongjun yearned to pursue grander business ventures. He possessed both intellect and diligence. Why not transform a small enterprise into a significant one? To his surprise, Wang Dashan exhibited ambitions far exceeding his own, with a vision that extended further into the future and a more pragmatic approach. This moment instilled in Li Hongjun a profound admiration for Wang Dashan. It was at this juncture that he genuinely believed that aligning himself with Wang Dashan would surely lead to success, elevating him to a position of respect among others. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Dashan, hearing your words makes my blood surge with fervor. Let us dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. We are destined to embark on a monumental venture. Let us cease all chatter and simply take action." Li Yuanchao, upon hearing Wang Dashan's words, also felt a surge of enthusiasm. However, lacking formal education and being somewhat reticent by nature, he merely nodded emphatically. For him, Wang Dashan's ambitions and plans were of little concern. He was there to repay the kindness of the old Wang family. Regardless of their fortunes, he would remain steadfastly by their side, committed to their cause. As long as Wang Dashan ensured that he and his mother would not go hungry and provided them with shelter from the elements, he would willingly offer his labor to the Wang family. The Wang family, in their generosity, never mentioned indebtedness. They not only built a new home for him and his mother, but also provided them with a monthly stipend of 100 yuan, a gesture of kindness that he valued immensely. Thus, for Li Yuanchao, whatever Wang Dashan proposed, he would follow without question, indifferent to notions of shareholders or founders. Chapter 28. You have chosen the wrong dock. After concluding their meeting, Wang Dashan and his companions dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. He made his way to the consultation room, absently flipping through a book while contemplating recent strategies to earn a sum of money, ensuring he would have sufficient funds for renting land and preparing for subsequent investments. It seemed prudent to procure a 6th-grade ginseng root and devise a means to sell it in either the capital or Shanghai. This appeared to be the simplest and most expedient approach. By 10 o'clock, Wang Dashan mounted his bicycle and set off. Several days prior, Director Lin had asked Li Hongjun to relay a message requesting Wang Dashan's presence, which he had nearly forgotten. Departing at this hour was fortuitous, as he would arrive at the commune before 11, allowing him to invite both Director Lin and Director Lu to the state-run restaurant for a discussion on how to secure the land surrounding the temple. As he cycled downhill, he soon reached the commune. Wang Dashan first visited the state-run restaurant to reserve a private room. He then purchased a bottle of liquor and 2 boxes of cigarettes, placing them in the room before cycling to the forestry station. Upon arriving at the forestry station, he found Director Lin inspecting the cafeteria. Upon spotting Wang Dashan, Director Lin was visibly delighted, calling out from afar, "Dashan, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for several days. You should have come sooner." Wang Dashan approached Director Lin and said, "Uncle Lin, I have come as promised. I was indeed delayed by prior commitments, and to make amends, I made a reservation at the state-run restaurant today, hoping you and Uncle Lu will grace me with your presence." Director Lin laughed heartily. "Good lad. After a few days apart, you've become quite the eloquent speaker. It is I who should be inviting you, as I have a favor to ask." "Regardless of who invites whom, shall we proceed?" Wang Dashan replied. "Indeed. Let us first visit the supply and marketing cooperative and summon old Lu," Director Lin said. And together they made their way to the cooperative. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, Wang Dashan summoned old Lu, leading 2 companions to the elegant room of the state-run restaurant. When the waiter arrived to take orders, Wang Dashan invited Lin and Lu to choose their dishes. They did so without hesitation, each selecting 2 dishes, 3 meat and 1 vegetable, forming a harmonious combination. Wang Dashan uncorked a bottle of wine and poured for the 2, remarking, "Uncle Lu and Uncle Lin still have work this afternoon, so let us limit ourselves to 1 bottle today. Once you 2 are free, come to my home, and we shall indulge ourselves further." As the dishes arrived, Director Lin first raised his small cup, addressing Wang Dashan and Director Lu, "For this first toast, let us honor old Lu and congratulate him on his promotion." Director Lu chuckled and clinked his cup with Lin's before downing the drink. Wang Dashan also emptied his cup, pouring more wine while jokingly stating, "Uncle Lu, you ought to be more considerate. How can you achieve such a promotion without informing your nephew? Are you afraid I might ask for favors? By the way, where will you be taking up your new post, Director Lu?" After Wang Dashan's words, Director Lu laughed heartily. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever. It's thanks to your support that I received this advancement. The ginseng I obtained from you was gifted to an old leader who, seeing my performance at the cooperative, suggested I become the deputy director at the county cooperative. The organization has already approved it. I'm just waiting for the new director to hand over the reins." Since the door to the elegant room was closed, Director Lu was untroubled by eavesdroppers. From the moment he met Wang Dashan, he had never regarded him as a mere child, thus he candidly shared his news. "I expect it will be soon. I should be heading to the county by the end of this month. When that time comes, you must visit me often." Wang Dashan quickly responded, "Rest assured. Once you take office in the county, I will certainly need your assistance. Just don't consider it a burden." At this moment, Director Lin interjected, "Old Lu's promotion is indeed a good thing, but Dashan, I have a complaint. You sold a ginseng to Old Lu, leading to his advancement. Yet I also aspire to progress. We are old acquaintances, and I have treated you well. You cannot be biased. Do you have any 5th grade ginseng? Please get me one at the same price as Old Lu's." Wang Dashan smiled wryly. "Uncle Lin, 5th grade ginseng is not as easily obtained as steamed buns from the cafeteria. I truly do not have any at the moment." "I don't care. I'm counting on you to procure one for me," Director Lin insisted stubbornly. "May I inquire?" "Uncle Lin, what do you need the 5th grade ginseng for?" It turned out that this year marked another election cycle, and the secretary of the forestry station had already been determined to become a county mayor. Once he assumed that role, the secretary position would become vacant. The secretary of the forestry station also concurrently served as the secretary of the commune, as the forestry station and the commune were essentially two names for one organization. Currently, there were 2 eligible candidates for the secretary position among the forestry station staff. One was the deputy secretary, personally recommended to the organization by the former secretary, while the other was the station head, nominated by the organizational department through the proper procedures. Given the current circumstances, it is widely believed that the vice secretary is more likely to assume the position of secretary, as he has been nominated by the secretary himself, who is poised for a promotion. The vice secretary, in his 50s, has an elderly father who, having labored for the Japanese in Fengtian during his youth, has long suffered from poor health. Upon learning of the vice secretary's father's condition, Director Lin contemplated presenting a wild ginseng as a gesture of goodwill to the vice secretary, thereby establishing rapport in anticipation of the vice secretary's ascension to secretary, which would potentially facilitate Lin's own advancement to deputy director of the forest farm. After pondering Director Lin's words, Wang Dashan raised his gaze and remarked, "Uncle Lin, I believe you are courting the wrong favor." Surprised, Director Lin inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Not only was Lin taken aback, but Director Lu also furrowed his brow in skepticism. Wang continued, "Let me explain. The vice secretary you mentioned is someone I have heard of. It is said that he possesses little capability, having only completed elementary school, and his reputation is far from stellar. The workers at the forest farm often speak ill of him behind his back, suggesting that he rose to the position of vice secretary merely by flattering the current secretary. When an organization appoints a cadre, it is not merely a matter of consulting the former secretary. It must also involve democratic recommendations and evaluations of the candidates. The organization engages in discussions with team members and seeks the opinions of the masses. How many do you think would speak positively of the vice secretary? You understand these organizational processes better than I do. Now, let us consider the current director of the forest farm. He is a technician by training, possesses both education and capability, and enjoys a solid foundation among the populace. Recently, a newspaper published an article emphasizing the necessity for a cadre team that adheres to the socialist path, equipped with professional knowledge and skills. In comparing these 2 cadres, who do you believe the organization would choose? If you are looking to establish connections, I would not advise you to align with the vice secretary. The director is the genuine authority." Wang Dashan concluded his remarks and fell silent. His insight was not merely a product of foresight, rather, it stemmed from a recollection of events he had heard prior to enlisting after his grandfather's passing. When the director of the forest farm ultimately succeeded in taking over the secretary's position. Chapter 29. The Ancestral Herbal Liquor Recipe. Upon hearing Wang Dashan's observations, both directors Lin and Lu were left astounded, their mouths agape. Regardless of whether Wang Dashan's assertions were accurate, his understanding of organizational procedures and policies surpassed that of an ordinary cadre. After all, the Hongqi commune is merely a basic grassroots unit, distant from the higher echelons of authority, who would possess such extensive knowledge of upper-level policies. Yet, Wang Dashan did possess such knowledge. Regardless of the veracity of his statements, his grasp of policy was sufficient to command the attention of both directors Lin and Lu. Upon further reflection, was Wang Dashan incorrect? Not only was he correct, but his insights were strikingly so. Who is the vice secretary? He is someone accustomed to wielding power within the forest farm and the commune, having previously served as deputy director. Even if he had not wronged anyone directly, how many individuals could genuinely speak in his favor? Upon reflecting on the director of the forest, one cannot help but admire his understated yet pragmatic demeanor. Originating from a background as a technician, he ascended to the position of director with steady determination. Coupled with his knowledge and cultural refinement, it is indeed a position that has garnered universal acclaim. With this realization, Director Lin found clarity. The rumors suggesting that the deputy secretary outshone the director were nothing more than fabrications, deliberately spread to mislead. With this understanding, Director Lin lifted his gaze and remarked to Wang Dashan, "Dashan, you truly are a person of great depth and subtlety. I comprehend now, and I raise a toast to you." He then raised his glass to drink with Wang Dashan, while Director Lu smiled in accompaniment. After finishing the drink, Director Lin continued, "Dashan, your words have illuminated my mind. However, I still require ginseng. I have heard that the director enjoys medicinal liquor, consuming 2 taels daily. If we are to brew this medicinal concoction, we must cater to his preferences. I wish to infuse a jar of medicinal liquor with ginseng to present to him. I would appreciate your assistance in this endeavor." Wang Dashan pondered for a moment before responding, "Uncle Lin, I happen to be heading to the mountains to gather ginseng soon. Acquiring 5th-grade ginseng should not pose a problem. However, you must trust me. Procure a jar of white liquor, and I shall assist you in the infusion. My ancestors were both Taoists and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and they passed down an ancient recipe for medicinal liquor that not only invigorates the qi and promotes blood circulation, but also nourishes yin and strengthens yang. A daily consumption of 1 tael would be most beneficial. Rest assured, I will include a whole 5th-grade ginseng root in the jar, ensuring its integrity. How does that sound?" After explaining, he looked at Director Lin and added, "As this recipe is a family secret, I cannot disclose it, so I must be the one to prepare it." Wang Dashan also envisioned transforming the medicinal liquor into a business, hence the necessity of keeping the formula confidential. As for the absence of 5th-grade ginseng at present, that was not a concern, for the ginseng beds were likely teeming with 6th-grade roots, and wherever 6th-grade ginseng thrived, 5th-grade specimens would undoubtedly be found among them. Upon hearing Wang Dashan's words, Director Lin was elated and exclaimed, "What is there to doubt? Can you deceive me, Dashan? Although our acquaintance is brief, I am well aware of your character. It is settled then. Have that lad, Li Hongjun, come find me with the mule cart in a few days to transport the liquor. I will leverage my connections to procure several boxes of Maotai to infuse the liquor." "Wait, Uncle Lin. It is best not to use Maotai for medicinal liquor," Wang Dashan interjected, taking a bite of a dish. "Why is that?" Director Lin inquired, puzzled. "Firstly, Maotai is excessively expensive and not cost-effective. The results would be akin to ordinary medicinal liquor. Moreover, using Maotai would mask its unique flavor, leaving no indication that it was utilized. However, Uncle Lin, if you can indeed obtain Maotai, do acquire several boxes. I will purchase them from you at market price." "Is that so? If you can prepare the liquor well, I shall gift you a few boxes of Maotai. It is commonplace for officials to inspect the forest. Some high-ranking officials specifically request Maotai, so acquiring several boxes would not be a challenge for Director Lin." "What liquor shall we use then?" Director Lin further inquired. "The finest sorghum liquor that we produce will suffice," Wang Dashan replied. "Very well, let us proceed with the best sorghum liquor. I will purchase 30 pounds and have Hongjun deliver it to you." Director Lin took a sip of wine and remarked, "Dashan, we have agreed that you will infuse this jar of wine with 5th-grade ginseng for me. I will cover the cost of the wine, and you may choose the other herbs as you see fit. Once it is prepared, I shall pay you 16,000 yuan. I am aware that this amount may fall short, but it is all I can afford. Consider it a favor owed to you. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall certainly do my utmost to help." "Uncle Lin, you are too kind. 16,000 is perfectly acceptable. I do not feel at a loss," Dashan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Lu interjected, "Dashan, can this medicinal wine nourish yin and invigorate yang? What is its efficacy?" At 40 years old, Lu felt somewhat lacking in vitality. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, while I cannot speak for all its benefits, I can guarantee the effectiveness of this concoction," Wang Dashan assured him. "Then, could you prepare a jar for me as well? I do not require 5th-grade ginseng. 4th-grade will suffice. I can offer you 2,000 yuan for this jar. What do you think?" Wang Dashan pondered briefly before responding, "Uncle Lu, money is of no concern. You have assisted me greatly in the past and even purchased a piece of 5-grade ginseng from me, which allowed me to earn my first fortune. Therefore, consider this jar of medicinal wine a gift from me to you." He then elaborated. "If it weren't for the scarcity of 5-grade ginseng and my desire to cultivate herbs in the mountains, I would have intended to gift Uncle Lin a jar as well." Upon hearing this, Director Lu joyfully exclaimed, "What a fine young man you are! Since you are gifting me a jar of medicinal wine, I shall not be polite. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Our bond as brothers requires no formality." Following this exchange, the three of them clinked their glasses together once more. After finishing their drinks, Wang Dashan wiped his mouth and said, "Uncle Lin, Uncle Lu, I actually have a matter on my mind for which I hope to seek your advice." "Oh, what issue has you troubled? Please, share it with us," Director Lin encouraged. "Well, I have heard that there is encouragement for farmers to contract land, liberating thought to enhance productivity. I wish to secure the mountains and forests near my home for cultivating medicinal herbs and raising livestock. However, all the nearby land is under the jurisdiction of the Forestry Bureau, and I am uncertain if this is feasible. I would like your assistance in devising a plan. Nevertheless, this matter is not urgent. It can only be addressed after our village has divided its assets," he added. "How many acres do you wish to contract?" Director Lin inquired. "The more, the better, a minimum of 3,000 acres, with 5,000 being ideal. I seek a lease of no less than 100 years, allowing me to construct buildings on the land, with an annual rent of no more than 15 yuan per acre, paid annually." Director Lin and Director Lu exchanged glances before addressing Wang Dashan. "Logically, your rental offer is substantial, and the conditions are not unreasonable. However, requesting 5,000 acres is rather excessive. Currently, the old secretary will not intervene. With the transition of leadership, the new secretary has yet to be confirmed, and the old secretary will not seek out trouble. You will need to wait until the new secretary is in office to proceed. Thus, do not rush. There are no precedents for this matter. I will first inquire with the Forestry Bureau on your behalf. One crucial point to consider is that your village must support you. Otherwise, the commune will not dare to approve it. Uncle Lin, rest assured, our village will undoubtedly support my endeavor," Wang Dashan promised confidently. "Very well. We will keep this matter between us, and we shall inquire further. Once the new secretary is appointed, we will strategize accordingly. When the time comes, I shall see if I can assist in inviting the new secretary out. It may indeed be feasible. If so, I would like to express my gratitude to Uncle Lin and Uncle Lu." After saying this, Wang Dashan raised his glass to toast the two men once more. With no further pressing matters to discuss, the trio leisurely sipped their drinks and savored their meal. Once a bottle of liquor was consumed, they dispersed to resume their work. Wang Dashan mounted his bicycle, hurrying back as he needed to prepare for an expedition into the mountains the following day to unearth a 6th-grade ginseng root, which he intended to sell to fund the leasing of forest land. Chapter 30. The Injured Wolf King. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Wang Dashan set out. Before leaving, he instructed Li Yuanshao to regularly feed Dahu and the few young deer. Today he was headed to a site known as Lao Anzi, the closest to Bilongu, where ginseng of 6th-grade leaves had previously been unearthed. Lao Anzi was an old pit that had once yielded ginseng with leaves of grade 6 or higher. According to the records inscribed on the sheepskin scroll, an ancestor of the Wang family had ventured into the mountains overnight to procure a 6th-grade old mountain ginseng in order to save a general from Jilin during the Guangxu era of the Qing dynasty. This renowned general, Changshan, was celebrated for his dedication to the welfare of the people. In the 10th year of Guangxu, a famine struck Jilin, prompting him to overcome various obstacles to open the granaries and provide relief to the suffering populace, striving tirelessly to alleviate their plight. Later, while patrolling the borders in the vicinity of Dabai Mountain, the Jilin general fell ill with typhoid fever as he passed through Bilongu. Grateful for Changshuan's unwavering commitment to the people, the Wang ancestor hastily ventured into the mountains, excavating a 6th-grade old mountain ginseng as a medicinal remedy, ultimately saving the general's life. Today, Wang Dashan was determined to visit this very Lao Anzi. The presence of a 6th-grade or higher old mountain ginseng suggested that a cluster of younger ginseng roots would be nearby. A century had passed since his ancestor had only unearthed a single 6th-grade old ginseng, leaving other roots untouched. Now, it was likely that new 6th-grade ginseng had grown among them, making it an opportune time to harvest one. Equipped with a complete set of ginseng digging tools and hunting gear, Wang Dashan set off. Having taken the precaution of bringing along several lengths of red string to aid in his endeavor, he anticipated that he would not return for at least 3 to 5 days. Although Lao Anzi was the closest site to Beilonggu, it would still require a full day's walk to reach. He proceeded at an unhurried pace, mindful of conserving his strength for potential dangers along the rugged mountain paths. He refrained from hunting any game he encountered, as his primary objective was to locate Lao Anzi. He would not engage in hunting until he had unearthed ginseng. After an entire day of walking, following the route marked on the sheepskin scroll, he recognized that he was nearing his destination upon spotting a towering, eagle's beak-shaped peak. According to the scroll, Lao Anzi lay on the sheltered side of this peak. The sheltered side, which faces north, typically receives less sunlight. Observing the imposing mountain before him and the sun nearing the horizon, Wang Dashan resolved to find a suitable spot to set up camp. Ensuring he was well-fed and rested before continuing his search the next day, he selected a high ground for his campsite, which not only offered an elevated position but also featured a large tree nearby. Though somewhat crooked, this tree possessed 2 advantages. It was easy to climb, and it provided a stable perch from which to observe the surroundings. Once danger looms, he can ascend the tree, for in the jungle, large beasts capable of climbing are indeed scarce. Wang Dashan utilized a shovel to clear away the underbrush and fallen leaves, meticulously dividing them into 3 piles, which he arranged behind the great tree at his chosen resting spot, thus forming a triangle between his makeshift shelter and the tree. He then ventured out to gather firewood, and upon his return, ignited the 3 piles, creating a triangular barrier of flames, thus safeguarding against any stealthy ambush from behind. Having completed this task, Wang Dashan retrieved a steamed bun and some marinated pork from the previous day, whittled 2 branches, and skewered the meat to roast slowly over the fire, savoring it bite by bite while occasionally sipping water, all the while admiring the distant evening glow, feeling remarkably at ease. This marked his inaugural night spent in the mountains. Yet he felt no trepidation, for during his past military service, he had endured numerous wilderness survival trainings throughout the seasons. As darkness gradually enveloped the landscape, nightfall heralded the time when most creatures ventured out in search of sustenance. In the inky blackness, save for the faint glimmer of the crescent moon, visibility was nearly non-existent. The nocturnal forest was far from silent. The air resonated with the chirping of insects, croaking of frogs, the mournful calls of owls, and the howls of wolves alongside the roars of other wild beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that a timid soul could easily be rendered paralyzed by fear in such a jungle at night. Wang Dashan had brought a flashlight but refrained from using it, reserving this solitary electronic device for a critical moment. He recalled that today was likely the minor heat of the 20 solar terms, and the dawn would arrive early, especially in the mountains, around 4 o'clock. It was prudent to retire early this evening, so he could seek out the old man at daybreak. Lost in thought, Wang Dashan soon drifted into slumber. However, he felt as though he had not slept long when he was suddenly jolted awake by a surge of unease. It was akin to plummeting from a great height in a dream or being submerged underwater, struggling to breathe. Yet, this was no dream. With no forewarning, Wang Dashan awoke. But the feeling of dread prevented him from returning to sleep. A chilling sensation coursed through him, raising goosebumps on his skin, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. A gust of wind swept by, leaving his back feeling damp and cold. This was a sign of impending danger. Wang Dashan swiftly grasped the firearm at his side, leaping up to ascend the tree. The campfire had already extinguished, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Even the moon was obscured by dark clouds, rendering the view a pitch-black void. A series of wolf howls echoed from afar, each call receding into the distance. The wolves were communicating. Wang Dashan, refusing to be complacent, promptly checked his gun and ammunition, disengaging the safety and adopting a vigilant aiming posture. In an instant, a pair of glowing green eyes appeared in the depths of the forest, followed by another pair, then another, and yet more, until a total of 17 or 18 pairs of eerie green luminescence encircled him from all directions. Gradually, a greenish glow enveloped Wang Dashan and the towering tree he occupied, with the nearest presence being merely 30 meters away. He switched on his flashlight and directed it slowly towards the source. 18 wild wolves stood silently around him, motionless, as if awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. After a moment, a white silhouette approached, traversing the circle of wolves and halting about 20 meters from Wang Dashan. It remained still, fixated on him. This was a white wolf king, its size comparable to that of a calf, standing proudly with its head held high. Immobile as a mountain, Wang Dashan felt a surge of anxiety, perplexed by the wolf's lack of movement. He still held his rifle, remaining vigilant. Gradually, he discerned that the white wolf's eyes bore no malice. Instead, they gazed at him with an air of quiet pleading. Wang Dashan directed the flashlight towards the white wolf. Meticulously examining it from head to toe, he noticed a steady drip of something from its abdomen. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was blood. Chapter 31. A night with the Wolf King. Wang Dashan understood that the Wolf King was injured, likely sustained during a hunt for other beasts. A gash inflicted by a predator's claw across its belly. The severity of the wound appeared grave, as it seemed to seek assistance. Initially, Wang Dashan had intended to hunt a few wolves for their pelts, but instead, this pack not only refrained from aggression, but seemed to implore him for healing. This left him bewildered. However, faced with a pack that harbored no ill intent, he found himself reluctant to harm them. Wang Dashan locked eyes with the white wolf for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "If you wish for my aid, approach me slowly." With that, he gently waved his hand towards the wolf. The white wolf regarded him for a moment, then let out a sharp howl directed at the surrounding pack. The wolves surrounding it rose, yet remained stationary. Seeing this, the white wolf howled again, this time more piercingly, prompting the pack to retreat like a receding tide. Once the wolves had vanished from sight, the white wolf finally stood and cautiously approached, settling down approximately 5 meters from the great tree. At this point, Wang Dashan grasped the white wolf's intent. He swiftly descended from the tree, maintaining his rifle at the ready. Observing the wolf's stillness, he lowered his rifle and unsheathed the pistol at his waist, disengaging the safety as he advanced towards it. Upon reaching the white wolf, it slowly lay down, then rolled over to expose its belly, resembling a docile great white bear. This act signified its complete surrender of defenses. Wang Dashan approached to examine the wolf's wound, a gash approximately 20 centimeters long, running vertically along the left side of its abdomen, with internal organs faintly visible. Due to excessive blood loss, the white wolf appeared exceedingly weak. Wang Dashan quickly retrieved a first aid kit and extracted the necessary tools for cleaning the wound. He then addressed the white wolf. "This may hurt a bit. Try not to cry out and bear with it." Having spoken, he poured alcohol over the wounds of the white wolf, which convulsed momentarily before enduring the pain. After cleaning the wound with gauze, Wang Dashan took out a suturing needle and thread, meticulously stitching the wolf's belly with 28 precise stitches, finally closing the wound entirely. Initially intending to seek out some herbs, he abandoned the idea due to the encroaching darkness. With no alternatives at hand, he applied more alcohol to the wound and wrapped it in gauze. Despite completing these tasks, Wang Dashan remained uneasy. The wolf's injury was extensive, and the cause of the laceration was uncertain, posing a significant risk of infection. One might even say it was an inevitability. Fortunately, he injected the lone penicillin vial from the cleansing kit into the wolf. After tidying the supplies, he gently stroked the wolf's head and said, "All right, you may rise. Your recovery now rests in your own hands." The white wolf weakly turned over, glanced at Wang Dashan, yet did not depart. Instead, it ambled over to a nearby tree, lay down beside it, and closed its eyes, succumbing to slumber. Wang Dashan found this quite astonishing. "What is this? You don't wish to leave? But if you stay, how can I find rest? I fear you more than you fear me." Thankfully, it was nearly 3 o'clock, and dawn would arrive in about an hour. He rekindled the fire, seated himself beside it, and silently recited the quiet scripture, the land deity's incantation, and the disaster-dispelling and life-protecting sutra, thus fulfilling his morning duties. Before long, the horizon was tinged with a misty dawn. He rubbed his face, rose to practice some boxing, and then found a place to relieve himself of the remnants within. The white wolf slept quietly, occasionally emitting soft snores. Wang Dashan resolved to have breakfast. He retrieved steamed buns and some deer jerky he had smoked just days prior, toasting and consuming them. The scent wafted through the air, stirring the wolf from its slumber. It opened its eyes, stood up, and slowly approached while stretching. Halfway through its stretch, it recoiled at the pain from its wound, a sight both comical and pitiful. Cautious of the fire, it halted at a safe distance, eyeing the deer meat in Wang Dashan's hand with keen interest. Wang Dashan, feeling helpless, retrieved another piece of jerky from the basket and tossed it in front of the white wolf. The wolf lowered its head to sniff, then opened its mouth wide, devouring the morsel eagerly. Once he finished the last bite of his bun, the wolf had consumed the jerky on the ground, its gaze still fixed on Wang Dashan. Knowing he could not afford to feed the wolf entirely, as he needed provisions for the next 5 days in the mountains, Wang Dashan gestured, "There's no more. It's all gone. You can't eat any more. Otherwise, I won't have enough for myself." Without waiting for the wolf's response, he began to pack up, preparing to search for wild ginseng on Eagle Beak Peak. Noticing Wang Dashan's disregard, the wolf suddenly lifted its head to the sky and let out a long howl, the sound curving as it echoed. Moments later, several howls responded from the distance, numbering at least 7 or 8. Wang Dashan paid no heed, gathering his bamboo basket and making his way towards the northern slope of Eagle Beak Peak. The white wolf, observing Wang Dashan's departure, followed him leisurely. After an hour, Wang Dashan reached the northern slope of Eagle Beak Peak. The path through the mountains was treacherous and difficult to traverse. He cleared his way with a machete while using a stick to search for ginseng, occasionally striking tree trunks to scare away snakes, insects, and rodents. The white wolf silently trailed behind him. As noon approached, a sudden wolf howl echoed in the distance. Upon hearing this call, the white wolf responded with a howl of its own, seemingly acknowledging the distant cry. Wang Dashan, not comprehending the significance of the howl, remained unfazed, confident in his skills and unafraid of any potential threat from the wolf pack. Moments later, a soft rustling in the nearby underbrush announced the arrival of a blue wolf, which sprinted towards him, a rabbit clutched in its jaws. After placing the rabbit beside the white wolf, the blue wolf departed without uttering a word. Once the blue wolf was gone, the white wolf picked up the rabbit and brought it to Wang Dashan, raising a front paw in a gesture of offering before lying down before him once more. It dawned on Wang Dashan that this prey was a gift intended for him. While he was momentarily taken aback, another wolf approached, carrying a mountain chicken in its mouth, which it also placed at the feet of the white wolf. The white wolf once again raised its paw to signal Wang Dashan. In total, 5 wild wolves presented their catches, including rabbits, mountain chickens, a weasel, and a small roe deer. Wang Dashan was astonished to find himself being fed by the wolf pack. Who would believe such a tale? Noting that time was passing, he accepted the bounty graciously and, accompanied by the white wolf, found a small stream to begin skinning and processing the game. By the time Wang Dashan and the white wolf had satisfied their hunger, the sun had begun its descent, suggesting it was around 1 o'clock. The white wolf licked its lips, appearing immensely content, as if the meat consumed that day surpassed all it had ever tasted. Chapter 32. The azure-scaled python. Wang Dashan disregarded the white wolf's presence and continued his search for ginseng with the stick. The terrain of Eagle Beak Peak rose steeply to the south and sloped down to the north, presenting a considerable expanse. After searching throughout the afternoon, he finally spotted a torch-shaped plant amidst a dense thicket on the northern slope. Although it was merely a single specimen, this area was an ancient ginseng ground. Discovering one ginseng root here typically indicated the presence of many others nearby. After noting the torch plant, Wang Dashan pressed on in his search. Before long, he stumbled upon a significant sign. This sign, known as A, marked the spot where a previous forager had harvested ginseng, serving as a testament to the location and a guide for future seekers. It was customary to strip a section of tree bark, scorch it with fire, and inscribe a message. On such and such a date, so-and-so harvested several ginseng roots from this spot, in honor of the mountain deities. Wang Dashan had previously marked a sign when he had harvested 5-leaf ginseng. He recognized that within a 10-meter radius of this sign, there must be an old ginseng pit. Upon seeing the sign, Wang Dashan's face lit up with joy. Indeed, this was unmistakably a century-old marker. Like a tree hollow, it measured over half a foot in thickness, its charred marks starkly revealing the ravages of time. The inscriptions had faded entirely. Yet this did not deter Wang Dashan from firmly believing it was inscribed by an ancestor of the Wang family. Gently touching this omen, he seemed to engage in a silent communion with his forebears. After a moment, Wang Dashan lowered his gaze to continue his search. In a mere instant, beneath a grand tree, he stumbled upon a 5th-grade ginseng, accompanied by a 4th-grade and a 2nd-grade specimen nearby. Wang Dashan continued to look around. Merely 2 meters away, he discovered another patch of ginseng. A 6th-grade ginseng stood regally among the others, its stature towering above the rest. Its tall stalk branched into 6 limbs, crowned by a cluster of emerald fruits. Wang Dashan was nearly beside himself with joy. He retrieved a red string and swiftly bound the ginseng leaves. In a short time, he had uncovered 1 6th-grade ginseng, 3 5th-grade ginsengs, and 9 4th-grade ginsengs. There were even more smaller ginsengs, but those he would forego, determined to leave some seeds for this ancient site. He felt he had struck it rich, truly wealthy. Ecstatic, Wang Dashan danced about, singing a folk tune. In that moment, it seemed that only the maiden behind the gauze curtain could rival his elation. Beside him, the white wolf observed Wang Dashan's exuberance with a hint of mockery at the corners of its mouth. Yet, Wang Dashan paid no heed. He was utterly consumed by an uncontrollable euphoria, his lips involuntarily curling upward. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun had already begun its descent and would soon vanish completely. He realized he could not carry the ginseng today. The approaching darkness posed a risk of harming the precious plants, and he would wait until dawn. Wang Dashan felt no conflict over this decision, promptly leading the white wolf in search of a resting spot. Like the previous night, they found a high ground with a gnarled tree, built a fire, and began to prepare their remaining game. Before long, 2 rabbits were roasted, and Wang Dashan shared one with the white wolf, both relishing the meal. After dinner, he checked the wolf's wounds, discovering they were healing gradually, with no signs of infection or decay. He cleaned the wounds with alcohol and rewrapped them in fresh gauze. The white wolf remained passive, accepting his treatment without any signs of hostility, occasionally wagging its tail, albeit slightly. The Wolf King held a pride befitting his status. Not everyone merited the privilege of coaxing the Wolf King. The night passed without incident, the presence of the Wolf King ensuring tranquility. At dawn the next day, Wang Dashan awoke. After spending an hour attending to personal matters and filling both his and the white wolf's bellies, he set out to harvest the ginseng. He resolved to first retrieve the century-old 6th-grade ginseng. Without hesitation, he gathered his tools and made his way to the venerable plant. The sun had yet to rise fully, and the forest was shrouded in mist. A slight chill lingered in the morning air, but inexplicably, Wang Dashan suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. A sense of unease enveloped him, chilling him to the bone, accompanied by waves of palpitations. The mountain breeze whispered through the forest, though gentle. It carried faint rustling sounds from afar. At that moment, the white wolf suddenly began to howl in a particular direction, its voice urgent and piercing, as if issuing a threat or sounding an alarm. Wang Dashan felt a surge of anxiety. However, after waiting a moment, nothing transpired, leading him to question whether he was overreacting. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had yet to confront any real danger. In the decades prior to his reincarnation, he had not experienced the chaos of gunfire, and it seemed his instinct for peril had dulled. Sometimes, even in the absence of true threat, he would feel goosebumps rise, as he did when encountering the white wolf. After some contemplation, he turned back to continue his foraging. Yet, the wolf's howling persisted, growing increasingly frantic. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed something was amiss. Just then, the white wolf charged forward, its maw wide open, sinking its teeth into something on the ground. Wang Dashan turned to see the wolf biting down on a massive green python, its girth comparable to that of a human thigh. The python's scales shimmered with a sinister, matte sheen, and its triangular head bore eyes that gleamed malevolently like 2 marbles, with vertically slitted pupils radiating a menacing light. The white wolf clamped its jaws around the python's neck, refusing to relent. But the serpent's size rendered the wolf's formidable bite insufficient to inflict fatal harm upon its spine. Instead, the python coiled tightly around the wolf, immobilizing it, leaving only one leg thrashing desperately. The wolf, having sustained injuries, found any exertion excruciating. Its belly, one of its most vulnerable areas, meant that any wound there would hinder its ability to escape. Witnessing this, Wang Dashan quickly drew his knife and, seizing the moment while the python tightened its grip, plunged the blade into its heart, then sliced downward with force. Blood gushed forth. In agony, the python writhed and coiled even more fiercely. But Wang Dashan's strike had indeed pierced its heart. One strike was not enough. He thrust again, this time from below, intensifying the creature's pain until it could no longer muster strength and release the wolf. Yet, the wolf remained steadfast in its grip on the python. Observing this, Wang Dashan drew his firearm and aimed at the python's head, firing 3 shots. Finally, the python lay still. At that moment, the white wolf was on the brink of death, motionless, with blood seeping through the bandages that covered its wounds. Chapter 33. The path to fortune regret consumed Wang Dashan. If he had not been so careless and had maintained a modicum of vigilance, the white wolf would not have been injured by the python. Even if it had been wounded, it would not have sustained such severe damage. Alongside his remorse, a sense of dread lingered. Had it not been for the white wolf's timely intervention, it would have been him ensnared by the serpent, facing an uncertain fate. It can be said that, had it not been for the white wolf, Wang Dashan might have met a tragic end here. Do not dismiss this as improbable, entangled by a massive python. Even a deity would find it challenging to extricate oneself. The binding immortal rope from investiture of the gods is said to be crafted from the sinews of an ancient giant python, and although it is a myth, it subtly highlights the formidable constricting capabilities of such serpents. However, this is not the moment for regret. Urgent care for the white wolf must be prioritized. Wang Dashan first unwrapped the bandages around the white wolf's wounds, inspecting them closely. Fortunately, the wounds were merely oozing blood and had not torn open. Subsequently, he examined the entire body of the white wolf, ensuring that no organs had been displaced or were bleeding. After his assessment, he concluded that the white wolf was merely suffering from asphyxia due to lack of oxygen and had not sustained any significant injuries. After all, the white wolf had been constricted for a brief period, and Wang Dashan had swiftly dispatched the green python. Soon, the white wolf would regain consciousness. Yet, Wang Dashan was unwilling to take that risk. He retrieved several silver needles from his first aid kit and gently pricked various points on the white wolf's body. This was not a method of acupuncture, but rather a purely physical stimulus intended to rouse the white wolf from its stupor. After all, it is uncommon to perform acupuncture on animals, given the differences in anatomical structure. In a matter of moments, the white wolf stirred, responding positively to Wang Dashan's stimulation. Its eyes sparkled with clarity as it gazed steadily at Wang Dashan. He spoke to it, saying, "My friend, thank you for saving me. You should rest well while I gather herbs. I will ensure your recovery." With a gentle pat on the white wolf's head, he stood to leave. The white wolf gave a slight wag of its tail, seemingly feeling a touch of embarrassment, before quickly ceasing the motion. Wang Dashan soon gathered various medicinal herbs, some to promote healing and stop bleeding, others to invigorate and replenish blood, as well as anti-inflammatory and analgesic ones. He first crushed some herbs and applied them to the white wolf's wounds, re-bandaging them afterwards. He then offered some crushed herbs for the white wolf to consume. The creature sniffed them before swallowing. Dear readers, do not find this hard to believe. Wild animals indeed seek out medicinal plants when unwell. If you observe closely, domesticated dogs often forage for grass when allowed outside, indicating discomfort as they instinctively search for herbal remedies. The same behavior is observed in wild beasts. Thus, the white wolf accepted the herbs provided by Wang Dashan. Seeing the white wolf eat, Wang Dashan quickly dug up a ginseng root. Regardless of the potential damage it might incur, focused solely on expediency, and sliced it into small pieces to feed to the white wolf, which continued to eat. He gently stroked the white wolf's belly and said, "I will attend to my tasks now, my friend. Call for me if you need anything." Wang Dashan hung the python from a tree and, upon doing so, realized the enormity of the creature. It measured over 7 meters in length. What does a 7-meter python signify? The longest recorded snake in China, the Burmese rock python, measures just over 8 meters, and this green-scaled python was only a meter shorter, making it an extraordinarily fearsome sight. Wang Dashan proceeded to skin the python and chopped its flesh into small pieces. The flesh of the snake is remarkably delectable, perfectly suited for barbecuing, allowing for a delightful change of palate, freeing one from the monotony of consuming wild fowl and rabbits daily. Regrettably, the absence of a pot prevents the creation of a sumptuous snake soup, which would undoubtedly be exquisite. After preparing the snake meat, Wang Dashan rose once more to gather ginseng. This endeavor led him deep into the mountains. Whenever awake, and after attending to the white wolf, Wang Dashan was either collecting ginseng or en route to do so. Upon his return from the mountains, he successfully unearthed 13 ginseng roots, and all his toil transformed into the fruits of labor, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment that invigorated him as if he possessed boundless energy. The white wolf, though able to walk, still found itself somewhat weakened after prolonged exertion. Wang Dashan resolved to spend another night in the mountains, intending to set off for home at dawn, uncertain if the white wolf would accompany him. The following morning, after meticulously preparing for the journey back to the temple, Wang Dashan inspected the white wolf's wounds once more. noting that they had begun to scab and were healing well, yet it was not yet time to remove the stitches. He then addressed the wolf, saying, "My friend, I must return, but your wounds remain unhealed. The stitches cannot yet be removed. Would you care to accompany me until your wounds mend? After which you can return to your companions." After speaking, he gently patted the wolf's head, hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back, and began his descent down the mountain. As soon as Wang Dashan departed, the white wolf promptly rose to follow him. Throughout the journey, Wang Dashan remained silent, yet the white wolf faithfully trailed behind him. At mealtime, he skinned and roasted meat, and the wolf shared in the feast. They lacked nothing in terms of sustenance, as the wolf's subordinates routinely delivered fresh game. Eventually, they arrived at the temple as the sun dipped below the horizon. Wang Jingfeng was startled to see Wang Dashan return with a white wolf. The young deer in the corner of the yard trembled in fear, huddling together in a desperate attempt to avoid being devoured by the wolf. The large flower in the backyard seemed to sense the presence of the wolf, howling in fury, as if to assert its dominance. Proclaiming that as long as it was there, no wolf dared approach, showing utter disrespect to its authority. Wang Dashan recounted his recent experiences in the mountains to Wang Jingfeng, who was filled with trepidation. "You are indeed fortunate to have encountered this benevolent white wolf. Without it, your fate would have been dire. Tomorrow during morning prayers, be sure to recite the Gratitude Sutra several times." With that, Wang Jingfeng bent down to allow Wang Dashan to restrain the white wolf, examining it thoroughly from head to tail. He then unwrapped the bandages to inspect the wounds. Subsequently, he retrieved some medicinal supplies from the clinic, cleansing and dressing the wolf's injuries. The white wolf appeared to comprehend that this was in its best interest and offered no resistance, occasionally sniffing at Wang Jingfeng. It seems that those who cultivate the Tao possess a certain aura that animals readily accept. After tending to the white wolf's wounds, Wang Dashan fashioned a rope around its neck and led it around the courtyard, allowing it to familiarize itself with the surroundings and the scent of the young deer, ensuring no harm would come to them. He also introduced the white wolf to the large flower in the backyard. Even though the fur on the necks of the large flower and the white wolf bristled in mutual confrontation, under Wang Dashan's guidance, both parties amicably sniffed each other. Observing the two ferocious beasts set aside their animosity, Wang Dashan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He addressed the white wolf, saying, "From now on, we shall be one family, my friend. I shall name you Little White. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with Big Flower, and once you have healed, I will return you to the wild." With that, he turned to Big Flower and added, "Little White will stay with us for a few days to recover. You two must get along and refrain from fighting. Do you understand?" Big Flower wagged her tail in silent acknowledgement, to demonstrate the hospitality of the Wang family. Wang Dashan prepared a meal for both Big Flower and Little White, consisting of cooked wild boar meat mixed with coarse grain pancakes, crumbled and blended together, seasoned with various herbs. He presented the dish before them. Little White sniffed at the food but hesitated to eat, while Big Flower, unfazed, devoured it eagerly, relishing the flavor. Eventually, Little White joined in, taking hearty bites. The addition of a sprinkle of salt transformed the meat mixture into a delectable treat for Little White. That night was particularly tranquil. After 6 days in the mountains, Wang Dashan was genuinely exhausted. Following dinner and a refreshing wash, he fell into a deep slumber, casting aside the weariness of the past days. Chapter 34. Li Hongjun endures another beating. The presence of another white wolf in the temple was met with resistance from Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun. Although Little White posed no threat to them, he did not permit them to approach. Any attempt to draw near was met with a display of bared teeth and low growls. Li Hongjun had never believed that anyone could tame a wolf king, but witnessing the white wolf, submissive before Wang Dashan like a docile bride, caused him to perceive Wang Dashan as no ordinary man. Indeed, reading his name backward reveals Mountain King. It must be true, otherwise how could there be leopards, fawns, and now a wolf king? Surely, he must be the son of the mountain. Who could doubt it? Consequently, Li Hongjun's admiration for Wang Dashan deepened, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river, akin to the uncontrollable flood of the Yellow River. However, Li Yuanshao harbored private concerns. After all, a beast is still a beast, possessing an inherent wildness. Should its ferocity awaken, it could spell disaster. Moreover, the temple served as a health center for the villagers. Any harm to someone seeking treatment would be a grave matter. Li Yuanshao conveyed his apprehensions to Wang Dashan, but Wang Dashan dismissed them, assuring him that once the animals were healed, they would be returned to the forest. Despite this, Li Yuanchao remained troubled. Fortunately, his house was nearing completion. Today's morning meeting was primarily to discuss this matter with Wang Dashan. Dashan, the construction on the back mountain is nearly finished. Li Da is working overtime, and the main structure is complete. Only the courtyard remains. It should be done in a couple of days, Li Yuanchao informed him. That is good news. Once the inspection is passed, ensure that the payments are made promptly, and let Li Da expedite the construction of the deer enclosure, Wang Dashan replied. In haste, I am preparing to venture into the mountains in the coming days to capture 2 adult sika deer. It is essential that these deer have a proper abode, as residing indefinitely within the temple is simply unacceptable. Wang Dashan intends to brew medicinal liquor for Director Lin, which necessitates deer blood. Although the quantity required is modest, it is imperative that it does not come from the young deer at home. Thus, Wang Dashan plans to procure 2 adult sika deer during his excursion. Brother Yuan, once the house in the back mountain is completed, you and Auntie should move in as soon as possible. Living together will facilitate matters, Wang Dashan remarked to Li Yuanchao. Understood, Li Yuanchao nodded in agreement. Hongjun, I will give you 1,000 yuan shortly. When Li Da Matzi constructs the deer enclosure, he will need funds, so he can approach you for it. Understood, Dashan, Li Hongjun replied. Moreover, Hongjun, today you should descend the mountain to locate Director Lin, and then visit Director Lu at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. They have requested some medicinal liquor, so please fetch it. After some contemplation, Wang Dashan added, Actually, I will accompany you. After concluding the morning meeting, Wang Dashan displayed 13 ginseng roots to them. Apart from Wang Zhengfeng, the other 2 were astounded. What is this? How could anyone possibly present 13 ginseng roots at once, including an exceptional 6th grade root? This is an unprecedented feat. Who would believe it? Wang Dashan paid no heed to their reverent gazes and handed the ginseng over to Wang Zhengfeng for processing. He then took a 5th grade root and a 7th grade root with him, descending the mountain alongside Li Hongjun. Before brewing the liquor, it is customary to allow clients to inspect the goods, as trust between individuals is forged in such manner. Wang Dashan arranged a meeting with directors Lin and Lu at the state-run restaurant, where the 3 engaged in conversation over drinks. Upon seeing the ginseng brought by Wang Dashan, both directors praised him profusely, declaring him the finest of the mountain folk and the most skilled practitioner in Hongqi Township. Wang Dashan humbly deflected their accolades, insisting he still had much to learn. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to Li Hongjun, who did not join Wang Dashan and the others at the state-run restaurant. Although Wang Dashan had intended to invite him, Li Hongjun declined, expressing a desire to bring home a few dishes for his mother and sister, who had yet to experience the cuisine of the restaurant. While waiting for the dishes, he mentioned to Wang Dashan, My mother and sister live so frugally. They hesitate to spend even when I give them money. I plan to visit the small market outside the commune to purchase some chicken, duck, and eggs for them, to ensure they eat and drink well. Hongjun, once you finish your meal, head to the small market. We will retrieve the liquor for directors Lin and Lu together. As Li Hongjun's meal arrived, Wang Dashan nodded in agreement, allowing him to return home. After dining with his mother and sister, Li Hongjun hurried to the small market outside the commune. Although referred to as a small market, it functioned more like a black market, where local villagers exchanged home-raised livestock, hunted game, and caught fish for money or barter without the need for grain coupons. The small market also serves as a hub for second-hand transactions, where local villagers frequently sell used carts, plows, and various tools. Li Hongjun wandered through the market with a stack of money, purchasing an array of items: chicken, fish, meat, eggs, rice, and flour. Each time he spotted something appealing or delectable. Before long, he had amassed a considerable collection, with several heavy sacks in each hand, nearly struggling to carry them. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly spotted an elderly hunter leading a doe along the roadside. He recalled that Wang Dashan had mentioned in the morning his intention to venture into the mountains to capture 2 live deer for brewing wine. Thus, encountering a live deer in the market was an opportunity he could not miss. However, while he was haggling with the old hunter, he became the target of attention. His numerous purchases were conspicuous. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no one else in the bustling market had bought as much as he had. The individuals eyeing him were 2 young men in their 20s, sporting shaved heads, who bore the unmistakable look of recent labor reform returnees. Unbeknownst to Li Hongjun, he ultimately secured the doe for 120 yuan. In his excitement to pay, he inadvertently dropped the 1,000 yuan he had just received that day. Although he swiftly picked it up and tucked it back into his pocket, the two young men had already noticed. As Li Hongjun led the dough and carried his heavy load home, he was intercepted by the two young men in a secluded grove. "Stop right there, kid. You've got quite a haul, haven't you?" one of them said, cigarette dangling from his lips. Alarmed, Li Hongjun realized he had encountered a robbery. In the early 1980s, many youths returned from rural areas to cities, but with no jobs or money, they resorted to capital-free trades, robbery, theft, grave robbing, and more. Some even resorted to smuggling or joining gangs. Among them were former soldiers, further enticing rural youths who longed for city life. The rapid deterioration of social order ultimately culminated in a significant crackdown. Li Hongjun, not only being under 16 years of age, but also possessing a frail physique, knew he stood no chance in a confrontation. After all, he had only recently begun to enjoy regular meals after years of hardship. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he hurled the items in his hands at the faces of the two young men and sprinted away with the dough towards a more populated area. Why cling to the dough? Because it was the most valuable item. The discarded goods were worth at most 20 yuan, while the deer was worth 120. Hence, Li Hongjun was determined to keep the deer, no matter what. However, given his small stature, he was no match for the young men in a sprint. He barely made it a few steps before one of them delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. In no time, both young men descended upon him, delivering a flurry of blows. Li Hongjun, accustomed to beatings from a young age, curled up to protect his head and chest while still holding onto the dough, desperately shouting, "Help! Help! Someone please! Save me! They're going to kill me!" Chapter 35. Do not strike me. I have food coupons at this moment. Wang Dashan had just finished drinking and was on his way to find Li Hongjun when he happened to pass by the vicinity. Hearing a familiar cry for help, curiosity piqued, Wang Dashan ventured into the small grove. Upon approaching, he was taken aback to see Li Hongjun being beaten, all the while holding onto a deer, which was bleeding in fright. Wang Dashan quickly strode forward and delivered a punch to one of the assailant's temples, rendering him unconscious without a sound. Then, with a swift kick, another assailant crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin and howling in agony, clearly in excruciating pain. Wang Dashan helped Li Hongjun to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and inquired, "Hongjun, are you all right? What happened? Why were they attacking you?" "Ah, just my luck. I encountered some highwaymen. I'm fine. Just took a few hits. Nothing serious," Li Hongjun replied, one hand still gripping the deer while the other brushed off the dirt. "How did you come by a deer?" Wang Dashan asked, surprised. "Well, I heard you were going into the mountains to catch live deer, so I bought one when I saw it at the market," Li Hongjun explained, showcasing his resourcefulness. Seeing that Li Hongjun was unharmed, Wang Dashan retrieved 2 ropes from his bamboo basket and beckoned Li Hongjun to help him bind the 2 assailants to a tree. "Hongjun, go ahead and give them a good beating. Beat them senseless. I'll take responsibility if anything goes awry," Wang Dashan said, crossing his arms confidently. Li Hongjun collected the items he had previously discarded and tied the deer to a tree before breaking off some willow branches. He approached the 2 bound assailants. At this moment, the unconscious assailant regained consciousness and, still disoriented, threatened, "Kid, you better let me down. Otherwise, I'll untie myself and make you both regret it." Unfazed, Li Hongjun ignored him and began to whip the willow branches, alternating between the 2 assailants, ensuring that both received their fair share of punishment. The 2 assailants cried out in pain, initially threatening, "Stop it, you little brat. If you hit me again, I'll kill you and your entire family. I have connections." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan seized the willow branch from Li Hongjun and lashed out with even greater force, exclaiming, "Oh really? Let us see who meets their end first. If I take one of you down, I can deliver the other to the county police for a commendation for bravery." Wang Dashan's strength was formidable, and the willow branch began to splinter under his blows. Finally, unable to endure any longer, one of the assailants cried out, "Stop, please. I have food coupons. Just don't hit me anymore, and I will give you food coupons, national food coupons, many of them." Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun exchanged glances, intrigued. "What food coupons? Speak honestly." Under the pressure of Wang Dashan's interrogation tactics, the 2 assailants divulged some vital information. It turns out that these 2 young rascals are not locals. They hail from Liaoning province. 2 months ago, along with a group of Westerners, They took advantage of a power outage in Fengtian to stealthily pry open a window and infiltrate a state-run store, absconding with the ration tickets that had not yet been collected that evening. At that time, the store, after balancing its accounts each day, would deposit all but a small portion of the cash intended for change into the bank before closing. The ration tickets were dispatched weekly to the local grain bureau for collection and processing, although the sum of money they stole was modest and shared among them. The ration tickets could not be sold all at once, and possessing such a quantity without money rendered them unable to purchase grain. Consequently, the Westerners divided the ration tickets and departed from Fengtian in two groups to sell them. Fortunately, they had stolen national ration tickets. Recognizing the severity of their crime and the considerable amount involved, they were aware that remaining in Fengtian was not an option, which is why they did not take the local tickets. The two young rascals acquired over 200,000 gene of ration tickets, believing they could fetch a better price in a smaller locale. Thus, they clandestinely boarded a coal transport train and made their way to Debation. While selling the ration tickets in a small market, they noticed Li Hongjun, perceiving him as a lucrative target. The two decided to execute another heist, only to be caught red-handed by Wang Dashan. Upon hearing the two young rascals' account, Wang Dashan resolved to deliver them to the Public Security Commissioner of the commune. However, the two rascals, gripped by fear, quickly pleaded, "Esteemed sirs, please do not send us to the police. We are willing to relinquish all our ration tickets if you promise to release us. We will leave Northeast China immediately and never return." Hearing this, Wang Dashan hesitated. To be honest, he felt tempted. It was not merely a matter of money. He was in dire need of ration tickets. At this time, acquiring food required ration tickets. If it weren't for his good relationship with Director Liu, it would be impossible to procure food with money alone. Even if Director Liu assisted him in purchasing, it would be manageable once or twice. But who would be willing to help repeatedly? Moreover, that was a substantial amount of ration tickets, 200,000 gene. Even at a modest price of 0.2 yuan per kilogram, that would amount to 40,000 yuan. Even without selling them, it would suffice for the Wang family's and Li Hongjun's grain needs for the next 10 years. Furthermore, in Wang Dashan's plans, he intended to frequently travel to major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, where lacking national ration tickets would pose significant complications. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Dashan resolved that he would indeed acquire those national ration tickets. "Answer my questions. Do not attempt any tricks," Wang Dashan instructed one of the young rascals. Yes. Please ask. I will certainly speak the truth. Where are your ration tickets?" "They are hidden in a ranger's cabin deep in the mountains. That is where we reside." Presently, the forest area has numerous ranger cabins, constructed to deter unlawful logging and poaching. The Forest Bureau built many small wooden houses in the mountains, where rangers would stay while patrolling, and hunters venturing into the mountains would sometimes rest there as well. Wang Dashan descended from the tree with the two individuals, binding them together with a rope. He instructed them, "Now, lead me forward without any tricks." Then, addressing Li Hongjun, he added, "You go back first and transport the items to the mountain. I will accompany these two to retrieve the grain tickets." Wang Dashan intended for Li Hongjun to return and bring back the alcohol for Director Lin and Director Liu to the temple. Li Hongjun understood and nodded, taking the items and leading the deer away, devoid of any worry or reluctance. He had absolute faith in Wang Dashan, with his prowess. Handling these two rascals was as effortless as plucking snails with 3 fingers. Wang Dashan urged the two rascals up the mountain, carefully choosing small paths to avoid passers-by. The two appeared resigned, offering no resistance. After traversing for over an hour, they arrived at a relatively secluded wooden cabin in the woods near Yeshitan. Upon entering the cabin, before Wang Dashan could inquire, one of the rascals pointed to a wooden plank on the floor, saying, "It's beneath that plank." Wang Dashan secured the two in a corner of the cabin and approached, prying the plank open with force. Beneath it lay a burlap sack, which he opened to reveal bundles of grain tickets of various denominations, 5 gene, 3 gene, 1 gene, and half a gene, all present in abundance. After retrieving the sack and restoring the plank to its original position, he turned to the two rascals, suddenly drawing his handgun and grinning at them. "You two worthless fools. Dying here would not be unjust. This little cabin shall serve as your tomb." Chapter 36. The last 2 needles of the Ghost Gate. 13 needles. Did Wang Dashan truly intend to kill these 2 rascals? Certainly not. Setting aside the legality of murder, even if these 2 were thieves, their crimes did not warrant death. Though in this era, stealing over 200,000 yuan was considered a significant offense, in Wang Dashan's perspective, that amount was a mere trifle compared to the corruption of future generations. Moreover, they had not stolen much, perhaps only a few hundred yuan in cash. Grain tickets, serving merely as vouchers for purchasing food, were not equivalent to cash and thus complicated matters of sentencing. Wang Dashan discerned that these two were nothing more than cowards. While they might engage in petty theft, he found it hard to believe they could mastermind the theft from a state-run store. Likely, they had been coerced by others, swayed by a sense of brotherhood into their misdeeds. Although he had no intention of silencing them permanently, he could not afford to release them so easily. After all, they were still thieves of a state-run establishment, and should they be caught in the future and divulge his involvement, it would result in a significant loss for him. Thus, Wang Dashan needed to devise a method to ensure they would never reveal his identity. For him, this was not a daunting task. Even without utilizing the special forces techniques from his previous life, he could render these two incapable of speaking about him. The Wang family, having established the Qingfeng Temple since the Ming Dynasty, had inherited their medical knowledge long before that era. It is said that their ancestors studied under BNK, mastering the complete Ghost Gate 13 needles. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate serve as a treatment for a plethora of mental ailments, including schizophrenia, insomnia, depression, mania, phobias, anxiety disorders, obsessive-compulsive disorder, hysteria, hypochondria, substance dependence, anorexia nervosa, and sexual psychological disorders. Over time, only 11 needles have been preserved, with 2 having been lost to history. Intriguingly, the 2 lost needles pertain specifically to the treatment of amnesia and forgetfulness. The pathology of these conditions possesses a certain relativity. If one needle can restore memory to an amnesiac, it can equally erase the memory of a healthy individual. The Wang family has meticulously preserved the complete lineage of the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, and Wang Dashan has mastered this ancient technique. Thus, when Wang Dashan menacingly approached the 2 frightened youths with a gun in hand, they were paralyzed with terror. Though Wang Dashan had no intention of taking their lives, they were blissfully unaware of this. Believing their demise was imminent, they disregarded their dampened trousers and wept profusely, one of them crying out, "Young master, grandfather, I implore you. I will kneel and bow before you. Please spare my life. I swear I will never dare again. Rest assured, we vow never to disclose this to anyone. If we do, may we be struck down by divine retribution." The other youth trembled in fear, stammering, "Grandfather, I beg you, please don't kill me. I will serve you like a beast, just let me go." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan couldn't help but chuckle. The notion of using them as beasts was ludicrous. He remained silent, raising his hand and transforming it into a blade, delivering 2 swift strikes to the napes of their necks, rendering them unconscious. He laid them flat on the ground, removed their clothing, and procured silver needles, skillfully targeting acupoints in a flurry of precise motions. Soon, their heads resembled that of hedgehogs. He methodically punctured several key acupoints, including Baihui, Fengfu, Shangxing, Zhixia, and Rinzhong, and, feeling it insufficient, he repeated the process. This was not a matter of healing. The technique was to disrupt the meridians without concern for the depth of insertion or the method employed, merely ensuring the silver needles penetrated sufficiently to cause disruption. After completing the acupuncture, he checked their eyelids and noticed their pupils had begun to dilate. Wang Dashan was confident that upon awakening, they would retain no memories of the ordeal. Just as he was about to leave, he reconsidered and dragged them onto a bed, stripping them of their remaining garments and positioning them in an embrace. After meticulously erasing any traces of his presence, he shouldered a sack and departed. To be honest, Wang Dashan felt a twinge of nausea as he engaged in this act. On his return journey, he avoided the main roads and instead took a secluded path through the mountains towards the Taoist temple, which was not far, taking him just over an hour to arrive. Upon reaching the temple, he found Li Hongjun already waiting. Li Yuanchao was supervising at the rear mountain, while Wang Jingfeng was attending to patients in the examination room. Wang Dashan quietly entered the courtyard, careful not to disturb Wang Jingfeng. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Hongjun, and the two stealthily approached the side room where Wang Jingfeng resided. Once inside, they closed the door, and Li Hongjun eagerly inquired, "Dashan, what transpired?" The two individuals exchanged a few words, and Wang Dashan assured, "Rest assured, you need not inquire further. I guarantee nothing will go awry." Li Hongjun understood that knowing too much could be detrimental and refrained from asking more questions. They opened the burlap sacks and began counting the grain tickets, which took them over 20 minutes to complete. They found 500 tickets for 5 Jin, 75, 087 for 3 Jin, 118, 669 for 1 Jin, and a mere 10, 132 for half a Jin, totaling 239, 388 Jin. With these grain tickets, they would no longer worry about acquiring food. In these times, purchasing rice, flour, and oil required grain tickets. Even dining out necessitated them for staple foods, and a simple meal on a train required tickets as well. For the next decade, the Wang family temple and the families associated with it would have no concerns regarding the availability of grain tickets. Wang Dashan was elated, and Li Hongjun wore a broad smile. Wang Dashan handed Li Hongjun 1,000 Jin worth of grain tickets, saying, "Hongjun, let us refrain from selling these for now. We shall reserve them for our own sustenance, as we will need tickets whenever we venture out. Take these 1,000 Jin home to your mother, and once you have consumed them, you may return for more." For a family of 3 like Li Hongjun's, 1,000 Jin of grain tickets would suffice for an entire year. Wang Dashan carefully concealed the remaining grain tickets, planning to hide them in the cellar after Li Hongjun departed. He then went outside to check on Xiao Bai and Dahua. After a day's rest, Xiao Bai appeared much rejuvenated. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, it joyfully licked his hand, its tail wagging with effort. Dahua, however, still hesitated to place its right front paw down, hobbling on 3 legs to greet Wang Dashan. Wang Jingfeng had already fed both animals. Within the temple, aside from Wang Dashan, only Wang Jingfeng was permitted to feed them. Others, while not actively attacked, would be met with menacing displays, deterring them from offering food. Xiao Bai had a group of companions in the nearby woods, and occasionally, distant wolf howls could be heard. Sometimes Xiao Bai would respond. Though the wolf pack had never ventured near the temple, days swiftly passed, and Li Yuanchao's little courtyard was finally completed. Though modest in size, under Wang Dashan's guidance, it excelled in both aesthetics and practicality, far surpassing other new houses in the village. Li Yuanchao planned to move in with his mother in 3 days, with Wang Jingfeng overseeing the preparations. In the preceding days, they had acquired bedding, cookware, and all necessary items, and had moved everything over, eagerly awaiting the day they could settle in and invite Wang Dashan's family and Li Hongjun for a celebratory meal. Xiao Bai's injuries had nearly healed. Wang Dashan had removed its stitches days prior and allowed it to return home. Yet Xiao Bai only ventured out at night, returning to the temple by day, once even bringing back a live fawn in its mouth. It seemed to regard the temple as a sanctuary. By night, it led its pack in search of food, and by day, it rested in its haven. Wang Dashan felt a profound sense of contentment. However, he realized that he had yet to brew wine for Director Lin and Director Liu. Everything else was already prepared, but there was a shortage of deer blood. The blood extracted from a single adult deer was insufficient to sustain 2 jars of medicinal wine. He would need to venture into the mountains to hunt a live deer. Otherwise, brewing the wine later would prove to be quite troublesome, unless he waited for a fawn to grow. With this thought in mind, Wang Dashan set off into the mountains with Xiao Bai. Before departing, Wang Dashan had Xiao Bai sniff the scent of a live deer and informed it that today's mission was to hunt a live deer. Xiao Bai appeared exceedingly excited. Perhaps never before had it showcased its bravery in front of Wang Dashan. It alternated between vigilant glances upward, sniffing the air, and dashing about, remaining constantly active, startling several rabbits and pheasants in the process. Wang Dashan was equally industrious. Whenever a mountain chicken or rabbit was startled by Xiao Bai, he would take a shot, and soon he had filled a basket with his spoils. By noon, Wang Dashan prepared 2 roasted rabbits and 2 roasted chickens, enjoying a delightful meal with Xiao Bai. The destination for today was a place called Wind Whisper Valley, a location Wang Dashan had discovered from a sheepskin scroll. This valley was abundant with chestnuts, wild honeysuckle, hawthorn, ground cherry, wild strawberries, kudzu, and Chinese knotweed, all of which were favorites of the Sika deer. Moreover, there was a narrow creek, approximately 3 feet wide, flowing down from Whitehead Mountain, making it a frequent resting place for herds of deer. Wind Whisper Valley was not too far from Wang's family Taoist temple, roughly a 10-mile trek through the mountains. As Wang Dashan and Xiao Bai approached the valley, about 7 or 8 miles away, Xiao Bai suddenly stopped and began to sniff the air. Moments later, Xiao Bai raised its head and howled at the sky. The howl, curving in pitch, seemed to convey a certain message. Shortly thereafter, The distant sound of wolves howling reached their ears, and after more than 20 minutes, a pack of wolves converged from the west, numbering 18 in total. Wang Dashan felt a flutter of anxiety. Yet, Xiaobai softly whined and nudged his hand with its head, as if reassuring him not to worry. Then, the 18 wolves sat down opposite Xiaobai, about 7 or 8 meters away. Xiaobai, regal as a king, paced before the wolf pack. Suddenly, it halted and let out another long howl. Upon hearing this, the wolves turned away and departed without a backward glance. Half an hour later, Wang Dashan witnessed an extraordinary scene of the wolf pack hunting from the hillside opposite Wind Whisper Valley. As he approached the valley, Xiaobai vanished. Assuming Xiaobai had discovered some prey, he paid it little mind. Before long, he reached the hillside overlooking the valley, where he could see the deer grazing leisurely. There were numerous deer, at least 7 or 8 groups, gathered in clusters, nibbling on the tender buds of shrubs. Wang Dashan felt a pang of regret. If only he had a hunting dog, he could have captured several wild deer. Just as he pondered how to catch a wild deer, an unexpected long howl pierced his ears. It was Xiaobai's howl. The howling ceased abruptly, and a pack of wild wolves emerged unexpectedly upon the slopes surrounding the wind-whispering valley, swiftly charging into the gorge. At that moment, the deer foraging leisurely within the valley sensed impending danger and scattered in all directions like an exploded nest. Yet, it was too late. The wolves had a singular, clear objective: to herd the deer together, akin to shepherd dogs managing a flock. Meanwhile, the wolves lurking at the valley's mouth were tasked with lunging forward to seize and subdue any straggling deer. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 deer lay overturned on the ground. However, these fallen creatures were not dead, struggling to rise and flee once more. At this juncture, Xiaobai appeared, accompanied by 3 wild wolves. Whenever a deer attempted to escape, they would swiftly pounce, knocking it down again. Wang Dashan was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the hunting tactics of the wolves would be executed with such discipline, clarity of roles, and a certain bloody romance, most importantly, with unparalleled efficiency. Perhaps only tigers in the entire jungle could claim the title of the wolves' natural adversary. Nothing else dared to confront the pack, not due to a lack of worthiness, but because solitary fighters could never contend with a coordinated assault. Wang Dashan contemplated raising a pack of wolves as hunting dogs, yet he understood the impracticality of such a notion. With Xiaobai present, there was some semblance of control, but without a leader, wolves would not acknowledge a mere human. By this time, the battlefield had largely quieted. 3 deer still clung to life, though they lay incapacitated under Xiaobai's watchful gaze. 7 or 8 others had succumbed to the wolves' attacks, yet the pack refrained from feasting, waiting for Xiaobai to eat first. Wang Dashan hurried down the slope to stand before Xiaobai. The wolf raised its head and let out a gentle call, as if to convey, "Look, I have brought you live prey, just as you desired." Wang Dashan affectionately patted Xiaobai's head and retrieved half of a rabbit left over from lunch, tossing it to Xiaobai, who devoured it without hesitation. Observing this, the other wolves began to partake in the carcasses of the deceased deer. Wang Dashan promptly assessed the injuries of the deer. Apart from one that had already perished, the others were merely grazed, suffering no severe harm. He produced a length of rope, fashioned several slipknots, and ensnared the deer, which included 2 adult females and 2 fawns. Excellent, splendid, truly splendid. This constituted a significant gain for Wang Dashan's future deer farm. He did not intend to take back the deceased deer brought down by the wolves. He wished to leave ample sustenance for them, and felt unworthy of claiming prey he had not hunted himself. Furthermore, with the wolves having feasted, what would remain for him? Today had proven remarkably fruitful, achieving his objectives flawlessly, and Wang Dashan was greatly satisfied. He beckoned to Xiaobai, leading the surviving deer back home, while the pack remained behind to consume their bounty. Chapter 38. A grand canine had no words could adequately encapsulate Wang Dashan's current emotions. He felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. As a hunter, what could bring greater joy than capturing one's desired prey without the need for a single shot? Wang Dashan often envisions himself hunting in the mountains, flanked by the majestic Dawala on one side and the nimble Xiaobai on the other. With the fierce duo acting as protectors, bears would fall before bears, and tigers would succumb to tigers. As all manner of game, roe deer and wild boars alike, would kneel and surrender wherever he roamed. Yet, the mood of the wild deer to the west was far from pleasant. They were tethered, stripped of their freedom, while the menacing white wolf lurked nearby, its predatory gaze instilling fear that made them tremble. However, this did not quell the wild deer's yearning for liberty. Their restlessness grew palpable. At last, while crossing a shallow stream, a buck suddenly strained against the rope, longing to break free from Wang Dashan's grasp and dash away into the wild once more. Wang Dashan, lost in the bliss of his daydreams, failed to notice the buck's desperate attempt to escape until it was too late. The sudden force threw him off balance, causing him to lean forward and slip on a stone, tumbling into the stream. The pain in his foot was excruciating, but he dared not release his hold. To do so would mean losing the deer, vanishing into thin air, and even Xiaobai would be of no help. At that moment, Xiaobai sensed the disturbance, leaping into the water to subdue the buck. Fortunately, the rope had not been severed. Yet, the pain in Wang Dashan's foot was truly unbearable. He kicked at the stone that had tripped him, but it remained unmoved. Frustrated, he kicked again, yet the stone was impervious to his efforts. Though it was not large, why did it feel so heavy in the water? Curiosity overcame the pain, and he crouched in the shallow water to inspect the stone. A glimmer of gold caught his eye through the clear stream. What could it be? Leaning closer, he gasped. What a large yellow stone. Could it be dogtooth gold? If so, he would strike it rich. Excitement surged within him once more. Yet, he still clutched the rope tethering the deer, while Xiaobai continued to grip the buck's neck. Disregarding his elation, Wang Dashan hurriedly secured the deer to a tree before rushing back to the stream. Still incredulous that he might have found dogtooth gold, he knelt in the water, shifting his position to gently clear away the dirt from the golden stone beneath. As he uncovered it completely, he lifted the stone out of the stream and washed it vigorously, removing the sand that clung to its surface. The gleaming yellow became even more radiant, heavy like a substantial weight. No, surely it was far heavier than an object of equal size. Wang Dashan carefully cradled the stone ashore, where it sparkled brilliantly under the sun, its surface smooth and resembling a reclining Buddha. Even if it were merely a common stone, its unique form could easily classify it among the extraordinary rocks, fetching a handsome price from the discerning. But what if it were pure gold instead? Wang Dashan was still somewhat incredulous. Pyrite is typically found in association with gold, and its appearance closely resembles that of gold nuggets, making differentiation quite challenging. Chalcopyrite, on the other hand, exhibits a color slightly lighter than gold, rendering it even more difficult to distinguish. However, gold possesses a hardness inferior to that of pyrite, yet both are softer than a knife. Although chalcopyrite is not as hard as pyrite, it leaves a green or black streak upon scratching, whereas gold, regardless of how it is scratched, always leaves a yellow mark. Contemplating this, Wang Dashan swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and made a decisive scratch at the base of the stone. In an instant, a brilliant golden streak appeared, affirming his belief. It was indeed a gold nugget. Ha! Wang Dashan laughed heartily towards the sky, proclaiming his newfound fortune. This substantial gold nugget, when weighed, must be at least over 30 pounds. 30 pounds. Although he was unsure of the maximum size a gold nugget could reach, he had previously heard that anything larger than a fist was remarkable. Yet this piece in his hand was nearly the size of 2 or 3 fists. How splendidly beautiful the world is. Even a stumble could yield such a treasure. At this moment, the pain in his feet had vanished, and his back no longer ached. He felt invigorated enough to climb 6 flights of stairs in one breath. However, despite his exhilaration, he knew he needed to return home. Thus, Wang Dashan placed the gold nugget into a bamboo basket, covered it with his catch, and led the wild deer towards the Taoist temple. All the while, he pondered the potential selling price of this gold nugget. Currently, gold was priced at approximately 42 yuan per gram, with over 30 pounds equating to 15,000 grams. The calculation revealed a staggering sum of over 600,000 yuan. Yet, this was no ordinary gold. It was a natural nugget, untouched by any refining processes, and its form strikingly resembled a reclining Buddha. The price could increase significantly, and should he encounter a fortunate buyer, selling it for 1,000,000 yuan seemed plausible. But the question remained, to whom could he sell it? Who possessed 1,000,000 yuan? Wang Dashan found himself ensnared in delightful worries. At that moment, locating a buyer capable of affording a 1,000,000 yuan antique was no easy feat. The wealthiest man in the capital, Li Xiaohua, had only just begun selling cold drinks. Still 5 years away from becoming a millionaire. Lost in thought as he walked, he soon returned to the Taoist temple, where only Wang Zhengfeng remained. Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun had already gone home. you're back? Did you catch a live deer? Wang Dashan, noticing the absence of outsiders in the temple, chose not to respond. He tied the deer in the courtyard, glanced outside to ensure no one was watching, quickly closed the main door, secured it with a bolt, and returned to the courtyard, pulling Wang Zhengfeng into the room. Grandfather, take a look at this. Wang Dashan revealed the gold nugget from the bamboo basket. Is this a gold nugget? Where did you find it? Wang Zhengfeng asked, astonished, his voice trembling slightly. Grandfather, I found it in the creek near Fengxi Valley. You found such a large piece in the creek? Wang Zhengfeng exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Some livestock tried to escape, and in the chaos, I fell and stumbled upon it. Wang Dashan replied softly. Let us hide it in the cellar tonight. We must not let anyone see it. Wang Zhengfeng advised earnestly. Indeed, I shall place it in shortly, Wang Dashan remarked. The ginseng you brought down from the mountains has been prepared and secured in the medicine cabinet. You may retrieve it whenever you require it, Wang Zhengfeng added. Grandfather, in a couple of days, I wish to travel to the capital to sell the 6th grade ginseng and procure some funds for renting land. I also wish to search for my mother. Wang Dashan's mood suddenly darkened. Why would you seek her out? If she truly cared for you, she would have come looking for you long ago. After all these years, there has been not a whisper from her, Wang Zhengfeng sighed. Regardless of her reasons for not seeking me, she is still my mother, and I feel compelled to find her and see her, Wang Dashan asserted resolutely. Sigh, you are such a stubborn child. Go ahead, I cannot assist you. But do take care of yourself. Your mother's surname is Lin, and her name is Lin Meifeng. The only thing I know is that she resided in a military compound in the capital, though I cannot recall which one. Oh, and she has a beauty mark above her eyebrow, Wang Zhengfeng added. Wang Dashan nodded vigorously, and with that, Wang Zhengfeng said nothing more, shaking his head as he exited. Chapter 39. The crime of roguery. The following day was Sunday, the designated day of rest each week. Since the founding of the nation, a single day off has been maintained, with a 6-day work week. It was not until the mid-1990s that a system of 1.5 days off began to be implemented. At that time, some establishments either had a fixed day and a half off each week or alternated between a day off one week and 2 days off the next, creating a cyclical pattern. A year later, the double weekend was introduced, which elicited widespread joy among the populace, even earning praise from comedians Feng Gong and Niu Kun during the Spring Festival Gala. On this particular morning, Li Yuanchao was tidying up his new home in preparation for the housewarming feast, while Li Hongjun had not yet arrived, leaving only Wang Zhengfeng attending to patients in the clinic. At that moment, an anxious Director Lin arrived, accompanied by the relaxed Director Liu. Director Lin had long anticipated Wang Dashan's medicinal liquor and was eager to procure it to present to the director of the logging yard. Wang Dashan was in the midst of organizing herbs, intending to brew the liquor for the two men that very day. Hearing someone call his name from outside, he opened the door, surprised to see Liu and Lin, and greeted them with a smile. Uncle Liu, Uncle Lin, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit. Upon entering, the two men immediately noticed the deer in the corner of the yard and the large white dog beneath the eaves. Director Liu inquired, Dashan, why do you have so many deer? And this large white dog is quite impressive. How did it grow so big? Is it a hunting dog? Mistakenly believing that the dog was a hunting breed, Director Liu moved to pet it, but was halted by Wang Dashan. Uncle Liu, please don't touch it. This dog is quite fierce, and it would not be good if it harmed you. Upon hearing this, Director Liu quickly halted in his tracks. He had a fondness for dogs, provided they were gentle, but this one was rather large, its fur as white as snow. Unable to resist, he asked, Dashan, where did you acquire this dog? It's truly beautiful. Could you possibly get one for me as well? Wang Dashan felt a bit embarrassed, but replied, Uncle Liu, this is actually a wolf king to be precise, which I rescued after it was injured. Upon hearing this, Director Liu swiftly concealed himself behind Wang Dashan and inquired, the wolf king? It won't bite, will it? Rest assured, with me here, it won't. He then gestured for the two to take their seats. Director Lin seized the opportunity to speak, eagerly asking, Dashan, where's my liquor? Is it ready? Wang Dashan teased. Uncle Lin, did you come here early just to urge me to brew your wine? If that's the case, I must say, I'm quite hurt. Enough nonsense. Can't I be anxious? The matter is about to unfold, and if the medicinal wine Iasin tea delivered soon, we won't even be able to grasp a single strand of fur, Director Lin replied unabashedly. Indeed, your Uncle Lin is nearly in a frenzy, coming to me daily to remind me of your medicinal wine. He even showed up early today, insisting on dragging me here, Director Lu chuckled. As the trio conversed, Wang Jingfeng emerged from the consultation room. Wang Dashan quickly introduced him, and the two greeted Wang Jingfeng, who politely invited them to sit again. Wang Dashan prepared 2 cups of wild mountain tea, saying, "Come, try this kidney essence tea. It's made from wild mountain tea. Great for nourishing the body and enhancing vitality. It's particularly beneficial for men." However, Director Lin was not in the mood for tea. He turned to Wang Dashan and said, "Dashan, has my medicinal wine been prepared? If not, you must hurry and brew it. Your Uncle Lin has brought the money." He emphasized his point by tapping his bag. Director Lu, on the other hand, lifted the tea and took a sip, repeatedly praising it. At his age, Director Lu's primary interest lay in health preservation, and he cherished anything beneficial for his body. Wang Dashan scratched his head and said to Director Lin, "My dear director, please don't be anxious. I only returned from the mountains yesterday with 2 deer. This medicinal wine requires deer blood, or else its efficacy will be halved. I had intended to brew it today, but here you both are. Please wait a moment while I prepare the wine for you." The two urged Wang Dashan to proceed quickly, and he wasted no time in getting busy in the consultation room. The medicinal ingredients had already been prepared, and he merely needed to combine them with the alcohol. For this brew, Wang Dashan used a variety of over 20 medicinal herbs, including ginseng, angelica, tiger bone, morinda root, epimedium, cinnamon, clove, goji berries, evodia, rhizome of curculigo, mint, and licorice. While there were many herbs, achieving a potent medicinal liquor that nourishes yin, enhances yang, replenishes kidney essence, and strengthens bones required meticulous attention to the quantity and ratio of each ingredient. A slight deviation could transform a remedy into a poison, as traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the clear hierarchy among the ingredients. Wang Dashan meticulously cleaned the liquor jars previously brought back by Li Hongjun, drained the water, and placed the herbs inside. He then called his grandfather to assist in drawing approximately 60 milliliters of blood from each adult deer, which he then evenly distributed into 3 jars of high-quality sorghum liquor. This sorghum liquor was the finest bulk liquor Director Lin could procure, not distilled by a factory, but sourced from a renowned distillery, boasting an alcohol content of 65 degrees. After pouring the deer blood into the liquor, Wang Dashan stirred the mixture with a clean wooden stick until it was blended thoroughly, then sealed the jars. The sorghum liquor infused with deer blood requires a 2-hour resting period for the harmonious amalgamation of the 2 elements. At this moment, there is no pressing matter. Wang Dashan and Director Lin are dining at the Taoist temple, having reluctantly agreed to each other's company after a polite exchange of refusals. Suddenly, an exclamation from outside the courtyard announces the arrival of Li Hongjun. It is a Sunday, typically devoid of obligations, and Wang Dashan had suggested that Li Hongjun spend time with his family. However, he chose to come nonetheless. Li Hongjun secured his mule cart and dashed into the courtyard. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing both directors Lin and Lu present, yet he greeted them courteously. He then excitedly turned to Wang Dashan, exclaiming, "Dashan, have you heard? In the mountains near Yushitan, there is a ranger's cabin. Yesterday at noon, Chung Depeo returned from the hills after trapping some rabbits and decided to rest at that cabin. You won't believe what he found when he opened the door." Before Wang Dashan could respond, Li Hongjun continued. He stumbled upon 2 young men, unclothed, entwined together in slumber on the bed. Chung Depeo shook them for quite some time, but they remained unresponsive. It was quite the spectacle. Having never encountered such a scene, Chung Depeo assumed they were engaging in immoral conduct and hurried to report the incident to the public security officer at the commune. The officer, accompanied by several staff members from the forest security department, managed to rouse the 2 individuals. However, when questioned, they exhibited complete amnesia, unable to recall their origins, their intentions, or the reason for their nakedness. Essentially, they were devoid of any knowledge regarding the situation. And then what happened? Director Lu inquired. Then the 2 were taken to the forest security department, but due to their utter incomprehension and given the nature of their discovery, it was reported that they might be sentenced for immoral conduct to a labor reform camp. Li Hongjun concluded. Wang Dashan listened with a silent chuckle, finding the outcome both unexpected yet somehow predictable. He surmised that the 2 men would likely be sent to a detention center at most. However, to his surprise, they ended up in a labor reform camp. This turn of events, he mused, might seal their fate. Considering their circumstances, their survival upon leaving the camp seemed uncertain. Even if they did manage to emerge, they would likely find themselves in a detention center once again, offering little distinction from the labor camp experience. Chapter 40. A boast that frightened the tiger. After indulging in the gossip, Wang Dashan retreated to the backyard to prepare a meal. Li Hongjun followed him, whispering, "Dashan, do you think those two will encounter any trouble? You mentioned they were completely oblivious. What trouble could arise?" Wang Dashan replied while rinsing the rice. With Wang Dashan's assurance that there was no cause for concern, Li Hongjun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then suggested, "Dashan, how about we feast on roe deer meat today?" "Certainly, that sounds splendid," Wang Dashan replied with enthusiasm. There remained half a deer from his previous hunt, and the live roe deer that Xiaobai had captured was still being nurtured alongside the fawns. Before long, Wang Dashan had prepared a delightful spread, a soup with Western flavors. Braised roe deer meat, stewed wild chicken with rabbit, and a hearty northeastern mixed stew, accompanied by a dish of shiitake mushrooms and bok choy. Wang Dashan also presented 2 bottles of Maotai liquor gifted by Director Lin, filling glasses for the 5 of them as they dined and exchanged pleasantries. While Directors Lin and Lu often savored the flavors of the wild, it was rare for them to indulge in such an extravagant feast. Today, I visited the Wang family Taoist temple, where the exceptional culinary skills of Wang Dashan, ahead of his time by more than a decade, left both guests utterly delighted. In this era, which household uses bear oil for cooking? Which family enhances their dishes with sugar for added flavor? And who possesses a collection of spices as comprehensive as that of Wang Dashan? He has procured every seasoning available in the market. The meal was a true indulgence for Lu Lin and his companion, with exquisite dishes complementing fine wine. Even Director Lu, who typically advocates for moderation at meals, found himself unable to resist an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, the deer blood wine had sufficiently blended with the liquid from the deer blood. Wang Dashan observed that the non-soluble particles had settled at the bottom of the jar. He prepared a large piece of fine muslin, folded it into 2 layers, and placed it over the mouth of the jar containing the medicinal ingredients, securing it with string. He then poured the deer blood wine into the jar, filtering out the insoluble particles once more through the cloth. Once the wine was entirely transferred, he tightened the lid of the jar and sealed it with clay, completing a batch of medicinal wine that would be ready to enjoy after steeping for about 15 to 20 days. Wang Dashan prepared 3 jars in total, 1 for Director Lin, 1 for Director Lu, and 1 for himself, all made using ginseng from the western region. Being still in his youth, he did not require excessive nourishment. Otherwise, he would feel overwhelmed by its effects. Wang Jingfeng, being older and somewhat frail, also needed to be cautious with his supplements, lest he become unable to handle them. Handing the 2 jars of medicinal wine to Directors Lin and Lu, Wang Dashan provided some instructions, advising them that they should wait at least 15 days before consuming it, and to limit themselves to 1 or 2 cups at most. He then arranged for Li Hongjun to escort them back home by mule cart, and before they departed, he gifted them each 2 pounds of kidney essence tea, which brought an ear-to-ear smile to Director Lu's face. After their departure, Wang Dashan retired to his quarters for rest. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to Director Lin. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, he mounted a tricycle loaded with the medicinal wine and set off for the home of the forest manager. Upon arriving and knocking on the door, it took a while before Sister Ma, the manager's wife, answered. Seeing Director Lin, Sister Ma exclaimed, "Oh, is that Wei Guo? What brings you here?" Wei Guo is Director Lin's name, with his full title being Lin Wei Guo. He quickly responded, "Sister Ma, I need to speak with the manager. Please open the gate, so I can bring the tricycle inside." Noticing the items on the tricycle, Sister Ma promptly opened the gate, allowing Director Lin to enter. He carried the wine jar into the main room of the manager's house, where the manager was reading the newspaper, his tortoiseshell glasses precariously perched on his nose, creating a rather comical sight. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up to see Director Lin and said, "Wei Guo, what brings you here at this hour? Do you need something? Please, sit down. Old Ma, pour some tea for Wei Guo." Sister Ma prepared tea for Director Lin and set out several fruits before him. Gratefully, he nodded before saying, "Manager Qin, I came to visit you. Knowing your fondness for medicinal wine, I brought you a jar." Director Qin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He wondered how the news had reached him so swiftly. How could he possibly know? A flicker of suspicion crossed Qin's mind. Earlier that day, he had met an old classmate in the county, who served as the director in the county government office. He had casually mentioned his situation to this classmate, who advised him not to rush but to wait patiently, assuring him that the issue was not significant. Given that the Forestry Bureau and the commune operated under a unified leadership with two distinct titles, the county committee and government wielded considerable influence over the appointment of the forestry director. Presently, it appeared that the county government favored Qin for the role, and his old friend would advocate for him during the upcoming meeting. Reassured by this information, Qin felt a sense of stability. However, the fact that Lin Weigua had come to present him with a gift so soon after he had learned of this development made him suspicious. How had Lin gotten wind of it? Yet, Qin knew he must not reveal his doubts. He quickly responded, the medicinal wine that Lin Weigua has brought me must be of exceptional quality. I certainly must give it a try. Director Lin eagerly began to extol the virtues of his medicinal wine, exclaiming, Director Qin, you may not be aware, but this medicinal wine has a most extraordinary origin. What makes it so extraordinary? Qin inquired, now intrigued. In our commune, there exists a place known as Kaishan Tan, where one can find the Qingfeng Temple nestled within the mountains. Within this temple reside a grandfather and grandson. It is said that the temple has been passed down since the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, boasting a history of over 420 years. Qin's interest peaked as he listened intently. The grandfather and grandson, both surnamed Wang, descended from an ancestral line that had studied under Tao Zhongwen, concocting elixirs for the emperor in the palace. However, this ancestor of the Wang family, unwilling to serve the emperor, bid farewell to Tao Zhongwen and, accompanied by his family, settled in this remote area to establish the Qingfeng Temple. The Wang family members are recognized as the 23rd and 24th inheritors of this temple. Although they are referred to as Taoists, it would be more accurate to describe them as practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Since the Wang ancestors arrived at Kaishan Tan, they have not pursued the Tao but instead focused on healing, relying on their medical skills to support themselves. According to the Wang family, their earlier ancestors had studied under BNK, which contributes to their superior medical prowess compared to their Taoist practices. When the War of Resistance against Japan erupted, the Wang family descended the mountain to join the Northeast anti-Japanese guerrilla forces. Tragically, they were ambushed by the Japanese, resulting in only the grandfather returning from the expedition. The rest of the family perished at the hands of the enemy. From that point onward, the 23rd generation heir of the Qingfeng Temple dedicated himself to treating the villagers, surviving through hunting and gathering medicinal herbs. As Director Lin recounted this, Qin could not help but feel a profound respect for the Wang family. Not everyone possesses the courage to descend the mountain and confront the enemy, especially not an entire family venturing forth, only to lose 3 members in such a tragic manner. Director Lin continued, the Wang family's ancestors left behind a secret recipe for the medicinal wine, considered a treasure not to be shared with others. However, the wine brewed according to this recipe exhibits remarkable efficacy. It not only nourishes and strengthens the body, but also invigorates the blood, fortifies the kidneys and spleen, and is particularly effective against rheumatic cold ailments. In his fervor to extol the virtues of this medicinal wine, Director Lin had become rather audacious, showing no signs of embarrassment. His audacity seemed to have been finely honed. Yet, there was truth in his words. The Wang family's medicinal wine indeed possessed such remarkable qualities. Upon hearing that this medicinal wine possesses numerous benefits and can even alleviate rheumatism, Director Qin was taken aback. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming eagerness to hear more from Lin Weigua, yet he restrained himself from appearing overly eager, causing a sense of impatience to stir within him. Chapter 41. The delighted Director Qin. At this juncture, Director Lin paused, leisurely sipping a glass of water, and retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Director Qin. It suddenly dawned on Director Qin that he had yet to extend the courtesy of a cigarette to Lin Weigua, hastily grabbing his own from the coffee table and exclaiming, "Take mine, take mine." He fervently pressed the cigarette into Lin's hand. With no choice but to accept, Lin lit one for Director Qin first, then for himself, exhaling a languid plume of smoke. Witnessing this, Director Qin felt an urge to slap him, thinking, "How dare you keep me in suspense?" This impatience was understandable. Director Qin graduated from a technical school in 1965 and was assigned as a technician at the forest farm at the tender age of 23. To contribute to the socialist third-line construction, Technician Qin toiled amidst the old forests, scaling mountains and trudging through snow in search of suitable forest regions and vegetation. This arduous endeavor spanned over a decade. Although his career progressed swiftly, he inevitably succumbed to rheumatic arthritis. With each rain or snowfall, his knees would ache excruciatingly. It was this very affliction that led him to heed others' advice and try medicinal wine. While it could not cure him, it offered some relief. Moreover, as he entered middle age, his vigor in personal matters had waned, and his spirited wife, unabashed in their intimate affairs, often left him feeling despondent after each encounter. Consequently, Director Qin developed an affection for the medicinal wine, believing it not only eased his knee pain, but also restored his confidence. However, the concoction he prepared himself yielded diminishing results, merely warming his body without any other effects. Thus, upon hearing Lin Weiguo extol the virtues of his medicinal wine, he was eager to learn more. Yet, that rascal had taken to teasing him, which was truly infuriating. After taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette and sipping tea, Director Lin continued, "So, I sought the assistance of Wang Dashan, the 20th successor of the Wang family Taoist temple, to brew this medicinal wine specifically for you, Director Qin. I implored him for quite some time, even sending him into the mountains to procure a grade 5 ginseng root to infuse into the wine. Tell me, Director Qin, could this wine possibly lack efficacy?" In a bid to take credit and demonstrate the wine's remarkable pedigree, Lin revealed the inclusion of the grade 5 ginseng. Director Qin was visibly moved. In these times, who would part with such a precious herb? Is it truly grade 5 ginseng? He could not help but inquire in astonishment. Absolutely. Would I dare deceive you, Director Qin? You will see for yourself when you partake, Lin assured him with unwavering confidence. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Weiguo, you are quite resourceful to have procured such a remarkable item. Truly commendable, Director Qin exclaimed, his joy evident as he lavished praise upon Director Lin. Director Lin desired precisely this effect, feeling as if the weight of his burdens had lightened by two taels. Director Qin inquired further, Weiguo, how is it that Wang Dashan is willing to part with his 5th grade ginseng for you? Are you well acquainted with him? How could he possibly give me his 5th grade ginseng? I spent 30,000 yuan on it. Do you think anyone would offer me such a treasure without compensation? Director Lin thought to himself. However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts aloud, and with a quick mental shift, he feigned embarrassment, saying, Director, I must confess my error. I have fallen into the folly of superstitious beliefs. Oh, what transpired? Please, enlighten me, Director Qin asked, puzzled. Director, I have been fond of Taoist culture since childhood, passionate about health preservation, and deeply intrigued by the I Ching and metaphysics. Thus, I often visited the Taoist temple to engage in discussions with Master Wang. Over time, we became familiar with one another. Upon learning that I worked in the logistics department of the forest farm, Wang Dashan began selling some of his hunted game to us. The bear and wild boar meat we distributed during the last festival came from him. Once we grew closer, I learned of a medicinal wine recipe he possessed. Knowing you suffer from rheumatism, I requested his assistance in brewing a batch. The ginseng was something I had to persuade him for quite some time before he finally agreed to sell it to me, and it was not overly expensive. Upon hearing this, Director Qin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, what is wrong with that? The I Ching and metaphysics are the cultural essence bequeathed to us by our ancestors, the very crystallization of traditional Chinese culture. How can this be considered superstitious? You have managed this matter quite well, Weiguo. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Director Lin, upon hearing this, could not help but exhale in relief. His concern was not about being reprimanded for a penchant for superstition, but rather about the potential misstep of over-flattering his superior. Now, observing the director's attitude, he felt reassured that the situation was under control. It is no small feat to have a superior indebted to you. Director Qin continued. Is that Wang Dashan the lad of about 15 or 16 years, fair-skinned, with his hair tied in a topknot? Director Qin, do you know him? Director Lin inquired, perplexed. Oh, I do not know him personally, but I believe I have heard mention of him. Director Qin replied with a chuckle, deflecting the topic. Ah, you have no idea. Director Qin, this young Wang Dashan is quite remarkable. In my interactions with him, I have come to feel that he possesses a wealth of knowledge. He is not only familiar with our organizational procedures, but also clear on policies. Last time in the mountains, he managed to secure several thousand jin of game, and his medical skills are quite exceptional. Moreover, he keeps a white wolf at home. Wang Dashan is undoubtedly a figure of extraordinary capabilities. Director Lin extolled the virtues of Wang Dashan. Since this young man is so impressive, I too am intrigued. When might Weiguo introduce me to this young brother? I wish to make his acquaintance. Director Qin, having realized Wang Dashan was indeed the individual he had heard of, felt quite pleased and wished to meet him again. If the director wishes to meet him, I shall certainly arrange for you both to meet. How about we set a date for next month? I have heard that Wang Dashan will be traveling far in the coming days, Director Lin suggested. Director Qin pondered for a moment, deciding that by next month his own affairs would have resolved, allowing for a clearer outcome. If the interpretations of the characters hold true, then Wang Dashan is indeed an extraordinary individual, someone truly worthy of forming a connection with. A well-nurtured relationship could offer not just prospects for fortune, but also provide a safeguard in times of illness. As Western medicine addresses symptoms, while traditional Chinese medicine seeks to heal the root causes. Reflecting on this, Director Qin added a touch of water to the teacup before Director Lin, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Wei Guo. Please, enjoy the tea, and do visit my home often." Director Lin reiterated the precautions regarding the medicinal wine, which Director Qin acknowledged with diligence. Having achieved his objective, Director Qin felt a deep sense of satisfaction, even promising to owe him a favor, which brought great joy to Director Lin. Realizing that the meeting was drawing to a close, Director Lin stood to take his leave. Director Qin personally escorted him to the gate, emphasizing that they were all like family and urging Lin Wei Guo to visit frequently. With a sincere promise to do so, Director Lin departed on his tricycle. Once Director Lin had left, Director Qin hummed a cheerful tune as he returned indoors, feeling extremely pleased with the day's fruitful encounters. Eager to bring joy to his wife that evening. Chapter 42. We are heading to the capital. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the day of Li Yuanchao's housewarming. Early that morning, Li Yuanchao drove a mule cart to bring his mother from Lijiaten to their new home behind Qinfeng Temple. Everything was in order. The furniture, bedding, and kitchenware had all been replaced with new items, leaving no trace of the past. Both Li Yuanchao and his mother wished to avoid reminders of previous belongings, for reminiscing about past events brought them profound sorrow. Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun arrived early to lend a hand, and upon seeing Li Yuanchao and his mother arrive, they quickly set off a string of 3,000 firecrackers, filling the air with a cacophony akin to thunder in the mountains. Though the gathering was small, there was a semblance of festivity. Due to his filial piety, Li Yuanchao could not host a grand banquet for the housewarming, preferring a simple gathering of family. He had no desire to invite others, for the tragedy that had befallen his family cast a shadow, and while friends and villagers may not voice their judgments, whispers could be heard behind closed doors. Each time he caught a glimpse of his family members' eyes, he sensed an unsettling discomfort, as if they were regarded as harbingers of misfortune. Now, having moved into the new home with the care of Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun, and with a bit of spare money, the gloom that had weighed upon him began to lift. The sorrow of losing loved ones felt somewhat alleviated, and his mother appeared more spirited, her gaze less vacant. Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun hurried to greet them, bowing respectfully as they congratulated Aunt Li and Brother Yuanchao on their new home. A smile flickered across Li Yuanchao's mother's face, signaling that things were indeed moving in a positive direction. As the time approached, Wang Dashan prepared a small ceremony for lighting the stove, inviting the kitchen god to descend and partake of the offerings, blessing the household with prosperity and bountiful harvests. This ceremony primarily involved lighting the lamps, inviting the kitchen god from his divine seat, presenting meat offerings, and performing the customary rites, nothing particularly elaborate. After honoring the kitchen god, they commenced with the cooking. Today, Wang Dashan brought forth the 2 bear paws he had previously hunted, fulfilling his promise to share this rare delicacy with everyone. The occasion coincided with Li Yuanchao's housewarming celebration, making it the perfect moment to honor that commitment. However, none of them had ever prepared bear paws before, and for a moment, they were at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Wang Dashan, having observed cooking methods on Douyin in his past life, took the initiative to prepare this dish. Wang Dashan decided to make braised bear paws. Drawing upon his memories, he began by soaking the bear paws in cold water until they absorbed sufficient moisture. He then placed them in a pot, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, onions, and other ingredients to eliminate any gamey odor, boiling them over high heat for an hour. Afterward, he retrieved the bear paws, and while they were still warm, he meticulously removed the fur using tweezers and stripped away the hard shells from the claws, cleaning them thoroughly before setting them aside. In the pot, he poured in fresh water along with the prepared Shiji mountain chicken and Shigan pork knuckle, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, apples, onions, and red dates. He bundled star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorns in a piece of cloth and tossed it into the pot. At this juncture, it was time to add the bear paws. However, Wang Dashan chose to wrap each paw in cloth, securing them tightly with string to prevent them from disintegrating during cooking. He then placed the paws into the pot, adding soy sauce, white wine, honey, rock sugar, and salt. Once the pot reached a boil, he reduced the heat and let it simmer for 2 hours. When Wang Dashan lifted the lid after 2 hours, a fragrant aroma filled the room, causing Li Hongjun to drool in anticipation. Yet, the process was not yet complete. He removed the bare paws, unwrapped them, and took a small iron pot and a larger clay pot. He ladled 2 scoops of the braising liquid from the large pot into the iron pot and heated it until it boiled. He added a spoonful of starch to create a slightly thickened sauce and poured a portion of this sauce into the clay pot, along with a spoonful of the original braising liquid and a few fresh mushrooms. The bare paws were then placed in the clay pot to heat. Once the clay pot began to bubble, he poured the remaining broth from the iron pot into it, enriching the sauce further, sprinkling a hint of pepper and chopped scallions. He covered the pot and allowed it to simmer for a few minutes, resulting in a dish worthy of a state banquet: braised bear paws. This dish not only showcased the rarity of the bear paws, but also required high-quality chicken and pork knuckles, and if circumstances allowed, a touch of beef as well. By the time Wang Dashan finished preparing the bear paws, an hour had passed. Li Yuanchao had already prepared other dishes on the earthen stove in the courtyard, and Wang Zhengfeng arrived from the temple. They set the table and began to eat. With everyone being familiar, there were no formalities regarding the seating arrangements, and Li Yuanchao's mother was invited to join them at the table. The presence of the bear paw dish made the gathering particularly lively, with everyone enthusiastically praising Wang Dashan's culinary skills. Even Wang Zhengfeng expressed astonishment at Wang Dashan's ability to prepare bear paws, a dish the Wang family had never tasted since his arrival. In regard to this grandson, Wang Zhengfeng felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment as he observed Wang Dashan seemingly possessing an extraordinary breadth of knowledge and understanding, which he found utterly incredible. He couldn't help but attribute this phenomenon to the benevolence of the Three Purities Patriarch and the blessings of his ancestors. However, despite his surprise, he was genuinely pleased. The meal was consumed rapidly, and no one partook of alcohol. Following the meal, Li Yuanchao's mother retreated to rest, while Wang Zhengfeng returned to the temple, leaving Wang Dashan and the 2 Lis seated in the courtyard, engaged in conversation. Reflecting on the fact that they had yet to hold a morning meeting, Wang Dashan felt compelled to share his recent thoughts with the 2 Lis. Thus, he addressed them: Yuan Chao, Hongjun, a few days ago, I conversed with the old Secretary Xiong from Kaoshan village. He has agreed to assist us in delineating land after the division of the brigade. Based on my current understanding, our chances of successfully renting land are quite promising. However, renting land will undoubtedly require a substantial sum of money, calculating at 15 yuan per mu per year. If we rent 3,000 mu, that amounts to 45,000 yuan. For 5,000 mu, it would be 75,000 yuan. This does not even account for the expenses related to cultivating medicinal herbs and establishing various breeding farms thereafter. I have been contemplating this. A few days ago, I unearthed several ginseng roots from the mountain, including one with 6 leaves and 2 with 5 leaves. I plan to sell these ginseng roots in the capital, and I would like both of you to accompany me. Be prepared for at least a week, and potentially up to a month. Upon hearing about Wang Dashan's discovery of several ginseng roots, including one with 6 leaves, the 2 men were filled with astonishment, unable to believe their ears. After all, 6-leaf ginseng was a rarity, and it had been years since anyone had reported finding such a specimen in Dabation. They were further touched by the fact that Wang Dashan did not regard them as outsiders, sharing such significant news with them, which instilled a sense of trust within their hearts. Without hesitation, they responded affirmatively. Li Yuanchao declared, "All right, Dashan, you decide how we should proceed. I can help with purchasing the train tickets. I have former colleagues at the train station." Li Hongjun was even more exuberant, exclaiming, "Dashan, are we really going to the capital? This is marvelous. Finally, we're heading to the capital. I want to visit the Forbidden City and explore the shopping malls." All right. You will have ample opportunity to shop. But let me finish," Wang Dashan replied with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 43. Preparations before departure. In truth, Wang Dashan was also quite excited about the prospect of going to the capital. For someone who had spent many years serving in the military there in a previous life, returning to the capital felt akin to revisiting a starting point. Although he could not enter the military or revisit the places where he had trained and worked, he harbored an inexplicable feeling that something significant might transpire in the capital, perhaps driven by his yearning to reunite with his mother. Throughout 2 lifetimes, he sensed that he might unveil the mysteries surrounding her. Our journey this time encompasses 3 objectives. First and foremost is the sale of ginseng, a matter of great import. Secondly, I believe that the 3 of us should gather some mountain goods to bring along for sale, assessing their marketability. If they sell well, this could open a new avenue of income for us in the future. Lastly, I wish to search for my mother in the capital. We shall set a limit of 1 month. If we uncover no leads regarding my mother within that time, we will return. I plan to depart in 7 days. Brother Yuan Xiao. At that time, you can arrange for a relative to stay here and take care of Aunt Li. I will provide your relative with a daily sum of 1 yuan. There is no need for Dasha. I have sufficient funds now and can manage on my own. Li Yuanchao hastily replied. Wang Dashan did not linger on the matter and turned to Li Hongjun, saying, Hongjun, you should also speak to your mother, so she doesn't worry. Make sure to leave her some extra money. All right. Li Hongjun readily agreed. My plan is to gather mountain goods over the next few days, primarily focusing on wild ginseng, while also collecting hazelnuts, matsutake mushrooms, elm mushrooms, morel mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms, and other good things from the mountains. We should gather as much as possible, starting tomorrow. Brother Yuan Xiao, when you have a chance, please make a trip to Debation City to purchase 3 train tickets to the capital. Sleeper tickets are preferable. If they are unavailable, then opt for seated tickets. We would rather wait 2 days than settle for standing tickets. Shortly, we will head to the commune to obtain an introduction letter. Once it's ready, you can head directly to the city. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dashan added, 3 of us may be insufficient. This afternoon at the commune, I will seek out Su Jiangwo to see if he would be willing to accompany us to the capital. If he agrees, we can offer him 300 yuan for transporting our goods. Sounds good, Dashan. We will follow your lead. Both Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun concurred without hesitation. Without further ado, the group swiftly set off in a mule cart towards the commune. Upon arrival at the commune, they first sought out Director Liu to discuss the possibility of inviting Su Jiangwo to the capital. Without hesitation, Director Liu agreed to assist Wang Dashan. Additionally, Wang Dashan provided Director Liu with some food coupons to exchange for industrial and fabric coupons, which could be utilized in the capital later. Director Liu was well acquainted at the commune and had channels for such exchanges. The group then made their way to Su Jiangwo's small courtyard. Upon learning of their plan to go to the capital, with meals and accommodation provided along with a payment of 300 yuan, Su Jiangwo readily agreed. His acceptance was not solely motivated by the monetary compensation, but also stemmed from his admiration for Wang Dashan, who he considered capable and competent. Moreover, his uncle encouraged him to associate more with Wang Dashan. He had long desired to visit the capital, as it is the nation's center of excellence, and he knew that furs would fetch a higher price there than in the provincial city, making it an excellent opportunity to explore the market. After finalizing the arrangements, they returned to the commune to obtain the introduction letter. Once the letter was ready, they agreed to notify Su Jiangwo the day before departure, and then they each went about their business. Li Yuanchao boarded a bus to Debation City, while Wang Dashan and Li Hongjun returned to Daoguan to prepare for the collection the next day. Over the following 5 days, Wang Dashan, Li Yuanchao, and Li Hongjun traversed the 12 production teams of Hongqi Township Commune, successfully gathering 5 stalks of 5-year-old ginseng, 16 stalks of 6-year-old ginseng, and over 1,000 pounds of various mushrooms, including more than 400 lion's mane mushrooms. The 5-year-old ginseng was acquired at a price of 3,000 yuan per stalk. The 6-year-old ginseng at 500 yuan per stalk, various mushrooms at 20 cents per pound, and lion's mane mushrooms at 12 yuan each. In total, Wang Dashan spent 28,000 yuan, nearly exhausting his funds, which could be considered a gamble. Wang Dashan filled 8 burlap sacks with mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms, each weighing over 100 jin, totaling approximately 1,000 jin for all 8 sacks. The remainder was piled in the cellar. As he prepared for his journey to the capital, each individual would carry 2 sacks on a shoulder pole. For safety's sake, he packed ginseng into boxes and stuffed them into the mushroom sacks. He was confident that no highway bandit would dare to steal his mushrooms. He did not carry much money, only a little over 100 yuan and about 400 jin of grain coupons. His purpose was to earn money, and carrying excessive cash was both unsafe and cumbersome. The day before departure, Wang Dashan instructed Li Hongjun to inform Su Jiangwo to wait at home for their journey the next day. On the following day, Wang Dashan borrowed a mule cart from Wang Zhengfeng, loaded the mushrooms, and, accompanied by Li Hongjun, headed to the commune. There, they requested Director Liu to arrange for a purchasing agent from the supply and marketing cooperative to transport Wang Dashan and their group, along with over 1,000 jin of mushrooms, to the Dabashan train station. Fortunately, the train was scheduled to depart shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon from the starting station, allowing ample time and saving them considerable hassle. Upon arriving at the train station, Su Jiangwo, noting the time was still early, spent 5 yuan to store the mushrooms at the luggage depot before leisurely searching for food. Although storing luggage typically cost less than 5 yuan, the 8 heavy sacks of mushrooms warranted a lengthy negotiation with the elderly attendant before settling on that price. Su Jiangwo wandered into a nearby alleyway to find something to satisfy his hunger. Passing by a staircase, he noticed a woman in her 30s standing at the entrance who called out, "Hey, big brother, want to have some fun? It's quite comfortable here." Li Hongjun, puzzled about what kind of fun she meant, approached and asked, "Sister, what kind of fun?" The woman, smiling broadly, surveyed him and replied, "Little brother, you can have whatever fun you desire. It's all very entertaining." Just as Li Hongjun was about to inquire further, Su Jiangwo abruptly pulled him away. Curious, Li Hongjun asked, "Why did you pull me away, Jiangwo?" "I just wanted to ask her what was so fun." Wang Dashan playfully rapped his knuckles on Li Hongjun's head and said, "Are you foolish? What could a man and a woman possibly do together? Have you grown curious just because you're becoming an adult? Your curiosity knows no bounds. Truly, you're a simpleton." It took a moment for Li Hongjun to grasp the implication, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "She spoke so mysteriously. How was I to know?" Laughter erupted among the group, with Su Jiangwo nearly in tears from mirth. Wang Dashan chose not to engage further. Su Jiangwo then found a noodle shop, devouring 3 large bowls of noodles and 16 buns, totaling 4 yuan, though he spent 4 jin of grain coupons. After finishing their meal, Su Jiangwo strolled around, purchasing some sunflower seeds, cigarettes, and canned goods for the journey, knowing he could use the empty cans for hot water on the train. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, he returned to the luggage depot to retrieve the mushrooms and proceeded to the ticket checkpoint. During that era, due to sleeper tickets being allocated to officials on business trips, Wang Dashan and his companions could only secure second-class seats. Thankfully, their seats were arranged in pairs rather than threes, allowing them to sit together, which made the journey considerably more convenient. Upon boarding the train, the mushrooms were hastily tucked beneath the seats. The initial station to the capital had but a few passengers, with numbers expected to swell significantly upon reaching Fengtian. Thus, the carriage felt rather spacious. Wang Dashan and his companions engaged in light chatter, and before long, the train began its journey. Yet, none could foresee that this trip to the capital would be anything but tranquil, as the train would soon become the stage for a chaotic melee. Chapter 44. A chaotic dance of demons and truth. Wang Dashan harbored some trepidation regarding this journey to Beijing. As someone who had traversed these paths before, he was acutely aware of the perils that accompanied venturing far from home in this era. The 1980s were a time of both unparalleled beauty and profound turmoil. It was a beautiful time because people retained a sense of simplicity. Ordinary citizens were willing to lend a hand, their spirits warm and generous, always eager to assist those in distress. Conversely, it was a tumultuous time, for the drastic societal upheavals had led countless individuals from the lower echelons to recognize the paramount significance of wealth. In the unseen corners of society, a plethora of unimaginable crimes had emerged, driven by the insatiable pursuit of money and desire. Some of these offenses were brazenly conspicuous. Criminals roamed like untamed stallions, heedless of consequence. After enduring such turbulent times, the populace had grown wary of violence, opting for silence over advocacy, and choosing to evade rather than confront danger. Thus, Wang Dashan remained vigilant once aboard the train. Li Yuanshao, a former railway worker, understood the inherent dangers of train travel. Though he was taciturn, he maintained a constant watchfulness. Su Jiangwo, a carefree bachelor, was oblivious to the undercurrents of tension. Only Li Hongjun, embarking on his first journey far from home, was filled with childlike wonder, astonished by every little occurrence, making him the most naive and fearless among the group. Wang Dashan quietly observed his surroundings. The carriage was sparsely populated, yet this did little to assuage his concerns. Numerous stations lay along the route, and the arrival of unfamiliar faces raised questions about their intentions and potential threats. After all, characters from the underbelly of society, such as the flying thieves of the old wrongmen, a colloquial term for thieves, and the underlings of the old cheat clan, those who employed violence for their ends. Often self-identifying as members of the cheat clan, though such claims were seldom validated, would not brandish their malevolence openly. At times, a mere blade could render one's entire fortune into oblivion. Having observed for a while without identifying any immediate threats, Wang Dashan finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, a conductor wheeled a cart through the aisle, offering snacks. An inquisitive Li Hongjun purchased a bag of egg cakes and, spotting a deck of cards, decided to acquire it as well, inviting everyone to partake in a game. Wang Dashan initially hesitated to join, concerned for his money and ration tickets tucked safely in his small bag, wary of stealthy fingers. However, Li Yuanchao, believing it his duty to ensure the group's safety as the eldest and most knowledgeable of the railway, insisted on playing. Unable to refuse Li Hongjun's entreaty, and with Su Jiangwo eager to participate, Wang Dashan reluctantly agreed to play cards. Yet, as the popular card game required 4 players, he ended up teaching them the game of Do Di Zhu for 2. A few individuals engaged in lively banter, and soon enough, Su Jiangwo's face was adorned with an array of sticky notes. Despite Li Hongjun's boisterous demeanor, he was astute, a quick learner, and his skills were far from those of a novice, whereas Su Jiangwo alone found himself at a disadvantage against 2 rivals. At this moment, the trains of the Fengtian Railway Bureau predominantly operated with the Dongfanghong 3 diesel engines, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 120 kilometers per hour. The train that Wang Dashan boarded was of this model. Although it made numerous stops, it traveled swiftly, covering the distance from Debation to Fengtian in just over 4 hours. The train halted at Fengtian Station for an extended duration of 26 minutes. Observing that the train had arrived, Wang Dashan beckoned the other 3 to disembark for some fresh air. In this era, the train was a microcosm of society, filled with a diverse array of passengers, cadres in cotton uniforms, workers in work attire, and uniformed reserves, alongside many farmers clad in patched clothing. The carriage was permeated with an amalgamation of unpleasant odors, stinking feet, the scent of live poultry, and the foulness emanating from the restroom, creating a cacophony of scents that was utterly repugnant. While the train was in motion, the open windows could dispel some of the noxious aromas, but once it came to a halt, it transformed into a veritable purgatory. Testing one's sense of smell and spirit, Li Yuanchao was reluctant to leave the train, preferring to stay behind to guard the luggage. Wang Dashan did not persuade him otherwise and joined the other 2 in stepping off the train. The trio wandered about the station, while Li Hongjun darted back and forth from the front to the rear of the train, exuberantly calling Wang Dashan and Su Jiangwo to come and peer into the dining car. It was at that moment that Wang Dashan noticed a group of 6 or 7 men boarding from the dining car. These men exhibited a variety of hairstyles. Some sported crew cuts, while others had long hair, and their ages ranged from 18 or 19 to those in their 30s. Yet, they shared a common trait. Their luggage was minimal, consisting of only a small travel bag, and some did not carry any bag at all. A few bags even emitted a clanging sound as they moved. As one man boarded, Wang Dashan observed scars on his forearm, the result of cigarette burns, and a tattoo of an eagle poised for flight on the inner wrist. Sensing something amiss, he refrained from raising an alarm and, once the train was in motion, discreetly informed the others, "I just saw a few individuals board the dining car who do not resemble ordinary passengers. They seem rather sinister. Exercise caution." The term sinister here referred to highway robbers, carrying a derogatory connotation. Li Yuanchao and Su Jiangwo understood the implication and subtly scanned the surroundings, while Li Hongjun, oblivious, foolishly inquired, "What do you mean by sinister?" "It refers to highway robbers. Just keep it down and watch your bag," Wang Dashan replied softly. Li Hongjun quickly tightened his grip on his bag, an action that only drew more suspicion. Wang Dashan, exasperated, advised him to act naturally, yet Li Hongjun remained somewhat anxious, prompting Wang Dashan to disregard him altogether. As the train sped across the Liaohe plain, night fell unexpectedly at 9 p.m., with over an hour remaining to the next stop at Chifeng. At this juncture, 2 young men stood at each door, smoking and occasionally surveying the carriage with watchful eyes. At that moment, from a seat 3 rows away to the left, a middle-aged man clad in a crisp white short-sleeved shirt and adorned with black-framed glasses abruptly rose, anxiously exclaiming, "Where's my bag? Has anyone seen my bag?" He then began to search frantically for his belongings. The surrounding individuals, unaware of the bag's nature or who had taken it, joined in his quest. All eyes were on him, yet none could discern the bag's whereabouts. They only recalled that upon boarding the train, this middle-aged man had clutched a black leather bag, and soon, lulled by the rhythmic clatter of the train, he had gradually succumbed to slumber. Wang Dashan, however, did not focus on him. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the passengers on either side, meticulously observing. After a brief moment, he noticed an elderly man, dressed like a farmer, discreetly handing a black briefcase to a young man with medium-length hair near the carriage door. Just as the young man prepared to exit the carriage, 3 men suddenly entered from either end, slamming the doors shut behind them. These men were the same ruffians who had boarded from the dining car. At that moment, the train attendant was absent from the carriage, presumably attending a meeting in the dining car with the train conductor to arrange for the night's duties. Wang Dashan and his companions were situated in the 7th carriage, while the dining car was located in the 5th. It was unclear how this group had managed to traverse from the 5th carriage to the 8th, effectively blocking their escape, likely having done so while the train was halted at a station. This gang swiftly barricaded the 7th carriage, sealing the doors and drawing weapons, cornering several young men who had been smoking at the carriage entrance. Among the 6 individuals were a sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun, a .45 caliber pistol, along with others wielding axes and daggers. At this juncture, a man adorned with an eagle tattoo forcefully shoved one of the smoking youths into the aisle beside the seats, brandishing his pistol as he shouted, "Everyone with a seat, sit down. Those without, crouch. Empty your pockets. As long as you comply, we seek only wealth, not bloodshed. Anyone who resists shall face our wrath. Hurry, hand over your money." At this point, Wang Dashan began to comprehend the situation. Within the carriage were indeed 2 factions. One group comprised the thieves who had pilfered the middle-aged man's bag, seemingly numbering at least 5, perhaps even 6 or 7. The other group, consisting of 6 men from the dining car, was clearly there to rob. This scenario was becoming increasingly intriguing. The petty criminals from the old Rongmen had crossed paths with the formidable thugs of the Qianmen. It remained uncertain who would prevail in this encounter, and Wang Dashan found the situation increasingly captivating. He was no longer afraid. While the assailants had yet to reveal themselves, he had felt some trepidation. But with both parties now openly displaying their intentions, there was little left to fear. Li Hongjun, however, appeared dazed, struggling to grasp the complexities of the situation. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of firearms, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quietly inquired, "Dashan, what should we do now?" "Remain silent and adapt to the circumstances. Follow my lead," Wang Dashan instructed. Wang Dashan addressed the 3 individuals. Li Yuanchao appeared somewhat apprehensive, silently observing without uttering a word. Su Jiangwo muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this bunch. Though his voice was low, his demeanor betrayed no fear. These individuals would not resort to violence easily. After all, a fatality would spell serious trouble, unless one displayed overt defiance. As long as they complied and handed over their money, there was a chance they might even be granted travel expenses. While Wang Dashan and his group remained relatively unfazed, the others erupted into chaos, some lamenting their financial plight, some pleading for mercy, others whispering amongst themselves, and still others weeping bitterly, their cries echoing with a sense of impending doom as if they would not see the sun rise again. In desperation, the tattooed man shouted, "Silence! Stop the racket! Everyone! Shut the hell up!" After a prolonged outburst, he struck a defiant young man who refused to cooperate with the butt of his gun, finally restoring a semblance of quiet in the compartment. It became evident that nonviolent resistance could indeed lead to bloodshed. The tattooed man had recently approached a petty thief who had been smoking by the door. He had taken a middle-aged man's bag from an elderly farmer, making him the first to be coerced into surrendering his money at gunpoint. However, he was reluctant to comply, being merely an ordinary pickpocket. With obligations to his superiors, the leader of the gang and the head of the local thieves organization, the money he acquired would need to be turned in, and failure to do so would result in severe punishment, ranging from a beating to the loss of limbs. Thus, the young man clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the tattooed man and humbly stated, "Brother, I am Li San from the old Rongmen of Fengtian, a disciple of Master Bayer. I merely passed through this prosperous place seeking a meal. May I inquire which faction you represent? Might you allow me a path of escape?" His words represented a considerable lowering of his pride. Li San believed that his master, Bayer, held a notable reputation in the underworld, and that individuals of influence would grant him some leniency. However, unbeknownst to him, this band of ruffians was not composed of those familiar with the ways of the world, but rather a group of outright criminals, utterly ignorant of any code of conduct. Upon hearing Li San's plea, the tattooed man grew impatient and kicked him, exclaiming, "What kind of respect do you think you deserve? Who do you think you are to speak to me? Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and hand over your money." Li San, having been knocked to the ground, attempted to resist, but was restrained by his companions, who signaled him to remain quiet as he crouched by the aisle and retrieved the middle-aged man's bag concealed within his clothing. One of the tattooed man's accomplices snatched the bag and began rummaging through it. To their surprise, it contained a substantial sum of money, approximately 2,000 yuan, as well as an official seal and a contract. It was evident that the bag's owner had been on a business trip, and the money was likely public funds. Although Li San relinquished the bag to the robbers, its rightful owner was far from pleased. The middle-aged man's seat was not far from the door of the carriage. When the bag was snatched away by the accomplice of the tattooed man, the middle-aged man witnessed the incident unfold. Upon seeing his bag, he cried out in desperation, my bag, please return it to me. That is public funds, public funds." He rushed towards the thief. This cannot be attributed to the middle-aged man's naivety. Rather, it reflects a profound reverence and attachment that people of this era possess towards public property. While one may relinquish personal belongings, the notion of allowing public assets to come to harm is unthinkable, especially during critical moments, when one might even be willing to sacrifice their life to protect it. The accomplice of the tattooed man was preoccupied with counting the money and did not notice the middle-aged man snatching the bag back. The accomplice was taken aback, but quickly attempted to reclaim it. A fierce struggle ensued in the narrow aisle. At that moment, Li San suddenly leapt up and lunged at the tattooed man. Drawing upon his experience, he desperately seized the tattooed man's gun hand and attempted to slam it against the small table in the middle of the seats. Hoping to dislodge the weapon, Li San's companion also came to his aid, joining the fray against the tattooed man. The commotion drew the attention of those at the other end of the carriage. The tattooed man's accomplice hurried to assist, but was swiftly stopped by another of Li San's allies. As both sides engaged in combat, two more individuals emerged from the crowd, also allies of Lao Rongman. Without hesitation, they joined the brawl. Thus far, there were 7 from Lao Rongman and 6 from the Ghost Generals, leading to a chaotic melee within the carriage. The Ghost Generals wielded firearms, axes, and daggers, yet they refrained from shooting, while blades and axes could create less noise. Gunfire might not only result in fatalities, but could also alert the train guards. However, the small-time thugs excelled in close combat, occasionally flashing knives that made the Ghost Generals uncomfortable. For a time, both sides appeared evenly matched, exchanging blows in a lively spectacle. The passengers, initially the victims, were now mere spectators, astonished by the unfolding chaos. Wang Dashan, seizing the opportunity, quickly devised a strategy. Chapter 46. A single move to subdue the enemy. At this juncture, the brawl within the carriage had reached a fever pitch. Both sides harbored a strong desire to eliminate each other, yet they exercised restraint. Inflicting injury was acceptable. Incapacitating the opponent was permissible, but causing fatalities, especially among passengers, was strictly off-limits. This was primarily due to the legal consequences of robbery and assault, which might result in a maximum of 10 years in prison, whereas a fatality could lead to execution, with the cost of the bullets borne by the perpetrator. As a result, a stalemate ensued. Despite the apparent intensity of the conflict, neither side could gain the upper hand. Observing this, Wang Dashan's mind began to churn with ideas. He gathered Li Yuanchao and 2 others close and whispered, "Brothers, this is an excellent opportunity. Let us find a way to subdue both factions." Su Jiangwo, upon hearing this, became excited and inquired, "Dashan, what do you propose?" "We are at your command." Li Yuanchao remained silent, but nodded in agreement, while Li Hongjun, pale-faced, also forced a nod of consent. Wang Dashan observed that everyone had agreed and continued, "In a moment, I will rush forward and take down 2 of them. Then, Yuanchao, you will follow up. You are also skilled, and your abilities should be commendable. Avoid prolonged confrontation. It is best to defeat the enemy with a single strike." He then turned to Su Jiangwo and Li Hongjun, saying, "Jiangwo, once Yuanchao and I engage them, you will rally the crowd and encourage everyone to act bravely. At that moment, you should shout, 'There are people acting heroically. We cannot just stand by. Let us lend a hand and capture these thieves and bandits.'" The more people you can inspire, the better. Shout towards those in uniforms. To Hongjun, he instructed, find some ropes or belts. Gather anything that can be used to bind them. Once you and Xiao and I subdue one, you and Zhang Wo must tie another securely, ensuring they cannot move, and take away their weapons. Do you understand? Su Jiangwo and Li Hongjun responded in unison, understood. Wang Dashan then asked Li Yuanchao, is everything all right, Yuan Xiao? Li Yuanchao nodded affirmatively, no problem. Seeing that everyone was aware of their roles, Wang Dashan stood up and swiftly approached a pair of assailants engaged in a brawl. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick to one of the miscreants, followed by a precise strike to the throat of the other. One of the assailants crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin, while the other fell silently. This was a true demonstration of a single strike to subdue the enemy, a skill Wang Dashan had mastered during his time in the special forces. The fallen assailants went unnoticed by their comrades, who continued their scuffle. At this moment, Li Yuanchao joined the fray. Being the son of a well-known hunter from Lijiakan, he had also trained in martial arts. Although his skills could not compare to those from Wang's family's dojo, Li Yuanchao had grown up practicing Bajikwan, which should not be underestimated, particularly against a few petty thieves. Thus unfolded a scene where Wang Dashan stealthily approached the fighting duo, waiting for the perfect moment to kick one in the patella or punch the other squarely in the chin, pulling the incapacitated individual back to Li Yuanchao, who would then deliver an elbow strike or a close-range attack, sending the assailant to the ground. Let us assist and capture them. We cannot allow these scoundrels to rob us and harm our people. Let us fight back and not let these beasts escape. Su Jiangwo shouted while working alongside Li Hongjun to bind the assailants, fully absorbed in the task. At this juncture, the passengers in the carriage witnessed the brave individuals stepping forward, swiftly taking down the assailants, and began to rally. They surged forward, and soon, both thieves and robbers found themselves encircled, facing the wrath of the crowd. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when a gunshot rang out, and a young man clad in an old-style military uniform collapsed, clutching his abdomen as blood began to seep out, flowing increasingly rapidly. The most unbearable scene had materialized. Someone had indeed fired a weapon, injuring an individual. Upon witnessing this, Wang Dashan, fearing a second shot from the assailants, disregarded everything else and swiftly pushed through the crowd, delivering a decisive kick to the assailant's head, knocking him unconscious. It was indeed the man wielding the short-barreled shotgun who, during the prior altercation, had brandished the weapon as if it were a mere cudgel. However, upon witnessing the crowd encircling them and launching a barrage of punches and kicks, he felt a surge of fear and, in a moment of impulsive agitation, pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot momentarily stunned the passengers, who soon surged forward, vociferously demanding, "Kill them! Kill them! We cannot let them escape." Such is human nature. It is only in the presence of blood that their collective animosity is stirred. In mere moments, the assailants were subdued on the ground. Yet, the passengers, driven by a fervor for retribution, were intent on continuing their assault until Li Yuanchao, Su Jiangwo, and Li Hongjun intervened to restrain them. Su Jiangwo, with his words, tirelessly implored the crowd, reminding them that taking a life would come at a grave cost. This plea eventually quelled their fury, and together they bound the criminals. At this juncture, all the fighting assailants were rendered powerless, prompting a chorus of applause from the crowd. Wang Dashan promptly carried the young man clad in an old military uniform to his side, procuring tissues to staunch the bleeding. However, the tissues proved inadequate, as the wound was on his abdomen. Wang Dashan resorted to acupuncture, pricking several points with a needle. Though the bleeding did not cease completely, it gradually diminished. Observing the crowd gathering around the injured youth, Wang Dashan called out, urging everyone to disperse and allow the injured to breathe fresh air, lest he struggle for breath. Under the persuasion of Li Hongjun and Su Jiangwo, the onlookers finally complied. At that moment, the train conductor and the railway police arrived, seemingly alerted by the commotion. All the train staff hastily followed, and upon opening the carriage door, they were met with the sight of an injured individual and a dozen burly men bound on the floor, instilling a sense of unease. After a brief inquiry, the conductor and the police grasped the sequence of events, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over them. Fortunately, the injured person exhibited stable vital signs and was not in immediate danger. Ultimately, it was the improvised nature of the shotgun, with its limited power, that spared the young man's life. Nevertheless, his abdomen was undoubtedly riddled with wounds from the iron pellets. The conductor quickly contacted Chiefing Station to dispatch an ambulance to the platform. The railway police also reached out to the local police station to ensure the criminals were escorted off the train. Thus, the dramatic episode aboard the train drew to a close, with the perpetrators being taken into custody by the Chiefing police, who would handle the investigation. Wang Dashan was not required to disembark to provide a statement. Passengers alighting at Chiefing would suffice in offering their accounts, given the multitude of witnesses present. Wang Dashan emerged as the hero of the carriage, with each passenger feeling honored to exchange a few words with him. Some offered him boiled eggs, others brought fruits. And a few bold young women even inquired about their contact details, expressing a desire to write to the hero. Wang Dashan graciously accepted their gestures, while Li Yuanxiao remained silent, and Su Jiangwo, being of older age, found few to engage with. In contrast, Li Hongjun was effervescent, chatting animatedly with anyone who approached, reveling in the glory of being the hero of the carriage, a sensation he had never experienced before. Nevertheless, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, hopeful that no further incidents would arise. Chapter 47. A night in the capital. As the train passed through Chiefing Station, the train conductor and the railway police officer entered the carriage. They had received a call from their superiors, wishing to invite the hero who had rescued the passengers to the dining car for a conversation, to inquire about his circumstances, thereby facilitating the issuance of a commendation banner and a bravery award in due course. Moreover, the day's events were largely thanks to Wang Dashan. Had it not been for his intervention, the consequences would have been dire. The assailants had chosen the moment when the train conductor was convening a meeting to initiate their robbery. Wang Dashan's actions today had, in essence, salvaged the careers of the conductor and the police officer, both of whom were eager to express their gratitude to him. Wang Dashan humbly declined their gratitude, yet ultimately acquiesced to the conductor's insistence and accompanied him to the dining car. "How old are you, young man? Where do you reside?" inquired the conductor. "Comrade conductor, my name is Wang Dashan, and I hail from Debation." "And your destination?" "To the capital." "Oh, and what brings you to the capital?" "I gathered some wild mushrooms in the mountains and wish to sell them in the capital to earn a living for my grandfather." "What of your parents?" "They sacrificed their lives on Jinbao Island." "So you are the child of martyrs. Your act of bravery is commendable, young man. It is nothing extraordinary. Had I not resisted, they would have stolen my money regardless. I merely fought back, which hardly qualifies as heroism." "You are too kind." As their conversation continued, Wang Dashan and the conductor shed their initial formality and began to engage warmly. The conductor, though not much older than 30, was slightly senior to Su Jiangwo. Wang Dashan then asked, "Comrade conductor, may I inquire your surname?" The conductor smiled and replied, "My surname is Zhang. My full name is Zhang Dajiang. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Zhang or Brother Jiang." He then gestured towards the police officer, saying, "This is Dai Zhonghua, our police commissioner for this trip. Should you travel on this train again, feel free to reach out to either of us if you need assistance." Wang Dashan inquired further, "Brother Zhang, Brother Dai, if I may be so bold, I gather from your accents that you are both from the capital? Once we arrive, might I invite you both to a meal?" "Certainly, there is no issue with that. In fact, I shall treat you to dinner," replied Zhang Dajiang. "Please provide an address, and we will come to find you and show you around the capital." The previously silent police officer then spoke, "Brother Dai and Brother Zhang, this is my first visit to the capital, and I am uncertain where to stay. Perhaps you could provide an address for me to seek you out?" Upon learning that Wang Dashan had no accommodation, Zhang Dajiang promptly said, "You may stay at the railway guest house. I have a childhood friend who serves as the deputy director there. Just ask for him. His name is Deng Guofeng, and mentioning my name will suffice. By the way, do you have an introduction letter?" "Yes, I do. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I will stay at the railway guest house." Wang Dashan considered the guest house to be an excellent choice. Zhang Dajiang, clearly pleased, added, "I reside at the railway core compound, located on the west side of Huadian Fuxing Road. If you wish to find me, just mention my name, and my friend will assist you. As for Brother Dai, his family lives in Xiqing, and I am familiar with the area. I will accompany him to find you when the time comes." "Very well, let us look forward to a splendid gathering then." Wang Dashan was also quite pleased, as the prospect of forging friendships with everyone would greatly benefit his endeavors in selling mountain goods in the capital. Firstly, the issue of transportation would be resolved. In this day and age, every passenger train has a luggage car at its rear, which not only transports travelers' checked baggage, but also provides services for the postal bureau's letters and goods. If Wang Dashan could place his goods destined for the capital in the luggage car, he would only need to arrange for personnel to handle the pickup and delivery at both ends, significantly conserving manpower. The three men agreed to meet again, and Wang Dashan rose to take his leave. Zhang Daying offered for Wang Dashan and the others to rest in the sleeper car, but Wang Dashan politely declined. The train had already passed Chifeng, with over 300 kilometers remaining to the capital. It seemed unnecessary to owe Li Daying a favor for just a few hours. Such a favor should be reserved for more significant matters. After more than 4 hours, the train arrived at the capital station, already past 2 in the morning. After organizing their luggage, Shirin greeted Zhang Daying and Dai Zhonghua before descending from the train with his burden. Upon exiting the station, the other three were awestruck by the grandeur of the train station, having never encountered such magnificent architecture coming from a small town. Li Hongjun stammered, "Dashan, how is this building so tall?" It was no surprise that the boy was astonished, having never ventured beyond the Hongqi Township commune. This is just the beginning. The capital boasts even taller buildings. Once our business is concluded, we shall explore them, Wang Dashan replied, as Li Hongjun nodded enthusiastically, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Even Li Yuanchao and Su Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with longing. After nearly 20 hours of travel, Wang Dashan and his companions were utterly exhausted. Though they were struck by the magnificence of the capital, now was not the time for reverie. They could only follow Wang Dashan onward. Fortunately, the railway guest house was conveniently located beside the ticket station, sparing them the hardship of a long walk. Upon arrival at the guest house, the attendant had already retired for the night. Wang Dashan knocked on the door, requesting to see Deng Guofeng, but Deng Guofeng was not present, so Wang Dashan had no choice but to secure a room for himself and the others. The room fee was 8 yuan, with a 10 yuan deposit. Hot water was available in the middle of the corridor, while the restrooms and wash area were at the end of the hallway. Showers were located at the back of the building in a bathhouse, costing 20 cents per wash, and bath tickets could be purchased there. The facility opened daily from 5 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening. As the female attendant checked the identification letter, she chattered on. After paying, Wang Dashan received the key and escorted the three men to their room, situated on the first floor. A request Wang Dashan had made to avoid the difficulty of hauling 8 large bags of mushrooms upstairs. The room was modest, only a bed, a table, 2 metal hot water bottles, a pair of plastic slippers, and an enamel basin adorned the space. A dirty ceiling fan hung overhead, and nothing more could be found. The men placed the mushrooms beneath the bed, washed their faces and feet, and, unable to resist any longer, collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. This day had been exceedingly tiring, involving nearly 20 hours on a train and even a scuffle along the way. Though he exerted little effort, the tension of the moment left him mentally fatigued, and even Wang Dashan found it somewhat unbearable. Now that he had arrived in the capital, he felt as though his mother were nearby, not far at all, filling his heart with boundless joy and hope. Yet, the thought that his mother had not remembered him for over a decade, nor had she ever visited, plunged him into profound doubt and a sense of defeat. Every child yearns for a mother's love, and Wang Dashan was no exception. In this conflicting state of mind, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 48. The old hat eats your rice after a night of toil. The next day, Shirin did not rise early, sleeping until after 9 in the morning. After freshening up, Wang Dashan retrieved a 5th-grade ginseng from the burlap sack beneath his bed, packing it along with its box into his military satchel before venturing out for breakfast. He intended to present this ginseng as a sample at various traditional medicine shops to seek a suitable buyer. Wang Dashan first led Shirin to Qianmen Street, where they found a small eatery specializing in stir-fried liver and braised dishes. They ordered 2 pounds of buns, and each enjoyed a bowl of stir-fried liver and a bowl of braised delicacies, relishing the meal to their heart's content. For several robust men who had traveled from rural northeast China, tasting braised dishes for the first time was an exhilarating experience. The combination of large intestines and pig liver was nothing short of divine. The breakfast of the capital's inhabitants was simple, yet surprisingly delightful. After breakfast, Shirin meandered along, searching for important shops. As they passed magnificent buildings, Li Hongjun and Su Jiangwo were so excited that they didn't even know where to place their hands. Their walking slightly awkward. Although Li Yuanchao's excitement was less overt, he trembled with enthusiasm. It is not surprising, during this era, people's affection for their homeland and leaders was unreservedly expressed. Witnessing Shi Ren's excitement reminded Wang Dashan of a poignant line. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I love this land so deeply. Although the other three wished to explore the sacred sites in the hearts of their fellow countrymen, Wang Dashan firmly declined. Let us first inquire at the pharmacy about potential buyers for the ginseng. Once we have attended to our business, we can enjoy a few days in the capital. It is not a matter of urgency. Our priority must be the task at hand. The others considered this and decided to continue following Wang Dashan. He casually stopped a passerby to ascertain the location of the Tongrentang pharmacy, and they continued on their way. At that moment, Tongrentang was situated in the Xuanwu district, Dazzling, less than 700 meters on foot from Qianmen Street. The faade was unremarkable, save for a couplet hanging by the entrance. Though the taste is dear, one must not diminish the quality. Although the preparation is intricate, one must not skimp on labor. Upon entering Tongrentang, Wang Dashan and Shi Ren beheld rows of medicine cabinets lining 3 walls, alongside small consultation rooms where traditional doctors attended to patients. The pharmacy was not overly crowded, with only 2 or 3 patrons present. Upon seeing Shi Ren enter, a staff member at the counter inquired, "Comrades, what medicine are you seeking?" Wang Dashan hastily replied, "We are not here to purchase medicine. We wish to meet your manager." The attendant, a young man in his 20s who appeared to be an apprentice, was taken aback by the northeastern accent of the foreigners, compounded by the rustic attire of Li Yuanshao and Su Jiangwo. He brusquely responded, "You want to see our manager? What for? He is not here. If you aren't buying anything, please leave and don't cause a disturbance." The perennial superiority complex of the capital's inhabitants was palpable. Wang Dashan chose not to engage in a quarrel, stating, "Comrade, we possess ginseng, both wild mountain ginseng and various grades, and we would like to inquire with your manager whether you would be interested in purchasing." The attendant retorted, "No interest, no interest, just hurry along." With that, he began to usher them out, muttering to himself, "A bunch of old bumpkins claiming to possess 5-grade old mountain ginseng. What a farce. You all should be subjected to the people's dictatorship." Su Jiangwo, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed, seizing the attendant by the collar and demanding, "Who are you calling an old bumpkin? Have the audacity to repeat that." Perhaps emboldened by the fact that he was in his own establishment in the capital, the young man boldly declared, "I'm referring to you. What are you going to do about it? Come on, try to lay a hand on me." Su Jiangwo was furious, shouting, "You little brat, I'll knock you senseless for looking down on people. Who are you calling a fraud? Come here." As he spoke, he raised a fist, preparing to strike. In truth, even if Su Jiangwo had not acted, Wang Dashan was equally inclined to confront him. What was wrong with being rustic? Did it offend you in some way? Others in Tongren Hall paused to witness the commotion, while the staff and practitioners of the pharmacy set aside their tasks to intervene. Perhaps the young man was generally unlikable, leading the bystanders to merely shout, "Stop fighting, stop fighting. If this escalates, it will lead to trouble." Su Jiangwo swung his arm and delivered 2 slaps to the young man, causing his face to swell and redden. Wang Dashan approached, feigning to mediate, while secretly shouting for Jiangwo to desist, all the while delivering a couple of punches discreetly. The northeastern men, known for their camaraderie, saw Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun roll up their sleeves, ready to join the fray. Just as the altercation intensified, a commanding voice rang out from the entrance. "Cease this at once." Wang Dashan recognized the need to de-escalate. After all, this was the capital, the foremost city, and causing a ruckus that attracted the police would be unwise. They lacked connections in Beijing, and local residents would undoubtedly side with their own, finding any pretext to detain them and complicate matters further. He quickly restrained the still agitated Su Jiangwo, whispering, "Jiangwo, do not continue. We'll be in trouble if this goes on." At that moment, Su Jiangwo realized his brashness, understanding that this was not the countryside of Debation Hongqi Commune. One could not overpower the local strongmen, especially in the capital, where even a dragon must coil and a tiger must nestle. He thus chose to stand down. The young man, still shouting, continued, "Help. There are outsiders bullying us. Someone call the police." Yet, none of the onlookers acknowledged his pleas. Then, a voice at the entrance inquired, "What is going on here? What are you all doing? Who authorized you to strike individuals within the pharmacy? This is a national pharmacy. What do you intend to accomplish?" The Tongrentang, since the 1950s, has operated under a system of public-private partnership, overseen by the 13th generation heir, Liu Hongchang. Following his demise in the late 1960s, the Tongrentang was completely nationalized, thus asserting its status as a state pharmacy, is indeed accurate. Post the public-private partnership, Tongren emerged as the largest distributor of traditional Chinese medicine in the nation, which elucidates why Wang Dashan sought to sell ginseng here. Wang Dashan glanced at the individual who had spoken at the entrance. The man, in his 60s, wore a dignified yet kind expression, with a broad face, slightly drooping eyebrows, a prominent nose, and a notably deep philtrum. Such features are indicative of someone who has long occupied a high position or is an authority in the field. Wang Dashan promptly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed elder, I apologize. May I inquire your name? I am the person in charge of this pharmacy. What brings you here? Why did you assault someone in my establishment?" The elder inquired, visibly displeased. Upon realizing that this elder was the head of Tongren, Wang Dashan felt a surge of joy and replied, "Esteemed elder, we seek your fair judgment. A few of us have traveled from the northeast, having heard that Tongren is the largest pharmacy in the capital, and we wish to meet you to promote the wild mountain ginseng we harvested from the Daba Mountains. However, your attendant not only refused to let us see you, but also insulted us, calling us country bumpkins and frauds. My brother could not contain his anger and retaliated." The elder, after listening, turned to the young man and asked, "Is this true?" The young man, somewhat sheepish, could not muster a response. The elder, having deduced the young man's lack of justification, commanded, "Apologize." The young man, feeling wronged, protested, "Lo elder," but the elder firmly reiterated, "Apologize." With no alternative, the young man reluctantly uttered an apology to Su Jiangwo before turning to leave. Observing the young man's unwilling apology, the elder did not pursue the matter further and asked Wang Dashan, "Young man, you claim to have wild mountain ginseng for sale?" "Indeed, esteemed elder," Wang Dashan affirmed. "Come, let us discuss this in my office." With that, the elder led the way to his office. Upon entering, the elder invited them to sit and asked, "Young man, you mentioned having wild mountain ginseng for sale. How many years old is it? What grade of leaves does it have?" "It is 5-leaf old mountain ginseng, and it should be around 100 years old," Wang Dashan responded. "Ah, please show it to me," the elder requested. Wang Dashan retrieved the box containing the ginseng, opened it, and presented it to the elder. The elder promptly donned his reading glasses, lifted the box, and scrutinized its contents carefully. After a considerable pause, he set the box down and remarked, "Quite impressive. The quality is commendable, and the age appears to be approximately a century. Young man, how much do you wish to sell it for?" "Esteemed elder, may I ask your name?" "I am Wang Dashan. I possess a fair quantity of ginseng, and I wonder if you have the authority to make a decision regarding the sale." "Oh, you have quite a bit. How much exactly?" the elder inquired. "My surname is Liu, and this Tongren was once part of my family, though it now belongs to the state. May I inquire about the identity of the esteemed Mr. Liu Hongchong?" Wang Dashan curiously asked. "He was my uncle, who has passed away many years ago," replied Mr. Liu. "Are you associated with the Liu family? Has the Tongren Pavilion invited you back to take charge once more?" "One could say that," Mr. Liu acknowledged. "After my uncle's demise, the turmoil subsided, and as compensation for our family, the state requested my return to lead the Tongren Pavilion." Wang Dashan's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly responded, "Mr. Liu, that was not my intention. What I meant to convey is that I possess an abundance of ginseng and worry you may not be able to consume so much." "How much do you have? Please enlighten me," Mr. Liu inquired with a smile. "I have 1 6th grade leaf ginseng, 8 5th grade leaf ginsengs, and 24th grade leaf ginsengs. All genuine wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain," Wang Dashan elaborated. "What? You possess 6th grade leaf ginseng? How old is it?" Mr. Liu exclaimed with astonishment. Chapter 49, The Brothers' Endeavors. Mr. Liu was overwhelmed with excitement, not merely for the surprise, but because 6th grade leaf ginseng had long since become a rarity. To describe the scarcity of wild 6th grade ginseng as rare would be an understatement. One of a kind would be more fitting. If one were to seek such a specimen in the capital, the Tongren Pavilion would certainly not have it. Only the Songhe Yannian Tang, with its over 600 years of heritage, would possess a single root, treated as a treasured possession, seldom displayed. Hearing that Wang Dashan had a 6th grade leaf ginseng, Mr. Li's heart raced with anticipation. Should the Tongren Pavilion acquire this 6th grade leaf ginseng, it would undoubtedly elevate its standing in the herbal medicine industry, not only within the capital but across the nation, overshadowing even the esteemed Songhe Yannian Tang. After all, the founder of the Tongren Pavilion was a royal physician serving the emperor, whereas the founder of Songhe Yannian Tang, although also a royal physician, hailed from the Yuan dynasty and had long since lost its lineage, having changed hands numerous times. You truly possess a 6th-grade leaf ginseng? Its age, I presume, ranges between 2 to 3 centuries, Wang Dashan confirmed. You mentioned the total number of ginseng you have. Could you reiterate that for me? Mr. Liu asked once more. 1 6th-grade leaf ginseng, 8 5th-grade leaf ginsengs, and 24th-grade leaf ginsengs, totaling 33 roots, Wang Dashan repeated. My young friend, with such a bounty of wild ginseng, how do you intend to sell it? What price do you have in mind? Mr. Liu inquired. Mr. Liu, you are a connoisseur in the pharmaceutical field. I am not well versed in market trends. Please, advise me, and should your offer be reasonable, I shall sell it to you, Wang Dashan responded with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Liu said, Young man, you possess an abundance of ginseng, and I fear my household may not be able to consume it all. How about this? I will contact a colleague today, and we shall meet tomorrow morning at the Guangwei Tea House in Lilikang. Bring the ginseng with you, and we can discuss matters further then. What do you think? Wang Dashan pondered briefly and found no objection, thus he nodded in agreement. He harbored no fears of being pressured into lowering his price. At worst, he would simply refrain from selling to them. With the goods in his possession, the possibility of coercive transactions was non-existent. Having concluded their business, and noticing it was mealtime, Wang Dashan invited the elder to enjoy hot-potted donglishan, which was not far away. Mr. Liu, naturally unperturbed by the culinary offering, still held a measure of caution towards their newfound acquaintance, and thus graciously declined. Wang Dashan did not insist, and the Westerner took his leave. Upon exiting the Tongren pavilion, Su Jiangwo, astonished, inquired, Dashan, do you truly possess such a vast quantity of ginseng? Even 6th-grade leaves? Wang Dashan nodded and replied, by fortunate chance, I encountered an old acquaintance, all of which were procured from him. Additionally, I had some stored at home, which I decided to sell this time to fund the land purchase. Su Jiangwo was aware that Wang Dashan had come to sell ginseng, yet he was unaware of the sheer magnitude of his inventory, leaving him thoroughly impressed. The elderly gentleman declined to dine with them, prompting Wang Dashan to plan a visit to the guest house to meet Zhang Dajiang's childhood friend. Given that he had arrived in the capital, he deemed it prudent to expand his circle and establish connections that would facilitate his search for his mother in the future. Upon returning to the guest house, they discovered Zhang Dajiang and Dai Zhonghua conversing with a man of similar age on the sofa in front of the reception desk. Wang Dashan surmised that this individual was his childhood friend, Deng Guofeng, and hurried over with a smile to greet them. Brother Zhang, Brother Dai, you are here. Who is this? Zhang Dajiang, spotting Wang Dashan, smiled and remarked, Dashan, you've returned. I was just about to leave if you didn't show up. Allow me to introduce you to my childhood friend, Deng Guofeng, who serves as the deputy director of the guest house, as I mentioned. Wang Dashan courteously extended his greetings. Hello, Brother Deng. Zhang has often spoken of you. Even my stay here was suggested by him. As he spoke, he proceeded to introduce Li Yuanchao and the others one by one. After exchanging pleasantries, Deng Guofeng, with a spirited demeanor, cheerfully inquired, How is your stay? Is it comfortable? If not, I can arrange for you to have separate rooms. Wang Dashan quickly assured him, There is no need. We are quite content with our accommodations. Sensing the amicable atmosphere, Wang Dashan proposed treating his elder brothers to a meal. Zhang Dajiang insisted on treating them, while Dai Zhonghua and Deng Guofeng also expressed their desire to pay. After much back and forth, Wang Dashan firmly declared, Brothers, during this visit to the capital, I am indebted to your kindness, and I must insist on treating you all. No more arguing. If we continue, we shall end up without a meal today. Seeing Wang Dashan's eloquence and striking appearance, with his hair simply tied back and cascading over his shoulders, they found him somewhat extraordinary and were eager to befriend him. Thus, they ceased their objections, though they insisted that the next meal would be on them. Wang Dashan graciously agreed. The group set off, led by Deng Guofeng, to a nearby inexpensive eatery. With the afternoon free, only Deng Guofeng had to work and could not indulge in excessive drinking. The other 6 ordered 2 bottles of Erguo too, intending to enjoy a modest amount. During the meal, Li Yuanchao remained silent, quietly eating, only drinking a sip when urged. Li Hongjun focused solely on devouring duck, while Su Jiangwo savored the liquor, engaging in toasts with the others. Wang Dashan conversed with Zhang Dajiang and the others, discussing topics ranging from the rivalry between the U.S. and the Soviet Union to the moon landing and from Japan's ascent of Mount Everest to China's successful launch of a carrier rocket into the South Pacific. With eloquence and substance, their discourse captivated Zhang Dajiang and the others, who marveled at Wang Dashan's exceptional intellect, affirming that he was destined for greatness. Consequently, their attitude towards him grew increasingly warm. As the atmosphere seemed appropriate, Wang Dashan addressed Zhang Dajiang, "Brother Dajiang, you are aware that my visit to the capital is for business purposes. I aim to transport some local mountain goods from my hometown to sell in the city. However, the logistics involved are quite cumbersome, and the quantity one person can transport is limited. You brothers are resourceful. Could you assist me in devising a strategy to facilitate the transportation of these goods? I am willing to spend some money if necessary." Zhang Dajiang inquired, "How much cargo do you have each time?" "Approximately 1,000 pounds, transported about once a week," Wang Dashan replied. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dajiang responded, "The quantity is somewhat substantial, yet the task is not insurmountable. You could arrange for your goods to be entrusted for transport, as long as you can manage that. I can ensure they are loaded onto a luggage cart for transit. However, you must follow proper procedures for the consignment, at the very least securing the station staff's approval. Furthermore, it is imperative that someone is present to receive the goods upon arrival." Wang Dashan recognized this as a potential issue. Not only was there uncertainty about whether anyone would be at the station to receive the cargo in the capital, but the process of arranging for consignment was also quite intricate. While he pondered this, Li Yuanchao interjected, "I can handle this. I have acquaintances at the debation station." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan slapped his thigh in realization. Of course, Li Yuanchao is capable. He used to work at the debation locomotive depot and must know people at the station. As long as he has the right connections, we can facilitate the consignment process. Given the volume of goods, it is typically not feasible to use a luggage cart for transport. It generally requires freight channels. As for receiving the goods in the capital, Wang Dashan contemplated having Li Hongjun stationed there to oversee the receipt and sale of the goods, believing that Li Hongjun would readily agree to the arrangement. However, a pressing concern remained: how to extract the cargo from the train station in the capital. The most rudimentary solution would be to hire a few individuals, purchase platform tickets, and physically carry the goods out with a shoulder pole. While cumbersome, it was still doable. Just then, Dai Zhonghua remarked, "Once we arrive at the capital station, I can introduce you to someone who can help you push a cart into the station to retrieve the goods." As soon as Dai Zhonghua finished speaking, Deng Guofeng added, "Once the cargo is transported, we can initially store it at our guest house. There is a vacant room in the back that can be rented to you for a nominal fee each month." Wang Dashan was overjoyed upon hearing this. It was a comprehensive service. After giving it some thought, he raised his glass and sincerely addressed the three men. "I am profoundly grateful for the excellent suggestions you have provided. I believe this venture cannot flourish with just the four of us. I would like to invite you to join me in this business endeavor. I will handle the procurement and sale of the mountain goods, while you brothers manage the transportation and storage to ensure everything runs smoothly. I will allocate 10% of the net profit to each of you. What do you think?" Exchanging glances, Zhang Dajiang and the others could discern a flicker of interest among them. This undertaking was relatively straightforward for them, well within their capabilities, and posed no violations or significant difficulties, while also promising some extra income. It would be unreasonable not to be intrigued, especially considering the challenges of sustaining a family on a meager monthly salary of $30. However, they did not wish to take advantage of Wang Dashan, feeling that it was somewhat unjust for three individuals to claim a tenth of the profits without contributing much effort. Thus, Zhang Dajiang remarked, "Dashan, it is impossible to say we are not tempted. After all, the salaries of railway workers are not substantial, and our years of service are limited. This situation clearly seems to benefit us at your expense." Wang Dashan responded earnestly, "Brother Jiang, please do not think that way. Assisting me in transporting goods to the capital resolves my greatest dilemma. I believe that sharing a tenth of the profits with you is by no means excessive. If you regard me with esteem, let us undertake this venture together. I am confident that we will earn a considerable sum." Seeing the sincerity in Wang Dashan's words, devoid of any insincerity, the others exchanged glances, and ultimately, Zhang Dajiang slapped his thigh, declaring, "Brothers, let us do it." Wang Dashan was elated and quickly raised his glass, saying, "Then I must thank you all, brothers. Let us toast to our prosperous future." Consequently, everyone raised their cups in unison. Observing the enthusiasm among the group, Wang Dashan reiterated his plan. He and Li Yuanchao would handle the collection of mountain goods, with Li Yuanchao managing the shipping procedures, Zhang Dajiang overseeing the transportation, Dai Zhonghua and Li Hongjun responsible for delivering the goods to the railway guest house, and Deng Guofeng in charge of storage, while ultimately, Li Hongjun would handle the sales. The others were not required to invest any money. Wang Dashan would cover all costs, and at the end of the venture, Zhang Dajiang, Dai Zhonghua, and Deng Guofeng would share a tenth of the profits, with the distribution among themselves left to their discretion. Upon hearing that he could remain in Beijing to sell goods, Li Hongjun felt a surge of joy, albeit accompanied by a tinge of anxiety, as he nervously inquired, "Dashan, will I be able to manage?" Wang Dashan reassured him, "No worries. Initially, I will be right there with you. Once you are familiar with everything, you can operate independently. As we expand, we can even open a shop. Hire a few people, and you will oversee it all." Li Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement, banishing any lingering doubts and fears from his mind. At that moment, Su Jiangwo, having listened to Wang Dashan's plan, deemed it highly feasible and profitable, and thus hesitantly asked, "Dashan, may I join you in this endeavor?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dashan replied, "Of course. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have wanted you on board, fearing you might dismiss this modest venture. You can work alongside Yuan Shao in collecting mountain goods or come to the capital to sell them. It's entirely your choice. We could even consider engaging in leather trade together, as it fetches a higher price in the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dajiang was overjoyed and eagerly lifted his glass, saying, "Dashan, I must commend you. No more words are needed. Whatever you decide, I shall follow. Here's to you." With that, he raised his cup and drank heartily. Wang Dashan followed suit. Feeling a swell of happiness, this meal had resolved a significant issue and left him as exhilarated as the others. In the following moments, Wang Dashan and the group deliberated further on the specific details of their plan. The narrative primarily revolves around the concerns of Zhang Dajiang and Dai Zhonghua, both railway employees. One serving as a train conductor and the other as a railway police officer, tasked with overseeing passenger trains between Debation and the capital. Each journey to and fro occupies a significant amount of time, after which they enjoy a 3-day respite at home. During this interlude, the transportation of goods becomes untenable, as Zhang Dajiang's absence leaves a void in coordinating operations. Nevertheless, Zhang Dajiang has assured that he will foster good relations with another team operating on the same route, thereby ensuring that cargo transport remains uninterrupted in his absence. Dai Zhonghua has likewise committed to facilitating the smooth ingress and egress of goods at the capital stations during Zhang's time away. For urgent cargo needs, a telegram may be dispatched to Deng Guofeng, who will relay the specific timings for transport. Wang Dashan expressed his delight at their proactive approach to resolving issues, encouraging them not to shy away from spending money if it serves to expedite solutions. He acknowledged that, at this juncture, he could not formalize contracts with the attendees, nor could they establish mutually binding financial regulations in the short term. It would rely solely on everyone's integrity. Fortunately, the group consisted of straightforward individuals, and after 2 encounters, it became evident that they were genuine and lacked duplicity. Judging by their demeanor, none appeared to be deceitful or malicious, and Wang Dashan chose to place his trust in them. The gathering concluded amidst spirited discussions, leaving everyone in high spirits and bolstered confidence in their partnership for the mountain goods business. After a hearty meal, Deng Guofeng departed for work, while Zhang Dajiang and Dai Zhonghua accompanied Wang Dashan on a tour of nearby historical sites, some of which would require an entire afternoon to explore thoroughly, unless one only walked without stopping to appreciate the sights. The enthusiasm of the group was palpable, and by dinner, they all ventured to Donglishan restaurant to indulge in a classic Beijing hot pot experience, relishing the sumptuous feast of mutton. Post-repast, the 7 of them felt utterly satiated, some loosening their belts in a state of lethargy, with Li Hongjun humorously on the verge of distress from overeating. After a period of rest, the focus shifts to the following day. Zhang Dajiang, Dai Zhonghua, and Deng Guofeng had separate commitments, while Wang Dashan, rising early, ventured out to procure 2 pounds of steamed buns for breakfast. Once they had dined, he organized the ginseng into a travel package before heading out. By 8:30 a.m., Wang Dashan arrived at the Guangwei Tea House in Lulikang, fortunate that the elderly residents of Old Beijing were fond of early tea, with some already present, prepared to linger over a pot of tea for the entire day. The Guangwei Tea House, a Cantonese establishment specializing in dim sum, diverges from the traditional tea houses of Beijing. Yet one could still hear performances of storytelling, crosstalk, and other folk arts within its walls. Wang Dashan ordered a pot of tea and a selection of snacks, engaging in conversation as they enjoyed their meal. As it was still early and no performances were scheduled, the floor was dominated by Wang Dashan's discourse. While Li Hongjun and the others listened intently, Wang Dashan, in a spirited mood with little else to occupy his time, began to enlighten Li Hongjun and his companions about the historical anecdotes of the capital. He traversed topics from Lulikang to Kaishiku, from the Ming Dynasty Forbidden City to the 8 banners of the Qing Dynasty, and from the court punishments of Emperor Jiajing to the legends surrounding the ascension of Emperor Yongzheng. In any case, the knowledge gleaned from the internet in my previous life has been thoroughly flaunted, and with an adept interlocutor like Su Jiangwo, Wang Dashan becomes increasingly engrossed in his discourse. Due to Li Hongjuan's complaint that the snacks at the table were too bland for the palate of Northeasterners, Wang Dashan deftly redirected the conversation towards Cantonese cuisine. You may be unaware that Cantonese cuisine also boasts robust flavors. For instance, a branch known as Hakka cuisine is particularly rich in taste. Historically, the Hakka people migrated from the north to the south, and their dialect, often referred to as the Luoyang reading, is believed to have originated during the Wei and Jin dynasties, evolving through the periods of the northern and southern dynasties, ultimately solidifying during the Tang dynasty. Experts in ancient Chinese linguistics assert that the Hakka dialect is a relic of ancient Mandarin that flourished from the Wei and Jin through the Tang and Song dynasties. Traditional Hakka signature dishes include salt-baked chicken, stuffed tofu, Hakka-style casserole, pig stomach chicken, stuffed bitter melon, preserved vegetable pork, and 3-cup duck, among others. The flavor profile of Hakka cuisine is characterized by its richness, saltiness, and thorough cooking, standing out distinctly within the realms of Cantonese and Fujian cuisines, and it is undeniably delectable. Wang Dashan continued to elaborate, particularly on the preparation of stuffed tofu, making Li Hongjuan's mouth water in anticipation. At that moment, an elderly gentleman at a nearby table interjected, addressing Wang Dashan. "My friend, your speech is quite engaging. Your accent does not seem to be from the capital. How do you know so much about it?" This gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, sat alone at a table, sporting hair of moderate length, a slightly plump face concealed behind black-rimmed glasses, and dressed in a white cultural shirt. He toyed with a glossy red cricket gourd in his left hand while wielding a folding fan in his right, which he unfurled with a flourish, revealing craftsmanship of notable quality. Upon noticing someone speaking to him, Wang Dashan promptly switched to a Beijing dialect. "Sir, you guessed correctly. I am indeed not a native of the capital. My understanding of our capital is derived solely from literature. I am merely engaging in idle talk." "Your Beijing accent is quite authentic," the gentleman remarked. "Have you ever traveled to Guangdong?" "Ah, I have only read about it. Please excuse my ignorance," Wang Dashan replied modestly. "You must have more than mere book knowledge. You cannot deceive an old man like me. The way you describe Donjiang stuffed tofu suggests you have either tasted it or prepared it yourself. Otherwise, you couldn't speak so fluently. Is that a top knot you're sporting? Are you a Taoist priest?" The elderly gentleman inquired further. "Oh, good sir, please do not jest. I merely have this hairstyle, which has no connection to any priesthood." Wang Dashan firmly denied. All right, if you say so, I understand," the gentleman replied playfully, winking. Just then, a sudden thud interrupted the exchange. An elderly person at another table collapsed to the ground, causing a stir throughout the tea house as patrons rushed to check on the situation. Wang Dashan also approached, parting the crowd while declaring, make way, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Let me take a look." Upon hearing someone claim to be a practitioner, the crowd immediately parted to clear a path. Wang Dashan approached the elderly man, first checking for breath, relieved to find a faint yet present sign of life. He then lifted the eyelid to examine the dilated pupil and gently grasped the elder's wrist to feel the pulse. Moments later, he discerned the cause of the man's condition. Chapter 51. Meeting the master player, the old man had suddenly collapsed, unconscious, his complexion pale and lips darkened, his extremities cold, with an abundance of phlegm and a white, greasy tongue coating. The pulse was deep, slippery, and slow, indicating a clear case of stroke. In modern medical terms, this was akin to a cerebral hemorrhage. The elder was evidently suffering from an excess of phlegm and dampness, with wind entwining these elements, obscuring the clear orifices and closing the channels, ultimately resulting in a stroke. This symptom was indicative of a severe and urgent type of stroke known as obstruction of the internal organs, which could lead to sudden death if immediate rescue was not administered. Having identified the ailment, Wang Dashan felt confident in his ability to revive the old man. He retrieved a sandalwood box from his satchel, placing it on the ground and opening it to reveal 9 silver needles of varying shapes and sizes, some measuring 1 inch and 6/10 with a large head and sharp tip, others 3 inches and 5/10 with a pointed edge, and still others measuring 7 inches, slender and sharp. In essence, these 9 silver needles resembled a surgical toolkit. Wang Dashan positioned the elder on his side and removed his upper garments. He selected 3 fine needles, 3 long needles, and 3 large needles from the box, inserting them according to the positions of the 9 palaces. He began with the central palace, followed by the dry palace and the earth palace, making the first puncture slightly elevated. He then proceeded to insert needles sequentially into the positions of Sun, Dui, Kan, Li, Liang, and Zhen. Adhering to the principles of the Luo Shu's 9 palaces, he executed the emergency protocol with precision. As Wang Dashan diligently administered the acupuncture, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Lu, whom he had met the previous day at the Tongren Pavilion, was observing alongside another elderly gentleman of similar age. Mr. Lu, upon witnessing the instruments in Wang Dashan's box and his technique, urgently grasped the sleeve of his companion, exclaiming, old Lu, look, is that not the Fuxi 9 needles? And is his technique not the Tai 9 Palace's linked needles?" The elderly man named Lu was already overwhelmed with excitement, scarcely able to believe that he was witnessing the Fuxi 9 needles in action, and that the Taoist Tai 9 Palace's linked needles had a living practitioner. He felt exceptionally fortunate to witness such a rare demonstration. After a short while, the elderly man slowly regained consciousness. Wang Dashan, seeing the old man awaken, silently exhaled a breath of relief. He put away the needle box and addressed the gathered crowd. "Please, could someone from the tea house assist in getting this man to the hospital as swiftly as possible?" Immediately, the tea house manager instructed staff to retrieve a piece of board from upstairs and, together, they carefully lifted the elder and carried him away. Once the old man had been taken, the tea house manager approached Wang Dashan to express gratitude for his timely intervention, noting that otherwise, the establishment might have faced legal repercussions. Wang Dashan humbly declined any accolades. The manager then offered him a pot of fine tea and several plates of pastries as a token of appreciation. Once the shopkeeper departed, Mr. Lu and his companions approached the elderly gentleman who had previously engaged in conversation with Wang Dashan. Noticing their arrival, Wang Dashan hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. "Mr. Lu, you've come. May I ask who this is?" "I shall introduce you," replied Mr. Lu. "This is Lu Rushing, the manager of Songhe Yanniantang, a prominent figure in our capital's traditional Chinese medicine sector. And this gentleman is Wang Shichong, a researcher at the Palace Museum, a veritable giant in the realm of cultural relics in our city and an esteemed collector." Wang Dashan was astounded to discover that the three were acquainted. This esteemed gentleman was none other than the renowned connoisseur of the capital, a distinguished collector revered in the community. Overwhelmed with respect, Wang Dashan promptly extended his greetings. Mr. Lu then introduced Wang Dashan to the two gentlemen. Lu Rusheng, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Young man, I couldn't help but notice that the acupuncture instruments you employed are the Imperial 9 needles, and your acupuncture technique resembles the Taoist Tai 9 Palace's sequential needle method?" With no reason to conceal the truth, Wang Dashan nodded and replied, "Your discerning eye is commendable. Indeed, I utilized the Fuxi 9 needles along with the Tai needle method." Lu Rushing eagerly requested, "Might I have the privilege of examining the Imperial needles?" "Of course, but we cannot simply stand here. Let us take a seat and enjoy some tea first," suggested Wang Dashan. Mr. Lu promptly slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "My oversight. I reserved a private room yesterday. Let us proceed upstairs." With that, he led everyone upstairs. Wang Dashan instructed Li Yuanzhao to remain downstairs and wait with the 3 others while he followed Mr. Lu and the others upstairs, carrying his travel bag. Upon entering the private room, Lu Rushing wasted no time in urging Wang Dashan to present the needle box for examination. As he inspected it, he expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that he had finally seen the real deal, having only encountered it in books previously. Wang Shichong also took a closer look, though from the perspective of artifact appraisal, by observing the box's design and the appearance of the silver needles. He He deduced that this set of instruments was at least 400 years old, a truly rare treasure. After examining the needles, Wang Dashan expressed his admiration but also understood that this was a cherished heirloom of the young gentleman before him, so he refrained from voicing certain thoughts. Instead, he smiled warmly at Wang Dashan and remarked, "You claim not to be a Taoist. How will you refute that now?" Wang Dashan could only manage a wry smile in response. The trio initially did not engage in serious matters, but rather sat in the private room, conversing amiably. Having been reborn, Wang Dashan was enriched by countless insights and perspectives from the modern age. Wang Dashan, an erudite scholar, along with the other two distinguished figures in traditional medicine, engaged in lively discussions, with Wang Dashan consistently contributing fresh viewpoints, endearing himself to them as a friend across generations. At that moment, Wang Dashan glanced at his watch and noted the late hour, realizing he needed to return home to prepare dinner for his wife. He addressed the group. "It has been a pleasure meeting you today, young friend Dashan. Regrettably, I must depart, but tomorrow is Sunday, and I would like to invite you all to my home for a meal. I shall prepare a feast of my best dishes, and I hope, young friend Dashan, you might showcase your culinary skills by making a dish of doenjang stuffed tofu. Would that be agreeable?" Mr. Liu and Liu Rushing were immensely pleased. Everyone knew that the esteemed connoisseur Wang Dashan had a passion for fine cuisine and enjoyed cooking himself. To be invited to dine at his home was a privilege not extended to just any friend, and they readily accepted with enthusiasm. Wang Dashan, seeing their delight, also agreed to the invitation. He initially wished to cultivate a friendship with Wang Dashan, not solely because Wang was a prominent figure in the gaming world, but also due to his amiable nature and exceptionally high emotional intelligence, which made interactions with him exceedingly pleasant, akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze. Moreover, Wang Dashan aspired to learn the art of antique appraisal from Wang Dashan. Once Wang Dashan departed and closed the door, the trio commenced their serious discussions. Wang Dashan opened his travel bag and presented 33 exquisite old mountain ginseng roots to Liu and Liu for their inspection. Although they had learned of Wang Dashan possessing a 6th-grade ginseng the previous day, they could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing the actual specimens. After examining each piece, Mr. Liu addressed Wang Dashan, saying, "Dashan, your ginseng is of exceptional quality. After conferring with old Liu, we would like to purchase all of it. The price for the West-grade ginseng is 10,000 yuan per root. The 5th-grade ginseng is 30,000 yuan per root, and for the 6th-grade ginseng, we can offer you 300,000 yuan per root. How does that sound?" Wang Dashan calculated the figures and deemed the prices reasonable, thus he consented. There were a total of 24 West-grade ginseng roots, amounting to 240,000 yuan, 8 5th-grade roots, also totaling 240,000 yuan, and 1 6th-grade root for 300,000 yuan, culminating in a grand total of 780,000 yuan. Given the substantial amount, it would require a 3-day advance notice to withdraw the funds from the bank, so Mr. Liu suggested, "Shall we conduct the transaction 3 days hence?" "Agreed. We shall meet in 3 days," Wang Dashan replied readily. Consequently, they arranged to reconvene at the Tongren Pavilion for the transaction. Both elderly gentlemen, burdened with commitments, exchanged a few more words before rising to take their leave. Chapter 52. The Antiquities Shop in Beijing. The successful sale of ginseng brought a significant sense of relief to Wang Dashan. The most crucial task of his journey to the capital was nearing completion. He merely needed to await the payment. However, collecting such a sum was no trivial matter. Receiving several 100,000 yuan in cash posed safety concerns, and even someone of Wang Dashan's stature would not be negligent. Therefore, he resolved to open a savings account at the bank to securely deposit the funds, intending to withdraw them when he returned home and transfer the money to Dabaishan via the postal wire service. Having indulged in an assortment of snacks at the tea house, Wang Dashan and his companions were not particularly hungry, so they settled for some light fare, such as donkey rolls, zhajiang noodles, and fried dough twists. In the afternoon, they proceeded to the People's Bank. At that time, there were no Western banks. Only the People's Bank, Agricultural Bank, and Construction Bank existed. The rural credit cooperatives were merely branches of the People's Bank in the countryside. Upon arrival at the bank, Wang Dashan presented his household registration booklet at the counter to open a savings account. He had anticipated this requirement prior to his visit and brought his household registration booklet, as it was the sole means of identification in an era devoid of identity cards. Merely possessing a letter of introduction was insufficient. The bank counter towered over half a person's height, reminiscent of a pawn shop from the olden days, with the only distinction being the absence of iron bars. The process proceeded smoothly. The savings account was issued in duplicate, one for his retention and the other stored in a designated compartment at the bank. Each time he came to deposit or withdraw money, the bank staff would retrieve the passbook from the wooden compartments, manually record the deposit and withdrawal amounts, and then update the ledger accordingly. Before long, Wang Dashan successfully completed the opening of his savings account. In the afternoon, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Wang Dashan resolved to take Li Yuanchao and a few others on a leisurely stroll around the gates of various military compounds. In preparation for their forthcoming venture into selling wild mushrooms, they embarked westward along Chang'an Avenue, starting from Gongju Fun, traversing Yuyuan Road, and finally reaching Xishan, where they encountered a succession of military headquarters, including the Air Force Command, Navy Command, Signal Corps Command, Logistics Command, General Staff Department, Artillery Command, Armored Corps Command, Engineering Corps Command, and Railway Corps Command, all lined up in order. Each of these command centers represented not merely a compound, but a microcosm of society itself, where one could find all necessities for life, food, drink, recreation, and education satisfied within. In addition to these, there were numerous ministries, educational institutions, and industrial compounds. An incomplete estimate suggests that there are approximately 500 such compounds throughout the capital. In reality, these military headquarters are seldom inhabited, or rather, they host very few residents. The term compound families does not imply that one resides within the walls of a specific command. Instead, it serves as a collective descriptor for the residences allocated by the state to personnel working in these military or governmental institutions. For instance, being from the Signal Corps compound indicates that one's family member is employed at the Signal Corps headquarters, while the family resides in civilian housing surrounding the headquarters. These could range from courtyard houses to small villas, or even state-constructed dwellings. However, these homes are state-owned, and the rights of ownership do not belong to the tenants. Since 1956, property rights have been surrendered to the state, known as the transformation of privately owned houses into public property. Local street offices and neighborhood committees would assign enough residents to occupy these homes or convert them into facilities for a specific institution. Such was the case for Wang Shichang's family, whose ancestral residence at Fangjiawan No. 3 faced pressure from the Housing Management Bureau and Neighborhood Committee to rent out vacant rooms. Fearing repercussions, Wang Shichang hesitated to rent to outsiders and ultimately decided to invite friends to become tenants. Consequently, he ended up accommodating over a dozen families. Wang Dashan's intention was to sell wild mushrooms in these military compounds, not solely for profit, but also in hopes of uncovering traces of his mother. However, he was unfamiliar with these compounds, as the military unit he once belonged to was located far away in the outskirts of Miyun. Thus, he and his companions returned to the guest house, where Deng Guofeng proved to be an invaluable ally, having originated from the Railway Corps compound. He was likely acquainted with several individuals from other compounds. Once Deng Guofeng learned of their plans, he confidently assured, "This is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. I know the lay of the land. I'll take you there on my day off this Monday." With plans solidified, Wang Dashan felt immense joy, and that evening, he treated Deng Guofeng to a lavish dinner at a restaurant. The following day, with no particular engagements, Wang Dashan handed 30 yuan to Li Hongjun, instructing him and his companions to explore the Forbidden City. Wang Dashan opted to remain behind. He had visited the Forbidden City multiple times in his previous life, and today, he wished to visit Lilikang to seek out a token to present as a gift. If one were to ponder the mysteries of the world, it is simply this: successful individuals often seek the companionship of those who share their success. Wang Shichang is a contemporary luminary, whose interest in Wang Dashan fills the latter with immense honor. In his previous life, Wang Dashan was also a distinguished individual, particularly in the realm of special operations, where he undoubtedly stood as a paragon. Despite this, he never had the opportunity to meet illustrious figures such as Wang Shichang and Liu Rushing, primarily due to the generational gap and the vast chasm separating their respective fields. Now, with the esteemed elder Wang Shichang extending an invitation to visit, how could Wang Dashan possibly contain his excitement? Thus, at the break of dawn, he made his way to Lilikang. At that time, the Panjiayuan antique market had yet to emerge, leaving only the Panjiayuan ghost market, which operated on weekends, opening at night and closing at dawn. The vendors selling antiques had all migrated to Lulakang. However, Wang Dashan had no intention of browsing the stalls. He lacked both the discerning eye and the patience for such endeavors. Instead, he inquired for the address and promptly headed to the municipal antique shop. Upon arrival at the shop, he immediately asked the staff if they had any gourd vessels. After a thorough search, the staff presented him with a late Qing dynasty gourd snuff bottle depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea, as well as a late Qing dynasty gourd jar adorned with a longevity pattern and a Chilan motif. Gourd vessels, known as paoki, are crafted from gourds and serve both decorative and practical purposes, and it is said that Wang Shichang holds a particular fondness for them. Wang Dashan examined the items. Unable to discern their authenticity, yet he feigned expertise, carefully handling the pieces to inspect them closely. The 2 gourd vessels felt smooth to the touch. With a substantial patina and rustic forms, their meticulously carved patterns captivating Wang Dashan's eye. Consequently, he decided to purchase them, spending a total of 35 yuan without haggling. The salesperson provided 2 boxes, carefully packing each gourd vessel inside, labeling them with tags that bore the insignia of the Beijing antique shop along with handwritten item numbers and prices. After acquiring the gourds, Wang Dashan meandered through the antique shop. With his limited expertise, discerning quality was beyond his reach. However, he surmised that the majority of items were likely authentic. He recalled a gentleman surnamed Ma from his previous life stating that in the 1980s, over 80% of the merchandise in antique shops was genuine, and even the fakes tended to be misidentified by the shop's appraisers. Wang Dashan considered this venture a promising opportunity. If he were to acquire a portion of the antiques from the shop for his collection, the appreciation of these artifacts could potentially elevate him to the status of a millionaire. The only drawback was that the antiques in the shop were relatively expensive, priced at least 20% higher than market value. Yet, for him, was this a matter of concern? In just 2 days, Wang Dashan would be a mere 220,000 yuan away from becoming a millionaire, leading him to ponder, who else exists in this era? Chapter 53. 2 minor leaks. By around 10 o'clock. Wang Dashan set off towards Fangjiawen No. 3, carrying the 2 newly acquired items. He arrived early, primarily intending to assist the esteemed Wang elder. As a child of the mountains, labor had become second nature to him. Additionally, he wished to prepare a dish of donjiang fermented tofu, a culinary endeavor that required considerable effort. Fangjiawen is no ordinary place. It has been the residence of 2 empresses, 2 emperors, and 1 queen, which is quite remarkable indeed. The 2 empresses, namely the regent Empress Dowager Cixi and the last Empress Dowager of the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Longyu Yehenera Jingfen, who was also the consort of Emperor Guangxu, issued the Edict of Abdication for the Qing royal family. The 2 emperors were Emperor Guangxu and Emperor Puyi, the last 2 sovereigns of the Qing dynasty. These details, while intriguing, are tangential to the main narrative. I mention them merely to highlight that Fangjiawen is indeed an extraordinary place, indirectly attesting to the considerable prominence of Wang Shichang's ancestors in the capital during their time. Wang Shichang's great-grandfather held the esteemed positions of Minister of Works and Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. His grandfather, who achieved the title of Jinshi in the 2nd year of Guangxu's reign, initially served as a member of the cabinet and subsequently held various official roles, including Governor of Nanchong, acting circuit intendant of Jiangsu, and supervisor of grain transport in Jiang'an, among others. A man of profound literary talent, he was a renowned poet during the late Qing and early Republican periods. His granduncle was the top scholar of the Dingzhou examination in the 3rd year of Guangxu, who had once served as the prefect of Suzhou. Wang Dashan arrived at the outer courtyard and found the main gate wide open, thus he entered the courtyard. It was not a matter of rudeness. Rather, the number of households residing in the now bustling Fangjiawen No. 3 courtyard rendered knocking on the door futile, as it was likely no one would respond. Upon entering, he spotted Wang Shichang preparing fish in the courtyard. Among his signature dishes was the delectable Zhao Lu fish slices, which received unanimous acclaim from all who had the pleasure of tasting it. Wang Dashan hurried over to greet him, placing 2 gift boxes on the stone table in the courtyard, and instinctively reached for the knife in Wang Shichang's hand to assist with the fish preparation. Wang Shichang looked up and, upon recognizing Wang Dashan, beamed with delight, saying, "Ah, you have arrived. No need to lend a hand. I can manage this. You should sit aside and enjoy some tea." Wang Dashan acquiesced and squatted beside the water pipe as they engaged in conversation. "Old sir, Is that a mullet you are preparing? Are you making Xiao Lu fish slices? Wang Dashan inquired. Indeed, you have a discerning eye. This is my specialty. Just wait to enjoy it, Wang Shichong replied with pride. I have long heard of your culinary prowess. It seems today I am in for a treat, Wang Dashan praised. Do not forget, you must prepare a dish of donjiang stuffed tofu. If you execute it well, I shall reward you with a treasure, Wang Shichong jested with Wang Dashan. Very well, I shall ensure you are satisfied, Wang Dashan responded with a cheerful grin. As they conversed, an elderly lady emerged from the main house. She appeared to be in her 60s, with her hair meticulously styled and her gray Zhongshan suit impeccably pressed, contrasting sharply with Wang Shichong's more laid-back demeanor. Upon seeing her, Wang Shichong smiled and introduced her to Wang Dashan. Dashan, this is my housekeeper, Ms. Yuan. Wang Dashan promptly greeted her. Good day, Granny Yuan. Wang Shichong continued. This is the young friend I mentioned to you yesterday, not only skilled in medicine but also possessed of remarkable insight. Granny Yuan smiled and remarked. I have never heard old Wang praise any young talent before. Upon meeting Dashan today and observing his exceptional demeanor, I can indeed see he is extraordinary. Please, have a seat. I shall fetch some tea. This Ms. Yuan is truly a woman of refined upbringing, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet humorously. She claims to excel in none. Yet, she is indeed the lifelong beloved of Wang Shichong, as well as his most invaluable ally in his endeavors. She has never looked down upon his unconventional pursuits. Rather, she has always offered unwavering support. All the illustrations and silhouettes found within Wang Shichong's writings were hand-drawn by Mr. Yuan. Wang Dashan feels that with such a wife, he could ask for nothing more. Should Wang Dashan consider marriage in the future, he would undoubtedly seek a partner who shares a mutual understanding of his career and interests. As for her culinary skills or household management, those are of little concern. As they conversed, Wang Shichong had prepared the fish and placed it in the kitchen. Noticing that there was still ample time, he emerged to engage in conversation with Wang Dashan. Granny Yuan, having brewed a fresh pot of tea, also joined them for the chat. Good sir, what have you brought today? Wang Shichong inquired as he glanced at the 2 boxes on the table. The old gentleman was indeed a man of genuine character, entirely unpretentious and remarkably carefree. Knowing your fondness for gourd artifacts, I specially sought out 2 pieces for you. Would you be so kind as to appraise them? Wang Dashan replied, opening the 2 boxes. Wang Shichong reached for the objects within, examining them as he spoke. Are these for me? Oh, they are indeed fine pieces, gourd items from the late Ming dynasty. I feared you might not appreciate them, Wang Dashan admitted. Upon hearing Wang Shichong assert that the Qilin longevity gourd jar was from the late Ming period, he quickly asked, Old sir, is this not from the late Qing dynasty? How can you claim it is from the Ming era? Nonsense. This is certainly not from the late Qing. It is unmistakably late Ming. Just observe the carving technique of the Qilin design, exquisite and elaborate, characteristic of the Wanli period. This is clearly a piece imitating the late Qing and Republic periods, Wang Shichong confidently asserted. Then, does this imply it is a genuine find? Wang Dashan inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. How much did you pay for it? Wang Shichong asked. Both pieces cost a total of 35 yuan, Wang Dashan replied. Ah, indeed, that is a remarkable find. Just this one alone could fetch 200 yuan if sold to an appreciative buyer, Wang Shichong remarked. He then picked up the other item, unable to tear his gaze away from it. This is truly a splendid piece. In fact, it surpasses the Qilin longevity gourd jar by far. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Dashan, are you telling me that you acquired both of these for merely 35 yuan? My dear sir, is there a problem? You are extraordinarily lucky. This snuff bottle is also a genuine find. It is an imperial snuff bottle from the Qianlong era. Although the mark on the bottom has been erased, it is undoubtedly of Qianlong origin. Do you see the remnants of the erasure on the base? Though time has dimmed it, the traces remain. As he turned it over to show Wang Dashan, the latter, lacking the discerning eye, simply laughed and said, whether it is genuine or not is of little importance. What matters most is that you appreciate it. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. Wang Shichong suddenly looked up, gazing intently at Wang Dashan. After a brief pause, he spoke. Are you truly giving this to me? I must tell you, together they could be sold for 500 yuan. Do you not feel a twinge of regret? Regret? How could I? Wang Dashan replied. I am merely 220,000 yuan away from becoming a millionaire. Would I truly lament 500 yuan? He addressed Wang Shichong, saying, Old sir, I heard that you have a fondness for gourds. I specifically purchased these 2 items as a gift for you. It's not merely the sum of 500 yuan, even if it were 10 or 20,000. Once given, such gifts are not to be reclaimed. Furthermore, my father sacrificed himself on Jinbao Island, and my mother is nowhere to be found. It's just my grandfather and me relying on each other. Seeing you and Grandma Yuan evokes a deep sense of familiarity. I too have a penchant for antiques, and with a bit of spare money at hand, I would be immensely grateful if you could share your wisdom with me when you have the time. These 2 pieces shall serve as a token of my appreciation. Wang Dashan, in his quest for connections, cast aside his dignity, resorting to a display of vulnerability. Strangely enough, upon hearing these words, Grandma Yuan's eyes welled with tears as she grasped Wang Dashan's hand, saying, "My poor child, come often. Let old Wang treat you to some good food." Wang Shichang sighed and remarked, "Who knew your life had been so tumultuous? Very well, if you wish to learn. You are welcome to come. I shall impart all that I know." Wang Dashan, overjoyed, quickly replied, "Old sir, shall I take the liberty to visit you frequently alongside Grandma Yuan?" Grandma Yuan wiped her tears and encouraged, "Do come. It would be lovely for you to spend time with us." She then inquired about Wang Dashan's background, and he candidly shared his story, ultimately requesting Grandma Yuan's assistance in uncovering news of his mother in the capital. Hearing this, Grandma Yuan was moved to tears once more and promised to help. At that moment, the 2 elderly gentlemen, Lulu, arrived, bringing with them an assortment of pastries and candies. After a brief exchange, Wang Shichang and Wang Dashan retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Wang Shichang cooked while Wang Dashan handled the tofu. He first sliced the tender tofu into blocks measuring approximately 1 by 2 fingers, then carved out a 1-inch cavity in each piece. Next, he finely minced a mixture of half fatty and half lean pork and fish, adding chopped shiitake mushrooms, dried shrimp, scallions, and salted fish to the mixture, along with starch. Seasoning it with a dash of soy sauce, cooking wine, and pepper, stirring until it became cohesive. Using a spoon, he filled the tofu with the mixture, heated oil in a pan, and gently fried the tofu on both sides until golden brown before setting it aside. He then sauteed minced ginger and garlic, added a small amount of broth, brought it to a boil, and introduced the fried tofu, seasoning it with soy sauce, sugar, and salt. He brought it to a boil again before reducing the heat and letting it simmer for 3 minutes, allowing the tofu to absorb the sauce thoroughly. Once nearly cooked, he transferred the tofu to a clay pot, drizzled in some oil, heated it, and thickened it with water starch, covering it to steam for 2 minutes. When the sauce had thickened sufficiently, he sprinkled it with chopped scallions and removed it from the heat. Meanwhile, Wang Shichang had prepared 5 dishes: sweet and sour fish slices, dried shrimp with scallions, ham with greens, chicken with peas, and sweet and sour spicy cabbage, all of which he placed on the 8 immortals table in the main room. To speak truthfully, Wang Shichang was indeed the most skilled cook in the antiques realm, a true master among chefs, and the most learned of the wealthy youth. Each dish he created was simply delectable, particularly the dried shrimp with scallions, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Dashan's doenjang stuffed tofu also received unanimous praise, especially from Grandma Yuan, who relished it, having grown accustomed to Wang Shichang's Huaiyang and Shandong cuisines. The sudden encounter with Wang Dashan's Hakka dishes was nothing short of a delightful surprise. The flavors were savory and delightful, bursting with freshness, making it an exquisite meal. She and Wang Shichang had no offspring and had never experienced the joy of having grandchildren around them. The more she observed Wang Dashan, the more she liked him. She truly wished to adopt him as her grandson. Coincidentally, Wang Dashan also bore the surname Wang, which seemed perfectly fitting, though she thought his name lacked elegance. Chapter 54. Where one light shines, another fades. After their meal, everyone admired Mr. Wang's collection, showcasing exquisite artifacts for Wang Dashan to behold. Not to mention, the room filled with Ming Dynasty furniture left Wang Dashan utterly astounded. The grand painting table made of zeton wood, adorned with mortise and tenon joints from the Ming Dynasty, was undoubtedly a treasure among Ming furniture. Mr. Wang's most prized possession was an ancient guqin from the Tang Dynasty, named Dashing Legacy of the Saints, one of the 7 renowned instruments of that era. To acquire this guqin, Mr. Wang had exchanged 3 jade rings and a Japanese edition of the Great View of paintings from the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties for 5 taels of gold, thus securing the instrument. One of the rings had been a cherished heirloom of Mr. Wang's mother, highlighting the guqin's immense value. Moreover, This instrument symbolized the love between Mr. Wang and his wife, as it was out of his affection for her passion for music that he spared no expense in purchasing it. By the time they finished viewing the collection, it was afternoon. Lu and another companion had matters to attend to and departed early, leaving Wang Dashan to converse with the elderly couple for a while longer. Wang Dashan, brimming with enthusiasm, showcased his knowledge and wit, effortlessly conjuring up new phrases and anecdotes that delighted Grandma Yuan, invoking laughter with his amusing interpretations of Journey to the West and fresh takes on Dream of the Red Chamber. His insights, reminiscent of the modern discourse often heard in academic circles, left the elderly couple momentarily speechless. Initially dismissed as mere nonsense, upon reflection, they found profound wisdom in his words. Dubbing Wang Dashan a rare prodigy of the century, who had already grasped the quintessence of traditional literature at the tender age of 15. This ignited Wang Shichang's admiration for talent, prompting him to insist that Wang Dashan remain in the capital to pursue scholarly endeavors under his guidance. However, Wang Dashan was resolute. His current aspiration was to earn money to ensure a comfortable life for his grandfather. He politely declined, saying, "Old sir, I have another grandfather at home who is nearing 70. It would be quite concerning to leave him alone. If you don't mind, I could write to you for guidance after I return home. Would that be acceptable?" Grandma Yuan chimed in, addressing Wang Shichang. Indeed, indeed. What could he learn from you? How to play. Spending every day on frivolous pursuits hardly leads to wisdom. Turning to Wang Dashan, she continued, "Listen to your grandma. Let us not delve into those chaotic matters. Dashan, I have no grandchildren. If you don't mind, how about considering me as your grandmother?" Wang Dashan certainly harbored no disdain. Having spent an entire afternoon with Grandma Yuan, he discovered her to be an exceptionally kind-hearted elder, both easy to converse with and exceptionally benevolent. Having never known a grandmother in his life, save for his grandfather, he had experienced little familial affection. Thus, upon hearing Grandma Yuan's offer to adopt him as her grandson, he was profoundly moved. He quickly responded, "Grandma, as a child from the mountains, to be recognized by you as your grandson is an indescribable blessing. How could I ever find it disagreeable?" With that, he bowed deeply to Grandma Yuan, addressing her as Grandma, and then turned to Wang Shichang, bowing once more, and calling him grandfather. Grandma Yuan's face blossomed with joy as she held onto Wang Dashan's arm, repeatedly calling him a good boy, while tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks. Wang Shichang also chuckled heartily, understanding that Grandma Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. He too was elated. After a moment, Grandma Yuan managed to compose herself and urged Wang Shichang, "Why are you just standing there? Go fetch a gift for my grandson." Wang Shichang smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Yes. Yes, how could I forget? I'm so overwhelmed with happiness." Before long, Wang Shichang returned, presenting a sandalwood box to Wang Dashan, who hastily declined. "You should take it. Since you acknowledge me and your grandmother, you must accept it." "What kind of gift would I give my grandson that he wouldn't receive?" Wang Shichang insisted. Reluctantly, Wang Dashan accepted it, his face alight with joy as he expressed his gratitude to his grandparents. Upon opening the box, he discovered a jade pendant adorned with a red cord. It appeared to be made of mutton fat jade, its surface smooth and warm, the texture delicate yet sturdy. The front of the pendant was engraved with an image of Laozi riding a green bull westward out of Hanga Pass, while the reverse bore the inscription of the rising sun in the east, accompanied by the characters for purple qi coming from the east. One corner of the pendant was inscribed with the words Zigong. "Is this the Zigong pendant?" Wang Dashan inquired, astonished. "Ah, young man, you recognize it as the Zigong pendant." "Indeed," Wang Shichang replied with a chuckle. "But it's far too precious. I cannot accept it," Wang Dashan quickly protested. "Precious? It's merely a piece of jade. The fact that it bears the image of Laozi signifies a connection with you. Come, let your grandmother put it on you," Grandma Yuan declared, taking the jade pendant from Wang Dashan's hands and placing it around his neck. This time, he did not refuse. That evening, in gratitude to the elderly couple, Wang Dashan took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous meal, accompanying them with a couple of drinks before taking his leave. Grandma Yuan urged him to visit often, ideally every day for dinner. She also mentioned that when Wang Dashan turned 18, she would give him a name, and he must attend the Taoist temple to witness the bestowal of a title from his grandfather. Wang Dashan promised to visit regularly while in the capital, bidding a reluctant farewell to Grandma Yuan before returning to the guest house. Before departing, Wang Shichang gifted him several books, advising him to study them diligently. To his delight, Wang Dashan found that they were all authored by Wang Shichang himself, covering topics such as Ming and Qing furniture, gourd studies, and lacquerware research. He happily accepted them, assuring that he would study them earnestly. Upon arriving at the guest house, Wang Dashan found Li Yuanchao and the others preparing to head to the bathhouse. Intrigued, he decided to join them. The group first purchased bath tickets at the front desk, where the same young lady who had checked Wang Dashan in previously was on duty. Noticing the group, she casually asked, "Going for a bath?" After tearing off a ticket, she handed it to Wang Dashan, saying, "No need to pay, go enjoy your bath." Having seen Wang Dashan and his friends coming and going over the past few days, the young lady had become familiar with them. Furthermore, knowing that they were friends of Deputy Director Deng, she felt at ease, abandoning the usual formality with regular guests. Just as Wang Dashan was about to express his thanks, Li Hongjun, with a cheeky remark, chimed in, "Sister, do you offer back scrubs?" The young girl blushed and exclaimed, "Pervert," as she twisted Li Hongjun's ear and spun around. Li Hongjun yelped in pain, urgently calling out for his sister to release him, shouting that it was a misunderstanding. Wang Dashan and the others burst into laughter, while the girl, her face flushed, stomped her foot and retreated into the room. The logging camp also had a bathhouse, where attendants were available to scrub backs. Li Hongjun, with a lack of foresight, intended to inquire whether back scrubbing was available, but his question came out differently than intended. The bathhouse was not crowded. A few individuals were showering, and two were chatting in a small pool, while the larger pool was empty. After soaking in the big pool for 20 minutes, Li Hongjun swam back and forth, feeling quite proud, splashing water onto Wang Dashan and the others. Wang Dashan signaled for the others to push Li Hongjun underwater. He only relented when Li Hongjun shouted that he had surrendered. The group enjoyed their playful antics thoroughly. Afterward, they received back scrubs and cleaned up before returning to their room. The night passed without incident, and they slept soundly. The next day, with Deng Guofeng off work, he arrived early at the guest house, ready to take Wang Dashan and the others mushroom selling. This day was considered a trial run. Deng borrowed a donkey cart from the guest house, while Li Yuanchao and Su Jiangwo carried 2 bags of wild mushrooms, and Li Hongjun carried a bag of lion's mane mushrooms. The 5 set off. Upon reaching outside, Wang Dashan had a thought and asked Deng Guofeng to fetch a large stack of old newspapers before they departed. Passing by the state-run store, they entered to buy a scale and an electric horn. They first arrived at the Air Force compound, where they found a spot to set up in the family area. Li Hongjun took the loudspeaker and called out, "Various wild mushrooms from Debation, for yuan per pound. Wild lion's mane mushrooms, 36 yuan each, delicious and rare, come by?" Li Yuanchao weighed the mushrooms. Wang Dashan collected the money, while Su Jiangwo and Deng Jiangwo attracted customers, each performing their role with precision. However, many people gathered, yet few made purchases. In those times, not everyone had tasted the wild mushrooms from northeast China, and many were unfamiliar with lion's mane mushrooms. Curiosity was present, but actual buyers were scarce. Observing this situation, Wang Dashan pondered and called for Deng Jiangwo and the others to return to the guest house. He instructed Deng Jiangwo to prepare the tools in the guest house dining hall while he went to the state-run store to buy 10 prepared chickens, along with a large pot and 5 lunch boxes. Back in the guest house dining hall, Wang Dashan heated oil and stewed the chicken with mushrooms. An hour later, the delightful aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms wafted through the air, leading the service staff to believe that lunch would consist of this dish. They flocked to the dining hall, inquiring if they could be served early. Once the dish was ready, Wang Dashan transferred the chicken and mushrooms into the large pot and placed several steamed buns into each of the 5 lunch boxes. He then had Deng Guofeng call for a tricycle, transporting everything to the mushroom-selling location. By then, the loudspeaker announcement had transformed into chicken stewed with mushrooms, 2 yuan per bowl, various wild mushrooms from Debation, for yuan per pound, lion's mane mushrooms, 36 yuan each, delicious and rare, hurry to buy. Curious onlookers were enticed by Wang Dashan, who generously offered them a taste of chicken stew with mushrooms. This simple act ignited their taste buds and awakened their appetites, prompting many to return home for bowls to purchase the delectable dish. Priced at 2 yuan per serving, the chicken stew was not particularly cheap. In contrast, a portion of twice-cooked pork in the cafeteria cost only 5 jiao. Wang Dashan's pricing was, in fact, rather extravagant. Yet, the aroma was irresistible. Children on summer break were drawn to the enticing scent, gathering around and drooling in anticipation. Li Hongjun cleverly persuaded the children to fetch their parents to make a purchase. By midday, all 10 roosters had been transformed into chicken stew, which astonishingly sold out. Wang Dashan looked at the steamed buns he had brought, a mixture of amusement and despair on his face. He had imagined that if there were leftovers, he and his companions would enjoy chicken stew with steamed buns for lunch. Alas, while the mushrooms remained, the chickens had vanished. He was utterly exasperated. However, the sellout had its silver lining. Many who missed out on the stew decided to try their hand at making it at home. Numerous inquiries about the recipe were met with Wang Dashan's generous explanations, as he shared his culinary secrets without reservation. At noon, Wang Dashan sought a small restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and returned to share them with his companions, continuing to sell mushrooms. In the afternoon, many returned, inquiring if the chicken stew was still available. Wang Dashan, with an air of exclusivity, replied that it would not be sold that day, leaving the possibility open for tomorrow depending on his mood. Disappointed, the crowd settled for purchasing mushrooms to prepare at home. By the afternoon, the mushroom business flourished. Those who had tasted the chicken stew at noon returned, eager to buy mushrooms. The team worked diligently until past 5 o'clock, remarkably selling out 2 bags, totaling over 200 pounds. However, the sales of lion's mane mushrooms were dismal, with only 6 sold. The high cost deterred most, as many had never even seen, let alone tasted, lion's mane mushrooms. Wang Dashan felt a tinge of frustration, lamenting the lack of discerning customers for fine goods. After some contemplation, he called a few individuals to return to the guest house, deciding to pause for the moment and devise a strategy for the lion's mane mushrooms once he received payment for the ginseng the following day. Upon arriving at the guest house, the group chose not to venture out, but followed Deng Zhangwo to the cafeteria for a meal. After dining, they returned to their rooms, where Wang Dashan began to divide the profits. A total of 240 pounds of mushrooms sold for 4 yuan each, amounting to 960 yuan. 6 lion's mane mushrooms fetched 144 yuan, while the chicken stew, made from 10 roosters, yielded 50 servings, each priced at 2 yuan, totaling 100 yuan. The cost of the mushrooms was 20 jiao per pound, totaling 48 yuan, and the lion's mane mushrooms cost 12 yuan each, also totaling 48 yuan. Today, he spent 28 yuan on chickens, 12 yuan on a pot, 22 yuan on a loudspeaker, 1 yuan on transportation, and 10 yuan on food containers, leaving a remaining sum of 1,035 yuan. Gathering the 5 individuals together, Wang Dashan proclaimed, "Today, after deducting costs from mushroom sales, our total profit is 1,035 yuan, which we shall divide. This will illustrate to everyone just how much can be earned in a single day." Prior to this, the Red Army had agreed on a profit-sharing arrangement, allocating 10% of the profits, which would amount to 103.5 yuan, while Brother Yuan, serving in Korea, would receive 5% of the profits, totaling 51.75 yuan. Brother Zhangwo, we previously agreed that for this trip to the capital, you would receive a remuneration of 300 yuan, and we shall not divide the funds from the mushroom sales with you. Brother Guofeng, having assisted throughout the day, shall receive a wage of 30 yuan. Do any of you have objections to this distribution? As soon as Wang Dashan finished speaking, Li Yuanshao, Li Hongjun, and Deng Guofeng simultaneously expressed their dissent. Wang Dashan, taken aback, raised his head and inquired, "Oh, what objections do you have?" Li Yuanshao responded, "Dashan, I have received my wages, and it is only right that I work for you. We shall not share the mushroom sales." Immediately after, Li Hongjun added, "Dashan, this distribution is inappropriate. Although we initially agreed to share 1/10 of the profits when we were trading livestock in Debation, selling mushrooms cannot follow the same arrangement. We have invested no capital, and you even bought the tickets. If we continue to split the profits in this manner, my mother would surely reprimand me." Deng Guofeng concurred. "Indeed, Dashan, I merely guided you today and did not contribute significantly. Why should I receive any payment? When the next batch of goods arrives, how shall we divide the profits? Did we not agree on this previously? Let us not disrupt our established rules." Wang Dashan turned to Su Zhangwo and asked, "Brother Zhangwo, do you have any objections?" "I have no objections," Su Zhangwo replied. "Initially, we agreed that the 300 yuan was for coming to Beijing. I only seek that sum. Dashan, your generosity is commendable. You not only provide the payment, but also cover travel, accommodation, and meals. What more could I desire? I shall not return. Instead, I will stay to assist you in selling mushrooms until they are all sold, and then we can return together." Wang Dashan had previously promised Su Jiangwo that as long as he helped deliver the mushrooms, he could return early. But now Su Jiangwo perceived the lucrative prospects of selling mountain goods in the capital and wished to participate, thus opting to stay and assist. Wang Dashan was about to speak when Li Hongjun interjected, "Dashan, how about this? Like brother Yuan Chao? I would like you to pay me a salary of 100 yuan per month, and I shall forego my share of the mushroom profits. From now on, I will work alongside you, provided that you do not dismiss me." Wang Dashan pondered for a moment, realizing the necessity of establishing a uniform standard for profit distribution. Otherwise, discontent would inevitably arise over time. After all, it is human nature to fear inequity more than scarcity. It would be counterproductive to let disagreements over profit-sharing lead to discord and disbandment. Let it be so. Brothers Yuan Chao and Hongjun will each receive a monthly salary of 100 yuan, and profits will be shared at a ratio of 3-to-1, henceforth following this standard. Wang Dashan looked at Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun, stating, "Do not complain about the amount, whether it seems too much or too little. This already constitutes a favorable arrangement for me." Li Hongjun nodded without hesitation, while Li Yuanchao contemplated speaking again, but, after meeting Wang Dashan's gaze, chose to remain silent and also nodded in agreement. Having settled the matters with his closest companions, Wang Dashan turned to Su Jiangwo, stating, "Brother Jiangwo, we previously agreed on 300 yuan for this batch of goods, and we shall not divide the profits from the mushroom sales with you. But what are your thoughts for the future? I shall defer to your judgment. You are the one in charge," Su Jiangwo replied. "I offer you two options. One is to receive a salary of 100 and a profit of 3, akin to what Yin Chao and the Red Army do. The other is to forego a salary and earn a profit of 4. Which would you prefer? In the future, the cost of the skins will be accounted for by me, yet your profit will be akin to selling mushrooms. Brother Jiangwo, please consider this." Su Jiangwo pondered for a moment and responded, "I suppose I will follow the example of Yin Chao and the Red Army, opting for a salary plus commission. Dashan, you are intelligent and capable, and even my uncle praises you daily. Partnering with you seems to be the right choice. I am ready to join the venture. Do you think that is acceptable?" During this visit to the capital, Su Jiangwo truly recognized Wang Dashan's capabilities. Although young, he possessed remarkable audacity, excelling not only in hunting, but also in business acumen and industriousness. Su Jiangwo was resolutely committed to collaborating with Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Brother Jiangwo, you shall not regret the choice you make today." He then turned to Deng Guofeng and stated, "Brother Jiangwo, you, along with Da Jiang and Zhonghua, shall follow our previous agreement. I will provide you with a profit of 10 to be shared among yourselves, without a fixed salary, since you 3 are my partners. What do you think?" "That sounds reasonable," I agree. "I will discuss it with Da Jiang," Deng Guofeng responded. "Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. However, today's mushroom sales will still count towards your daily wage. Do not dismiss the 30 as insignificant. Let us maintain clear accounts, as we are like brothers. Otherwise, this business cannot thrive." Reluctantly, Deng Guofeng acquiesced, though he was undoubtedly elated. Seeing that everyone had consented, Wang Dashan began to distribute the funds. He first counted out 32 yuan and pushed it towards Li Yuanchao, who accepted it. Subsequently, he handed 132 yuan to Li Hongjun, 300 yuan to Su Jiangwo, and finally 30 yuan to Deng Guofeng, leaving Wang Dashan with a total of 541 yuan. This sum was sufficient to cover the travel expenses and accommodation for the days ahead, with any subsequent sales of mushrooms yielding pure profit. Once everyone had received their share, Wang Dashan was filled with joy, regardless of the amount. Earning money was a delightful affair. The only remaining challenge was to devise a strategy to market the lion's mane mushrooms. However, Wang Dashan already had a plan in mind. He would focus on selling ginseng before turning his attention to the mushrooms. Chapter 56. The lion's mane feast the following day marked the transaction of ginseng. Upon waking, Wang Dashan felt an exhilarating sense of excitement, as if he were brimming with boundless energy. It was a feeling akin to the liberation of the people in the White Districts, a young maiden encountering her beloved, a gambler striking a jackpot, or Chao Yunjin parting ways with Guodi Gang, an unequivocal moment of euphoric joy. Due to the substantial amount of money involved, Wang Dashan decided against sending everyone to sell mushrooms. Instead, they all accompanied him to the transaction. By 8 a.m., as government offices commenced their day, Wang Dashan, alongside Li Yuanchao and 2 others, arrived at the bank to handle the deposit. Upon locating the bank president, he addressed him, "Comrade, I am here to collect a significant sum from the Tongren Pavilion and deposit it in your bank. Given the considerable amount, I kindly request that you assign 2 financial personnel and security to accompany me for the collection." Upon hearing the request, the bank president chuckled, glancing at Wang Dashan and inquiring, "Young comrade, are you looking to deposit money? How much do you wish to save? Our bank does not offer cash escort services for individual depositors unless the amount exceeds 100,000 yuan. It would be unfair to fault the president for his skepticism. Even if one were to strike him down, he would scarcely believe anyone in this era possessed more than 10 yuan in cash. Presently, the highest denomination bill is the 10 yuan note, often referred to as Great Unity, and city workers typically receive only 3 to 5 of these upon salary day. Given the average annual income of merely 200 yuan, with a national population of 987,796,000 of whom reside in rural areas, comprising 80 of the populace, one must ponder who could possibly have 100,000 yuan at their disposal. Even the most corrupt officials would find it implausible to amass such a sum. "I intend to deposit 780,000 yuan, Wang Dashan remarked nonchalantly. "Only 780,000. How much do you actually wish to deposit?" the president exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, you heard correctly. It is 780,000. I wonder if our bank offers such a service?" Wang Dashan replied leisurely. "Are you saying you wish to deposit 780,000 at our bank?" the president asked again, his unease evident. "Yes," Wang Dashan affirmed with a nod. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated the president's face. One so disconcerting that one might feel compelled to strike him with the sole of a shoe. Yes, we certainly can accommodate you. As our esteemed guest, we shall find a way to provide any service you desire." At that moment, the bank president was also tasked with attracting deposits. Typically, a bank's annual deposit goal ranges from 200,000 to 500,000 yuan, varying according to its location. This particular bank had a target of 500,000 yuan for the year, and given its prime location in the bustling capital, the pressure was palpable. The president's heart raced with excitement. If he could exceed the annual deposit goal by 40 before July, he would surely be in line for a promotion. Thinking along these lines, he declared, "Please hold on. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Turning to the counter, he shouted, "Xiaoli, Xiaozhong, hurry. Bring the abacus, cash boxes, and counting machine to the entrance. Master Huang, get the 212 vehicle ready quickly. I cannot keep our esteemed guest waiting. Lao Lu, go to the nearby police station and request 2 officers to come armed for the escort." Within moments, the arrangements were expertly orchestrated. The president proved himself quite capable. In just half an hour, the police arrived, bringing with them a 212 vehicle, which, along with the bank's own, could comfortably accommodate 10 individuals. The group swiftly departed for the Tongren Hall. Upon arrival, both Lu Song and Lu Rushing were present and visibly startled by the sight of the police and the jeep. The situation was indeed remarkable. The transaction process was straightforward, a final verification of the ginseng, followed by the signing of contracts from both the Tongren Hall and Songhe Yinjian Hall, with Wang Dashan delivering the goods and the bank receiving the funds. The final outcome revealed that 6 premium ginseng roots were acquired by Tongren Pavilion, while Baisho Yanian Hall obtained 5 mid-grade roots, and the inferior ginseng was divided equally between the 2 parties, resulting in mutual satisfaction. The entire process took over an hour, during which bank staff meticulously counted the money, placing it into cash boxes, which were then secured by the bank president and entrusted to the police for safekeeping. A total of 780,000 yuan was involved, comprising not only 10 yuan notes, but also 5 yuan notes, amounting to over 300 stacks, filling 4 cash boxes. At this point, the bank bore full responsibility. Should the cash be lost or robbed during its transport back to the bank, neither Wang Dashan nor his associates would be liable. When Li Hongjun and the others laid eyes on the impressive sum of 780,000 yuan, they were utterly astounded by the sheer volume of cash. While they understood Wang Dashan's prowess, they had not anticipated the extent of his capabilities. Li Yuanchao, who was already a man of few words, found himself rendered speechless by the shocking sight. It dawned on him that the goals Wang Dashan had articulated were not merely aspirations or ideals, but tangible realities that could be witnessed. His doubts about Wang Dashan evaporated entirely. and he felt that seeking the assistance of the Wang family was the wisest decision of his life. Conversely, Li Hongjun, although taken aback by the immense pile of money, was not overly surprised at Wang Dashan's ability to amass such wealth. He had the closest relationship with Wang Dashan, viewing him as the safest anchor and the purest object of admiration. Thus, no matter how extraordinary Wang Dashan's feats might be, they seemed entirely rational to him. Su Jiangwo, on the other hand, was left in a state of shock, having had minimal interaction with Wang Dashan, which only intensified his incredulity. In his memory, he recalled himself at Wang Dashan's age, causing mischief on the streets, yet seeing Wang Dashan now, he regarded him as almost divine. Each individual harbored unique thoughts, yet they unanimously agreed on one thing: to stay close to Wang Dashan, for that was the only path to a better life. When Wang Dashan beheld the money, all excitement dissipated. Such is human nature. Once one has seen and experienced something, it loses its significance. Once one is loved, the drive to love anew diminishes. And upon gaining, one no longer cherishes the past or the present relationships. Thus, Wang Dashan was the first to regain his composure, considering this merely a small milestone in life, insufficient to elicit excessive excitement, at most, a moderate thrill. With the transaction completed, Wang Dashan needed to return to the bank to handle the procedures for depositing the funds, feeling reassured only when he witnessed the staff recording the amount in the passbook. Before departing, he invited Lu Songxing and Lu Rushing to dinner at the railway guest house at 6 o'clock that evening to celebrate the successful transaction. The two elders readily accepted the invitation. After completing the bank formalities, Wang Dashan proceeded to a state-run store for an extensive shopping spree, acquiring various ingredients. Upon returning to the guest house, he sought out Deng Guofeng to borrow the kitchen facilities and 2 private dining rooms from the canteen, a favored dining spot for the leaders of the Beijing railway station. Wang Dashan emphasized the importance of inviting Deng Guofeng to join him for dinner, even arranging a table for him to bring along several of his superiors. His intention was to set up 2 tables that evening, one for his paternal grandparents and the esteemed Lulu, and another for Deng Guofeng's leaders, with the latter being accompanied by Deng Guofeng and Su Jiangwo. The ultimate aim, of course, was to promote the exquisite lion's mane mushroom. Renowned as a precious traditional Chinese delicacy, the lion's mane mushroom boasts tender flesh and a fragrant, delectable flavor, ranking it among the celebrated dishes of the West, alongside bear paws, sea cucumbers, and shark fins. It is often referred to as a mountain treasure, akin to the delicacies of birds' nest from the sea. The lion's mane mushroom is a remarkably delicious mountain delicacy, with its tender, flavorful flesh earning it the moniker of vegetarian meat. It is believed to aid in alleviating various ailments such as poor appetite, gastric and duodenal ulcers, neurasthenia, esophageal and gastric cancer, dizziness, and impotence. For the elderly and frail, consuming lion's mane mushrooms is said to have nourishing and strengthening effects. Thus, this ingredient is not suitable for mass consumption. It is reserved for high-end markets and elite clientele. Wang Dashan planned to host a lion's mane banquet that evening, hoping to impress everyone and explore the possibility of bringing this delicacy to the leaders' tables. With all arrangements in place, Wang Dashan instructed Li Hongjun and his 2 companions to prepare the ingredients in the cafeteria while he went to Fangjian No. 3 to invite Wang Shichong and Grandma Yuan to dine at the guest house that evening. Although the elderly couple was somewhat surprised, they graciously accepted the invitation, assuring him they would arrive punctually. Upon returning to the guest house, Wang Dashan noted that it was nearly 3:30 in the afternoon. Feeling that it was time to begin, he commenced the preparations for the ingredients. First, he needed to simmer the broth and prepare the stew, as these methods required a considerable amount of time. Wang Dashan intended to prepare 8 dishes, all featuring lion's mane mushrooms, including lion's mane mushroom and lotus root bone soup, braised chicken with lion's mane mushrooms, red braised lion's mane mushrooms, lion's mane mushroom with braised pork, trotters stewed with lion's mane mushrooms, a medley of 3 delicacies, lion's mane mushroom with sliced tripe, and shrimp with lion's mane mushrooms, stir-fried with greens. These dishes would not only be exquisite, but also highly nutritious, ensuring a delightful dining experience. As the clock struck 5:30, Wang Shichong arrived on his bicycle with Grandma Yuan, accompanied by another elderly gentleman. This gentleman was a close friend of Wang Shichong, who had visited him in the afternoon. Upon learning that Grandma Yuan had adopted a god-grandson and was to dine with him that evening, the curious elder decided to join in the festivities. The couple welcomed him warmly, concerned that Wang Dashan might be overwhelmed with preparations alone, and thus they arrived early to offer their assistance. Upon reaching the guest house, the staff, upon hearing they were looking for Wang Dashan, escorted the three to a private room. Wang Dashan, upon discovering that his grandparents had arrived, hurried to greet them in the private room, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandmother, why have you come so early? The banquet will start shortly." The elderly lady responded with a smile. "Your grandfather heard you were hosting guests today and insisted on coming early to lend you a hand." After she spoke, Wang Shichang added, "This is my dear friend, the esteemed calligrapher Jin Cheng, a distinguished scholar of traditional culture. You may address him as Grandfather Jin." Wang Dashan busily greeted Old Master Jin, then called for the waiter to brew some tea. He said, "Grandfather and Grandmother Jin, please have a seat. In half an hour, we shall commence the feast. I have prepared everything, so there is no need for assistance. Just enjoy your tea and converse." Before long, Lu and his companion arrived. Upon entering the elegant room, they found themselves among familiar faces, and everyone felt at ease. At 6 o'clock, in another private room, the leaders from Deng Zhangwo's team had also arrived, totaling 6 dignitaries. Aside from the director of the guest house, 3 others included the deputy station master from Beijing, a logistics section chief from the station, and a union chairman. Once everyone was seated, Wang Dashan invited Deng Zhangwo to begin serving the dishes. In no time, a spread of 8 dishes and a soup was laid out before them. The banquet featured monkey head mushrooms, accompanied by Moutai liquor. All at the table were acquaintances, except for Su Zhangwo, and there was no need for formal introductions. Lively conversations soon ensued. In this setting, Li Yuanchao and Li Hongjun refrained from joining the table and opted to dine in the kitchen. Su Zhangwo, with a robust tolerance for liquor and seasoned in the art of entertaining guests, took on the role of deputy host for the evening. The Moutai, the designated liquor of the guest house's restaurant, had been procured by Wang Dashan in 8 bottles. At this time, the factory price of Moutai was 8 yuan per bottle, increasing to 10 yuan with shipping costs once it left Guizhou province, making it rather pricey for the average person. Once Wang Dashan had served the dishes, he took a seat at the lower end of the table. Upon seeing Wang Dashan return, Lu rushing eagerly remarked, "Dashan, is today's feast a monkey head banquet? How did you manage to procure so many monkey heads? They are quite a delicacy." The others chimed in with praise, and Old Master Jin commented, "These monkey head mushrooms are not only one of the 8 great mountain treasures, but also a renowned dish. This banquet must have cost quite a bit." Although Wang Shichang and Grandmother Yuan were somewhat surprised, they maintained their composure and smiled, feeling a deep sense of pride. When one's grandson shines, it is akin to one's own family achieving greatness. Wang Dashan grinned, saying, "I am delighted you all enjoy it. I specially brought this from the Daba Mountains. If you gentlemen like it, please take some home with you." The guests did not decline, as they were all close. Old Wang's grandson was practically their own. Receiving such mountain treasures from a grandson was hardly a burden. Everyone was filled with joy. Wang Dashan, well versed in the etiquette of the dining table, as the only younger one present, invited Wang Shichang to raise a toast, then asked Old Master Jin to do the same. For the third toast, Wang Dashan lifted his glass and declared, "Esteemed grandfathers and grandmothers, I have 2 reasons for inviting you all to drink today. First, I formally recognized Mr. Wang as my grandfather and Grandmother Yuan as my grandmother yesterday, so I am particularly overjoyed to finally have a grandmother, and I wish to celebrate this. Second, today Mr. Tongla and Mr. Lu successfully closed a deal, and I am grateful for their assistance. I toast to all of you, and I shall drink to this. You may sip at your leisure." With that, he downed his drink in one go. The guests applauded in approval. Wang Shichang and Grandmother Yuan were left bewildered, pondering what business Wang Dashan had conducted with Tongren and Songhayanian. What kind of business was it? Seemingly perceiving the bewilderment of the 2 gentlemen, Mr. Lu remarked, "You may not yet be aware that Dashan, in collaboration with our song, Hiyan Yin Tang and Tongren Guan, has engaged in the trade of medicinal herbs, selling us a total of 33 superior wild ginseng roots for a staggering sum of 780,000. Remarkable indeed." The revelation left the group gasping in astonishment. Their eyes now fixed curiously upon Wang Dashan. 780,000 is not merely 78. At such a tender age, to amass such wealth is truly extraordinary. The glances exchanged among them shifted. Even Wang Shichang, who had always regarded Wang Dashan as both talented and cultured, now saw him as nothing short of a celestial being, perhaps even a god of wealth. After all, Who else could generate such a fortune? Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Wang Dashan humbly attributed his success to mere luck, claiming to have stumbled upon a ginseng nest. Shortly thereafter, he rose to toast each person at the table, eventually settling down to savor the meal. As the atmosphere grew lively, Wang Dashan raised his glass once more, stating, "I have brought over 400 monkey head mushrooms from Dubai Mountain, each weighing over a pound. If you gentlemen enjoy them, please take some with you when you leave. And I would appreciate your assistance in spreading the word. I have placed these mushrooms on consignment at the guest house. Should any of your friends wish to purchase some, they are welcome to do so." "How much do they cost?" inquired Old Master Ginseng. 36 yuan each. To be candid, I previously sold them for 40 yuan each. But for your friends, I shall offer them at 36 yuan, Wang Dashan replied. At this moment, Lu Rusheng interjected, "Dashan, why bother with consignments? There are only a few left. How long do you intend to keep them on consignment? Why not sell them all to me instead?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a chorus of laughter. "Dashan, you cannot only sell to him. Save some for me as well. These mushrooms are not only a rare delicacy, but also an excellent medicinal ingredient, far superior to those that are cultivated. You cannot show favoritism. Do not forget that it was I who introduced you to old Lu when you were selling those ginseng roots." Wang Dashan beamed, saying, "You speak as if I would forget you, esteemed sir. If you both wish to sell monkey head mushrooms, I can supply you. I plan to transport 2 batches each week, approximately 400 mushrooms per batch. How about we split them equally? However, this arrangement can only last until September, as the monkey head mushrooms will be out of season thereafter." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. You shall give us the remaining mushrooms. Half for each of us, at the price of 36 yuan each." Old Master Lu nodded in agreement. Wang Dashan was overjoyed, promptly raising his glass to toast both Old Master Lu and Old Master Lu. The dilemma that had troubled him for days was thus resolved by these two gentlemen. It appears that sales channels are indeed invaluable. The very items he struggled to sell on the streets could be effortlessly marketed through the esteemed establishments of Tong Ren Guan and Song Hiyin Yin Tang. Not to mention, the health benefits of monkey head mushrooms would undoubtedly attract a throng of loyal customers. Wang Shichong and the others observed in silent amazement. In the span of mere moments, the young lad had managed to sell several hundred monkey head mushrooms, a feat that few could accomplish as adeptly in business. Originally, Wang Dashan intended to visit another private room to offer a toast, as he envisioned that the culinary delights of the monkey head mushroom might pave the way to the leader's dining table. However, to his surprise, matters were settled solely through the Tongren Pavilion and the Songhe Yinyang Hall. Thus he refrained from making the visit. What he did not foresee was that this meal would greatly benefit Deng Guofeng, who soon resolved his position as a department head and was promoted to the director of the guest house, which was an unexpected delight. Chapter 58. You are in grave danger. By around 8 in the evening, the banquet concluded. Wang Dashan procured several newspapers, wrapped up a monkey head mushroom along with a large bag of wild mushrooms for a few guests, and bid them farewell. Before their departure, he requested a piece of calligraphy from Jean Chung. The elder gentleman agreed to write it upon his return, signing it as well. Jean, a celebrated calligrapher, was also a legitimate descendant of the Manchu nobility, being the 9th-generation descendant of Emperor Yongzheng, and his calligraphic works would be of immense value in the future. In terms of standing within the realm of calligraphy, he far surpassed the national studies master who was known for his romantic entanglements. Later that evening, news spread that Wang Dashan had sold out his monkey heads, leaving Li Hongjun and others in a state of astonishment. What an entrepreneurial acumen! Yet, amidst their astonishment, there was a prevailing sense of joy. Having sold out the monkey heads and mushrooms signified the completion of their task. All that remained was to set up stall daily as per Wang Dashan's method, and the remaining mushrooms would be sold within a few days. At dawn the next day, Wang Dashan instructed Li Hongjun and Li Yuanchao to hire tricycles to deliver monkey heads to the Tongren Pavilion and the Songhe Yinyang Hall. He himself accompanied Su Jiangwo to procure chickens for a dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms at the guest house. By the time Li Hongjun and Li Yuanchao returned, Wang Dashan's chicken stew was already simmering. It would be ready in another 40 minutes. Li Hongjun handed over the proceeds from the monkey heads to Wang Dashan, totaling 400. On the first day, they sold 60. Yesterday 12 were consumed at the monkey head banquet, and another 16 were gifted to several elderly gentlemen, leaving a remaining count of 368, priced at 36 yuan each, amounting to a total of 13,248 yuan. Wang Dashan tucked the money away, planning to share it upon selling the mushrooms later that day. Thus, he refrained from depositing it for the time being. The day's sales proceeded exceptionally smoothly. With the advantage of the chicken stew and the prior day's experience, by noon, not only were the 15 large roosters sold out, but the 200 gene of mushrooms they had brought also declared themselves sold out. They returned to the Air Force compound, not only out of familiarity, but also because Wang Dashan had not closely observed the passers-by during his last visit. This time, he meticulously observed, hoping to find someone resembling his mother, focusing particularly on women aged 30 to 40. However, after an entire morning of observation, he found no one who bore a resemblance to his mother. The group returned to the guest house for a meal, with meal tickets provided by Deng Guofeng. Wang Dashan insisted on giving him 20 yuan, which Deng Guofeng initially refused, but ultimately relented to Wang Dashan's insistence and accepted the money. After their meal, the group returned to their room to divide the earnings. The monkey heads yielded 13,248 yuan, while the wild mushrooms brought in 1,600 yuan. The cost for the monkey heads and mushrooms totaled 4,456 yuan. The cost for the chicken stew was 36 yuan, and 4 yuan was spent on hiring the vehicle, leaving them with 10,352 yuan. Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun each received 311 pieces. Although Deng Guofeng did not assist today, Wang Dashan generously provided him with an additional 10 pieces, which accounted for the kitchen rental and the cost of the back-riding donkey service. Instructing Deng Guofeng to procure a few packs of fine cigarettes for the kitchen staff to prevent any dissatisfaction among them. In the afternoon, Wang Dashan had no intention of setting up a stall, not due to the heat, but rather because he wished to visit Wang Shichang's residence to engage in conversation with the elderly couple. With only a few days left in the capital, once he sold the remaining mushrooms, Wang Dashan planned to return home. Thus, whenever he had the opportunity, he wanted to spend time with Grandma Yuan. However, Wang Dashan's reluctance to set up a stall did not resonate with Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun, who believed that while Wang Dashan could forego it, they could still proceed together. Consequently, Li Yuanshao, Li Hongjun, and Su Jiangwo ventured out to set up their stall in the afternoon. Wang Dashan instructed them to be mindful of a 10-year-old girl with a beauty mark above her eyebrow from Sanchi, and then let them go. Around 2 p.m., Wang Dashan first went to the washroom for a shower, changed into clean clothes, and proceeded to walk towards Fangjiawen No. 3. Along the way, he purchased several pounds of fruit and snacks, carrying them in a net bag, and soon arrived at Wang Shichang's home. Upon reaching, he discovered that Wang Shichang was not home, having gone to a meeting at the Palace Museum, leaving only Grandma Yuan, who was teaching a young girl, approximately Wang Dashan's age, how to play the piano. Wang Dashan entered and greeted Grandma Yuan, who asked him to wait a moment while she poured herself some tea and continued her lesson. Curious, Wang Dashan observed the piano student and noted her striking beauty, an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, fair skin, 2 thick black braids, a delicate nose, and a mouth resembling a cherry, evoking the image of a future star. However, Wang Dashan, being a quintessential gentleman, did not indulge his curiosity for long and soon exited to sit in the yard. In the yard, he noticed a slightly older young man seated on a stone bench, wearing his hat askew, with his shirt buttons undone, idly fidgeting and appearing restless as if suffering from hyperactivity. When this young man saw Wang Dashan emerge from the main room, he greeted him with familiarity. "Hey, buddy, are you here to learn the piano too?" "That shouldn't be the case. A grown man should be learning the guitar instead." Wang Dashan chuckled and replied, "I am not here to learn the piano. I am here to see my grandmother." "Buddy, who is your grandmother?" "It wouldn't be Grandma Yuan, would it?" "I haven't heard that Grandma Yuan has a grandson," the young man inquired with curiosity. "Just because you haven't heard doesn't mean it isn't true," Wang Dashan replied casually. "All right then, since you are Grandma Yuan's grandson, we are friends now. My name is Su Lin, and that inside is my sister, Suzy. What is your name?" Su Lin asked, intrigued. "I am Wang Dashan," Wang Dashan replied nonchalantly, glancing at Su Lin once more. That glance revealed a troubling sight. Su Lin's gaze was erratic. His forehead was sunken, veins were visible on his nose, his complexion appeared darkened, and his features were uneven, with a faint hint of a bluish-black tinge on his forehead. This is an ominous countenance, foretelling misfortune. This fellow is destined for trouble. While he may not suffer severe injuries, a beating that draws blood seems inevitable. Yet, should I inform him? Would he even believe me? Wang Dashan found himself in a quandary. Judging by his features, The young man named Su Lin could avert this impending calamity. It was not a dire omen of death, merely a sign of unfavorable luck today. It is akin to how some might encounter a car accident, while others merely sprain an ankle when venturing out. Both unfortunate, yet varying in severity. After pondering for a moment, Wang Dashan inquired, Su Lin, where are you planning to go later? Upon hearing this question, Su Lin's excitement surged. Brother, I'm going to the movies with my sister soon. You have no idea. The new film Lushan Love is supposed to be fantastic. The male and female leads even share a kiss. Wang Dashan hesitated but pressed on. Brother, heed my advice. Do not go out today. You are in peril. Chapter 59. I cannot predict the future. Wang Dashan was reluctant to utter such foreboding words to a stranger. He could easily offend someone. Even if he was not perceived as a curse caster, he risked being labeled a charlatan, and if provoked, a beating would surely follow. However, this young man, Su Lin, had a connection to Granny Yuan and was of an affable disposition, making it difficult to harbor any animosity towards him. Thus, Wang Dashan resolved to share his warning. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, Su Lin erupted in fury. He stood up, exclaiming, Hey, you little brat. I considered you a friend. Yet you treat me like a fool. Dare to curse me? I'll make sure you experience your own blood disaster. He reached out, intending to seize Wang Dashan by the collar. With such a temperament, how could Su Lin not believe in his misfortune, even if it were not true? Wang Dashan felt inclined to manufacture a crisis on the spot. Naturally, he could not allow Su Lin to grab him and had no desire to engage him physically. So he merely stepped back. Unrelenting, Su Lin continued to threaten Wang Dashan with violence, cursing as he charged forward. However, just as he reached Wang Dashan, a booming voice commanded, Stop! Wang Dashan turned to see Granny Yuan emerging, followed closely by Su Zi. At the sound of her reprimand, Su Lin halted. Granny Yuan demanded, What is happening? Why are you two about to fight? Do you dare to lay a hand on my grandson? With a woeful expression, Su Lin replied, Granny, it's unjust. Your grandson cursed me, claiming I have a blood disaster, which is why I reacted. Besides, I hadn't even struck him. I merely intended to frighten him. Granny Yuan then turned to Wang Dashan, asking, Dashan, what is going on? Why did you curse Lin with a blood disaster? Wang Dashan hurriedly responded, Granny, I did not curse him. It is true he faces a blood disaster today, though it is not particularly severe and poses no threat to his life. Oh, what is the matter? Explain it to me, Granny Yuan inquired with curiosity. Granny, as you know, I possess some knowledge of physiognomy, having learned a bit from my grandfather. Upon closer examination of Su Lin's visage, one might discern a faint crimson vein along the bridge of his nose, suggesting a somewhat sunken forehead. Observing the corners of his brows, which denote fortune and prosperity, one may notice a slight darkness there. Furthermore, his chin appears uneven, and does his glabella not subtly exhibit a bluish-black hue? These signs could indeed foretell unfortunate events and potential calamities, albeit the indications are still mild and not particularly grave. Nonetheless, caution is warranted, hence, I advised him to refrain from wandering about today, lest he brings misfortune not only upon himself, but also upon those who accompany him. Grandma Yuan, listening with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, inquired, Dashan, is this truly the case? Wang Dashan replied, whether it is true or not, I cannot assert with absolute certainty, but it is always prudent to exercise caution. At that moment, the young girl Su Zi interjected, You possess the ability to read faces? Can you also predict fortunes? Wang Dashan hastily clarified, I do not engage in fortune-telling. What I mentioned earlier was merely an understanding of physiognomy, primarily concerned with an individual's character and virtues. Your brother's character is sound, though he may encounter minor misfortunes, hence my gentle warning. Su Zi, unimpressed, merely pouted and fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Lin, agitated, confronted Wang Dashan. You claim I am destined for misfortune. Can you not specify where it might occur? If you can tell me, I shall believe you. Wang Dashan, at a loss, responded, I genuinely do not know. I have stated that I am not versed in fortune-telling. Believe me if you wish, but if not, there is little I can do. Since you cannot specify, I find it hard to trust your words. I intend to watch Lushan Love today. Su Zi, let us depart for the cinema, Su Lin declared dismissively. Brother, perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow? What if something were to happen today? Su Zi cautioned gently. What could possibly occur? I refuse to believe that anything untoward could befall me in this West Nine city. If you choose not to accompany me, I will invite Xiang Zi instead. You might regret missing out, As tickets for Lushan Love are quite difficult to procure, Su Lin retorted. In a fit of frustration, Su Zi exclaimed, Go ahead, go ahead. Perhaps encountering blood will teach you a lesson for ignoring my advice. With that, she stomped away into the main house. Noting his sister's refusal to join him, Su Lin bid farewell to Grandma Yuan and departed without a backward glance. Grandma Yuan, still somewhat uneasy, furrowed her brow and asked, Dashan, will anything truly happen? I hope nothing adverse occurs. Fear not, Grandma. I assure you, the worst that may happen is a mere sighting of blood. A lesson would serve him well. His temper is far too volatile, and if this continues, he will inevitably suffer, Wang Dashan reassured her. Grandma Yuan, giving Wang Dashan a gentle pat, scolded. If he has indeed seen blood, how can you say there is nothing to worry about? You, my child, are far too carefree. I must quickly send Su Zi back to prevent Lin from going to the cinema and urge him to remain quietly at home. With that, she hurried inside. Wang Dashan shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Shortly thereafter, Su Zi also rushed away, with no pressing concerns. Grandma Yuan engaged in conversation with Wang Dashan, who inquired about the circumstances of the Su siblings. It was revealed that their grandfather was a military leader, while their grandparents were professors at Tsinghua University. The parents and uncles of the Su siblings are either high-ranking military officials or leaders in various ministries, or esteemed university lecturers. In summary, the lineage of the Su family is remarkable in the capital, firmly established as children of the elite. During the summer vacation, Su Zi accompanied Grandma Yuan to learn the Guqin and Guzheng, while Su Lin brought his sister to her lesson, planning to watch a movie together afterward. However, fate had them encounter Wang Dashan that day. Dear readers, let us momentarily set aside Wang Dashan and instead focus on Su Lin. Since departing from Fangjiawan No. 3, Su Lin's anger had only intensified. So, you dare to curse me, Wang Dashan, and prevent me from watching a movie? I shall go regardless, he muttered. Making his way towards the communications barracks, he intended to seek out his good friend, Xiangzi, whose parents were both military officers specializing in communications and naturally resided in the barracks. Su Lin possessed 2 movie tickets, a benefit provided by the Faculty Union of Tsinghua University. The tickets for Lushan Love were exceedingly rare, as post-premiere screenings were primarily reserved for internal distribution among various institutions. Upon arriving at Xiangzi's residence, Su Lin did not ascend the stairs, but instead called out from below, Xiangzi, Xiangzi, are you there? I have tickets for Lushan Love. Shall we go watch it? Moments later, a window on the 3rd floor creaked open, revealing a head that joyfully exclaimed, Dalin, what did you say? Lushan Love, you have tickets? Those are hard to come by. Of course, I wouldn't invite you if I didn't have tickets. Hurry down, Su Lin replied. Somewhat irked. Wait for me. I'll be right down, Xiangzi responded before closing the window and disappearing from view. It was no wonder Xiangzi was skeptical. During this era, acquiring tickets for Lushan Love was quite a challenge. The film tells the story of the daughter of a nationalist general, who returns to her homeland in the autumn of the late 1970s, where she meets a young man equally devoted to the rejuvenation of the nation. Their love blossoms amidst the majestic backdrop of Lushan, yet societal constraints force them apart, leading them to separate lives. 5 years later, the young woman revisits Lushan, coincidentally encountering her love once again, culminating in their eventual union. In any other era, this film would be merely an ordinary romance with nothing particularly striking about it. The leading lady is not exceptionally beautiful, and her performance is somewhat exaggerated, typical of the cinematic style of the 1970s. Evaluating her acting alone, the film barely passes muster. However, in this particular time, it became a cinematic marvel. Society was at the nascent stage of reform and opening up, with conservative and progressive ideologies clashing vigorously, and the left and right continually at odds. During this period, the winds of East and West were nearly evenly matched, yet people yearned more for the Western breeze. Thus, Lushan Love came into existence. Notably, the female protagonist changes outfits 43 times throughout the 82-minute film, all of which are fashionable garments procured from Hong Kong by the production team. Not only did it lead the fashion trends among young women of that era, but it also elevated the aesthetic standards of the time, significantly broadening people's horizons. Moreover, within this cinematic work, there exists a poignant moment where the female protagonist gently kisses the male protagonist on the cheek. This delicate kiss sent ripples through society, igniting bold aspirations for freedom and love among the youth. It stirred discontent among the more conservative older generations, who lamented the declining morals of the times. Consequently, upon its release, the film was already burdened with various controversies. However, it is undeniable that it was a cinematic work that guided the artistic and social currents of the period, earning considerable admiration from the youth in the post-revolutionary era of model operas. Now, more than 10 days since its debut, the film's popularity remains unabated. Numerous young individuals from Xiao City are gathered at the ticket counter of the Cultural Palace, eagerly awaiting refunds that are, in truth, unattainable. Refunds are a futile hope. Su Lin and Xiangzi, of course, have no need to wait for refunds, as they possess tickets. At this moment, the previous screening has yet to conclude, so they sit on the steps of the cinema, anticipating the commencement of the next showing. In this era, countless young people in the capital lack stable employment, engaging in brawls and mischief, wandering through the night, and displaying a complete lack of decorum. They proudly consider themselves rebellious and tough, yet, in the eyes of the common folk, they are merely brazen ruffians. The Workers' Cultural Palace is notorious as a hotspot for such unruliness, housing not only a cinema, but also a dance hall. This venue is favored by those who revel in mischief, for in their eyes, dancing and playing music epitomize the height of sophistication. Sitting on the steps, Su Lin's gaze inevitably drifts, observing a beautiful girl who playfully whistles in flirtation. Engaged in light-hearted banter and commentary, the earlier warning from Wang Dashan about impending misfortune is forgotten entirely. As the saying goes, misfortune befalls those who are already down. At this moment, the infamous ruffian Li Debao has also come to watch the film, accompanied by a girl, his new paramour. To impress this new companion, he procured several tickets and brought her along with two friends to see Lushan Love. Su Lin, focused solely on the girl, is immersed in his observations. And when the group passes by, he instinctively lets out a whistle. This sound not only catches the attention of Li Debao's girl, but also reaches Li Debao himself. The girl, incensed, glares at Su Lin and shouts, "Bao Gu, he is harassing me." Although Li Debao heard the whistle, he did not witness Su Lin's actions toward his girl. Initially, they were about to depart, but upon hearing her cry, he felt compelled to intervene. Just as some women enjoy seeing their suitors defend their honor, so too do ruffians wish to assert their dominance in front of their companions. Thus, Li Debao approaches Su Lin and asserts, "You little punk, you think you're tough? Do you know who I am? How dare you harass my girlfriend?" Li Debao assumes he is a seasoned tough guy, a notorious figure among the ruffians of Xiao City, and he seizes this moment to show off in front of his companion, who knows Su Lin, who hails from a prominent family and possesses a rather unyielding disposition. Retorted without hesitation, "You scoundrel, who do you think you are? Am I bothering you by merely sitting here? Do I need to know you?" Upon hearing this, Li Debao became displeased. In the realm of Xiao City, reputation holds paramount importance. You insulted my grandfather, and thus, I must retaliate. I cannot afford to lose face in front of my companions. Li Debao, amused yet furious, exclaimed, "Hey, kid, you may be tough now, but let's see how tough you are in a moment. Erzi, Daquan, teach him a lesson." He then turned to his two younger brothers behind him. Li Debao's comrades discarded their cigarettes and rolled up their sleeves, preparing to strike Su Lin. However, Su Lin was not one to be easily intimidated, and he, alongside Xiangzi, sprang forward to confront them. To be fair, both Su Lin and Xiangzi emerged from military academies and had trained in combat sports during their youth. They could manage to take down Li Debao's two ruffian accomplices without much difficulty. Yet, Li Debao, having established himself as a notorious figure, was not to be trifled with. When it came to fighting, he was undeniably fierce. Neither side dared to resort to knives, but the army green satchels they carried were filled with bricks, which were swung with great force, creating a formidable display. Both sides exchanged blows, but Su Lin found himself in a precarious position, especially with the additional help from a few of Li Debao's companions, including a girl who exhibited a certain fierce spirit, one of Li Debao's underlings. After enduring 2 blows from the bricks, managed to grab Su Lin's leg from behind, while Li Debao's accomplice clawed at Su Lin. Unable to move, and growing increasingly agitated, Su Lin forcefully shook off Li Debao's underling. Unbeknownst to him, his exertion caused him to slip down the steps, twisting his ankle. Li Debao seized the opportunity, swinging his satchel and landing 2 strikes on Su Lin's head, causing blood to seep from his temple. The blood obscured Su Lin's vision, and in a desperate attempt to fend off Li Debao, he swung his satchel wildly. Seeing this, Li Debao abandoned Su Lin and kicked Xiang Zi several times, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, a bystander caught sight of the blood on Su Lin's face, prompting a girl to exclaim loudly, "There's a fight! There's a fight, and he's bleeding." Her cries alerted the staff of the cultural palace, and upon noticing the commotion, Li Debao quickly gathered a few individuals and fled the scene. Once Su Lin managed to clean the blood from his face, he discovered that everyone had vanished, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, I will surely make them pay when I see them again." That scoundrel Wang Dashan was right. Today, I truly witnessed bloodshed. Chapter 61. Those who strike me at the temple? At this moment, Wang Dashan had no time to ponder whether Su Lin had indeed been beaten. He was at Wang Shichang's home, conversing with Grandma Yuan, who was graciously playing the piano for him. Melodies such as High Mountains and Flowing Water, Spring Snow, Fisherman's Dialogue, Yangwan 3 variations, and Plum Blossom 3 variations were all performed at his insistence. After each piece, Wang Dashan would lavish praise, declaring, "Grandma's music resonates for 3 days, lingering in the air. My admiration for her knows no bounds, akin to the relentless flow of a great river. Listening to her play evokes deep emotions, akin to weeping and yearning, making it impossible to detach oneself." His flattery left Grandma Yuan beaming, unable to contain her joy. Grandma Yuan was in high spirits when suddenly Wang Dashan said, "Grandma, I have thought of a melody. I wonder if you could play it." "Oh, what kind of melody is it?" "Sing it for me," she replied, somewhat dismissively. She believed that no matter how talented Wang Dashan was, he must be ignorant of classical music and the pentatonic scale. However, she did not want to hurt her grandson's feelings and could only smile in response. Wang Dashan began to hum the melody of a laugh in the vast sea. This melody detonated in Grandma Yuan's heart like a bomb. At first, she remained indifferent, but as she listened, she gradually became immersed in it, feeling a profound shock. The melody was incredibly beautiful, simple, and catchy, yet imbued with an indescribable grandeur. When Wang Dashan finished humming, Grandma Yuan merely said, "Hum it again." As he hummed a second time, Grandma Yuan's guqin had already begun to play, and when Wang Dashan concluded, her playing was remarkably precise. Grandma Yuan was extraordinarily moved, unable to calm herself for a long while. This melody was not the traditional pentatonic scale of gong, shang, jiao, ji, yu. Rather, it was entirely reversed, transforming into yu, ji, jiao, shang, gong, unexpectedly yielding a remarkable effect. She said to Wang Dashan, "Dashan, this is wonderful. I must arrange a composition for this melody. Can you share the story this melody seeks to convey?" "Grandma, I was inspired by Mr. Jin Yang's novel The Smiling Proud Wanderer, and this melody appeared in my mind as if it existed solely for that tale," Wang Dashan replied with a smile. "Ah, what a splendid piece for The Smiling Proud Wanderer. I shall compose for this melody. Do you have any suggestions?" Grandma Yuan inquired. "Grandma, I think we could use a flute for the prelude, entering with a tremolo to express the solitude and peril of the martial world. Then, the guqin, pipa, shao, and eru should follow, culminating with the addition of a large drum. I'm not very knowledgeable, but I feel these instruments would be quite fitting," Wang Dashan suggested, not wishing to alter the essence of the original composition. "All right, I shall give it a try. I will let you hear it once the arrangement is completed," Grandma Yuan responded. Just as they were speaking, a voice suddenly called from outside the courtyard. "Wang Dashan! Wang Dashan! Are you there? Grandma Yuan! Grandma Yuan!" Wang Dashan hurriedly accompanied Grandma Yuan out of the main room, where they saw Su Lin with his head wrapped in white gauze, bloodstains on his body, scanning the courtyard anxiously. Behind him trailed Su Zi, urging him to slow down. "Brother, take it easy. Why the rush?" Upon witnessing this scene, Grandma Yuan was taken aback and quickly asked, "Lin, what happened to you? Did someone hurt your head?" Wang Dashan maintained his composure, though he couldn't help but think it amusing. "It's nothing, Grandma. Just a little scrape. My head is tough as iron and made from special materials. I'm perfectly fine." Su Lin even had the energy to joke, indicating it was likely not a serious matter. Grandma Yuan shot him a disapproving glance. "Even in this state, you still jest. Why didn't you stay home instead of coming here to cause trouble for Dashan?" "Grandma Yuan, I came to find Dashan, but not to cause him trouble. I merely wished to ask how he could predict so accurately that I would encounter misfortune today." Su Lin, somewhat impatient, exclaimed. Su Zi shot a glare at Wang Dashan and remarked, "You claim you cannot tell fortunes. are you not the legendary Wang Dashan? This was hardly a compliment, as it implied he was akin to a weasel. Wang Dashan, feeling helpless, rubbed his nose and replied, Su Lin, what is wrong with you? Have you been beaten up? Upon seeing Wang Dashan, Su Lin hurried over and grasped his arm, saying, Oh, great sage, you truly are extraordinary. How did you predict that I would be in for a beating today? Pray, enlighten me further and reveal my fortune. When shall I exact my revenge? Wang Dashan, expressing his disdain, withdrew his arm and said, I cannot tell fortunes. You are simply unfortunate today and destined to face this ordeal. You should rest well and return home. No way. You are a divine being, and from this day forth, you shall be my brother. You must read my fortune. Su Lin insisted stubbornly. Wang Dashan, nearly driven to madness by this persistent fellow, sought help from Su Zi, hoping she could persuade her brother, but she disdainfully turned her head, ignoring Wang Dashan's pleading gaze. In truth, she too was curious about fortune-telling. Wang Dashan then turned to Grandma Yuan, who intervened, saying, Dalin, listen to me. Dashan truly cannot read fortunes. You should just go home and rest. No, Grandma Yuan, Dashan must give me a reading today. Otherwise, my injured body and fragile spirit cannot find solace, Su Lin insisted, his stubbornness flaring. With no alternative, Wang Dashan conceded. All right, fine, I cannot tell fortunes, but I can measure a character. If it turns out inaccurate, do not blame me. My skills are limited. Su Lin's face lit up with joy as he hastily replied, measuring a character will suffice. Grandma Yuan, may I borrow some paper and a brush? I shall write a character. Suzy also displayed a smile, for she too wished to inquire about her fortune but had hesitated due to her unfamiliarity with Wang Dashan. Now that her brother had boldly spoken up, she felt justified in asking him to measure a character as well. With no choice, Grandma Yuan ushered them into the main room, providing paper and brush for Su Lin to write. Glancing at the ancient Qin resting on the table, he wrote the character for Qin and then fixed his gaze intently on Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan merely glanced at the character on the paper before raising his eyes to ask, What do you wish to inquire about? I wish to know where I can find the scoundrel who assaulted me today. Su Lin gritted his teeth. You wrote the character for Qin, which contains 2 Wang at the top, 1 below, with an additional dot and a hook. You seek a person, am I correct? Upon truly attempting to interpret the character, Wang Dashan became serious. Indeed, Su Lin nodded. The 2 Wang at the top and 1 below, don't they resemble 2 spirit tablets? The figure below, with a dot and a bent hook, resembles a person kneeling. Where are the spirit tablets of the kings worshipped? Where do people kneel in reverence? Wang Dashan inquired. Are you suggesting the Grand Ancestral Hall? Su Lin asked, puzzled. What place is that? Wang Dashan continued. Where I was beaten today. Oh, do you mean the Workers' Cultural Palace? Su Lin asked incredulously. If you remove the gene from Qin and replace it with Bai, it transforms into Se, symbolizing the harmonious resonance of Qin and Se. The description of the person you seek resides in a harmonious place. Where in the Cultural Palace is this harmonious place? Wang Dashan inquired. The dance hall. Are they in the dance hall? Su Lin exclaimed with excitement, then asked, when will they be at the dance hall? Under the rule of 2 kings. When do you say? I understand now, it is today? The dance hall opens only in the evening. They must certainly be there tonight. I shall not let her off easily, Su Lin declared with bravado. All right, your head doesn't ache anymore, does it? Every day you just think of going out and mingling with the ruffians. Be careful, or I will tell your mother to have you beaten, Grandma Yuan remarked. Su Lin chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. He was indeed determined to seek retribution tonight. What sort of hero would he be if he did not? The veterans in the courtyard would surely mock him otherwise. Yet, he knew he could not show his intentions in front of the adults, or he would be in for a beating. After completing Su Lin's divination, Wang Dashan noticed Su Ji hesitating to speak, so he said to her, You wish to have your fortune told as well, don't you? 1 sheep is driven away, 2 sheep are set free. Go ahead and write a character. Su Ji blushed, feeling shy, yet quickly penned the character Su, then set down her pen and stepped back with her head bowed. Seeing the character Su, Wang Dashan understood that the young girl had thought about this for some time, but felt too shy to express it. He then asked, What do you wish to inquire about? I want to know if I can get into Tsinghua University, Su Ji murmured shyly. The character Su signifies revival, symbolizing growth and the flourishing of all things. It suggests that through your diligent efforts, you shall achieve academic success in the future. The character Su also implies that you are in a phase of vigorous growth, and once you mature, you will flourish, foreshadowing that your wishes will come to fruition. The traditional form of Su is written as, composed of the characters for grass, fish, and grain. Grass and grain symbolize vitality, and fish cannot survive without water. Together they form the character for clear. Congratulations, you should be able to realize your aspirations, Wang Dashan said, winking at her. The young girl, feeling bashful, lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, but her eyes sparkled with joy. To be honest, the character Su is quite challenging to interpret, not only because its meanings are limited, but also due to the lack of flexibility in its strokes. Wang Dashan exerted considerable thought, utilizing pictograms, semantic division, combination, and stroke addition and subtraction in his analysis, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. However, one thing Wang Dashan did not disclose was that this interpretation suggested the girl might, to a considerable extent, live in the countryside in the future. Both grass and fish indicate her future lies in the rural landscape rather than the city. But since the young girl did not inquire about this, Wang Dashan naturally chose to remain silent. Otherwise, he would have implied that her future was that of a country girl, prompting her to resent him. After the divination, the Su siblings departed contentedly. Before leaving, Su Lin told Wang Dashan, "Dashan, I will come to find you whenever I have the time. You are my guardian spirit, and also my brother. Together, we shall accomplish great things." Wang Dashan rolled his eyes, disinclined to engage with this foolish child. Chapter 62. Kneel and call me grandfather 3 times. Once the Su siblings had left, Wang Dashan prepared to take his leave as well. Grandma Yuan invited him to stay for dinner, but he graciously declined, promising to return tomorrow to keep her company. Upon returning to the guest house, Li Yuanshao and his companions were back as well. This afternoon's business had unexpectedly flourished. Although they lacked the signature dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms, they still managed to sell over 200 jin of mushrooms, which brought immense joy to Li Hongjun. He felt that even in the absence of Wang Dashan, he could stand on his own. The total sales amounted to 820 yuan, with minimal costs. Li Yuanshao and Li Hongjun each received 25 yuan, while Wang Dashan claimed the remaining 770 yuan. There was a certain delight in having others work for him, as it meant earning money without the burden of labor, which had always been Wang Dashan's dream. In his previous life, he had toiled ceaselessly, enduring hardships and bloodshed, spending 45 years in the military to eventually rise to the rank of a senior officer. He was truly fatigued, not from physical exertion, for his youthful body had borne little strain, but rather spiritually, as he had endured countless scars. His relentless quest to find his mother drove him to ascend the ranks. He was among the most tactically active Special Forces soldiers, eagerly volunteering for missions, having penned innumerable blood oaths and military pledges. Simultaneously, he held the record for being the oldest Special Forces soldier on the battlefield. At 40, he was still commanding operations at the front lines, having attained the rank of colonel. Wherever danger lurked, he ventured. Wherever he was needed, he was present. A woman he admired, who reciprocated his feelings, could not bear the constant peril he faced nor his prolonged absences, leading her to depart from his life. Since then, no other woman had managed to penetrate the walls of his heart. It was not that he lacked affection for women, but he believed himself unworthy of love. His sole focus was to ascend further, to locate his mother. He thought that only by reaching a certain height could he uncover clues about her whereabouts. Regrettably, he had yet to find her. Perhaps he had erred. Ascending higher only afforded him less time and opportunity to search for her. In his youth, lacking capability and connections, by the time he achieved a certain stature, it seemed as though his mother had vanished from existence. Perhaps she had long departed this world. He had already investigated every military leader with the surname Lin, but found none matching his mother's family traits. Nor was there a daughter named Lin Meifeng in his family records. Thus, his lonely soul remained misunderstood, leading him to immerse himself in work to alleviate his solitude. His superiors admired this tireless worker, even going so far as to introduce him to potential partners, including many women of good profession and noble lineage, artists, doctors, educators, but he remained unmoved. He yearned for pure love, untainted by mutual convenience. Thus, he lived out his previous life in this manner. In this life, he resolved not to endure such hardship again. Having found no success in his past methods, he would switch to a different path, perhaps yielding unforeseen results. After a meal at the cafeteria, Wang Dashan decided to visit the workers' cultural palace to witness the excitement. Su Lin was planning to confront a gang of ruffians that evening, and Wang Dashan felt a twinge of concern, not for Su Lin's safety, but rather for the safety of the thugs. After all, there was a phrase that Wang Dashan did not utter during the divination: the Qin and Se harmonize. The character for Se has a stroke that resembles a knife piercing the heart. This stroke, resting upon the heart, inflicts a wound that, if not fatal, is grievous. He dared not voice this in front of Grandma Yuan, for it would surely cause her distress. After all, every life is invaluable. That evening, Wang Dashan intended to visit the cultural palace to avert a tragedy. Upon hearing of Wang Dashan's plans, Li Hongjun also expressed a desire to accompany him. While Su Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with eagerness, observing their enthusiasm, Wang Dashan decided to let everyone join, allowing them to broaden their horizons. The cultural palace of the capital is situated near the Temple of Heaven, to the right of the Golden Water Bridge of the Forbidden City. At this time, the Workers' Cultural Palace was the most vibrant entertainment venue in the entire city. It boasted game rooms, activity halls, a billiard room, as well as cinemas and dance halls. By day, it served as a gathering place for retired men and women, but by night, it transformed into a realm for the spirited and unruly. In the capital, if one wished to assert their status, the Workers' Cultural Palace was the place to be. Not only was it the largest entertainment establishment in the city, but its proximity to the Forbidden City lent it an air of prestige. To have one's name resound here was to truly be a figure of prominence among the ruffians. 6 years prior, the young troublemakers of Shijiao City took pride in establishing their reputation at the Workers' Cultural Palace. To plant a flag meant to make a name for oneself. If you could rally a group of brothers and gain recognition within the palace, you had carved out your territory. Much like Yuan Jun from Bloody Romance, who would brandish a kitchen knife and place a brick at the ticket booth, thereby earning the right to cut in line. Others dared not protest. This was the essence of status. Though society has since stabilized and public safety has improved, the Workers' Cultural Palace retains its esteemed position among the underworld. Whenever popular films are screened in the cinema, throngs from all corners of the city converge upon the palace. From Dongqing to Xiqing, from Xuanwu to Chaoyang and Haidian, the cultural palace becomes akin to a powder keg, where even the slightest spark could ignite a fierce explosion. Thus, it is common to witness two groups of youths clashing at the entrance, leading to a full-blown brawl. Among these ruffians, some wield short sticks, others brandish kitchen knives, chain locks, or even bricks concealed in military bags. The most formidable among them carry swords once seized from the battlefield, a true symbol of status. Without further ado, Wang Dashan and his companions made their way to the Workers' Cultural Palace, heading straight for the dance hall. At the entrance, tickets were sold for 50 cents, regardless of gender. Wang Dashan purchased tickets, while Li Hongjun grumbled that even relieving oneself in the capital cost money. Inside the dance hall, the lighting was not overly dim. Colorful lights flickered overhead. It was still early, and the dance floor was sparsely populated, with only a couple of older pairs engaged in ballroom dancing, while groups of younger men chatted in small clusters around the edges. In this era, dance halls were devoid of disco or social dancing, and certainly lacked the rumba, cha-cha, or line dancing. The only dances people engaged in were standard ballroom dances, such as the quick step and slow waltz. Wang Dashan and his companions hailed from the countryside, unfamiliar with such scenes and utterly incapable of dancing. Thus they found themselves in a corner of the ballroom, engaged in quiet conversation. He procured some North Pole soda, and after tasting it, his companions all declared it delightful. Wang Dashan, however, paid them no heed, instead silently observing the happenings within the dance hall. Around 8 p.m., the ballroom was bustling with patrons, young men entering in pairs and small groups, soon filling the western side of the hall. Yet at this hour, it was not the ruffians who frequented the place. They typically arrived after 10 p.m., disinterested in the standard ballroom dances performed by the older crowd. Moreover, after midnight, the venue would host a dark dance, during which the lights would be extinguished, and the eager young delinquents would seize the opportunity to embrace their companions in the obscurity of the dance floor, relishing those 15 minutes of darkness before the establishment closed for the night. At approximately 9:15, a new group of about 20 entered the ballroom, clad in cotton shirts and polyester trousers, their feet adorned with three-piece leather shoes, with some sporting military caps. Many had short clubs tucked into their belts, while a few brandished watermelon knives. Among the throng, Wang Dashan spotted Su Lin, whose head was wrapped in bandages and topped with a military cap, but he refrained from approaching him. The newcomers did not take to the dance floor, Instead, they dispersed, scanning the room from end to end. Clearly, they were on the lookout for the ruffians who had previously targeted Su Lin. It seemed that Su Lin held considerable sway among the youth of the courtyard. Half an hour later, a group of 7 men and 1 woman entered through the entrance. Upon seeing them, Su Lin and his associates stationed themselves at the exit, while others slowly encircled the newcomers. The 20 or so individuals surrounded the 7, who quickly sensed the impending trouble. Realizing that the situation was unlikely to resolve amicably, the leader of the group, unyielding, addressed his captors, saying, "What is this? Are you trying to bully us with sheer numbers? Do you know who I am? I am Li Debao from the 3rd Factory. Do you wish to test your strength against me?" The 3rd Factory, known as the National Cotton Textile 3rd Factory, was the largest employer in the capital. Li Debao had grown up in the factory's housing area and had earned quite a reputation there. The encircling group remained silent, parting to allow Su Lin and Xiangzi to step forward. Su Lin confronted Li Debao, saying, "Grandson, do you still remember me? Did you ever expect to be caught by me here?" Seeing Su Lin and Xiangzi, Li Debao scoffed, "I thought who it could be, but it's just you. How's your head? Still hurting? Should I crack it open again? All you have left is bravado," Su Lin retorted disdainfully. "How about we settle this one-on-one? Whoever loses must call the other grandpa." Bullying with numbers is hardly a feat. Realizing the disadvantage of numbers, Li Debao hesitated to engage in a brawl, especially as he had a cherished companion among his ranks, one he had only recently taken a liking to, and he was reluctant to risk her safety. "What is the point of talking? Have her come forward and face us." Indeed, what are these characters Li Debao and Li Dequan? They should be well aware of the consequences of provoking us. Before Su Lin could utter a word, his companions were already filled with righteous indignation, clamoring to deal with Li Debao. "Li Debao, I shall not bully you today, since you and those 2 rascals have wronged me. You 3 must kneel and call me grandfather thrice, and each take 2 hits from a soda bottle. Then we shall consider this matter settled," Su Lin remarked with a smile. "To hell with you." Li Dequan could no longer contain his anger. In front of his confidant and younger disciples, his pride was paramount. Having been humiliated repeatedly by Su Lin, he felt his dignity crumbling and, in a fit of rage, drew his armed belt and swung it towards Su Lin. Chapter 63. Does anyone have any objections? Li Debao, in a fit of fury, swung his belt at Su Lin. However, Xiangzi was quick to react and pulled Su Lin aside just in time. Yet, the belt still struck another member of the courtyard, a sharp steel tip gleaming as it landed harshly on his shoulder, eliciting a pained cry. The agony of an unexpected blow is often the most severe. Nonetheless, Li Debao was notorious for his resilience and extensive experience in brawls. He understood that when outnumbered, the best strategy was to subdue one opponent swiftly to intimidate the others. Thus, the unfortunate youth became the target of Li Debao's wrath. With the belt knocking him to the ground, Li Debao pinned him down, raining blows upon him like a torrential downpour, leaving the young man to shield his head and wail. His cries served as a clarion call, inciting both factions to abandon restraint. Soon, short sticks and knives were drawn, and chaos erupted. Li Debao was indeed a man of loyalty. Otherwise, he could not have maintained his status as a local powerhouse. While wielding his belt, he shouted, "Ertzi, Dequan, take them and run. They're after me, so hurry. Xiao Hong, you too, flee quickly." His beloved, known as Xiao Hong, was caught in the fray. At that moment, the dancing youths became aware of the brawl. But such occurrences were not uncommon, happening at least 2 or 3 times a week. Hence, they watched with casual indifference, while only the timid sought refuge, fearing the splatter of blood. Yet, none of Li Debao's subordinates fled. Even Xiao Hong, though terrified, cried out for the fighting to cease, showing no intent to escape alone. Wang Dashan observed this and found Li Debao somewhat intriguing, noting the loyalty of his followers. As the 2 sides clashed, bricks and sticks flew, while blades glinted amid the fray. Before long, some lay on the ground, victims of brick strikes or knife wounds. However, both factions refrained from using sharp weapons, fearing a fatality that would escalate the situation. The chaos of the fight was nothing remarkable. It was simply a matter of wielding whatever one had, striking at the enemy when seen, and retreating when struck. After all, it was a grand melee, and both sides allowed for some leeway. However, Su Lin and his companions were numerous. Nearly each one faced an opponent, and in a matter of moments, all 6 of Li Debao's underlings lay sprawled on the ground. Without exception, their skulls brutally fractured. Li Debao himself could not endure for long, as he was soon overwhelmed by a throng of assailants, encircled and pummeled relentlessly. Desperately, he shielded his head, yet his body bore the scars of blunt instruments and knives. Realizing they had subdued the situation, Su Lin and his group ceased their assault and dragged Li Debao and the others out of the dance hall. They could no longer remain there. The police were bound to arrive imminently. At that moment, the cultural palace had no police presence as its security fell under the jurisdiction of the Forbidden City Precinct. The precinct was located within the West Morning Room inside the inner gate, not far from the cultural palace, less than 100 meters away. Considering the time it would take for the cultural palace's staff to report the incident, it would only take about 10 minutes for them to make the round trip. However, fights escalate rapidly, particularly when 20 or so individuals confront 6 or 7. Within merely 5 minutes, Li Debao and his entourage were dragged outside the ballroom, bloodied and battered. Wang Dashan and others followed suit, curious to see what further antics Su Lin and his group might devise. Su Lin's group took Li Debao and his companions to an alley off Nanchizi Street, where they forced them to kneel in a row, slapping each face in turn, even sparing none, including the hapless Xiao. Li Debao was afforded special treatment, with several individuals continuing to assault him. Li Debao held a certain reputation in Shijiao City, and Wang Dashan perceived that these youths sought to bolster their own notoriety by trampling on Li Debao's. Contemplating this, Wang Dashan approached with Li Yuanchao and 2 others, calling out, "Su Lin, that's enough. Killing only requires a light touch. Let them go. There is no need for such humiliation." Yet, before Su Lin could notice Wang Dashan, a bystander scoffed, "Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Are you here to plead for Li Debao? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Dashan, undeterred, merely shot a menacing glare at the young man, causing him to tremble in response. At that moment, Su Lin stepped forward, recognizing Wang Dashan, exclaiming in delight, "Dashan, divine being, what brings you here? I've come to take you back. Enough is enough. Vengeance has been exacted, and reputations have been established. There is no need to escalate this further," Wang Dashan replied as he approached. Upon hearing someone plead for Li Debao, several of those surrounding him paused. Looking at Li Debao, he was utterly unrecognizable, his face a canvas of blood, resembling a grotesque caricature. His features were so distorted that his mouth could barely close. Saliva mixed with blood dripped down in a steady stream. "Who are you?" Which old hag left her pants undone, revealing you? "What right do you have to speak here?" Before Su Lin could respond, a young man, who had previously received a beating from Li Debao, spoke with a mocking tone. At this moment, Li Yuanchao's temper flared, and he inquired of Wang Dashan, "Dashan, should we deal with him?" Wang Dashan cast a calming glance at him and continued to speak to Su Lin. "Su Lin, there is no need to take a life over a trivial grudge. Have you considered the pain your parents and sister would endure if something were to happen to you?" After pointing at Li Debao, he added, "Look at the state he is in. It's best to show mercy. If you were to truly end his life, wouldn't you find yourselves on the run?" Su Lin remained silent, primarily because he felt somewhat cornered. His friends were eager to avenge him, and he feared they would regard him with disdain if he were to spare their adversary. After all, Wang Dashan was not well known in the capital, and none of them were aware of his background. Fortunately, it could be argued that he had already avenged himself, thus maintaining some semblance of face. He finally spoke, "Dashan, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Even if I were to forgive him, my friends would not. I can overlook it, but only if you allow my friends to do the same. Let him go today." Wang Dashan nodded and approached Li Debao, who was kneeling on the ground, and checked his breath. Li Debao seemed to sense someone advocating for him. Lifting his gaze to Wang Dashan, his eyes filled with gratitude. At that moment, the young man who had previously insulted Wang Dashan grew frustrated at being ignored. He had been struck on the shoulder by Li Debao's belt and was deeply incensed. Seeing Wang Dashan disregard him, he felt slighted and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "What business is it of yours? I'll kill him, and let us see what you can do about it." With that, he raised the brick in his hand, ready to strike Li Debao. Li Debao, having lost all strength to evade, could only await the brick's descent upon him. Just then, Wang Dashan lifted his right leg and executed a swift kick, sending the brick flying from the young man's grasp. The young man felt a sharp pain in his hand, and, as he watched the brick soar away, he stood frozen in shock. Wang Dashan retracted his leg, his gaze icy as he addressed the crowd. "I have stated that this matter ends here. Does anyone have objections?" Li Yuanchao, Li Hongjun, and Su Jiangwo stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Wang Dashan. At that moment, The trio exuded an aura akin to the formidable Zhang Fei before the Changban Bridge, instilling a sense of awe that rendered the group of young men mute. Observing this, Su Lin recognized that his friends had been cowed. Wang Dashan's decisive kick had been impressively executed, indicating his prowess as a practitioner, which set him apart from the others. They were all bewildered by the emergence of such a figure in Shizhou City. Thus, Su Lin conceded, "All right, Dashan, I will heed your counsel. Let this matter rest. I will visit Grandma Yuan tomorrow." With that, he signaled for his friends to leave. Once they distanced themselves from Wang Dashan, Su Lin's friends eagerly inquired, "Dalin, who is he? How come we've never heard of him? How do you know him?" Su Lin, of course, could not reveal that he had only just met Wang Dashan that day, nor could he downplay Wang Dashan's stature, fearing it would diminish his own reputation. Instead, he replied, "He is a remarkable individual, a figure of great significance. We must not provoke him." As the crowd pressed for details, Su Lin could only respond vaguely, stating that his family had forbidden him to speak. This revelation caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. Those who played alongside Su Lin came from families less affluent than his, which allowed him to stand out among his peers. Upon hearing that even Su Lin's family had warned him against divulging Wang Dashan's identity, they assumed that Wang Dashan possessed a mysterious background and significant influence. Reflecting on their own cowardly demeanor in front of Wang Dashan, they were overcome with a sense of frustration. To maintain the dignity of their social circle, they began to emphasize Wang Dashan's remarkable qualities whenever the topic arose. Henceforth, the name Xinxian, as referred to by Su Lin, echoed throughout the elite circles of the capital, synonymous with Wang Dashan. Turning our attention back to Wang Dashan. After Su Lin and his companions departed, Li Debao's subordinates quickly rose to their feet, with Xiao Hong rushing over to assess Li Debao's injuries. Fortunately, the injuries among the group were not severe. Even Erzi and Daquan had merely suffered minor head wounds that had ceased bleeding. Wang Dashan approached Li Debao, inquiring about his condition. Li Debao, unable to articulate clearly due to his swollen face, likely having lost a few teeth, struggled to respond. Wang Dashan took his pulse and examined his eyelids, concluding that there were no major issues. He turned to Li Debao's subordinates and instructed, "Take him to the hospital without delay. Do not neglect his injuries. In the future, steer clear of those elite youths. They have powerful backing, and you cannot afford to provoke them." The subordinates, hesitant and reluctant to act, appeared troubled. Finally, Erzi, unable to bear the sight any longer, admitted, "We have no money and cannot dare to inform our families." In this era, these streetwise youths found their pockets emptier than their faces. If they had money, who would choose to live such a life? Their means of earning were limited to extorting money from others today and taking a beating for someone tomorrow, or perhaps stealing a bit of wire to sell for a few drinks. Thus, when Wang Dashan suggested they take Li Debao to the hospital, each of them wore an expression of distress. It wasn't that they were unwilling. Li Debao was indeed a commendable older brother, but they genuinely lacked funds. However, Xiao Hong, without hesitation, approached Wang Dashan and said, "Brother, could you lend us some money? We promise to repay you. Just give us an address, and once we gather the funds, we will ensure that Baoga personally comes to express our gratitude." She then bowed to Wang Dashan. Seeing this, Li Debao's subordinates followed suit and bowed as well. It seemed that Li Debao was indeed a worthy older brother. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dashan, without hesitation, retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Hong, saying, "You can find me at the railway guest house, but I may not be in the capital for long." Chapter 64. An evening glow. Why did Wang Dashan choose to save Li Debao? He was reluctant to witness Su Lin and his associates bring about loss of life due to trivial vendettas. Not to mention that it was Wang Dashan who informed Su Lin about Li Debao's visit to the Cultural Palace's dance hall that evening. Should anything happen to Li Debao, it would undoubtedly implicate him. Given the connection between Su Lin's family and Grandma Yuan, Wang Dashan could not idly stand by and watch him come to harm. Furthermore, Wang Dashan's quest to locate his mother necessitated a multitude of informants and eyes on the ground. Sometimes, the local ruffians could be quite useful. These individuals valued brotherhood and loyalty, and with a modest incentive, they would serve you with unwavering dedication. From what he observed of Li Debao's subordinates, they were a loyal bunch, and if they could be turned to his advantage, it would indeed be beneficial. Moreover, the 1980s heralded a renewed focus on private property issues. It would not be long before previously seized and occupied properties would be returned, and private transactions would be permitted. In other words, in a few months, many of the Western courtyard houses and shops would no longer belong to the state, but would be restored to their original owners. At that point, these properties would be freely tradable. Numerous reincarnation novels depict protagonists amassing wealth and subsequently purchasing multiple courtyard houses in the capital. Little do they realize that, at least until next year, acquiring such properties would be impossible, as the houses in the capital were still state-owned and had not been returned to private hands, let alone sold. If they were sold, where would the government offices currently occupying them relocate? What about the tenants assigned by the neighborhood committees and street offices? Thus, one of Wang Dashan's motivations for rescuing Li Debao was to ensure he could assist him in scouting for courtyards and shops throughout the capital in the future. He lacked the time and resources for such an endeavor, making it efficient and convenient to enlist a local insider for the task. The following morning, Wang Dashan set up his stall once again to sell chicken stewed with mushrooms and wild fungi. This time, he was stationed at the headquarters courtyard, and business remained as robust as ever. By 10 a.m., all 15 roosters had sold out, leaving many in line disappointed. Wang Dashan promptly returned to the guest house, prepared 15 more chickens, and instructed Li Yuanchao and the others to continue selling at the headquarters in the afternoon. By around 11 a.m., 200 pounds of wild mushrooms were also sold out. He could distinctly sense that the purchasing power at the headquarters was stronger than that at the Air Force and Navy courtyards. Upon returning to the guest house for lunch, Wang Dashan seized the opportunity during his break to convene a small meeting with his associates, primarily to discuss plans for the next batch of goods once the current stock was depleted. He intended to expand the business of selling wild mushrooms. It was clear that Li Hongjun and Su Jiangwo would not suffice for the undertaking. In the future, he would no longer sell chicken stewed with mushrooms. Instead, he would focus solely on selling wild mushrooms and various mountain goods from Dabashan, such as chestnuts and pine nuts. At that juncture, he planned to hire additional staff, procure more donkey carts, and seek out fixed locations for his stalls, thereby creating a scale effect. The vehicles are to undergo a uniform paint job adorned with the brand, ensuring that customers are aware of its existence. Once we establish a shop, we will gain recognition, and our business will undoubtedly thrive compared to individual sales. Wang Dashan shared his thoughts with a few individuals, all of whom responded positively. Naturally, this is the most fundamental logic of business for the future. However, in this era, a comprehensive commercial theory has yet to be established, and many have not yet conceived such ideas. Yet, after listening, Li Hongjun pondered for a moment and inquired, Dashan, while your ideas are commendable, there is a crucial question. How shall we hire staff? If we end up employing unreliable individuals, we risk losing both our vehicles and goods, which would be a significant loss for us. It is evident that Li Hongjun possesses a certain commercial acumen. Rest assured, Wang Dashan replied. We will hire friends and relatives from our circle. They will not act recklessly due to their connection with the introducer. Furthermore, our wages will certainly be higher than those employed in menial tasks, which will incentivize them to prefer a stable income over transient jobs. However, we must maintain strict oversight and sound financial management. For every item distributed today, we must ensure the equivalent return tomorrow. This is a principle that must be adhered to. After hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. In truth, the essence of business lies in having a leader to take initiative, as well as the danger of merely contemplating without action. In this age, taking action guarantees profit. Now, with Wang Dashan guiding them from Dabashan to Beijing, they have forged a path and all have profited, filling their hearts with ambition to remain in the capital. However, Li Yuanchao cannot stay. He has a gravely ill mother to care for. After the meeting, Li Yuanchao and two others continued to set up their stall, while Wang Dashan made his way to Grandma Yuan's home. Upon arriving, he found Grandma Yuan playing a laugh from the sea alongside Wang Shichong and two unfamiliar individuals. Grandma Yuan played the zither, Wang Shichong played the flute, one unfamiliar man played the eru, and another played the pipa. Although all were well past their 60s with graying hair, they played with smiles, displaying an elegant and carefree demeanor reminiscent of a hero of the rivers and lakes. It seemed Grandma Yuan had crafted her own arrangement. This rendition closely resembled the original, yet possessed distinct nuances, exuding a sense of tranquility, as if retreating from the world. As the piece concluded, Wang Dashan applauded enthusiastically, praising, Grandma, your composition is splendid, and the gentlemen play beautifully. This piece is utterly delightful. Upon noticing Wang Dashan's presence, Grandma Yuan beamed and remarked, It is your melody that inspired me. Without it, I could not have created such a fine composition." Clearly, Grandma Yuan was pleased. She then introduced Wang Dashan to the two elderly gentlemen, referring to him as her grandson. Both elders praised Wang Dashan for his talent and character. These gentlemen were colleagues of Grandma Yuan at the Music Research Institute and also good friends of Wang Shichong and his wife. Wang Shichong, upon seeing Wang Dashan, smiled and said, "Dashan, your composition is wonderful. It truly echoes my sentiments. In solitude, I seek defeat, laughing in the face of the world, as this melody encapsulates the unrestrained spirit of the rivers and lakes. I wish to compose a set of lyrics to accompany a melody. Yet despite several drafts penned throughout the morning, none have satisfied my artistic yearning. I find I must ponder further. Do you have any insights to share?" Wang Dashan replied earnestly, "Grandfather, to be candid, I do possess a set of lyrics specifically crafted for this tune. Would you allow the esteemed musicians to perform it once more while I sing?" "Oh, you truly have composed lyrics? Pray, sing them for us," he urged. Then turned to the other elderly gentlemen. "Shall we play it again?" The elders were somewhat incredulous. That Wang Dashan had written lyrics piqued their curiosity, and they readily consented. As Wang Shichong began to play the flute, the prelude concluded, and Wang Dashan commenced his singing. The vast sea laughs, the tides surge on both shores. Drifting with the waves, we recall this day. Heaven laughs, the world's tides tumultuous. Who triumphs and who falters, only heaven knows. The rivers and mountains smile. Shrouded in mist, how many worldly sorrows have the waves washed away? The gentle breeze chuckles, stirring solitude, yet the remnants of fervor linger in the evening glow. The common folk smile, no longer in desolation, their passion still resonates in joyous laughter. Upon the conclusion of his song, the musicians fell into a profound silence. And after a lengthy pause, applause erupted. Wang Shichong, filled with excitement, rose to his feet, enthusiastically praising Wang Dashan. "Splendid, truly splendid. The rivers and mountains smile. Shrouded in mist, how many worldly sorrows have the waves washed away? The gentle breeze chuckles, stirring solitude, yet the remnants of fervor linger in the evening glow." Such exquisite lyrics encapsulate the essence of our generation. Dashan, I thank you. You have articulated our solace and our regrets. As he spoke, tears welled in Wang Shichong's eyes. Wang Dashan hurriedly reassured him, "Grandfather, if you and the others enjoy it, that is enough for me. These lyrics are penned for venerable heroes like you, and do not warrant your gratitude. Henceforth, this song is a gift to you. Sing it whenever you wish. I believe it would be delightful for you all to sing together. My youth renders me incapable of conveying the depth and richness within the melody. Indeed, splendid. Dashan, your idea is marvelous," Grandma Yuan chimed in joyfully. The prospect of the elders singing this song together would indeed be a cherished moment in life. They say true companions are rare, but kindred spirits are even more elusive. This chapter is dedicated to the esteemed Mr. Huang Zhan. One elder remarked, with this song, "We shall raise a toast. Old Wang, tonight we shall drink at your home. You prepare the meal, and Dashan shall join us for a drink. Today has been truly delightful." Wang Shichong laughed heartily. "You old rascal, if you crave my cooking, just say so without using my grandson as an excuse." "Very well. Since today brings joy, I shall grant you a meal." With that, laughter filled the air. As they continued their banter, Su Lin and Suzy arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged woman who, judging by her closeness to Suzy, was likely their mother. Chapter 65. Which young maiden does not harbor romantic yearnings? The Su family of 3 visited Grandma Yuan's home. Suzy came to learn the piano, while Su Lin sought out Wang Dashan. And their mother came to see him as well. The previous evening, upon returning home, Su Lin had faced a few sharp reprimands from his mother wielding a broom. From a young age, Su Lin was a mischievous child, frequently embroiled in trouble, whether it was beating up this person or that one, often leading to adults bringing him home. His father was perpetually busy with work and seldom at home, leaving his mother to bow and apologize profusely to the other parents each time. Throughout his formative years, Su Lin had no inkling of the countless troubles he had caused, nor the substantial sums of money he had cost others. Last night, he returned home with a bleeding head, startling his mother, who, after much inquiry, learned he had been in a fight at the cultural center. Initially, she felt sympathy for her son, who had been injured, but Su Lin, with a sense of pride, proclaimed that he had sent his assailant to the hospital. In an instant, her anger flared, fearing yet another financial burden. and she picked up a broom to strike him while sobbing, exclaiming, "I warned you to behave. I'll beat you to death. You're driving me mad." Su Lin dodged and pleaded, "Mother, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please stop, I beg you." Meanwhile, Su Zi chimed in, "You deserve it. Didn't Wang Dashan tell you not to go out yesterday? You brought this upon yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Lin's mother halted her actions and inquired about the situation. Suzy recounted how Wang Dashan had read Su Lin's fortune, with disbelief etched on her face. Su Lin's mother was still uneasy, fearing that her son had severely harmed someone. After much questioning, Su Lin reluctantly revealed that Wang Dashan had been present and had ultimately rescued the individual. This quelled her inquiries for the moment. Suzy further mentioned that Wang Dashan was recognized as the grandson of Granny Yuan, who often praised him. Logically, as a middle-aged woman, Su Lin's mother should not have been particularly interested in a youth like Wang Dashan, yet his extraordinary talent in fortune-telling had captivated her. Not only had he foreseen Su Lin's impending misfortune, but he had also predicted that the person who had attacked Su Lin would appear at the cultural center that evening. Overwhelmed by incredulity and driven by curiosity, she decided to accompany her children to Granny Yuan's home. Su Lin's mother intended to express her gratitude to Wang Dashan and inquire about Li Debao's circumstances, hoping to avoid future troubles. Upon their arrival, Granny Yuan, seeing the trio, quickly emerged to ask about the situation. Upon learning that Su Lin's mother had come to visit after hearing of her new grandson, she warmly invited them to sit. Spotting Wang Dashan, Su Lin eagerly ran over, grinning broadly as he greeted him. "Dashan, immortal, you're really here." Wang Dashan, both amused and exasperated, looked at the bandage on Su Lin's head and asked, "Is your head feeling better? You haven't been knocked silly, have you?" Su Lin shrugged it off. "Oh, what is the big deal? I'm tough as nails, it's just a scrape." Suzy, on the other hand, merely glanced at Wang Dashan without speaking, appearing somewhat bashful. Observing Wang Dashan's handsome and refined appearance, with his hair elegantly styled, Su Lin's mother felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him before. However, she was certain she had never encountered him, prompting her to steal a few more glances before smiling and asking, "So, this is Dashan, the new grandson of Aunt Yuan? He truly is handsome. He possesses an aura akin to that of a figure from a painting." Wang Dashan promptly greeted her, and Granny Yuan introduced, "Dashan, this is Su Lin's mother. You can call her Aunt Shun." Wang Dashan called out Aunt Shun once more, and Su's mother responded with a warm smile. Subsequently, she inquired, "Dashan, I heard from Dalan that you rescued someone last night. Is that person all right?" "Rest assured, Aunt Shun, that individual is fine. They only sustained minor injuries and will recover in a few days." Understanding her unspoken concerns, Wang Dashan reassured her, "That's good to hear, indeed. But, Aunt Shun, you're not worried that he might retaliate against Dalan, are you?" "That's my concern," she replied anxiously. "I doubt it. Once he feels better, he will seek me out, and I will speak with him to resolve this matter amicably. Both parties share blame. It is best to dissolve enmity rather than foster it. In the future, Su Lin should avoid acting impulsively." Wang Dashan, too, hoped that Li Debao would refrain from seeking revenge on Su Lin, as his temperament would undoubtedly lead to endless conflict. Essentially, the children of the courtyard looked down upon the children of workers, with a father wielding power and influence. How could one allow a mere bachelor to rise in stature before them? Therefore, if Li Debao sought vengeance, it would surely backfire on him. Not to mention, should Su Lin become enraged, he could easily recruit a few comrades from the army, don civilian clothes, and Li Debao's gang would be in for a rough time. You might not believe it, but come the weekend, most of the brawls on the streets involve soldiers. Rest assured, I will ensure Su Lin does not provoke that person again. If he dares to stir trouble, I shall have his father send him to the army, Aunt Shun promised. "Thank you, Aunt Shun, for your concern," Wang Dashan replied with a nod, choosing not to speak further. Aunt Shun then turned to converse with Granny Yuan. Seeing that his mother had ceased her conversation with Wang Dashan, Su Lin hurriedly approached and asked, "Master, why did you save Li Debao last night?" Wang Dashan glanced at him and replied, "Su Lin, you are about to enter your 3rd year of high school, correct?" Su Lin nodded, a puzzled expression on his face as he asked, "Yes, what's the matter? Do you find this way of life to be enjoyable?" Wang Dashan inquired. "Why wouldn't it be? I find it quite interesting. Let me tell you, in this area, when people mention Su Lin, it carries weight. No one dares to challenge me. Truly," Su Lin boasted proudly. "Do you possess wealth? Can you buy anything you desire? Can you live the life you wish?" Can you eat what you want and play as you please? Do you think that merely being a local ruffian in the capital reassures your parents? Does it ease their minds? Or do you believe that in recent years, the number of local ruffians who have met their demise in the capital is insufficient? Wang Dashan posed these soul-searching questions to Su Lin. Silence enveloped Su Lin as he began to contemplate. Wang Dashan continued, I have wealth, immense wealth, beyond your imagination. If Li Debao were to challenge me, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I could simply offer him 1,000 yuan, and he would lose a leg. With 10,000 yuan, I could purchase his life. Do you believe it? Do you think that even if Li Debao is formidable and influential in Shizhou City, he could ever match me? As he spoke, Wang Dashan patted Su Lin on the shoulder and continued, reflect on my words. In the future, it's not about who is more ruthless, but rather who possesses greater wealth. Without money, you remain merely a petty thug, but with wealth, everyone must address you as sir. Once you grasp this truth, come find me, and I shall guide you to prosperity. With that, he turned his attention away from Su Lin and headed to the kitchen to assist Wang Shichang with the cooking. Wang Dashan's words struck Su Lin profoundly. He was uncertain whether Wang Dashan's assertions were entirely accurate, yet he recognized their inherent truth. He understood why those petty thugs roamed the streets and why he and his peers from the affluent courtyards also ventured into the world. They had no worries about food or drink. Their desires lay in garnering respect from others. Frankly, for individuals like them, engaging in such activities yielded little tangible benefit. Even when they did gain something, it was merely the fleeting satisfaction of vanity. Conversely, those petty thugs came from impoverished backgrounds, lacking educational opportunities and financial resources, often struggling to secure a meal. With numerous younger siblings to care for, if they did not resort to such lifestyles, they would have nowhere to live, let alone enough to eat. This marked the fundamental difference between the youths of the courtyards and the common folk, highlighting the irreconcilable conflict between the two social strata. Upon reflecting on this, realization dawned upon him. He turned to his sister and said, Sister, I believe Wang Dashan is truly formidable. He possesses a unique ability to make his reasoning resonate with us. He is indeed quite the sage, almost supernatural. I've made up my mind. He shall be my close friend from now on, and I will heed his counsel. How about this? You should marry him, then he will listen to you. And by extension, to me as well. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Susie's face flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but pinch Su Lin, exclaiming, You're insufferable. What nonsense are you spouting? She had indeed overheard the conversation between Wang Dashan and Su Lin, including the impressive demeanor Wang Dashan had displayed before the group of courtyard youths the night before, which Su Lin had vividly recounted. For the first time, a handsome young man, unfamiliar yet captivating, flickered in the depths of her youthful heart. In an era where a girl of her age was expected to be preparing for marriage, Susie found herself in a state of innocent bewilderment. Yet, could a young girl truly be devoid of romantic feelings? As the wind picked up, it stirred the tranquil waters of spring. In the fragrant paths where mandarin ducks tread, her heart fluttered with the budding blossoms. Unbeknownst to Wang Dashan, who was merely assisting Wang Shichang with the cooking, Susie's thoughts were drifting elsewhere. Much like his diligent efforts in the Taoist temple at Bilongu, he endeavored to fulfill the responsibilities expected of a junior. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood a fundamental truth. One must act in accordance with one's station in life to earn the affection of others. Thus, before Wang Shichang and Grandma Yuan, Wang Dashan endeavored to embody the role of a devoted grandson, not out of a desire for social climbing, but from genuine compassion for the 2 elderly individuals who, after a lifetime of toil, had never quite found fulfillment. In the afternoon, the Su family of 3 did not dine at Fangjiawen No. 3. They returned home early. Aunt Chen felt a sense of suspicion along the way, as she could not shake the feeling that Wang Dashan seemed familiar, as if she had encountered him before. Yet she could not recall any specific details. The trio remained silent during the journey, each lost in their own thoughts. Aunt Chen contemplated Wang Dashan's appearance. Su Lin pondered his words, and Susie found herself inexplicably delighted by his presence. Meanwhile, at Fangjiawen No. 3, Wang Dashan attentively attended to the elderly gentleman at the dining table, pouring wine and serving dishes, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Both of Grandma Yuan's colleagues praised Wang Dashan's remarkable character, which brought immense joy to Wang Shichang and Grandma Yuan. As the revelry continued, the elderly gentleman sang a duet of a laugh from the vast sea, showcasing his carefree and bold spirit. Wang Dashan applauded enthusiastically, delighted by the elderly gentleman's happiness. Chapter 66. The wealthy Wang Dashan. Upon returning to the guest house that evening, the brothers calculated the day's earnings. They had sold a total of 350 pounds of mountain mushrooms and 30 chickens stewed with mushrooms, yielding excellent business results. Wang Dashan received 474 yuan, while Li Yuanzhao and Li Hongjun each received 50 yuan. With this, all the wild mushrooms brought from Debation had been sold. Counting the profits from the sale of lion's mane mushrooms and wild mushrooms, Wang Dashan had earned over 500 yuan in less than 10 days. Achieving the status of a wealthy individual, not including the money from selling ginseng. This journey had essentially been a lucrative endeavor. Now that the ginseng had been successfully sold and the mushrooms fetched a good price, the group felt immensely relieved and filled with anticipation for future ventures in mountain goods. Wang Dashan planned to stay for 3 more days. Why 3 more days? Firstly, Li Hongjun and the others had not yet fully explored the capital. They had yet to climb the Great Wall or visit the Summer Palace and the Old Summer Palace. Wang Dashan decided to grant them 2 days off to thoroughly enjoy the sights, with all expenses covered by him, as he had promised before their arrival. Secondly, Wang Dashan wished to wait for Li Debao to see if he would come to him. Wang Dashan intended to recruit him, but if the affection were unrequited, he would not press the matter. Lastly, he needed to procure goods from the Beijing department store. The significance of the Beijing department store in the hearts of the nation is unparalleled. The day the Beijing department store officially opened marked a pivotal event in the commercial history of the capital. It was the first large department store funded by the state, renowned as the first store in the nation. On its opening day, over 164,000 people flocked to the establishment, achieving daily sales of 309 million yuan. To comprehend the magnitude of a 309 million yuan sales figure at that time, it equated to the daily gross product of an ordinary county in 1980. The turnover of a single department store in one day could rival an entire county's daily production value, a statistic that was astonishing in that era. Thus, it contributed to the prevailing notion of protecting the capital and, in turn, safeguarding the department store. The Jingqing City Department Store was the only retail establishment at the time capable of sourcing goods nationwide, offering a plethora of items that were seldom found even at their places of production. It was commonly said among the locals that if you could not find it at the Jingqing City Department Store, there was no point in searching elsewhere. Another advantage of this establishment was that certain items could be purchased without the need for industrial coupons, and even high-quality cotton garments did not require fabric tickets. During this era, numerous visitors from outside the city deemed climbing the Great Wall, savoring roast duck, and exploring the Jingqing City Department Store as essential experiences when traveling in the capital, underscoring the department store's significant influence. Early the next morning, Wang Dashan arrived at Grandma Yuan's house. He intended to procure some items from the department store and wanted to inquire if Grandma Yuan needed anything, offering to purchase those items for her or even take her along. However, to his surprise, Suzy was also present, having come early to practice the piano. Typically, she arrived in the afternoon, but for reasons unknown, she wished to come earlier, even hoping to see that young man. Upon hearing that Wang Dashan was heading to the department store, Grandma Yuan, having no particular needs and reluctant to venture out, merely cautioned him to be vigilant, as the department store was notorious for pickpockets, advising him to keep his money secure to avoid theft. After a moment of contemplation, Grandma Yuan realized that Wang Dashan had only just arrived in the capital and might not even be familiar with the routes. Concerned for his safety, she suggested, "Dashan, let Suzy accompany you. You young people share common interests, and I would feel reassured knowing she is with you." Turning to Suzy, she added, "Suzy, will you accompany Dashan? He is unfamiliar with the area, and having you with him puts my mind at ease." Wang Dashan looked at Suzy with some hesitation, worried about interrupting her piano practice. In truth, he harbored no particular feelings for her at that moment. She was only 15, still a child, akin to an unripe fruit, too sour to be consumed without guilt. Moreover, he preferred a more mature figure. Yet, Suzy seemed to misconstrue Wang Dashan's apprehensive expression as one of anticipation, causing her to feel a sudden joy, and she shyly nodded in agreement. Thus, Wang Dashan and Suzy set off together to explore Wangfujing. The distance was not far, approximately under 5 kilometers, and they opted to stroll rather than take a cart, meandering towards Wangfujing Street. The silence on the journey felt somewhat awkward. Suzy was shy, and Wang Dashan was at a loss for words. Seeking to break the silence, he ventured, Suzy, which grade are you in now that school has started? I should be starting high school, Suzy replied softly. High school is great. You are more educated than I am. I only completed junior high and haven't pursued further studies. You will surely be able to attend Tsinghua University, Wang Dashan said earnestly. Why did you stop attending school? The young girl could not help but ask. In our area, high school is located in the county, which is quite far. My family consists only of my grandfather and me, and he is quite elderly. I must take care of him, so I decided not to continue my studies, he explained. Now I am also learning some ancestral medical skills from my grandfather, which can be considered as continuing my education, Wang Dashan explained. The young girl felt a twinge of sympathy, realizing how challenging life must be for Wang Dashan, who not only had to care for his grandfather, but also engage in business to support his family. Yet, Wang Dashan felt a profound joy. What was the purpose of school? Hadn't he already sufficiently completed his studies in his previous life upon graduating from graduate school? Thus, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. Wearing a natural smile, in Suzy's eyes, Wang Dashan appeared to be a responsible and optimistic youth, which only deepened her admiration for him. The two of them strolled towards Wang Fujing, encountering vendors selling candied hawthorn and sesame candy. Wang Dashan bought some and offered them to Suzy. Initially, she declined, but ultimately acquiesced to his insistence. As they munched on snacks and chatted along the way, their bond grew considerably closer. Upon arriving at the department store, Wang Dashan's actions astonished Suzy, leaving her increasingly perplexed by him. The first floor of the department store primarily dealt in daily necessities such as toiletries, cosmetics, enamel and aluminum products, leather goods, hardware, appliances, and food and beverages. The second floor featured photographic equipment, stationery, musical instruments, fashion, textiles, carpets, and lighting decor. The third floor was dedicated to wool, silk, various garments, and fur products, while the western section specialized in watches, jewelry, and tailored clothing, offering a staggering array of over 30,000 products, finding little of utility on the ground floor. As the Wang family's ancestral home lacked electricity and thus appliances were of no use, Wang Dashan led Suzy straight to the second floor. Upon spotting a watch, he purchased it. Upon seeing a camera, he bought it. And for a hero pen, he made the same choice. Many items were produced in Shanghai, such as Shanghai watches and Seagull cameras. A Shanghai watch priced around 130 yuan, while a Seagull camera could range from 380 to 550 yuan depending on the model. And the hero pens were priced between 51 to 55 yuan. Wang Dashan spent with unblinking eyes, purchasing anything he fancied with a sense of extravagance. The sales clerks were unfazed. After all, the capital's department store was a coveted destination for many, and purchasing a variety of items here was not uncommon. However, Suzy was taken aback, having never witnessed anyone spend money so freely. She couldn't help but urge Wang Dashan to buy less. Wang Dashan merely smiled in response, continuing his shopping without restraint, prompting Suzy to relinquish her concerns. He acquired 3 watches, 2 for men and 1 for women. He purchased 1 camera along with nearly 10 rolls of film and 3 hero pens. He also bought several sets of sheets and duvet covers. Feeling that the bedding from Northeast China was rather unrefined and uncomfortable, thus he opted for a few additional sets. Subsequently, they ascended to the 3rd floor to continue their shopping spree. He bought a leather coat, 3 for men and 1 for a woman, along with Zhongshan suits, trousers, shirts, sweaters, and even cotton-padded coats, selecting several sets tailored to his and his grandfather's sizes. Having completed their purchases, Wang Dashan led Suzy to the 1st floor, where he first acquired a leather suitcase, and subsequently began to procure cigarettes, liquor, and various provisions. He purchased Zhonghua cigarettes, Dakiaman cigarettes, mitai, erguotu, luncheon meat, canhairtail, biscuits, and milk powder, among other items, acquiring everything within reach. Some of these items were intended as gifts, such as milk, while others were for his own consumption. This extensive shopping spree cost Wang Dashan nearly 3,000 yuan, leaving Suzy utterly astonished and momentarily speechless, finally regaining her composure after a considerable pause. She mused to herself about the extraordinary nature of this man. How could he possess such wealth? A boy from the mountains, who had only recently recognized Granny Yuan as his grandmother. How could he afford so many items? Yet, the reality before her was undeniable, deepening the mystery surrounding Wang Dashan and amplifying her curiosity towards him. A girl should not harbor curiosity about a man, for once curiosity arises, it marks the beginning of entrapment. Poor Suzy found herself ensnared in the throes of this intrigue. Once they exited Wang Dashan and Suzy first returned the purchased items to their lodging before Wang Dashan turned to Suzy and said, "Suzy, I have been in the capital for several days now and am about to leave, yet I have yet to dine at Lauemo. Would you accompany me?" At that time, Lauemo was no longer referred to as the Moscow restaurant, but was now known as the Exhibition Hall restaurant. The establishment did not offer knives and forks, red borscht, large loaves of bread, grilled meats, or canned beef. Instead, it served fried rice, rice dishes, and egg drop soup. Although termed a restaurant, it resembled a cafeteria. However, Wang Dashan chose Lauemo for its tranquil atmosphere and pleasant environment. The cuisine was secondary. Suzy was quite perplexed as to why Wang Dashan wished to dine at Lauemo. By then, Lauemo had transformed from its former self. What allure did fried rice and rice dishes hold? She found it difficult to comprehend. Yet, as Wang Dashan was about to depart from the capital, she felt a tinge of reluctance and, upon hearing his desire to eat at Lauemo, nodded in agreement. The distance was somewhat considerable, approximately 10 kilometers from the capital station to the exhibition hall. Wang Dashan borrowed Deng Guofeng's bicycle and, with Suzy, sped along the way. In the rear seat, Suzy felt as if she were cradling a rabbit, her heart racing uncontrollably. Throughout her life, apart from her brother and father, she had never ridden in the back seat of a car with any other man, and while sweetness filled her heart, a hint of nervousness crept in as well. Upon arriving at the exhibition hall, Wang Dashan paid 10 cents to park the bicycle, and the two entered the restaurant together. True to its reputation, even with a name change, the overall ambience and decor remained among the finest in the capital. The revolving wooden doors and the snowflake-styled dome, along with the elongated Western-style dining tables, exuded a strong Russian charm. Most notably, the restaurant featured cozy booths that provided a serene atmosphere. They summoned a waiter and ordered 2 servings of rice dishes, spicy stir-fried meat, kung pao chicken, and Wang Dashan also ordered a separate dish of beef stew with potatoes for Suzy. As the waiter retreated to place their orders, Wang Dashan produced a box and slid it across the table towards Suzy, saying, "This is for you. Thank you for accompanying me this morning. I appreciate you taking time away from your piano practice. For me? Is this the watch you purchased this morning? Did you buy it as a gift for me?" The young girl took the box, opened it, and gazed at the watch, her face radiating unrestrained joy, and her eyes sparkled with desire. However, after a brief moment of admiration, she closed the lid and pushed it back towards Wang Dashan, saying, "I cannot accept this. Thank you, it is far too precious. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift." Truth be told, she longed for it. In this era, any watch, regardless of its type, is considered a luxury. A watch costing over 100 yuan raises the question of how many among us can afford to wear such an amount on their wrist. Many people's marriage dowries consist of 3 essentials and a radio, where the 3 essentials refer to a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a watch. At that time, these items were equivalent to cars and houses a decade later. Thus, one can imagine the watch's value as a treasured possession. Yet, now Wang Dashan, generous in his demeanor, offered her a watch, and even the most unpretentious of girls would find it hard to resist such an allure, especially since it was a gift from a boy she held affection for. Who could refuse a watch from someone they admired? Nevertheless, Suzy held her ground. Despite her yearning, her upbringing instilled in her the principle of not accepting gifts that might lead to others looking down on her, particularly the one she cherished. However, Wang Dashan did not allow her the chance to decline. As a bold young man, he assertively grasped Suzy's delicate hand, intent on fastening the watch around her wrist. Suzy attempted to pull away, but how could she escape the grip of Wang Dashan's strong hand? She felt shy and reserved, yet dared not voice her refusal loudly, resigning herself to let him adorn her wrist with the watch. Once the watch was in place, Wang Dashan held her soft hand to admire it, then remarked with satisfaction, "It looks splendid, and the strap fits perfectly." Suzy's cheeks flushed deeper, and she hurriedly attempted to remove the watch, but just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Wang Dashan playfully threatened her, saying, "You must not take it off. If you do, I will put it on you right in front of the waiter." With no choice, Suzy relented. Wang Dashan chuckled and said, "Now that's the spirit. You've kept me company all morning. This is my gift to you, and you cannot refuse it. If you do, I'll have Su Lin give it to you and claim it's my token of affection." Wang Dashan intended this as a jest. and as someone returning from a decade later, such humor did not seem outrageous. However, he overlooked the fact that this was an era of profound innocence and conservatism. Susie's face grew ever redder. She felt so embarrassed she did not know how to react. She wished to rise and leave, yet was reluctant to part from Wang Dashan. But if she stayed, she feared he might think her shameless. A whirlwind of thoughts spun in her mind. Seeing the color on Susie's face, Wang Dashan realized he had perhaps crossed a line with his joke. He scratched his head and said, I apologize. I was just joking, and I didn't mean to overstep. It was my fault. Please don't be upset. After a lengthy pause, Susie finally replied, You are annoying. Yet, her tone bore no trace of anger, only an abundance of bashfulness. During the meal, Wang Dashan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if Susie's lively, sparkling eyes were constantly fixed upon him, glistening like a spring pool, refreshing yet fervent. Yet, whenever he cast a glance in her direction, that spring pool would inadvertently evade his gaze, offering no glimpse of its allure. After finally finishing the meal, Wang Dashan rode his bicycle with Suji back to the guest house. Along the way, Suji's small hand gently rested on Wang Dashan's waist, provoking a ticklish sensation that he could not discern whether it originated from his waist or his heart. Upon returning to the guest house, Wang Dashan packed 2 leather jackets into a box, took 2 fountain pens, and set off with Suji toward Grandma Yuan's home. Upon their arrival, Wang Dashan presented the leather jackets for Wang Shichang and Grandma Yuan to try on. Grandma Yuan beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy, yet scolded Wang Dashan for frivolously spending money, insisting that they lacked for nothing at home. Wang Shichang was also quite pleased, albeit somewhat bashful, feeling that since the acknowledgement of this grandson, it was they who reaped the benefits, while he provided no assistance to Wang Dashan in return. However, regardless of the circumstances, Wang Dashan's thoughtfulness towards the elderly couple, allowing them to experience familial bliss for the first time, brought him unparalleled joy. After witnessing the elderly couple don the leather jackets, Wang Dashan produced 2 fountain pens, offering them to Wang Shichang and Grandma Yuan, stating, Grandma, I noticed Grandpa's fountain pen is quite worn. I purchased these 2 for you to try. Grandma Yuan quickly declined, saying, Dashan, these fountain pens are rather expensive. You should keep them for yourself. We have everything we need at home, and your grandfather certainly does not lack pens. Was it true that Wang Shichang's household lacked for necessities? In reality, that was not the case. While they might not lack collectibles, they were indeed quite short on daily living essentials. Not to mention, much of their money had been spent on trifles, leading to a rather frugal lifestyle. Wang Shichang's fountain pen was nearly worn down to a nub, yet he could not bear to discard it, continuing to use it diligently. Had it not been for Wang Shichang's friends who often brought him ingredients to showcase his culinary skills, he and Grandma Yuan would likely subsist solely on vegetables and tofu, scarcely affording meat. Wang Dashan hastily insisted, Grandpa, Grandma, please do not refuse. This is my filial piety, and I wish for you to accept it. Wang Shichang chimed in. Very well, I shall accept it, and in return, I have a gift for you as well. Do not dare to refuse, just wait a moment. Moments later, Wang Shichang emerged from the study with a sandalwood box, opening it to reveal a seal. The seal was approximately 10 centimeters square, adorned with the image of a green ox resting on grass. Its hue was a creamy yellow, entirely translucent, akin to solidified honey, exuding a subtle radiance. As Wang Dashan picked up the seal, he noticed the inscription at its base. Taishang de Luo Tian Xian Zi Ji Kachang Sheng Sheng Ji Zhao Ling Tong San Yuan Zheng Ing Yu Su Zong Guan Wu Lei de Zhen Ren Xian Du Jing Wan Shou Di Jun Fain, comprising 37 small seal characters. Is this the Dao Jun treasure seal of Emperor Jiajing? Wang Dashan exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Wang Shichang for confirmation. Wang Shichang nodded, affirming, Indeed, this is the Dao Jun treasure seal of Jiajing. Grandpa, this must be Tian Huang stone, right? Given its translucence and smoothness, it should be the frozen Tian Huang, correct? Wang Dashan inquired further. Indeed, my young friend, it appears you have been engrossed in your studies of late. This is certainly the finest specimen of Tianshan yellow stone. The Tianshan yellow frozen stone, Wang Shichang replied. Grandfather, I cannot accept this. It is the Emperor's seal, far too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Wang Dashan respectfully declined. He truly felt unworthy of such a treasure, which should undoubtedly be classified as a national artifact. To his knowledge, This was the only known seal of the Ming Dynasty Emperor's Taoist name. He had not heard of any others, even setting aside its imperial significance. The sheer worth of this exquisite piece of Tianshan yellow stone was immense. Ancient lore suggested that one tael of Tianshan yellow was equivalent to one tael of gold. But that was in antiquity. By the 1980s, this single piece of Tianshan yellow stone could command a price of 10,000 yuan, undoubtedly attracting eager buyers. Wang Shichang seemed to understand Wang Dashan's reluctance and said, "You should accept this seal. It is the Emperor's seal, and the Jiajing Emperor has a connection to your ancestry. It is fitting for you to keep it. Here, it is merely an object to admire, but in your temple, it can serve a greater purpose. When you eventually rebuild your temple, it will serve as a treasured guardian." Wang Dashan pondered this, recognizing the immense benefit this artifact could bring to his future temple. With a little embellishment, it could surely attract a thriving following. Having reconciled his thoughts, he bowed deeply to Wang Shichang and Grandma Yuan, saying, "Thank you, grandfather and grandmother. I promise to cherish this seal as a treasured heirloom of my family's temple." Grandma Yuan chuckled, pulling Wang Dashan closer, saying, "We are family, do not stand on ceremony. From now on, there shall be no more bows." Wang Dashan smiled and carefully placed the seal into his suitcase. Suzy, observing from the side, was taken aback. He had known Grandfather Wang and Grandma Yuan for quite some time and had never witnessed them bestowing one of their prized possessions upon anyone. Each artifact in their collection was treated like a treasure. Now, not only were they gifting this to Wang Dashan, but it was also the most valuable item in their collection. This could only speak to their genuine affection for him. With mutual joy among Wang Dashan and the elderly couple, Suzy continued his lessons with Grandma Yuan, while Wang Shichang planned to visit the Forbidden City for research. Noticing the time, Wang Dashan bid his farewells and departed. Upon returning to the guest house, he was informed by the receptionist that someone was seeking him. Approaching the front desk, he discovered it was Li Debao and his younger companion, Erzi. Both were wrapped in white bandages, their faces marked with bruises. Li Debao even had his arm in a sling, presenting a rather comical sight. As soon as they spotted Wang Dashan, they hurried over, limping with eagerness. Chapter 68. I have a business proposition for you. Li Debao had come today specifically to express his gratitude for Wang Dashan's timely intervention. Had it not been for Wang Dashan's appearance that day, he might have met a grim fate in the alley of Nanchizi Street. Youngsters of around 16 or 17, unlike seasoned streetwise individuals like themselves, can be quite reckless in their actions. With more than 20 youths involved, all with influential connections, should a serious injury have occurred, the most they would face might be involuntary manslaughter charges, especially given the mutual brawl. With some familial influence, a punishment of less than 3 years would be the worst-case scenario. Reflecting on the incident now filled Li Debao with a sense of dread, prompting him to seek out Wang Dashan. Of course, one must express gratitude for the life-saving kindness received. Li Debao considers himself a man of integrity, unwilling to allow others to find fault with him. However, he genuinely cannot repay the medical expenses at this moment. He simply lacks the funds and wishes to discuss a later repayment with Wang Dashan. Upon encountering Wang Dashan, Li Debao hastily approached, adopting a humble demeanor, and with sincerity clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Brother, I, Li Debao, am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. Had it not been for you that day, the outcome for my companions and me could have been dire. Thank you, brother. Should you ever require anything, just call upon me. If I do not respond, it would be as if I were raised by a stepmother." Wang Dashan smiled warmly at him and replied, "Li Debao, I am pleased you have come to see me today. I was just about to seek you out as well. This is not the place for a discussion. Please follow me." With that, Wang Dashan led Li Debao into a room. Today, Li Yuanchao and the others had gone to bailing, leaving the room empty. Wang Dashan gestured for them to sit on the bed while he pulled up a chair across from them and inquired, "How is your injury? Are you feeling better?" "It's nothing serious, just surface wounds. A few days of rest will suffice," Li Debao responded. He continued, "Brother, I came today not only to express my gratitude for your life-saving deed, but also to thank you for the loan of the medical expenses. However, I must admit that funds are currently tight, and it may take some time before I can repay you. I kindly ask for your understanding." Wang Dashan chuckled softly and said, "Li Debao, financial matters are easily discussed, but there are some issues I must address with you." "Please, go ahead," Li Debao replied earnestly. "Do you know who the individuals were that attacked you that day? Among that group, how many do you think are merely insignificant? Do you believe that had they killed you, there would have been no consequences for them? Let me tell you, at most, they are merely a band of juvenile delinquents. Are you aware of what I mean? In the past, their status in Shijiao City was not much greater than yours. You know the eventual outcome, don't you? In the capital, such delinquents do exist. The one you encountered, known by the name Xiao Chongli, was born in the first year of the founding of the nation. Due to the many siblings in his family and their dire circumstances, he was compelled to leave school and enter the underworld. Having practiced martial arts from a young age, he was both clever and inherently righteous, rising to become a prominent figure in Shijiao City by the age of 18, with many followers. However, Xiao Chongli was not a nefarious character. His conflict with the privileged youth stemmed from their contempt and bullying of those from lower social strata. One day, while dining at a restaurant, 19-year-old Xiao Chongli was surrounded by a group of privileged youths who not only taunted him for being unworthy of dining there, but also insulted his mother and shattered his sunglasses. Initially, Xiao did not retaliate. He chose to endure in silence, but this only emboldened the privileged youths to escalate their provocations and insults, culminating in a violent confrontation. After that day, skirmishes between the two factions became frequent, drawing the attention of law enforcement. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Chongli attempted to negotiate a resolution with the leader of the privileged youths, but while he appeared to agree, he secretly ambushed Xiao with hundreds of followers. With only a handful of subordinates, Xiao found himself in a precarious position. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Despite Xiao Chongli's tenacious resistance, he ultimately found himself outnumbered. In a selfless act to protect his comrades, Xiao decided to relinquish his only knife to an acquaintance from the courtyard, hoping that this individual would bring an end to the conflict. However, to his dismay, the courtyard's youth remained loyal to their own. The person he knew accepted the knife only to plunge it into Xiao's body. Thus, the infamous ruffian of the capital met his demise at the hands of the courtyard youths, passing away before reaching the age of 20. The death of this notorious troublemaker did not stir a single ripple. The courtyard youths were merely subjected to a year of concentrated education, with not a single individual held accountable. The legendary ruffian of the capital thus faded into the annals of history, yet his tale endured, becoming a cherished legend among generations of delinquents. Meanwhile, the next generation's aspiring capital legend, Jia Dai, was preparing for his military physical, soon to be thrust into the crucible of the army. Wang Dashan, noticing that Li Debao had yet to speak, took a sip of water and continued, "You have incurred enmity with the courtyard youths, and you will always be the ones to suffer. The world has never been fair. They possess resources and power that you lack. What do you have? Do not be misled by the notion that those without shoes fear not those with them. You do not even have shoes. To put it bluntly, you cannot unleash your full strength in a fight. Doesn't that stand to reason? If you do not seek me out today, I was going to find you. I know you wish for revenge, but this grudge cannot be avenged. Su Lin promised me that this matter will be left as it is. You are both at fault, and you were the one who struck first. The logic favors them. If you continue to pursue vengeance, they will have all the more reason to retaliate against you. I know you are unafraid, but have you considered the fate of your brothers? If this continues, neither you nor your brothers will fare well. When your brothers grow weary of the fighting, how many will remain by your side? With neither wealth nor power, when you lose your brothers, how will you stand in Shijiao City? To lose a fight leads to the hospital. To win leads to prison. Such is the harsh reality. After all, those courtyard youths do not adhere to the rules of fair combat. When they lose, they can report to their parents. Whom can you turn to if you lose? Who will stand up for you? After finishing, Wang Dashan took another sip of water and gazed at Li Debao, who was lost in deep contemplation. Some truths were not lost on him. How could a group of delinquents, barely able to scrape together medical expenses, hope to confront the courtyard youths? If he were to seriously injure or kill one of them, his entire gang would be ostracized from the capital. Perhaps fleeing would be their only escape. Contemplating this, Li Debao responded, "Brother, I understand your reasoning, but I simply cannot swallow this humiliation. You must swallow it regardless. To put it harshly, you are so impoverished that you cannot even afford medical care. What right do you have to refuse to accept it? You must think not only of yourself, but also of your brothers. Following a leader like you, they will neither savor the sweet nor relish the spicy. Who will want to stand by you in the future? Reflect on the current state of affairs. What era are we in? The era of reform and opening up has dawned. The days of violence and chaos are behind us. Do you aspire to be a wealthy gentleman or remain a penniless vagabond? When trouble arises, who will come to your aid? In such a scenario, languishing in a grim prison may be your best outcome, Wang Dashan remarked incisively. Who does not desire to be a prosperous gentleman? Yet, individuals like us often wonder how we could ever achieve such status, Li Debao replied with resignation. There is no need to underestimate yourself. The fact that a group of brothers is willing to follow you and take blows on your behalf indicates that you possess some ability. Should you choose to pursue a legitimate path, I am willing to lend you a hand. Financially, you will not be shortchanged. And I can arrange for your brothers as well. The question remains whether you are willing to engage in this endeavor. Brother, could you elaborate on what this work entails? Li Debao felt a flicker of interest, yet apprehension lingered. Although he was a ruffian, he was not bold enough to engage in grave crimes such as murder or robbery. Wang Dashan discerned Li Debao's concerns, which indicated that there was still hope for him. He continued, I have a business selling mountain goods from Dabashan in Zijiuqing. Recently, I sold a quantity, and the business is thriving. I intend to expand. In the near future, I will need to recruit some personnel. You may select a few of your trustworthy brothers to assist me in selling the goods. Each day, they would pick up the merchandise and set up at a designated location, returning in the evening to settle the accounts. There will be guidance on how to sell the products. I can offer each of them a monthly wage of 40 yuan, along with a 1% commission on their sales. If they excel, their earnings can increase. As for you, you would be responsible for managing these individuals and discreetly gathering intelligence for me. I will pay you 100 yuan a month, and I will also provide you with a 1% commission on all the sales made by your brothers. I can assure you that, according to my projections, selling 2,000 yuan worth of goods daily is entirely feasible. You could earn at least 20 yuan in commissions each day, accumulating 700 to 800 yuan monthly without a doubt. So, ponder this carefully. Do you wish to embark on this business venture with me? However, one condition applies. If you choose to proceed, you must sever ties with your so-called underworld and put an end to your grievances with Su Lin. After Wang Dashan finished speaking, he did not look at Li Debao, instead sipping from his cup of lukewarm water, granting Li Debao time to contemplate. Upon hearing this, Li Debao fell silent. It was not that he was unwilling to engage. Rather, the term seemed too favorable, bordering on the unreal. Having grown up in the National Cotton Textile Factory No. 3, he had left school after high school due to the overwhelming responsibilities of his family, being the eldest among 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Although the children of factory workers had opportunities to secure employment within the factory, the competition was fierce, and his father was merely a dyer while his mother was a seamstress, utterly ordinary. Lacking connections, the opportunities did not extend to his family. Now, at 23 years old, he found himself adrift, achieving nothing substantial aside from a few young followers who relied on petty schemes, earning less than 20 yuan each month. Yet, if Wang Dashan's assertions held true, earning 700 to 800 yuan monthly could transform his family's fortunes, ensuring his siblings could attend school and have enough to eat. If not for the poverty at home, who would willingly endure the brutalities of society? After much contemplation, Li Debao addressed Wang Dashan, saying, Brother, I comprehend your words and am sincerely grateful for your care. However, the matters you mentioned require discussion with my comrades. Rest assured, regardless of my final decision, the grievances between Su Lin and myself shall be set aside. As long as he does not provoke me, I shall not instigate any trouble with him. Wang Dashan nodded, replying, That is acceptable. Take your time to ponder. I shall reiterate, one cannot rely on a life of chaos. Earning a livelihood through legitimate means is the true path. Additionally, if you wish to confer, do so promptly, for I shall be departing the capital in 2 days. Should you reach a conclusion, you may come to me tomorrow, and I will host a banquet for you and Su Lin to reconcile. Li Debao expressed his gratitude once more before bidding farewell to Ertzi. Chapter 69. The Reconciliation Feast at Fengze Garden. Wang Dashan did not accompany Li Debao, deliberately adopting a superior demeanor. At this moment, Li Debao was not yet his brother, and there was no need for him to show deference. For such ruffians, maintaining an aura of dominance and mystery was of utmost importance. Otherwise, they would lose their sense of reverence. These delinquents undoubtedly possessed various flaws. To gain their genuine loyalty, it was essential to establish who held the authority. Thus, Wang Dashan's conversation with Li Debao was notably brusque, as he scrutinized him to ascertain whether he could be of use. If Li Debao proved to be ineffectual or overly independent, there would be no need to engage further. After all, a 3-legged toad is rare, but two-legged individuals are ubiquitous. In any team, once a decision is made to undertake a task, there must be a singular voice within that team. In Wang Dashan's faction, that voice could only belong to him, not to another. According to Wang Dashan's vision, Li Debao's role was of paramount importance. He was not only to manage the subordinates involved in selling mountain goods, but also to oversee the gathering of intelligence for Wang Dashan in the capital, as well as the search for Shiha courtyard and shops. Should Li Debao harbor ulterior motives, the consequences would be catastrophic, and Wang Dashan would certainly not employ him. Hence, for Wang Dashan, today served as a test of Li Debao's character. Thus far, Li Debao appeared satisfactory, but his forthcoming stance would be telling. If he agreed to attend the reconciliation banquet with Su Lin, it would signify a genuine desire to release their animosity. Conversely, if he hesitated, it would indicate that he entertained other thoughts. Should he possess ulterior motives, his fate would no longer be within Wang Dashan's control. After all, while one may discern a person's character and destiny through observation, the intricacies of their thoughts remain obscured. Early the next morning, Wang Dashan instructed Li Yuanchao and the others to enjoy their day out and return early in the afternoon. He also tasked Deng Guofeng with notifying Zhang Dajiang and Dai Zhonghua that he would be hosting a banquet at Fengzi Garden that day. Why did Wang Dashan choose Fengzi Garden for this gathering? Aside from hosting a reconciliation feast for Su Lin and Li Debao, he sought to leverage the occasion to showcase his strength. Today, the guests to be invited, apart from Su Lin, are all individuals from Wang Dashan's ship of the future. It is essential to showcase a modicum of strength to instill confidence in the newly joined companions and to cultivate a nascent sense of loyalty. Consequently, Wang Dashan opted to host the gathering at Fengzi Garden. At this juncture, Fengzi Garden could rightfully be hailed as the premier dining establishment of New China. The Shandong cuisine offered here is not only a culinary marvel in the capital, but also the sole restaurant in the nation with a global reputation. During the 1950s and 60s, Fengzi Garden served as a significant venue for hosting official banquets for foreign dignitaries, having welcomed luminaries such as Ho Chi Minh, Prince Norodom Sihanouk, Kakuei Tanaka, Henry Kissinger, and George H. W. Bush. The restaurant also contributed chefs for numerous grand state banquets. For the denizens of the capital, dining at Fengzi Garden was an extraordinary affair, akin to a national banquet, with the cost of a meal being roughly equivalent to a worker's monthly salary. This illustrates the opulence that characterized Fengzi Garden at the time. In the morning, Wang Dashan visited Fengzi Garden at Zhu Shirkou to reserve an evening banquet. Under the skeptical gaze of the restaurant manager, he laid down 200 yuan in cash as a deposit, successfully securing a private room in the Taishan Hall that could accommodate 12 guests. He also entrusted a box of mitai, purchased from a guest house, to the manager for safekeeping, ensuring that the evening's libations would feature mitai. One should not find it unreasonable to require reservations at Fengzi Garden. Those dining there were predominantly high-ranking officials, with even county-level leaders being a rare sight. While the establishment did not explicitly bar ordinary citizens from dining, without a reservation, one would invariably find no available seats. Recently, there was an incident involving an official who dined at Fengzi Garden without paying the full amount, leading to public criticism. The original bill of over 120 yuan saw him pay less than 20 yuan each time he visited. The restaurant, unable to tolerate this behavior, escalated the matter up the chain of command, culminating in a letter to the Disciplinary Inspection Department for resolution. This further underscores the exorbitance of the menu prices at Fengzi Garden. Having secured the private room, Wang Dashan then proceeded to Grandma Yuan's house, where he encountered Su Zi practicing piano. Noticing the watch he had gifted her the previous day adorning her wrist, Wang Dashan winked at her, causing her to miss several musical notes. Conveniently, he expressed a desire to inquire about the address of Su Lin's family, intending to visit him later that afternoon to discuss the dinner arrangement. With Su Zi present, he realized there was no need for him to go. She could relay the message to Su Lin upon her return home. Wang Dashan requested that Su Zi accompany Su Lin in the evening. The young girl shyly acquiesced. After a simple lunch with Wang Shichong and Grandma Yuan, he returned to the guest house to await Li Debao, curious whether he would show up today. Should he not arrive, Wang Dashan would relinquish any pursuit of Li Debao. As fate would have it, shortly after 3 in the afternoon, Li Debao arrived with Xiao Hong and Erzi. Upon seeing Wang Dashan, Xiao Hong cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Shan," and tugged at Li Debao's sleeve, prompting him to greet as well. Xiao Hong truly embodied the spirited demeanor of a young woman from the capital, gracious and poised, without any trace of hesitation, if she wished to join the endeavor. Sincerity was imperative. In the past, Li Debao may have entertained the notion of establishing an equal camaraderie, yet now, having resolved to seek his fortune beneath Wang Dashan's auspices, he was compelled to bow his head in deference. The utterance of Brother Shan signified a newfound allegiance to Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan, approvingly, regarded Xiao Hong with admiration. This young lady possessed remarkable potential, and with proper guidance, she could undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Li Debao, feeling Xiao Hong tugging at him, candidly declared, "Brother Shan, I shall henceforth address you as such. I am grateful for your generosity in providing sustenance. From now on, whatever you instruct, my brothers and I shall comply, as long as it ensures a prosperous life for us all." Wang Dashan, elated, chuckled warmly and remarked, "Debao, you flatter me. From this day forward, we are all brothers. Your brethren are also mine. While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you that I will endeavor to ensure our brothers can earn a living and lead fulfilling lives." With resolute conviction, Li Debao affirmed, "Brother Shan, I believe in you." He then turned to Erzi and called out, "Erzi, why do you not greet him?" Erzi promptly addressed Wang Dashan with a respectful "Brother Shan," to which Wang Dashan nodded in satisfaction. He continued nonchalantly, "Debao, this evening I have reserved a table at Fengzi Garden. First, to facilitate a reconciliation between you and Su Lin. Second, as you are newly initiated, I wish to introduce you to our comrades. From now on, we shall be brothers, without distinction, supporting one another. Given your familiarity with street matters, I hope you can lend a hand when needed." Upon hearing that Wang Dashan had secured a table at Fengzi Garden for a reconciliation with Su Lin, Li Debao and the others exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Despite being natives of the capital, none had ever dined at Fengzi Garden. Each time they passed by Zhu Shirko and glimpsed its illustrious sign, they either spat in disdain or secretly vowed to one day indulge in a grand meal there. Observing the luxurious Volga cars parked at the entrance and the distinguished individuals disembarking filled them with a sense of aspiration. The prospect of dining at Fengzi Garden themselves was a source of immense excitement. If Li Debao had previously harbored any lingering doubts, they vanished in an instant. This was not merely a trivial conversation. The ability to dine at Fengzi Garden set them apart from the mundane struggles of daily life. Xiao Hong, brimming with exhilaration, could hardly contain her delight. For a young woman navigating the underbelly of society, vanity was paramount. Previously, her escapades with Li Debao had merely involved watching films or flaunting her presence among acquaintances. Now, with Wang Dashan in her circle and an invitation to Fengzi Garden, she had newfound bragging rights. Erzi, too, was swept up in the moment, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Observing their reactions, Wang Dashan seized the opportunity to declare, "In the future, as our business flourishes, I aim to treat all our brothers to a meal each month. The 3 individuals with the best performance will also be invited to dine at Fengzi Garden." He then turned to Li Debao, stating, "Whether our brothers can enjoy a good meal each month rests upon your shoulders, Debao. For the sake of our brethren, you must strive diligently." Li Debao hurriedly reassured, "Rest assured, Brother Shan, I shall diligently lead my brothers in our endeavors." As the conversation unfolded, it was past 4 o'clock when Li Yuanchao and the others returned, having visited the department store to purchase some items for their families. Among them, Li Hongjun, the wealthiest, made the most purchases, as he had a mother and a sister relying on him. Li Yuanchao bought 2 pairs of cloth shoes and 2 sets of clothing for his mother, along with 2 outfits for himself. Su Jiangwo acquired various goods such as tobacco, liquor, sweets, tea, and canned goods that were unavailable in Debation. Wang Dashan introduced everyone, and Li Debao, recognizing the necessity to align himself with Wang Dashan, displayed utmost courtesy. Devoid of any sense of superiority that one might expect from a resident of the capital, Li Yuanchao, not one for socializing, spoke little, while Su Jiangwo could engage anyone in conversation. In contrast, Li Hongjun, Li Debao, and Su Jiangwo found a natural rapport, eagerly discussing urban gossip. By 5 o'clock, the group of 7, joined by Deng Guofeng, strolled towards Zushiku. The distance was neither too far nor too near, approximately 4 kilometers, and they reached Fengzi Garden before 6. Upon entering, just as they approached the entrance of Taishan Hall, a voice rang out, "Li Debao, do you dare to show your face here? Are you tired of living?" Wang Dashan looked up to see that Su Lin and Su Zi had arrived early. All eyes turned to Li Debao, curious to witness his reaction to Su Lin's provocation. Wang Dashan remained silent, equally intrigued to see how Li Debao would navigate this confrontation. Would he retaliate angrily or acquiesce? This moment served as another test for Li Debao in Wang Dashan's eyes. Su Zi timidly tugged at Su Lin's sleeve, urging him not to stir trouble. But Su Lin brushed her hand aside, glaring fiercely at Li Debao. Deng Guofeng, bewildered by the unfolding situation, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Su Lin's aggression. Li Hongjun and the others, newly acquainted with Li Debao, were unaware of Su Lin's identity and felt an inclination towards Li Debao. Xiao Hong stood beside Li Debao, clutching his arm, fearful that he might respond with violence, uncertain if the opportunity for a celebratory drink would still be available should today's gathering turn sour. Erzi positioned himself nearby, hands resting on the back of a chair, prepared to intervene should Li Debao resort to physical confrontation. The atmosphere grew tense. Li Debao cast a glance at Su Lin, unperturbed. Gently disentangling himself from Xiao Hong's grasp, he reached for a bottle of matai, uncapped it, and poured a generous amount into a glass. Once filled, he addressed Su Lin. Today, Brother Shan has arranged a celebratory drink for us. I am here not for any other reason than to heed Brother Shan's counsel to set aside our grievances and to engage earnestly in business alongside him for a prosperous life. I trust Brother Shan, which is why I am here. My presence is not born from fear of you or your privileged circle. It is simply because I promised Brother Shan to put our disputes behind us. As long as you refrain from troubling me, I shall not provoke you. I am loyal to Brother Shan. Our affair commenced with my initial transgression, and I bear no resentment towards your retaliation. Brother Shan has saved my life. Today he has once again facilitated a reconciliation over drinks, a gesture I must honor. I shall consume this glass of wine as my apology to you. Should you accept it, you will gain a new friend in me, Li Debao. If not, it matters not. Let it be clear, if you do not trouble me, I shall not provoke you. Upon uttering these words, Li Debao raised his cup to drink. His eloquence was commendable, embodying both substance and dignity, leaving Wang Dashan feeling quite pleased. Li Debao was a man of words, and those adept in conversation often excel in their endeavors. Wang Dashan wished to spare Li Debao any embarrassment, so he gently restrained his hand as he lifted the cup. Casting a glance at Su Lin, Wang Dashan remarked, Su Lin, all those present today are my friends. You are my friend, as is Li Debao. The bonds of friendship do not hinge upon proximity, but rather upon the depth of connection. Both of you are esteemed acquaintances of mine from the capital, and in my eyes, you hold equal standing. Li Debao, having no desire to remain embroiled in chaos, sought to follow my lead, wishing only to earn a living and lead a respectable life. Thus, I took it upon myself to arrange this conciliatory gathering. Continuing, Wang Dashan produced 2 cups, pouring wine as he spoke. Though our acquaintance is relatively brief, due to my grandmother, we are somewhat connected. I perceive you as a commendable individual and wish to forge a friendship with you. As I have previously indicated, in this world, it is not merely bravery or numbers that prevail, but rather who possesses greater wealth and connections. In navigating society, more friends pave the way to opportunities, while more enemies create obstacles. Would you not agree? Having finished pouring, Wang Dashan glanced at Su Lin, pushing a cup towards him and adding, I reiterate, you are all my friends. I do not wish for enmity between you, nor for fleeting pride to culminate in violence. My hope is for us to collaborate, sharing strength and prosperity, all becoming esteemed figures in this city. Su Lin, if you are willing, let us raise this cup together, and from henceforth, we shall be like family, sharing in wealth and facing challenges together. If you seek to prosper, I shall guide you. But it is imperative that we are united as one. As he lifted his cup, his gaze fixed on Su Lin, the latter found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Dashan's invitation was to partake in a reconciliation toast. For someone accustomed to the rough and tumble of life within the courtyard, the notion of a conciliatory drink was foreign. To him, disputes were simply settled through confrontation. Yet, he was astonished by the sincerity with which Wang Dashan orchestrated this gathering, especially at Fengzi Garden, with Maotai wine to boot. This made him feel immensely honored and recognized, elevating his sense of self-worth beyond that of a mere petty troublemaker. What surprised him even more was Li Debao's apology. Though it stemmed from respect for Wang Dashan, an apology is still an apology, symbolizing a concession. This instilled in him a profound sense of gratitude towards Wang Dashan, whom he now regarded as his guiding light and fortunate star. Li Debao no longer evoked such resistance and disdain. Youngsters, after all, seek nothing more than a semblance of respect. Thus, Su Lin glanced at Li Debao, then at Wang Dashan, and declared with great enthusiasm, "Damn it, Wang Dashan, it is you then. You are a deity. I shall grant you this honor. From now on, I shall consider any grievances with Li Debao settled. As long as he regards me as a friend, I shall reciprocate." Having said this, in a display of bravado, he lifted his cup and downed it in one swift motion. Upon finishing, he winced at the spiciness, nearly spewing it forth, his expression comically exaggerated. Yet in a bid to maintain his heroic demeanor, he swallowed hard. Observing this, Wang Dashan also raised his cup, clinked it with Li Debao's, and emptied his drink with ease. At last, the atmosphere shifted from tense to congenial, and the group began to converse, praising each other's drinking capacities, with Su Lin reveling in his triumph. Suzy, while patting Su Lin on the back, admonished him for drinking too quickly, suggesting he should slow down. Although she was reluctant to see Su Lin indulge, she understood the necessity of partaking in certain libations on such occasions. Turning her gaze towards Wang Dashan, she marveled at his prowess. Her brother, typically stubborn and unyielding except to their mother, had softened under Wang Dashan's mere words, and she looked at him with a heart full of admiration. At that moment, the restaurant manager entered, urging everyone to take their seats and signaling the waitstaff to take their orders. Naturally, Wang Dashan was ushered to the head of the table, unfamiliar with the others. Suzy sat beside him, with Su Lin on his other side, while Li Debao took a seat to Wang Dashan's right, next to Xiao Hong. As the remaining guests found their places, as they sipped tea, Zhang Dajiang and Dai Zhonghua arrived. These two had just returned from Dabaishan the previous day, having spent all day at the train station forging connections to facilitate their future transport of goods. They had even hosted a lunch for the director of the passenger department and the head of the dispatch office, making for a day of relentless activity. Wang Dashan promptly invited them to sit and introduced everyone around the table. Upon learning that they would all essentially be partners moving forward, the atmosphere brightened considerably. Wang Dashan took charge of ordering the dishes, perusing the menu, and selecting the signature offerings of Feng Ziyuan. He ordered an array of delectable items: braised sea cucumber with scallions, 9-turn large intestine, stir-fried kidney, deep-fried meatballs, crystal pork knuckles, dry braised yellow fish, imperial bird's nest, shark fin soup, fish belly in clay pot, clear stewed skirt steak, chicken and vegetable puree, live fish and sauce, and black fish roast soup, among others. He ordered every dish that appeared appetizing or was deemed expensive, not for any other reason than to showcase his prowess and impress those at the table. When the dishes arrived, Wang Dashan encouraged everyone to begin eating. The table was laden with sumptuous delicacies. Except for the Su siblings, none of the guests had ever encountered such a lavish spread. After several rounds of drinks, they all began to indulge heartily. Wang Dashan observed Suji delicately savoring her food, concerned that she might feel shy about competing for dishes among the older gentlemen. He promptly served her with chopsticks, ensuring that every dish brought to the table received a portion from him. This thoughtful gesture filled the young girl's heart with sweetness, evoking a profound sense of happiness, though it also made her blush, prompting her to bury her face in her meal. Though many were only meeting for the first time, the atmosphere at the table was lively, largely thanks to Wang Dashan's frequent antics and encouragement for toasts. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Lin raised his glass towards Li Debao, saying, "Li Debao, you are a true man. I acknowledge my own faults in our matters. Without further ado, I raise this glass to you as an apology, and from now on, we are friends. I drink to that." He downed a shot of liquor in one go. Li Debao quickly reciprocated with a drink, replying, "We are friends, and we will meet again in our endeavors." Wang Dashan felt reassured by their mutual toasting. For him, this signified the best possible outcome. The future development in Shijiu City would depend on their unity. Without a shared purpose, achieving significant accomplishments would be impossible. However, Wang Dashan had yet to determine how to involve Su Lin in any ventures. For Su Lin, focusing on his studies was paramount. Yet he also needed to earn some money to understand its significance, which would eventually lead him to join Wang Dashan's endeavors. After all, having support from a prominent family was far more efficient than striving alone. As the feast neared its conclusion, Wang Dashan raised his glass and declared, "Brothers, our gathering today is due to my presence. I thank each of you for your trust in me. I firmly believe that as long as we unite our hearts and efforts, our business will surely flourish. Let us toast to this, for from now on, we are one family. In a family, grievances are set aside. We will look to the future together. With that, everyone stood, clinked their glasses, and drank heartily. Once the glasses were emptied, Wang Dashan turned to Zhang Dajiang and said, "Brother Dajiang, our time in the capital has been considerable. All necessary matters have been addressed. The day after tomorrow, we will return to Debation on the same train as you and Brother Zhonghua. Please assist us in securing a few tickets, preferably sleeper berths. But seats will suffice if sleepers are unavailable." "Certainly, no problem at all. Leave it to me," Zhang Dajiang replied readily. "As we prepare for our return, we must promptly arrange the procurement of mountain goods. The logistics must be organized swiftly. Within half a month, our first batch of goods should be on its way." "Brother Dajiang, Brother Zhonghua, are there any issues on your end?" Wang Dashan inquired. "None at all. Rest assured," Zhang Dajiang and Dai Zhonghua replied in unison.